Xianfen Village, named for the ancient grave that resides within its bounds, has been home to generations of villagers who cultivate the land and hunt in the surrounding wilderness. The community is characterized by its simplicity and sincerity, rendering it a rare haven untouched by the outside world. At dawn, beside the ancient grave, the entire village gathered in solemn worship. Although the offerings consisted solely of humble vegetables and fruits, the villagers exhibited an extraordinary devotion, as if engaged in a sacred ritual of prayer. O Immortal, this child Chen Buxiu possesses the essence of the divine from a young age. He has been clever and gentle, embodying the hopes of our entire village. Ahem, we beseech you, noble spirit, to take this obedient child away with you. We implore you. The village chief's voice trembled with emotion, momentarily faltering as he uttered those heartfelt words. Suddenly, a robust young boy sprang forth from the crowd, clad in a long black robe adorned with the characters for Tai Ching that he bore a handmade wooden bow on his back and a kitchen knife at his waist, his countenance radiating innocence and sincerity. Chief, this is an opportunity for transcending mortality that comes only once in a century for our village. As an orphan, how could I dare to claim such a precious chance? Besides, I cannot bear to leave everyone behind. I do not wish to go. The boy's face was filled with reluctance, tears shimmering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the villagers immediately prostrated themselves before the ancient grave, their eyes glistening with emotion as they chanted fervently. O Immortal, behold, Buxiu is indeed a good child. Please take him with you. We, the villagers, are willing to guard the grave for another 100 years. We implore you to accept him. If he does not leave soon, the village's maidens, chickens, ducks, pigs, and even the cabbages will all be at his mercy. The villagers bowed, weeping and pleading. Chen Buxiu cleared his throat, unable to suppress a quiver at the corners of his mouth. The village chief, wearing an expression of deep reluctance, spoke. Child, we truly do not wish to part with you. But have you forgotten the origin of your name? You once expressed a desire for eternal life, and I personally named you Chen Buxiu, meaning eternal life. The chief gently patted Chen Buxiu's head, his voice earnest and grave. Only through the path of immortality can one truly achieve eternal life. Once you embark upon this journey, no matter how much you long for home, you must never return. The path of cultivation is one of profound detachment. Do not let your reluctance to leave us bind your spirit. The world beyond is your vast expanse. The chief and the kneeling villagers emanated a benevolent longing, their hands clasped together, smiles illuminating their faces, as if they could envision a splendid future. Awaiting Chen Buxiu. Suddenly, a tempest roared to life, dark clouds converged overhead, and the distant rumble of thunder resounded ominously. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning surged towards the ancient grave. As the storm crackled, a radiant figure materialized beside the grave, exuding an ethereal aura, with a head crowned in luminous glory and a physique that revealed perfect musculature. He was draped in black trousers, enveloped in an otherworldly radiance. The villagers were left awestruck by this spectacle, bowing in reverence. Only Chen Buxiu regarded the immortal's dark trousers with a peculiar expression, stealthily retreating a few steps. Amidst the ethereal glow of immortality, Emperor Hong spoke. Softly, I am the golden thunder immortal of the Tai Ching sect. Emperor Hong, after a century of guarding this grave, I shall bestow upon you a celestial opportunity. Where is the young one you have chosen? Chen Buxiu lowered his head, stealthily retreating yet. The aged village chief's eyes gleamed with a sudden intensity. In an instant, he appeared rejuvenated by 20 years, swiftly approaching Chen Changsheng without regard for the latter's alarmed expression, seizing him and presenting him before Emperor Hong. Esteemed Immortal, this is the most earnest and exceptional youth of our village. I implore you to take him with you. The village chief declared with unwavering conviction. Emperor Hong scrutinized Chen Buxiu, particularly noting the dark robe he wore, his expression shifting slightly. Chen Buxiu, in turn, observed Emperor Hong, especially his matching dark trousers, and coughed discreetly, stealthily reaching for the kitchen knife at his waist. Only then did Emperor Hong sense a chill enveloping his upper body. The village chief and the villagers exchanged uneasy glances as they regarded the matching black attire. Chen Buxiu had somehow donned the garments of the celestial being from the grave. Emperor Hong frowned. But upon scanning Chen Buxiu with his spiritual awareness, he discovered the youth possessed remarkably pure, aptitude and unrefined gem for cultivation in his. Honest demeanor softened the immortal's initial displeasure, revealing him to be a genuinely kind-hearted lad. Young man, do you wish to accompany me to the Taiching sect to pursue immortality? Chen Buxiu tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, feigning reluctance. Immortal, I cannot bear to part from my elders and fellow villagers. They will miss me dearly. Ask them if you doubt my words. Farewell, Immortal. We shall miss you dearly, dear child. Villagers wept with joy, embracing one another in celebration. Suddenly, drums and fireworks erupted from an unknown source, creating a cacophony that drowned out Chen Buxiu's quivering lips. Though we shall miss you, the pursuit of immortality is of utmost importance. How could we possibly stand in your way? The village chief exclaimed, his face aglow with delight, his grin nearly reaching his ears. Was it merely for a few cabbages, sweet potatoes, cured meats, and some playful banter with the village girls that they were so fervent? Having stripped the immortal of his attire, what if he returned the favor and caused Chen Buxiu to suffer, with tears of frustration welling? Chen Buxiu shuffled toward the celestial grave, muttering, "O great immortal, you possess the magnanimity of the heavens, do not hold my actions against me. Allow me a moment to gather my belongings, and I shall depart forthwith." He lifted a wooden plank behind the grave, unearthing a large cabbage, a sack of potatoes, 3 sausages, and 5 bushels of rice. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Chen Buxiu packed his provisions, appearing disheveled and downtrodden. As he stood behind Emperor Hong, Emperor Hong's countenance darkened. It was one thing for the lad to pilfer from the grave, but to convert it into a makeshift cellar. Furthermore, he was to be taken for the purpose of cultivation, yet it seemed as though he was preparing for a flight from disaster. This seemingly harmless and simple-minded youth was, in fact, filled with cunning and mischief underneath that innocent facade. No wonder the villagers erupted in jubilation upon his departure. For centuries, Emperor Hong's tranquil demeanor cultivated through his cultivation was stirred into an uproar by this insolent youth. The Taiching sect is a sanctuary of the celestial realm. Worldly trifles are not permitted within. Youngster, accompany me. With a sweeping gesture, Emperor Hong caused all of Chen Buxiu's possessions to fall to the ground. Chen Buxiu, feeling a pang of loss, frantically searched around in a desperate attempt to salvage something to sustain him. Yet, Emperor Hong afforded him no chance, seizing Chen Buxiu by the shoulder and transforming into a radiant arc, soaring across the heavens. The villagers rang gongs and beat drums, dancing joyously, filling the entire village with laughter and cheer. "Da-da! Celestial being, spare my life. I truly had no idea you could rise from the dead. Had I known, I would never have dared to strip you of your garments." Chen Buxiu clung to Emperor Hong's leg, wailing as if he were a pig being slaughtered. Emperor Hong found himself both amused and exasperated. "Are you so terrified of death? The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, fraught with countless life and death challenges. Do you still dare to pursue immortality?" Chen Buxiu looked up at Emperor Hong with pleading eyes. "Celestial uncle, my name is Chen Buxiu, and my sole aspiration is to achieve eternal life. I have heard that celestial beings possess techniques for creating substitutes, methods of evasion, and arts of immortality. I seek nothing more than to master these 3 to their utmost." Chen Buxiu, upon hearing his words, Emperor Hong chuckled, giving Chen Buxiu a light smack on the back of his head. "Substitute techniques and evasion methods are mere side paths, not the essence of true cultivation. Do not forsake the fundamental for the trivial. However, I did indeed discover a fragment of an immortal technique a century ago within the ruins." Chen Buxiu's eyes instantly brightened. "A technique for immortality? What is its name?" Emperor Hong replied nonchalantly, "The undying divine art." "Surely you did not just concoct that name." Chen Buxiu felt the simplicity of the title suggested that the celestial being might be jesting with him. Could it be that the celestial's naming skills were on par with that of the village elder from Celestial Tomb Village? Emperor Hong shook his head, and with a flourish of light, An ancient tome materialized in his hands. Certainly not something I fabricated. I named it thus after discovering it a century ago. Although the practice is exceedingly arduous, it holds the potential for true immortality, hence its title, The Undying Divine Art. Your name, Chen Buxiu, aligns perfectly with this technique. What say you not desire it? As he spoke, he began to retract the book. Regardless of its origin, having it was better than not clutching Emperor Hong's leg with one hand. Chen Buxiu swiftly seized the ancient text with the other, his expression grave and solemn. The Undying Divine Art, what a majestic and elegant name. I shall claim it. Chen Buxiu scrutinized the technique, noticing on the cover a golden figure seated in meditation, with a lightning bolt hovering above its head. Upon opening to the first page, he was greeted by the bold inscription, "To cultivate this art, one must first." Chapter 2. Entering the Refining Institute at Zhexian Peak, to master this skill, one must first self-destruct. Chen Buxiu swallowed hard, blinking as he gazed at Di Hong. Uncle Immortal, what does self-destruction mean? It can't be that I'm to be struck by lightning, can it? Di Hong replied calmly, certainly not. Chen Buxiu let out a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought, how could ordinary lightning serve as a means of cultivation? Only the heavenly lightning summoned by an immortal can initiate one into the divine arts. As Di Hong spoke, he casually gestured, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered ominously. A lightning bolt, as thick as a water barrel, descended from the heavens, crashing down upon a desolate mountain with the force of a celestial river plummeting from the sky. With a thunderous roar, the mountain was obliterated, leaving behind a charred crater. Chen Buxiu's mouth gaped wider than the pit itself. This celestial lightning can lead to mastery of divine skills? I perceive it as a path to my grave. I shall take you to Zhexian Peak shortly. If you wish to enter the realm of cultivation, there lies a place where celestial lightning can temper your body, Di Hong remarked, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With divine light radiating from him, they soared rapidly toward the direction of the Taiching sect. Still reeling from the shock of the celestial lightning, Chen Buxiu found himself plunged into new astonishment. The sun ascended in the east, surrounded by ethereal mists enveloping 7 spiritual mountains. Radiant hues cascaded from above, mingling with golden springs in the valleys, and within certain spiritual veins, spiritual energy surged skyward, emanating a divine brilliance. This was the Taiching 7-star mountain, the foundation of the Taiching sect established for millennia. A celestial rainbow descended upon a small peak at the mountain's base, upon which stood dozens of courtyards. At the foot of the peak, an ancient stone tablet bore the 3 grand characters, Zhexian Peak. Chen Buxiu trembled in fear, gripping Di Hong's arm so tightly that he threatened to bruise the immortal's thigh. Di Hong, his expression darkening, kicked Chen Buxiu in the rear, admonishing, "Do not embarrass me." Getting to his feet, Chen Buxiu protested, "Uncle, I am merely frightened." Disciple pays respects to the revered master of Jinlei Peak. Upon witnessing the celestial rainbow's descent, a dark-skinned man emerged from a courtyard named the Refining Institute. Other courtyards nearby also opened their doors to pay their respects upon Di Hong's arrival. Chen Buxiu's gaze fell upon the courtyard named the Flower-Picking Institute, where he spotted several enchanting fairies, their beauty surpassing even that of the most stunning maiden in Immortal Grave Village. His fear dissipated instantly, replaced by exhilaration and anticipation as he thought, I have come to the right place. Di Hong stated casually. Every disciple arriving at the Taiching sect must undergo 3 months of cultivation at Zhexian Peak. After 3 months, the heavenly ladder will open, and one must pass the trials of the ladder to gain entry. The Refining Institute has a vacancy, so you shall join them. The dark-skinned man grinned broadly, revealing his pearly white teeth, and beckoned as 6 similarly dark-complexioned men emerged from behind him. You have come to the right place at our Refining Institute. Let us show you what it means to be a true man. As they spoke, the 7 men stripped off their shirts, revealing skin as dark as coal and muscles as solid as granite. They posed in various stances to showcase their strength, even performing several somersaults. Chen Buxiu, observing the formidable men, swallowed hard and queried, Uncle, did we perhaps take a wrong turn? He gazed longingly at the enchanting fairies of the flower-picking courtyard, his eyes filled with anticipation and yearning. It seemed to him that this place was perfectly suited for his aspirations. Enough of the pleasantries. Get inside. With that, Di Hong, noticing the seemingly simple yet cunning Chen Bus, kicked him into the Refinement Institute before he could utter another word. From this day forth, he would be part of the Refinement Institute. Without granting Chen Bus the opportunity to speak, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. The burly leader, a man with a dark complexion, clasped Chen Bus's shoulder, forcibly dragging him into the Refinement Institute. Junior brother, women will only hinder your sword-drawing speed. Stop gazing. I am Tai Lang, the head of the Refinement Institute. From now on, you are one of us. With a resounding bang, the remaining strongmen closed the door, even locking it, thereby severing Chen Buxiu's last chance to practice with the beautiful sisters in the flower-picking courtyard. A knowing smile crept across Tai Lang's face as he whispered, I heard you refer to the immortal Emperor Di Hong as uncle. No wonder you were able to join our Refinement Institute. Don't be oblivious to your fortune. Countless individuals have yearned to enter our ranks but have been unable to do so. Steward Su has sought numerous connections to arrange for his sister, Su Xiaoling, to join us, but you unexpectedly cut in line. Now, that wild girl Su Xiaoling must remain in the flower-picking courtyard. Tai Lang gestured toward a man who stood less than 6 feet tall but was equally muscular, enthusiastically stating, Junior brother. Once you enter the doors of the Refinement Institute, we are family. I am Tai Lang. This is Wu Erlang, and that is Shimin San Lang. He introduced all 7 strongmen before asking, What is your name, Junior brother? Chen Bus gazed at the muscular figures forcing smiles and replied, I am Chen Bus. Tai Lang hesitated momentarily. Well, that's a name that can survive. However, once in the Refinement Institute, you shall be called Chen Balang. Wu Erlang leaned in, grinning proudly, Old 8. Do you know why all those fellows outside yearn to join the Refinement Institute? Chen Bus glanced at the fists as large as sandbags and tentatively remarked, because everyone here is talented and speaks well? Haha, that is merely a fraction of the allure. We must remain low-key. Tai Lang was utterly enchanted by the flattery, wrapping an arm around Chen Bus as they made their way to an open platform. The reason for such eagerness to enter the Refinement Institute was that upon admission, one could select a magical artifact embryo to refine, even if one left the institute. The embryo would belong to them. Purchasing such an item outside would cost thousands of spirit stones. Tai Lang pointed to the various embryonic forms of magical artifacts arrayed on the platform. The crowd eagerly manipulated the various magical artifact embryos, discussing their merits, long spears, precious swords, and even mysterious turtle shields. However, Chen Bus found himself particularly captivated by a longbow. Unlike the spear, sword, or shield, which were close combat artifacts, Chen Bus held a different philosophy, immortality, to flee rather than engage in battle, to fight from afar rather than up close. In those bygone days, what enabled him to stealthily devour the chickens and ducks of every household in the village, if not his self-crafted wooden bow? Chen Buxiu grasped the entirely pitch-black longbow and inquired, Senior brother, I am fond of this bow. Does it have a name? Tai Lang scratched his head and replied, Bows and arrows are typically wielded by mere mortals. This one has been forsaken for centuries. Are you truly set on choosing it? I believe this bow was once known as the Overlord's bow. Overlord's bow? How comically inappropriate. Shimin San Lang scoffed disdainfully. Wu Erlang smirked. Perhaps it is you who is inappropriate. Chen Buxiu caressed the cool texture, feeling the indistinct 9 patterns etched upon the dark bow, gripping it resolutely. I shall choose it. Suddenly, a petite and charming young girl stood outside the Refining Institute, clad in a fiery red gown, wielding 2 mighty axes, her eyes blazing with fury, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Chapter 3. Chen Buxiu's deception of Su Xiaoling. Tai Lang's expression changed abruptly. We're doomed. Old 8. That insane girl has come knocking. Shimin San Lang recoiled slightly. Old 8. It's not that your third brother isn't willing to help, but this crazy girl is quite formidable. We cannot resort to violence against a woman. I suggest you remain hidden in the Refining Institute. Our main door is sturdy enough. She cannot enter. Crack. Everyone jolted in fright as a colossal axe cleaved halfway through the door. Third brother, are you certain she cannot come in? Chen Buxiu swallowed hard. He had pursued immortality to live forever. Wasn't it better for everyone to remain alive? Why resort to violence? Tai Lang exchanged a glance with the other 6 brothers and declared, Old 8, we see your extraordinary potential. You are indeed a prodigy. We shall not abandon you. Chen Buxiu was moved to tears, but the next moment, his eyes widened as he shouted, Brothers, where are you going? We are your steadfast support, your eternal pillar of strength. Before Chen Buxiu's gratitude could fully register, Tai Lang, Shimin Erlang, and the others shouted in unison, flipping and diving into the rooms of the courtyard in various acrobatic poses. Bang! They promptly secured the door behind them. Chen Buxiu felt like weeping without tears. These fellows were utterly ungrateful. Chen Buxiu, come out here. I shall cleave you into 8 pieces. Crack! Another axe struck. And the door of the Refining Institute let out a mournful groan, while the doors of the 7 brothers' rooms were bolted even tighter. Damn it. It's just a little girl. I am a man of 6.5 feet. Surely, I need not fear her. You ungrateful lot. Just watch how I deal with her. Chen Buxiu flicked his robe dramatically, exuding an air of arrogance and swagger as he strode toward the entrance. Goodness. Old 8 has lost his mind. What is a mere mortal doing acting so bravely? Indeed, that crazy girl may be at the first stage of chi refinement. And even Chen Buxiu would suffer a layer of skin if confronted. Old 8, why must you be so reckless? It would be far better to hide with us. Sighed Shiman Sanlang, shaking his head. The other brothers twitched at the corners of their mouths. Was tea at you, Shiman Dagaran, who closed the door just now. Outside. Chen Buxiu advanced with a reckless bravado, though his pale face betrayed his fear as he bravely opened the door, which was nearly cleaved in half by the axe. His calves trembled beneath his robe. Before him stood a girl clad in a fiery red dress, perhaps 16 or 17. With a face so delicate it seemed as though it could be pierced by a breeze. She was exquisitely fair, undeniably a beauty, though her petite stature only added to her charm, if not for the two massive axes she wielded. Su Shaoling pointed one of the axes at Chen Buxiu, her expression icy. Pretty boy, where is the new arrival, Chen Buxiu? I intend to cleave him. Chen Buxiu, eyeing the axe that was larger than his own head, swallowed again and replied meekly, Senior sister, I believe you must have mistaken me. My name is Chen Chongsheng. What relation do I have with Chen Buxiu? Xiao Ling regarded Chen with a skeptical gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You are a new face as well, sharing the surname Chen. Could it be that you are the one who leveraged connections to usurp my rightful place? Absolutely not. Chen vehemently shook his head, resembling a bobblehead in his fervor. His expression transformed into one of shared indignation as he clenched his teeth and proclaimed, those who exploit connections are the most detestable. How dare they encroach upon the opportunity of such a charming young lady? If I were to encounter him, I would ensure he receives a thorough reckoning. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and threw a couple of punches into the air, his passion evident. Shaoling gradually lowered her weapon, observing his seemingly honest demeanor. You don't appear to be that despicable scoundrel after all. Chen let out a sigh of relief and, in a persuasive tone, replied, Senior sister. Considering the grandiose manner in which you've approached this, that scoundrel has likely fled in terror. Why don't you return for now? I shall keep a vigilant watch. Should that Chen reappear, I will inform you, and together we shall teach him a lesson he won't forget. I want to see him with his head split open, Xiao Ling declared with fierce determination. Chen added, once you have dispatched him, may I borrow your axe? I would relish the chance to strike him down myself. Such a person deserves no mercy. Xiao Ling nodded appreciatively, her gaze toward Chen becoming warmer, and she heartily patted him on the shoulder. You truly are a person of character, young Master Chen. I shall protect you hereafter. With that, she strode away, axes in hand. Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered softly, that fierce little beauty is indeed striking, but her intellect leaves much to be desired. Suddenly, Xiao Ling halted, causing Chen to instinctively retreat a step, prepared to flee. Thank you, she called back, waving her axe boldly before striding off with purpose. Once her figure vanished from sight, Chen plopped down onto the ground, relieved. Thank goodness for my cleverness. Boom. Old 8. We knew you could handle that little vixen. The members of the Alchemical Seven emerged from the room, their faces beaming with smiles. Iron Darlong gave a thumbs up. Old 8, impressive. Chen rolled his eyes at his companions. You lot lack loyalty. At least I've managed to divert her for now. However, Shiman Sanlang doused Chen-'s triumph with cold reality. Old 8, you've merely momentarily deceived her. What do you think will happen if she finds out she has been played? The mood shifted as the group's expressions darkened, prompting Chen to rise and make his exit. Where are you going, junior brother? Iron Darlong inquired. Living 3 days as a cultivator is preferable to living 80 years as a mortal. Consider me gone. I'm returning to Shangfen Village, Chen lamented. Simultaneously, the villagers of Shangfen Village felt an unsettling shiver run through them. Even the rooster at the village's edge instinctively tucked its head in, sensing an ominous premonition. Junior brother. The Tai Ching sect stands on the brink of annihilation. For a mere mortal to attempt to leave is akin to leaping from a precipice. It would be swifter to take one's own life. Tai Dalong casually produced a small knife and handed it to Chen Buxiu, saying, What is the matter? Am I doomed to perish? Chen Buxiu stared at Tai Dalong with lifeless eyes. I must cultivate. As long as I surpass her, that will suffice. Chen Buxiu caressed the immortal technique nestled in his bosom, recalling what Emperor Hong had said about the Thunder Peak. A place where one could refine their body through heavenly lightning. Isn't it better to be struck by lightning than by an axe? Shiman Sanlang stroked his smooth chin. That is indeed a viable solution. Su Shaoling has only been in the Immortal sect for half a month, and she is merely at the first level of Qi refinement. The first level of Qi refinement? What sort of realm is that? Chen Buxiu inquired. Tai Dalong explained, the path of cultivation is divided into several stages. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and so forth. The Qi refinement stage is the initial phase of cultivation, comprising 10 levels. The first level represents the entry-level realm. So Su Shaoling isn't particularly formidable, then? Why aren't you all assisting me? Chen Buxiu said, his expression darkening. Cough, cough. That girl has far too many admirers. Not only on Thunder Peak, but also from the outer sect. Moreover, she is the sister of Steward Su, which complicates matters for us, Tai Dalong said awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Chen Buxiu grasped the situation and his gaze hardened with resolve. It seemed that if he wished to preserve his head from being cleaved in two, he would have to rely on himself. Clenching his fists, he proclaimed loudly, I shall cultivate. Chapter 4. The Thunder of Immortality Old 8. Are you certain you wish to enter the Thunder Pool to harness the celestial lightning for body refinement? Iron Dajiang inquired with concern. For the fundamental requirement for such an endeavor was to have at least reached the first layer of Qi refinement. To confront heavenly lightning with the frail physique of a mortal would surely result in a disastrous fate. Chen Buxiu resolutely nodded. I have my methods. Let me there. Thus, under Iron Dajiang's guidance, Chen Buxiu arrived at a cave deep within the Zixian Peak. Even at the entrance, he could feel the hair on his skin standing on end. A faint stinging sensation creeping upon him. The cave's entrance bore the inscription, Thunder Pool. This was a branch of the Thunder Pool originating from the Golden Thunder Peak, where lightning orbs were stored specifically for the disciples of Zixian Peak to refine their bodies. Every disciple was permitted to utilize the Thunder Pool only once a month, both to prevent reckless behavior that could harm their foundations and due to the limited capacity for disciples within the pool. Up ahead is Elder Wancheng, who oversees the Thunder Pool, Iron Dajiang whispered to Chen Buxiu. At the cave's mouth sat an elderly man with a white beard, cross-legged upon a stone, who coldly remarked, A mortal dares to enter the Thunder Pool? Are you seeking death? Iron Dajiang replied respectfully, Elder Wan. This is a new disciple from our weapon refinement department. I am Chen Buxiu. Di Hong is my uncle, and he has taught me the techniques necessary for this undertaking. I can withstand it, Chen Buxiu said, mustering his courage. After all, he referred to Di Hong as his uncle, and Di Hong had not objected to this claim. Wancheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Did Di Hong send you? I was not aware he had such a relative. Very well, follow me inside. Should anything unforeseen occur, call out loudly. I do not wish to bear the brunt of that rascal's ire for failing to watch over you. Iron Dajiang and Chen Buxiu exchanged a glance before hastening back to the weapon refinement department, for aside from their daily cultivation, they were also tasked with the crafting and maintenance of weapons and spiritual artifacts for various departments and external disciples. Chen Buxiu diligently followed behind Wancheng, fearful that a moment's inattention might result in him being struck by lightning, leaving nothing but ash in its wake. Having resolutely committed to mastering the immortal technique, he could not afford to perish before even beginning. Inside the cave, a well-structured stone path led onward, flanked by luminous stones that radiated a gentle glow, illuminating their way. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at a stone chamber merely 10 steps ahead, where 10 blue-violet orbs were embedded in a circular arrangement upon the ceilings, flickering with an ethereal light. The stone floor was marred with charred marks, some even cracked. Wancheng pointed to the scorched markings on the ground and calmly instructed, Stand there. Once you are prepared, let me know, and I will summon the celestial lightning. Chen Buxiu swallowed hard, casting furtive glances at the blue-violet lightning orbs as he gingerly approached, his legs somewhat weak. He took out the immortal technique and meticulously perused it, unveiling the title page that contained the core principles of the practice. Immortal technique. One must possess an undying heart to practice. One must possess a mortal heart to truly engage. The immortal technique transforms death into life, seeks survival amidst demise, and thus achieves eternal life. Channel the celestial lightning into the body, using oneself as the vessel. The intricacies of existence oscillate between gain and loss, flesh and bone, as one engages with the divine energy that defies death itself. The profound mastery of this arcane art ensures eternal remembrance. The initial chapter following the overarching principles elucidates the method of drawing lightning into the body, harnessing celestial thunder to awaken spiritual energy, which subsequently circulates within. Upon successfully grasping the immortal technique, a vortex of spiritual energy will manifest in the Dantian, significantly amplifying both physical strength and defensive capabilities. Though Chen Buxiu had never practiced this art, the sensation of heavenly thunder coursing through his being was undeniably alarming. Were it not for the pressing circumstances imposed by the relentless Qiu Shaoling, he would resolutely refuse to engage with this absurd immortal technique. The immortal technique? Such audacity to propagate it further. Wan Cheng, recognizing the ancient method with a glance, recalled having encountered it a century prior. Boy, is it not too late to begin now? He remarked, lacking the patience to indulge him further. Are you prepared? I am about to summon the lightning. Chen Buxiu, steeling himself with determination, replied, Wan Steward, I am ready. Bring it on. I fear not. Wan Cheng nodded, gesturing with his hand as one of the 10 thunder pearls erupted with brilliant electric light, filling the room with thunderous resonance. Crack! A bolt of celestial lightning, as thick as an arm, shot forth from the pearl and crashed to the ground. Alas! Just as the divine lightning was about to strike the earth, Chen Buxiu, with a cry of desperation, lunged forward. The lightning scorched the ground, yet it did not graze a single hair on him. Remarkably, this strike of divine lightning had missed. Wan Cheng's expression darkened as he admonished, Boy, why do you evade? If you wish to escape, then do so without the theatrics. Embarrassed, Chen Buxiu scrambled to his feet, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Wan Steward, it was merely a reflex. Stand still. Let us try again. Wan Cheng summoned the thunder pearl once more, and the divine lightning descended. Chen Buxiu executed a nimble backflip, perfectly evading the strike. Wan Cheng summoned the thunder pearl again, and once more the lightning crashed to the ground. Chen Buxiu nimbly sidestepped, successfully avoiding it yet again. Wan Cheng, exasperated, huffed with indignation. Are you here to temper your body with celestial lightning or to practice your dodging skills? In truth, Chen Buxiu was not acting out of intent. But the thought of being struck by lightning and having it course through his body was enough to instill a primal fear within him, triggering instinctual evasive maneuvers developed over years of survival. Wan Steward, this time I assure you I will not, Chen Buxiu began with a strained smile. But before he could finish, he felt a prickling sensation at the crown of his head. Unbeknownst to him, the thunder pearl had begun to flicker ominously above. Strike it! Wan Cheng, ignoring Chen Buxiu's protests, bellowed as a bolt of celestial lightning descended directly upon his head. Instantly, every hair stood on end, and an excruciating pain surged through him, overwhelming him with intense spasms, rendering him unable to even scream. Wan Cheng, observing the convulsing Chen Buxiu, smirked and quipped, Keep dodging. You little rascal. An old man must resort to surprise attacks. Chen Buxiu, struggling to articulate through the pain and emitting wisps of smoke from his mouth, managed to utter a few labored words. Wan Cheng let out a cold snort, dismissing the trivialities. Now is the time to practice your undying technique. Chen Buxiu finally grasped the situation, promptly focusing on harnessing the spiritual energy ignited by the celestial thunder. As he concentrated his thoughts to gather that energy, he absorbed the residual celestial thunder within his body into his dantian, subsequently operating it according to the principles of the undying technique. Iron Dalong had previously informed him that when the spiritual energy could circulate within his body for a complete cycle without dispersing, he would have reached the first layer of qi refinement. However, as the energy infused with celestial thunder barely traversed his meridians, Chen Buxiu cried out in agony. It's too coarse. The energy, initially ferocious due to the celestial thunder's influence, was further intensified by the remnants of the celestial lightning, causing his meridians to nearly rupture. Chen Buxiu rolled about in torment, yet he showed no inclination to cease his efforts. Although he feared pain and death, once he resolved to pursue a course of action, he was willing to endure. A mortal perishes, yet the undying endure for eternity. If I must bear this suffering, I shall not allow it to be in vain. Thus, while howling in anguish, he encouraged himself. It hurts so much, but I am unafraid. I shall not falter. Wan Cheng observed Chen Buxiu's cries, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, yet a glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes. Though this youth fears death, his mental fortitude is commendable. He possesses great potential. I shall lend you my assistance. Let the thunder come. Chen Buxiu widened his eyes at the sight of the second bolt of celestial thunder, his face turning pale as he expressed heartfelt gratitude. Old Undying, I curse you. Chapter 5. Come, ravage me without restraint. The tumultuous spiritual energy, intermingled with celestial thunder, coursed through Chen Buxiu's meridians. Although the agony persisted, after a period of adaptation, Chen Buxiu no longer emitted the wretched wails akin to a slaughtered pig. He could even sense that his dantian seemed to form a miniature vortex, with wisps of spiritual energy continuously converging from the heavens and the earth, replenishing the consumption circulating through his meridians. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Buxiu had successfully completed a full cycle of the Great Circulation. This signified that he had become a genuine cultivator, possessing the cultivation level of qi refinement at the first layer. What he failed to notice was that during this time, his skin had become even fairer and softer, subtly radiating a metallic sheen, a manifestation of his entry into the undying divine art. Senior One, has the Thunder Pool still not opened after 7 days? Yes. We have been waiting for 7 days. What on earth is happening? Outside the cavern of the Thunder Pool, a dozen disciples from various academies expressed their dissatisfaction. It turned out that it had been 7 days since Chen Buxiu entered the Thunder Pool. Humph, if you do not wish to enter, then do not bother in the future. Wanqing snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura momentarily flashed, causing all the disciples to break into a cold sweat. Only then did they obediently disperse. Old Cough, Elder Wan, I have completed my training. Thank you for your protection. Chen Buxiu emerged from the cavern, a hearty smile adorning his honest face. Wanqing glanced at Chen Buxiu. Oh, you've reached the first layer of qi refinement. Now be off. You delayed the Thunder Pool for 7 days. Chen Buxiu respectfully bowed to Wanqing and made his way toward the Artifact Refining Institute. Wanqing observed the departing figure of Chen Buxiu, his gaze subtly shifting. An intriguing young man. Chen Buxiu. A melodious voice, sweet as silver bells, rang out behind him, clear, cheerful, and imbued with the sweetness of youth. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Buxiu responded, "Which beautiful sister is calling for me?" However, when he turned around, he was rendered speechless. Clad in a fire-red gown, the charming petite beauty stood before him, but what was once 2 formidable axes had transformed into a thick, long, coiling wooden staff. Su Shaoling smiled sweetly, her voice dripping with honey. Brother Buxiu, it truly is you. You've tricked me so badly. Indeed, Su Shaoling was stunning. And with that charming smile, Chen Buxiu found himself momentarily entranced. Yet, in the next instant, the fair jade hand of the red-dressed girl swung the staff down, striking fiercely against Chen Buxiu's chest. He let out a cry of agony. Yet, astonishingly, Chen Buxiu merely swayed slightly. He was taken aback himself. Although his chest ached, it felt as though a wave of warmth surged within him, swiftly alleviating the pain. And even the vortex in his dantian spun rapidly for several cycles. What is happening? Why does it feel as though my cultivation has improved slightly from this blow? Could it be the undying divine art? Chen Buxiu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Xiaoling was momentarily taken aback. She had heard that Chen Buxiu was merely immortal, hence she had no intention of using lethal force, applying only 30% of her strength. However, the impact of her strike seemed to yield little effect. Although the fellow let out a cry of anguish, why did she perceive a glimmer of delight upon his face? A shiver ran down her spine as she contemplated the possibility that he might be. In order to confirm his speculation, Chen Buxiu remarked, "It doesn't hurt. It merely tickles. Put some effort into it." Xiaoling was instantly incensed. She had intended to spare Chen Buxiu's life, yet he displayed such audacity. With a fierce swing of her dragon spiral staff, she aimed a powerful blow at his ribs, this time channeling 80% of her strength and even infusing it with spiritual energy. Surely, not even a mere mortal, let alone one at the first layer of qi refinement, could withstand such an assault without suffering broken ribs. With a dull thud, the staff connected. Yet the anticipated scream did not resonate. Instead, Chen Buxiu stood there, hands on his hips, having only taken 2 steps back. Once more, he felt the small vortex in his dantian spinning rapidly. At this rate, within 7 days, he would ascend to the second layer of qi refinement. Overcome with excitement, Chen Buxiu burst into laughter, eagerly beckoning, "Xiaoling, continue. Keep going. Feel free to unleash your full might upon me." Xiaoling was taken aback. Was he truly a fool? Perceiving her stunned expression, Chen Buxiu stepped forward, positioning himself perfectly for her strikes, and cheerfully urged, "Why are you dawdling? Hit me." What was this brazen behavior? Xiaoling's face flushed, transitioning from pale to purple and finally to crimson. Realization dawned upon her. This was a provocation, a blatant affront. When had she, Xiaoling, ever endured such humiliation? The dragon spiral staff whirled above her head, raining down blows upon Chen Buxiu. Yet, he merely shielded his head with his hands, slightly bending forward, allowing the staff to strike him, his simple visage radiating delight. The vortex in his dantian spun with increasing vigor, and the spiritual energy surged, even producing a sensation of expansion within him. Have you not eaten? Strike harder. Chen Buxiu chided, sensing the diminishing force of her blows. Xiaoling was on the verge of madness. The humiliation was unbearable. She felt as if her teeth might shatter. And with a furious roar, she unleashed all her spiritual energy. I will strike you down. With a decisive swing, the dragon spiral staff descended toward Chen Buxiu's head. Though his physique was robust and seemingly impervious to harm, Chen Buxiu's clever head certainly could not withstand such a blow. He felt the overwhelming energy in his dantian yearning for release, and thus concentrated it into his fist, delivering a powerful strike. Crack! The staff shattered upon impact, yet the excruciating pain radiating from his fist compelled Chen Buxiu to cry out, "My dragon spiral staff!" Xiaoling's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at the broken pieces. She had never encountered such profound indignation, to be struck and ridiculed. All while her brother's gift was reduced to splinters. You, just wait. Wiping away her tears, she fled. Departing? Chen Buxiu felt he had not yet received his fill of combat. Chen Buxiu, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted toward the direction where Su Xiaoling had departed. Su Xiaoling, remember to strengthen your cultivation before you come to challenge me. Su Xiaoling cried, even louder. Little did Chen Buxiu imagine that there would come a day when he yearned to be struck. With a buoyant spirit, he returned to the refining institute, where only Tai Dalong was tidying up the refining materials. Upon seeing Chen Buxiu's return, he waved and said, "Old 8, you've reached the first layer of qi refinement. Your progress is impressive. You're just in time." Jean Fuguay from the Miscellaneous Institute sent a pile of materials to forge a hammer. Your third brother has gone to fetch the remaining supplies. Since you've just begun, I'll take this opportunity to teach you the fundamentals of refining. With a mischievous grin, Chen Buxiu exclaimed, "Senior brother, let us set that aside for now. Come, hit me." Tai Dalong was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Chen Buxiu, brimming with excitement, urged, "Come on, use your fist as big as a sandbag and strike me with all your might. I can take it." Very well. Bang. Tai Dalong was a man of his word. Chen Buxiu's body was propelled several meters away. Chapter 6. Rumors that punch nearly rendered Chen Buxiu unconscious. He lay on the ground for quite some time before recovering, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. The force behind Tai Dalong's blow was on an entirely different level compared to Su Xiaoling's. Such a strike, repeated several times, could very well have ended his life. Although at the moment of impact, he did feel his dantian vortex whirl with increased vigor and his cultivation level rise. The enhancement was nowhere near as pronounced as the effects of Su Xiaoling's attack. It was perplexing that he had endured a more formidable assault yet experienced less benefit. Was it possible that only malicious attacks yielded such results? Chen Buxiu pondered, yet could not arrive at a conclusion. With an expression of innocence, Tai Dalong remarked, "Old 8. You were the one who claimed to be able to take a beating and insisted that I strike you. I am at the 4th level of qi refinement. My punch could fell a bull. You certainly do not seem very resilient. Are you all right? You're not dead, are you?" Chen Buxiu rolled his eyes, the pain in his chest still nagging at him. However, the dantian vortex was rapidly absorbing spiritual energy, a gentle warmth coursing through his chest, leading him to recline on the ground and rest. Next time he sought someone to spar with, he would be sure to inquire about their level first. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoling, disregarding the gazes of those around her, wiped her tears and headed towards the flower-picking courtyard. The onlookers, aware of the young lady's temper, dared not stare for long. Yet their curiosity compelled them to sneak glances. Ximin Sanlang, seeing Su Xiaoling, could not help but worry for Chen Buxiu, approaching her with concern. "Junior sister. How is my little junior brother? You didn't seriously harm him, did you?" Su Xiaoling clenched her fist and shouted, "It's all that bastard Chen Buxiu's fault. You're no saint either, just leave." Ximin Sanlang was taken aback. Could it be that my little junior brother had brought her to tears? Su Xiaoling, with reddened eyes, glared at him and commanded, "Leave." What nonsense, Su Xiaoling crying over Chen Buxiu. I heard it too. Chen Buxiu made Su Xiaoling cry. Instantly, the nearby disciples' eyes lit up with excitement as they hurried away to spread this sensational news. Ximin Sanlang sensed that a peculiar rumor was taking flight. Brother. Trouble is brewing. A flurry of hurried footsteps announced Wu Erlang's return, his expression one of bewilderment upon seeing Chen Buxiu lying on the ground. Tai Dalong inquired, "What's the matter? Why the rush?" "Boss, the news of old 8 and Su Xiaoling has spread like wildfire across the Xin Peak. They say he made Su Xiaoling cry." Wu Erlang replied, "I made Su Xiaoling cry?" Chen Buxiu, ignoring the pain in his chest, shot upright. Where did such a rumor originate? Wu Erlang shook his head. I don't know, but everyone is talking about it. They say that the mad girl was devastated. At that moment, Shimin Samlang staggered back, carrying a bundle of ingredients. Wu Erlang excitedly exclaimed, Old 3, have you heard? The word is out that Old 8 made Su Shaoling cry. Cough, huh? Is that so? Shimin Samlang's expression grew somewhat stiff. Wu Erlang nodded earnestly, indeed. The suitors of Su Shaoling at the Zixian Peak are utterly infuriated. Each one gritting their teeth and itching to eliminate Lao Ba, seeking vengeance for Su Shaoling. Notably, Jin Fugue from the miscellaneous courtyard has declared he will beat the immortality out of him. Chen Buxiu's face darkens, resembling a coal lump, as he curses, damn it. Who spread these rumors? I swear I will make them pay. Coughing awkwardly, Shimin Sanlang clears his throat and states earnestly, to be honest, I truly do not know who is behind these slanders. If I find out, I assure you, your third brother will be the first to assist you in dealing with him. Chen Buxiu, rising from the ground, wears a sorrowful expression and replies, Perhaps I should refrain from going out for a while. Senior brother, aren't you supposed to teach me artifact forging? I might as well craft myself some armor for protection. Tai Dalong nods. Indeed, but little junior brother, do not be afraid. We must not offend Su Shaoling. Yet those insignificant characters wishing to cause you trouble at the Artifact Forging Institute will find it far from easy. Wu Erlang scoffs, little junior brother. Focus on your cultivation within the courtyard. With your brothers here, while the outer disciples may not be able to handle it. The lot from Zixian Peak will certainly respect us. As Chen Buxiu gazes at his brothers, warmth fills his heart, whether it be Su Shaoling or others. The Artifact Forging 7 have no obligation to offend them for the sake of a mere stranger. Yet, they choose to protect him, their little junior brother. Chen Buxiu silently reflects that he must resolve his own matters, for only through heightened cultivation, swift evasion, and formidable skills can one achieve true immortality. Lao Ba, since Jin Fugue seeks to trouble you, why not use his materials to practice? We shall teach you the art of forging. Shimin Sanlang grins mischievously. Tai Dalong chuckles, taking the materials towards the forging table in the institute, remarking, this lad has gathered quite a collection of fine materials. He hardly needs so much for a mere hammer. We can help him utilize them. The trio excitedly rummages through Jin Fugue's materials. Chen Buxiu, somewhat perplexed, asks, Senior brothers, what do you mean by this? Tai Dalong, smashing a branch of iron fir, earnestly responds, Little junior brother, whether at Zixian Peak or the outer sect, we often have requests for weapon or artifact forging. Yet there are always leftover scraps, right? In the spirit of waste not, want not, we must consume these remnants. Wu Erlang adds, to prevent waste. We must endure a bit of hardship ourselves. By the way, third brother, share some of that black gold powder with me. Don't hoard it all. Clearing his throat and rubbing his hands together, Chen Buxiu cautiously remarks, Senior brothers, is this really appropriate? The trio pauses, exchanging glances. Little junior brother, this spirit root you possess will be perfect for forging your overlord bow, enhancing its capacity for spiritual energy and boosting the power of its arrows. Well, it's about time to cease. We mustn't go too far, lest we attract unwanted attention. Chen Buxiu unhesitatingly accepted the spiritual root, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the remaining materials. Brothers, he exclaimed, this Jin Fugue intends to hammer my head into oblivion with this mallet. And we shall settle for merely this little bit of his resources? Tai Dalong was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled, Old 8, you've caught on splendidly. However, we adhere to principles when it comes to salvaging scraps, lest we expose ourselves. The core metal for crafting the weapon, we generally refrain from touching, as it fundamentally influences the weapon's dimensions. We only utilize it for supplementary materials when we have leftovers to spare for household expenses. As for the auxiliary materials, we only claim the edges and redundancies, ensuring that the overall refining effect remains intact. Jin Fugue's ambition to forge a heavy hammer is glaringly obvious. The remaining materials will be difficult for us to acquire. Tai Dalong scratched his head in contemplation, while the other Erlang also shook his head. Difficult, indeed. Chen Buxiu revealed a simple and honest smile, saying, Brothers, listen to my suggestion. We could craft the hammer as hollow, allowing for a grander size, and then add some materials within the hammerhead. The weight would pose no issue, all done discreetly, heh. Chapter 7. I hear you want to beat me? Upon hearing Chen Buxiu's words, Tai Dalong was taken aback. How could they have overlooked such an excellent method before? Chen Buxiu continued, moreover, when forging swords, we could design the blood groove as hollow, which would conserve materials. When crafting staffs, enlarging the embossed patterns would create an imposing appearance while significantly reducing material usage. The artisans listened to Chen Buxiu with wide, gleaming eyes, as if they were gazing upon treasures. Old 8, why didn't you join our forging academy sooner? Hearing your words is like a long-awaited rain after a drought. Starting today, our academy shall ascend to new heights. Consequently, the Forging Academy posted notices at the entrance, increasing their output and widely soliciting materials. 3 days later, what has caused such a transformation at the Forging Academy? Previously, they were reluctant to accept anything beyond the tasks assigned to the deacons or outer disciples. Producing 3 items in a month was considered commendable. Now, they were accepting all comers. Some disciples puzzled over the notices outside. Wasn't it true? They only favored high-grade forging materials. Common metals were scarcely given a glance. What was happening today? Regardless, an opportunity this rare was not to be missed. I am determined to seize it. The disciples of Zixian Peak murmured among themselves outside. While within the Forging Academy, the furnaces blazed with fervor. 7 muscular men, along with Chen Buxiu, were energetically toiling, wielding hammers that sent sparks flying, their brows glistening with sweat. Old 8, you are becoming increasingly proficient. Shimen Sanlang praised. Indeed, it appears you possess a natural talent for forging, Wu Erlang remarked. It is all thanks to my senior brother's excellent instruction, Chen Buxiu declared, as he struck down with his hammer, extracting 1/10 of the material from the mysterious stone, meticulously bagging it and labeling it with fluid precision. 1/10 of the mysterious stone was now securely within the Academy's possession, with the materials proportionately arranged. The time had come for the true forging process to commence. Let us forge a battle hammer for Jean Fugue, ha ha ha. Chen Buxiu and the artisans exchanged glances, their faces alight with innocent smiles. After days of study, Chen Buxiu had grasped the fundamentals of forging, and he had also imparted some peculiar knowledge to his brothers. This was his inaugural hands-on practice. The Forging Academy boasted a geothermic furnace, a legacy of centuries, capable of producing primal fire through the infusion of spiritual energy. Only flames of this caliber could meld the forging materials. Once subjected to high temperatures, the materials would be poured into molds, shaped by the manipulations of the forger's spiritual energy. However, the shaping process consumed spiritual energy continuously. And only halfway through did Chen Buxiu realize this dilemma. His reservoir of spiritual energy was woefully insufficient, having expended nearly all of it. He faced a dire choice. If he ceased shaping now, wouldn't the materials in the mold be rendered useless? Gritting his teeth, Chen Buxiu summoned every ounce of strength, the vortex in his dantian swirling rapidly, drawing in the ambient spiritual energy to barely sustain his dwindling reserves. This is the remarkable essence of the undying divine skill. While other martial arts rely on breathing techniques to absorb the spiritual energy of the cosmos, the undying divine skill draws upon the vortex of energy within the dantian, allowing for a rapid and sustained intake of spiritual essence. Tai Dalong and Wu Erlang observed with bated breath. Every time they sensed Chen Buddy's energy nearing depletion and were about to intervene, a fresh surge of energy would flow forth. However, the beads of sweat accumulating on Chen Buddy's forehead were increasingly indicative of excessive energy expenditure, causing them to fear that he might faint at any moment. Yet, Chen Buddy was at a critical juncture in shaping the hammer, and they were apprehensive about interrupting him and causing unforeseen complications. Thus they remained steadfast in their vigilance. With a crack, the mold's seal gave way. Chen Buddy weakly opened his eyes and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Senior brother, it seems my talent is lacking. I nearly failed. I can only imagine that when you were at my level, you accomplished several shapes with ease." The faces of the other disciples present betrayed a sense of awkwardness, as they too had only managed to complete a single shape with great difficulty at the second layer of chi refinement. Chen Buddy, however, was truly gifted. Tai Dalong chuckled heartily, relieved that the task was completed. Chen Buddy grinned, his demeanor exuding confidence. The war hammer, now extracted from the mold, was indeed imposing. The hammerhead was the size of a watermelon, crafted from black iron, and its mere appearance was enough to strike onto the hearts of onlookers. Yet, it was primarily the appearance that was intimidating, for in order to enlarge the hammer, Chen Buddy had embedded a hefty piece of polished stone within the hammerhead. While the materials for refinement were utilized primarily for aesthetics, Chen Buddy hefted the hammer and inquired, "Senior brother, what is Jean Fugue's level of cultivation?" Tai Dalong scoffed. He is merely at the peak of the first layer of chi refinement, relying on his family's ample resources to act arrogantly. Should he dare to misbehave in the refining institute, My grandfather will ensure he understands why flowers bloom so beautifully. No, senior brother, isn't he intend on beating me? I wish to challenge him to a fair duel. Upon hearing Jin Fugui's level of cultivation, Chen Buxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This level was just right. Based on his calculations, with his current mastery of the Undying Divine skill, he could defeat anyone below the second layer of Qi refinement without sustaining harm, thus enhancing his own cultivation speed. After several days of refining, Chen Buxiu's own level had also risen significantly. He was now able to circulate most of his second cycle. It was indeed an opportune moment to endure some blows. I shall head to the miscellaneous office and let him strike me. With that, Chen Buxiu laughed heartily, hammer in hand, and dashed off. Watching Chen Buxiu depart in such high spirits, Tai Dalong and the others were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, pondering whether Laoba harbored some peculiar inclinations. In the miscellaneous office, a group of disciples sat in a circle, among them a lean youth clad in a golden robe and adorned with a jade-buckled belt, who was furiously shouting, "That scoundrel Chen Buxiu! I shall make it my mission to ruin him." This youth was none other than Jin Fugui. Despite his humble origins, he hailed from a family of renowned wealth, and his father had spared no expense to ensure his son's ascendance in the realm of cultivation. The disciples of the miscellaneous affairs court also scolded, "Let's beat that little brat. He has only just arrived at the peak for a few days and is already so arrogant. Let's teach him a lesson." Jin Fugui clenched his fists and thought, "Once I have the battle hammer crafted by the Artifact Refining Institute returned, I will make him regret ever crossing me." A loud shout suddenly drew the attention of Jin Fugui and his companions. They beheld an imposing figure wielding a massive war hammer, exuding an air of simple sincerity, with a bright smile revealing white teeth. "I am Chen Buxiu," he proclaimed. "Which one of you is Jin Fugui? I heard you want to beat me." Jin Fugui, upon seeing the enormous hammer, involuntarily took a step back. Steeling himself, he replied, "I am Jin Fugui. You fellow disciples are not permitted to use lethal weapons in sparring. If you dare, let's have a bare-handed duel and witness how I deal with you." All right. Where do you intend to fight me?" Chen Buxiu eagerly stepped forward, grasping Jin Fugui's sleeve with determination. Jin Fugui, the onlookers from the Artifact Refining Institute. Chapter 8. A breakthrough through beatings, let go of me. Jin Fugui forcefully shook off Chen Buxiu. "Just watch how I deal with you." "Haha, delightful." Chen Buxiu set down his hammer, standing joyfully before Jin Fugui, his smile radiant as if he were not about to face a beating, but rather preparing for a wedding. A disciple from the miscellaneous courtyard scratched his head, saying, "Senior brother Jin, something feels off." Another disciple shared his confusion, wondering if this fellow was plotting something. As Jin Fugui glared at the defiant Chen Buxiu, his anger surged at the thought of Chen Buxiu bullying Su Shaoling. He could no longer contain himself. No matter what, he was determined to beat him to a pulp. Chen Buxiu, noticing the fury etched on Jin Fugui's face, nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he desired. "Come at me, Chen Buxiu," Jin Fugui bellowed, lunging forward with a punch that erupted with force. Although the disciples of Zixian Peak had yet to master spells, their innate spiritual energy imbued their fists and feet with immense power. Chen Buxiu did not flinch or evade. He allowed the punch to strike his chest. He stepped back slightly, feeling the rapid whirl of energy in his dantian, a wave of exhilaration coursing through him. Indeed, this impact was far superior to that from Tai Dalong. Chen Buxiu further validated his hypothesis. The undying technique seemed to sense malice, and only attacks born of ill intent could accelerate its cultivation, fundamentally enhancing the speed of energy absorption and the body's defensive capabilities. Brushing off the dust from his chest, he chuckled, "Oh, senior brother Jin, did you skip your meal? Are you just tickling me?" Upon hearing this, Jin Fugui's rage skyrocketed. This was an unabashed humiliation. Channeling his spiritual energy, his fists fell upon Chen Buxiu like a torrential downpour, producing a series of dull thuds. With his hands cradling his head, Chen Buxiu reveled in the increase of his dantian's energy, unable to suppress his laughter. "Senior brother Jin, this scoundrel is actually laughing. How shameless can one be, still chuckling?" exclaimed the disciple from the miscellaneous courtyard. "I will beat you to death." Jin Fugui felt an unprecedented insult, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy as he launched a powerful kick at Chen Buxiu. The kick sent Chen Buxiu tumbling. "Good." The disciples from the miscellaneous courtyard cheered. Though panting heavily, Jin Fugui felt a sense of pride as he saw Chen Buxiu sprawled on the ground. "You realize my might now, don't you?" Before Jin Fugui could finish, Chen Buxiu effortlessly rose from the ground, dusting himself off with a sigh. "Alas, Can't you be a bit more enduring? I nearly. In the astonished gaze of all present, Chen Buxiu picked up the hammer and handed it to Jin Fugui. Here, senior brother Jin, put in some effort. I can take it. Everyone was left dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone make such a request. However, Jin Fugui's eyes turned red with rage. There had to be a limit to arrogance. Enraged, he roared as he swung the hammer. I'll crush you. Ah! This time, Chen Buxiu was struck and sent flying, crashing violently to the ground, where a sharp pain surged from his chest, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Aha! Let that be a lesson for your arrogance. Jin Fugui cackled maniacally at the sight of Chen Buxiu bleeding. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from Chen Buxiu's body. His skin radiated a subtle, luminous glow, and he appeared to elevate to a new level of vitality. He had broken through to the second level of qi refinement. Ha! Chen Buxiu laughed heartily and rushed over to embrace Jin Fugui. Jin Fugui, taken aback, struggled to break free, his face a mix of confusion and indignation. Get off me! What are you doing? Chen Buxiu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed. I just broke through to the second level of qi refinement thanks to your beating. Jin Fugui nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers from the miscellaneous department were left utterly dumbfounded. Was this some kind of joke? He had been beaten and yet achieved the second level of qi refinement? Chen Buxiu waved at Jin Fugui, saying, Brother Jin, I owe my advancement to your blows. Come on, take that little hammer of yours and strike my chest again. Damn you, this is worse than death. Jin Fugui roared, swinging his war hammer towards Chen Buxiu with great ferocity. The hammer struck Chen Buxiu with a resounding thud. Yet, Chen Buxiu could not find joy in the moment, for he realized that after ascending to the second level of qi refinement, Jin Fugui's attacks had utterly lost their efficacy. With his advancement, the defensive capabilities granted by his undying divine art had significantly improved. Seeing that Jin Fugui's attacks were futile, Chen Buxiu's gaze sharpened. You had your chance, and you squandered it. Chen Buxiu thought, as he countered the descending warhammer with a powerful punch. With a dull thud, the impact resonated, leaving Jin Fugui reeling as if his hands were about to shatter, the hammer slipping from his grip, now marked by a distinct fist imprint. What? Is this body even human? Jin Fugui was left in a state of shock. Chen Buxiu disregarded Jin Fugui's expression, seizing him by the collar and delivering a series of blows to his face. Jin Fugui cried out in agony, while the others from the miscellaneous department hesitated to intervene, terrified by the imprint left on the hammer. Oh, I thought you were formidable, but you crumbled so quickly. Chen Buxiu sighed, releasing the battered Jin Fugui, who was now bruised and swollen. Do you have any seniors at the second level of qi refinement? Bring them to fight me. Jin Fugui shook his head vigorously. Brother Chen, I swear I will never trouble you again. Chen Buxiu was immediately displeased, raising his fist before Jin Fugui. Do you not understand human language? I asked if you have any seniors at the second level of qi refinement. Call them to beat me. Jin Fugui was almost in tears, Brother Chen. You don't need to test me anymore. I absolutely will not seek revenge. I swear it. You, Chen Buxiu, in a fit of rage, could barely utter a word. He clenched his fist and unleashed a flurry of heavy blows, all the while inquiring, Can you find someone to beat me up? Can you? Jin Fugui, battered and howling in pain, exclaimed, I truly dare not retaliate against you. I genuinely do not dare. Chen Buxiu rolled his eyes in exasperation, picked up the hammer from the ground, and asked once more, I shall ask you again, can you find someone to beat me? Finally, Jin Fugui appeared to grasp the situation, his expression filled with terror as he nodded vigorously. I can. Our fourth senior brother from the Miscellaneous Institute is away on a mission, but he will return the day after tomorrow. He is at the second level of qi refinement. When he returns, I will have him beat you. Chen Buxiu, satisfied, patted Jin Fugui on the shoulder with a hearty grin. Now that is the spirit. Have him come to the Refining Institute to find me. If he does not strike me, then I shall pay you a visit at the Miscellaneous Institute. As he spoke, Chen Buxiu cracked his knuckles ominously. The onlookers from the Miscellaneous Institute couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines at the sight of him. Chapter 9. The misfortunate Jin Fugui having ascended to the second level of qi refinement, Chen Buxiu was in high spirits, striding joyfully towards the Artifact Refining Institute. As he journeyed halfway, he noticed a gathering of disciples at a hall in the distance, prompting him to hasten his steps to join the fray. What is this task hall? Chen Buxiu inquired, gazing at the sign above the entrance. You're unaware of the task hall. Are you new here? A lean disciple scrutinized Chen Buxiu before responding. With a naive smile, Chen Buxiu replied, Indeed, I am a newcomer. Could you enlighten me about the purpose of the task hall? The lean disciple, displaying unexpected warmth, explained, as disciples of the Zishin Peak, we not only attend to internal affairs, but can also accept tasks from the task hall. By completing these tasks, we can obtain items or merit points. Today, several new tasks have been posted. Everyone is here to see if they can find a suitable one. Understanding dawned upon Chen Buxiu as he nodded thoughtfully, then raised his gaze towards the task board, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. Task 3. Slay 3 wood chickens on the back mountain of Zishin Peak and acquire their tail feathers. Reward: 2 longevity pills, each extending one's lifespan by a year. Number of participants: 2. Current registrants: 1-2. Longevity pills that extend one's life. Chen Buxiu rejoiced, pondering the very essence of cultivating immortality. Was it not simply to prolong life? What was the task of slaying chickens to him? After 2.5 years of practice in Xiangfen village, he could easily dispatch anything edible. I wish to accept task 3. Please register me, he asserted, pushing through the crowd towards the hall's overseer. The overseer cast a cold glance at Chen Buxiu, stating, affiliation and name. Chen Buxiu responded loudly, Artifact Refining Institute. Chen Buxiu. All right. Meet your task partner at the back mountain entrance at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let me record this. Artifact Refining Institute. Chen Buxiu? The overseer repeated, his eyes widening in surprise. Upon hearing the name, the surrounding disciples erupted in astonishment. Is he the one who made Xiaoling cry? That adorable Xiaoling? I was just lamenting my inability to find him. So yes, right here. A chill ran down Chen Buxiu's spine as he sensed the murderous glares from several male disciples. Did that crazy girl truly have so many admirers? As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Faced with such a crowd of burly men, even his immortal abilities would be of little help. Suddenly, Chen Buxiu tilted his head towards the sky and shouted, Look, a pig is flying in the air. Instinctively, everyone gazed skyward, met with a clear sun and azure clouds, finding no sign of a flying pig. However, when they turned back, Chen Buxiu had vanished from the task hall. Frustration boiled within the group as they realized they had been outwitted by Chen Buxiu. If they encountered him again, they vowed to give him a thorough beating. Chen Buxiu slipped back into the Artifact Refining Institute, shutting the door behind him, finally exhaling a breath of relief. Iron Dalong and the others were laboring diligently. And upon seeing Chen Buxiu return, they greeted him enthusiastically. The 8th has returned. However, when he sensed the presence of Chen Buxiu, Tai Dalong was suddenly taken aback. Old 8, you have reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement? Chen Buxiu did not conceal the truth. Indeed, I have attained the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Tai Dalong exclaimed in astonishment, little junior brother. You've only been practicing for less than half a month and you've already broken through? How is that possible? Both Old 2 and Old 3 have been stuck at their bottleneck for half a year. Indeed, Old 8, do share any effective methods with us, they urged. Yes. How did you manage to ascend to the 2nd level of Qi refinement? Wu Erlang and Shiman Sanlang also gathered around, looking at Chen Buxiu with a mix of envy and jealousy. Chen Buxiu scratched his head. I just got beaten up by Jin Fuguei, and while being pummeled, I broke through. Jin Fuguei? It suddenly struck me that I had forgotten to give him a piece of meteorite iron. I must make a trip to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Tai Dalong, lost in thought, shouted and dashed out. Right, us too. Wu Erlang and Shiman Sanlang followed suit. Chen Buxiu was bewildered. Was Jin Fuguei truly that popular today? Nonetheless, he chose to disregard it. He was to hunt for grass chickens on the back mountain tomorrow and needed to prepare before departing. In the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, Jin Fuguei was being supported by others as he received treatment. His face was bruised and his body covered in contusions, groaning in pain. Damn it, this monster Chen Buxiu. I swear I will avenge this someday. Ouch. The disciples of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall echoed. Indeed, when 4th senior brother returns, we will definitely have him teach Chen Buxiu a severe lesson. Jin Fuguei gritted his teeth in hatred. He was truly a masochist. Not only letting me beat him, but also wanting me to find someone to do the same. If only the senior brothers were not on missions, I would make him regret it. I share a deep enmity with Chen Buxiu. Big trouble. A disciple rushed in a fluster. Someone from the Instrument Refinement Hall has arrived. Jin Fuguei was momentarily stunned, instinctively fearing that Chen Buxiu had returned, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. However, the one who arrived was Tai Dalong. Tai senior brother, what brings you here? Jin Fuguei cautiously inquired. Tai Dalong flashed a broad smile, rubbing his hands together. Jin junior brother, I mean no harm. I merely wish for you to give me a good beating. Jean Fuguwei? The disciples of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. My little junior brother has said that after being beaten, he broke through, and I have been stuck at my bottleneck for nearly half a year. I must trouble you, Jean junior brother. Hee hee. Tai Dalong chuckled. Chen Buxiu. Jean Fuguwei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior brother, Chen Buxiu is merely talking nonsense. You mustn't listen to him. How could I dare to hit you? You don't want to? Tai Dalong immediately frowned, his fist cracking ominously. If you refuse to hit me, then I shall hit you. Jean Fuguwei's eyes brimmed with tears. Senior brother, I truly cannot. Tai Dalong threw 2 punches. Do you not understand human language? Will you hit me or not? Jean Fuguwei cried out in agony, unable to endure any longer. I will retaliate. Is that not permissible? The disciples of the miscellaneous courtyard stood in stunned silence, perplexed by the familiarity of the scene before them. 10 minutes later, Tai Dalong departed with a sense of satisfaction, while Jean Fuguwei appeared utterly defeated, shedding tears of grievance. Is junior brother Jean present? We wish to request a favor. Could you possibly give us a thrashing? Wu Erlang and Shimin Sanlang entered the miscellaneous courtyard with expressions of exhilaration. The disciples of the miscellaneous courtyard. With a pitiful scream, Jean Fuguwei dashed towards the rear courtyard. Yet, he was no match for Wu Erlang and Shimin Sanlang. The anguished cries of Jean Fuguwei reverberated throughout the entire miscellaneous courtyard. Chapter 10. Nothing but the hands at the break of dawn the following day. Chen Buxiu was thoroughly prepared and set forth towards the rear mountain of Zixian Peak. He had spent the entire night in the Artifact Refining Institute, procuring an array of treasures for temporary use. He donned a finely woven inner armor, layered with chainmail, which was further enveloped by leather armor, and finally encased in heavy armor. Even his helmet and face guard were meticulously arranged, rendering him entirely swathed in protective gear. On his back, he carried the ominous black Overlord bow, along with a quiver of self-crafted arrows. The weight of his entire ensemble was an impressive 300 pounds. Each step he took resonated with a thunderous thud, causing the ground to tremble slightly, while the clanking of his armor echoed like a symphony of metal. The disciples of Zixian Peak, upon witnessing his peculiar appearance, could not help but cast sidelong glances, inwardly scoffing at the sight. Yet, Chen Buxiu was quite pleased with himself. This armor had been rigorously tested by Tai Dalong, proving impervious to attacks from those at the 3rd level of Qi refining and below. However, it was solely Chen Buxiu's unique immortal skill that granted him such formidable physical enhancements, rendering it a daunting task for others to don such heavy gear, let alone embark on a mission. Although Zixian Peak was a minor entrance peak of the Taiqing sect, its designation as minor was relative to the 7 principal peaks. The forest behind the mountain stretched endlessly, and Chen Buxiu had heard from Tai Dalong that a spiritual vein lay hidden there, accompanied by a guardian beast of the Taiqing sect. Upon reaching the entrance of the rear mountain, Chen Buxiu was taken aback by the sight of a familiar figure. A petite and adorable silhouette, adorned in a vibrant red gown, with a flawlessly beautiful face and a menacing mountain-splitting axe, clearing his throat. Chen Buxiu signaled his arrival, fully aware of the likelihood that Su Shaoling might wield that axe to cleave him in two. What are you wearing? Do you have no shame? Su Shaoling inquired with a furrowed brow. This armor is meant for mortals. Celestial beings are meant to float freely, not to be encumbered by such disgraceful attire. Chen Buxiu had covered himself so thoroughly that only his eyes were visible, making it impossible for Su Shaoling to recognize him. The lack of recognition was a blessing, he mused, as it spared him from potential troubles. I am merely taking precautions. This is my first venture to the rear mountain, and one must be cautious. What if danger were to arise? Chen Buxiu's voice resonated from within the armor, sounding rather muffled. Su Shaoling paused, sensing a hint of familiarity in the voice, yet looking at the comically fearful figure before her, she concluded that she did not know such an embarrassing individual. Let us proceed. The forest behind the mountain was lush and thriving, where only the most benign of spiritual beasts roamed the fringes. Even the spiritual creatures present were of the lowest tier. The previous night, Chen Buxiu had gathered essential information regarding these creatures from his senior brothers. Spiritual beasts were categorized into lower, middle, and upper tiers, corresponding to the levels of cultivators. The target of their hunt, the grasswood chicken, was a docile and non-aggressive lower-tier spiritual beast. In the outer reaches, the pair navigated smoothly through the terrain. The only source of annoyance for Su Shaoling was that Chen Buxiu, clad in cumbersome armor, persistently trailed behind her. At the slightest disturbance, he would scurry behind a tree with a clattering sound. Chen Buxiu was indifferent to Su Shaoling's disdainful gaze. What mattered most? Safety. The first step outdoors demanded protection. A lack of proper defense could lead to tears from loved ones. However, Su Shaoling felt a twinge of curiosity. Despite his heavy armor, Chen Buxiu maintained a commendable pace. The duo soon arrived at a locale frequented by the elusive grasswood chicken. Su Shaoling halted, frowning as she remarked, "Your armor creates too much noise." The grasswood chicken is naturally skittish, and suddenly, Chen Buxiu let out a sharp exclamation, seizing a stout branch. With a swift motion, he leaped onto the tree. In that fleeting moment, the heavy armor seemed to mute its clanking, neither producing a sound nor breaking any branches. As he executed these movements, his other hand deftly drew an arrow, and with a resounding twang, the black bow was drawn to its full moon shape. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Buxiu's eyes, and with a whoosh, the arrow was released. With a soft thud, a greenish shadow fell 100 meters away. All of Chen Buxiu's actions flowed seamlessly, as if he had rehearsed them countless times, leaving Su Shaoling gasping in astonishment. How did you do that?" Chen Buxiu knocked another arrow, drawing the bow to its full moon shape once more, and loosed the arrow, which struck down a second greenish figure in the distance. A slight smile graced his lips as he assumed an air of mastery, calmly stating, "It is merely a matter of practice." Su Shaoling was captivated by his profound demeanor and remarkable archery skills. Even his peculiar attire appeared somewhat appealing. Yet, one could only imagine the ire of the village chief and villagers from Xinfen village upon hearing such words. Indeed, it was practice, honed by targeting over 200 chickens, more than 40 ducks, and a dozen geese. Chen Buxiu swiftly zeroed in on a third target, his bow taut as a crescent moon, arrows flying like lightning. Yet, upon striking, the arrow surprisingly sparked a series of flashes. What was happening? Chen Buxiu was momentarily taken aback. The arrow had clearly hit its mark, but the large chicken remained unharmed. After it, the two exchanged glances and hurriedly pursued the fleeing grasswood chicken, with Chen Buxiu retrieving his arrows along the way. Securing the two slain greenish chickens, each notably larger than a typical fowl, at his waist. "There are traces of blood. It's injured but not dead," Su Shaoling remarked. "Ordinarily, the feathers of a grasswood chicken cannot withstand your arrows. Let us follow the blood trail." The injured chicken bore an unusual fleshy protrusion on its head, its plumage more vibrant than the others. They couldn't let it escape. Chen Buxiu's eyes gleamed with indignation. After 2.5 years of rigorous practice, no chicken had ever evaded his grasp. The pair tracked the blood trail relentlessly, but despite the injured chicken's condition, it maintained a remarkable speed. And after half an hour of pursuit, they had yet to catch sight of it. The grasswood chicken is merely a low-tier spirit beast. How can it run so swiftly? Su Shaoling exclaimed with a puffed-up aura. Chen Buxiu, feeling a surge of vigilance, thought it quite abnormal that his arrow had not slain the creature. Where there is abnormality, there must be something amiss. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation caused Chen Buxiu's hairs to stand on end, as if danger were imminent. "Be careful," Chen Buxiu shouted. And in the next moment, he beheld a grasswood chicken soaring down from above, its claws as sharp as blades, lunging towards his neck. Instinctively, Chen Buxiu rolled aside, narrowly evading a fatal strike, yet the razor-sharp talons still grazed his shoulder armor, sparking from the impact. This grasswood chicken was the size of an ostrich. Its body of vibrant green, its neck a deep iron black, sporting flesh-like horns atop its head, and its bloodthirsty gaze fixated intensely upon the two of them. Su Shaoling's expression shifted abruptly as she declared, "This is bad. It has evolved to the peak of low-tier second rank and is about to transform into a third-rank iron spirit chicken. How dare it mar my exceptionally handsome visage? Regardless of what kind of chicken it is, today I shall feast upon it." Chen Buxiu rose from the ground, noticing that his mask had fallen away, revealing a blood streak carved by the wind from its claws across his face. "Let me end you." Chapter 11. I Forgive You. Chen Buxiu drew an arrow from his quiver, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The bowstring trembled violently as he unleashed arrow after arrow with astounding speed. At such a close range, the second-tier wood chicken stood no chance of evasion. Though the arrows could not pierce its feathers, they caused it to screech in agony. The tremendous force of the arrows forced blood from the creature's beak. As Chen Buxiu continued to fire, he closed the distance until he was but a step away. He discarded the overlord bow, seized the chicken by its neck with one hand, and began to slap its face with the other. While delivering the slaps, he chanted angrily, "How dare you grasp my handsome face? Do you not realize that my livelihood depends on my looks? If I fail to find a fairy sister as my partner, I shall remember you for a lifetime." The wood chicken felt a sense of despair. It had contemplated its own demise and being consumed, but never imagined being held down and slapped. Su Shaoling was equally astonished by the scene before her, not only by the slapping of the wood chicken, but also by the familiar face beneath the mask. Quietly, Su Shaoling picked up an axe and stealthily approached. Chen Buxiu, do you intend to deceive me again? Just as Chen Buxiu was engrossed in his slapping, the cold edge of the axe blade suddenly appeared before him. Instinctively, he touched his mask, only to remember that it had been knocked away by the wood chicken. Su Shaoling, it's primarily its fault. It made my mask fly off, he exclaimed, pointing at the wood chicken and delivering 2 more slaps. The wood chicken. Su Shaoling scoffed. Why not blame me for accepting this task? Chen Buxiu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I do not hold it against you. I forgive you. You. Su Shaoling trembled in anger, her axe blade inching closer to Chen Buxiu's neck. I will account for both old and new grievances today, suddenly. Chen Buxiu's expression turned grave. Something is coming. Get down. He swiftly snapped the wood chicken's neck, disregarding the axe blade before pulling Su Shaoling down with him. What are you doing? Su Shaoling was about to erupt in fury when her expression tightened. A fierce wind surged, causing the trees to sway violently, and a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. The formation had been set. They awaited the arrival of the Saintess. We only need to hold off that old turtle. Once the Saintess arrives, she will surely slay that fierce beast and sever the spiritual vein. Dozens of figures swept through the sky, clad in dark Taoist robes, standing upon flying swords, exuding an overwhelming spiritual pressure as they rushed past Chen Buxiu and Su Shaoling. Only after watching the sword-flying cultivators depart did Chen Buxiu and Su Shaoling dare to rise. Su Shaoling murmured, only foundation-establishing cultivators can fly with swords. Those just now were all foundation strong. Chen Buxiu expressed his envy, so one can fly with a sword after establishing a foundation. No wonder everyone strives to reach that stage quickly. It makes fleeing so much faster. Do you think everyone is as afraid of death as you are? Su Shaoling curled her lips, suggesting that these cultivators were unlikely to be from the Tai Ching sect. Upon hearing them mention a saintess, she knew that the Tai Ching sect had no such figure. Upon hearing this, Chen Buxiu instinctively shrank his neck. They are foundation-building cultivators from outside? We should hasten back to Zixian Peak. If these individuals are foes, our demise is certain upon their sighting of us. Su Shaoling furrowed her brow and declared, it is everyone's duty to protect the mountain gate. We cannot turn a blind eye. Chen Buxiu retrieved the second-tier grassanwood chicken from the ground, saying, if you insist on courting death, I won't stop you. I am at the second layer of qi refining, while you are merely at the first. They could eliminate us with the greatest of ease. The best course of action now is to return to Zixian Peak and report to the sect. After a moment of hesitation, Su Shaoling nodded. Indeed, given their cultivation levels, venturing forth would be tantamount to seeking death. With their minds made up, they hurried back, albeit with heavy hearts. On their return path, 2 formations lay concealed beneath the fallen leaves. At the back mountain of Zixian Peak, in the Immortal Spirit Pool, the water shimmered under a black bee, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy, with depths uncharted and an inexplicable pressure emanating from within. A dozen figures clad in black hovered in the air, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, having completely encircled this area. Behind them lay a spirit formation that had been recently repaired. The leader of the black-clad figures held a pitch-black longsword, vigilantly observing the pool's waters. Upon entering the forbidden grounds of Zixian Peak, there is no mercy. A voice, as terrifying as a tolling bell, resonated from the depths of the pool, causing the entire spirit pool to tremble as if on the verge of boiling over. Prepare. The leader of the black-clad figures bellowed, and the others assumed combat stances, readying their magical artifacts for battle. Within the pool, a colossal whirlpool emerged, and a massive dark figure gradually surfaced from its depths. It was none other than a giant tortoise, akin to a small mountain. The tortoise's eyes were like lanterns, its mouth as formidable as a dragon, with a thick, ancient shell on its back, radiating a faint glow, and its crimson gaze coldly fixed on the black-clad figures, brimming with a chilling, murderous intent. Attack! The leader of the black-clad figures unleashed a surge of dark light from his long sword, transforming it into a black serpent that shot through the air, heading straight for the tortoise's eyes. The other black-clad figures likewise summoned their artifacts, channeling their spiritual power towards the giant tortoise. Who are you? Are you seeking death? The tortoise roared, causing the entire pool's waters to quake, leaving the black-clad figures dizzy. In the next moment, the tortoise struck the water's surface with its immense claws, sending towering columns of water surging toward the assailants. Though the black-clad figures were formidable, they found themselves flustered in the face of the tortoise's assault, barely managing to defend themselves. Form up. Ruthless sword formation. The leader of the black-clad figures swung his black longsword, and the others leapt from their flying swords, forming hand seals with their fingers. The black longsword, akin to a venomous fang, led the charge, followed closely by the other flying swords, as dark spiritual energy enveloped them, coalescing into a sword formation resembling a black serpent. Cold, cruel, merciless, and ruthless. Waves of negative emotions and the terrifying pressure of the sword formation bore down upon the giant tortoise. Ruthless sect. You are courting death, roared the leader. The immense tortoise's eyes revealed a glimmer of apprehension, yet it still emitted a furious roar. Its colossal jaws opened wide, exposing menacing fangs. And from its mouth was expelled a golden orb, roughly the size of a human head. This orb radiated a brilliant light, with faint cracks appearing upon its surface. The members of the Heartless sect were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? A golden core? This ancient tortoise has actually reached the golden core realm." The leader among the black-clad figures furrowed his brow and stated, "No, this old tortoise suffered a severe injury a century ago. Its golden core has fractured, and its realm has since plummeted to the foundation establishment stage. It is merely putting up a fade. We must maintain the sword formation and hold it off until the Saintess arrives to vanquish it. Heartless sect scum, today I shall risk my life to eliminate you." The old tortoise bellowed, unleashing a torrent of rich blood toward the golden core. As the blood splashed upon the orb, its brilliance intensified, and a terrifying wave of energy erupted from it, soaring skyward. Boom! The ancient tortoise was hurled back to the water's surface, spewing blood and gravely wounded. The black-clad figures also sustained severe injuries, collapsing to the ground, their bodies soaked in crimson. The leader of the black-clad individuals was gravely harmed as well. Yet the black longsword had absorbed some of the impact, allowing him to retain a flicker of strength. Saintess, the black-clad figures murmured, their eyes filled with anticipation as they turned toward the ancient teleportation array behind them. Buzz! A terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanated from the ancient array, a dark radiance shimmering with mysterious runes, as a figure materialized in the center of the formation. Chapter 12. Bird hunting. The cloaked figures erupted in jubilant cheers, while the old turtle's eyes brimmed with despair. "We humbly welcome the Saintess. Please slay the beast." The black-clad individual struggled to rise, bowing reverently toward the figure emerging from the ancient teleportation array. As the radiance of the array gradually dimmed, a rigid silhouette materialized at its center, clad in heavy armor, with a longbow slung across their back and 2 dead chickens hanging from their waist. A pair of shifty eyes peeked through the narrow slits of their mask. Chen Buxiu and the cloaked figures exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide in astonishment. All present were momentarily frozen in disbelief. One of the black-clad figures murmured, "Has the Saintess abandoned her cool demeanor? Why does she appear so rustic and somewhat lewd?" The leader of the cloaked figures smacked him on the head, exclaiming, "You fool! This is clearly not the Saintess." Rubbing his head, the black-clad figure pondered, "Could it be the Holy Sun? Open your eyes, you blind fool. This is not one of ours." The leader seethed through gritted teeth, realizing the teleportation array could only be used once. This was a disaster. Chen Buxiu, equally bewildered by the scene before him, recalled that he had been sprinting towards the Xian Peak with Su Shaoling. The moment his foot touched a certain patch of ground, a brilliant light erupted, and before he could react, he had pushed Su Shaoling away and found himself here. Aha! Those who offend the Tai Ching sect shall perish. Suddenly, a deafening roar pierced the air, as the severely wounded old turtle bellowed, unleashing another spout of essence blood. The blood light surged from the golden core, coalescing into a dragon-shaped mist that hurtled towards the black-clad figures with terrifying spiritual energy. Desolate sword formation. "Block it!" the leader of the cloaked figures shouted. As all the black-clad individuals formed sword seals, their foreheads pulsating with veins, blood trickling from their lips, as they unleashed the last remnants of their spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Boom! The collision of the blood mist and the dark sword formation produced a thunderous roar, shaking the waters of the pool and the surrounding forest. The old turtle coughed up copious amounts of blood, staining the pool red, its massive body hurled back by the shockwave, crashing against the lakeside, life or death unknown. The black-clad figures fared little better. Nearly all of them spat blood, meeting their demise on the spot. Only the leader, wielding a long sword that emanated a dark glow, managed to conjure a barrier that shielded him from the lethal blow. Witnessing the carnage around him, Chen Buxiu felt a sense of dread. Wasn't the pursuit of immortality the ultimate goal of cultivation? Why go to such lengths? He murmured a few words of Amiba over the fallen bodies, offering them a semblance of release. Approaching the nearest corpse, he began to rummage through its belongings, muttering, "Brother, since you are no longer of this world, your possessions are wasted here. I shall reluctantly take them off your hands. No need to thank me. I am merely benevolent." Although unaware of the contents within the corpse, Chen Buxiu accepted everything, collecting vials and jars into his embrace. Naturally, he did not forget to secure the black-clad leader's long sword at his waist. Before long, both sides of Chen Buxiu's waist were adorned with an array of longswords, each eliciting a gasp of awe from him as he beheld their craftsmanship. Although these items are not treasures in the truest sense, they certainly represent the pinnacle among ordinary goods. Chen Buxiu cheerfully tidied the battlefield, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon a jet-black longsword. His breath quickened at the mere sight of it, as he could sense its extraordinary nature. Overjoyed, Chen Buxiu approached to seize the sword, only to discover that the cloaked figure was stealthily concealing it beneath their body. The figure moved slowly, writhing with a pained, muffled groan escaping their lips from time to time. Previously, Chen Buxiu had been wholly absorbed in his task, oblivious to the figure's movements. But now he perceived everything with clarity. With a swift turn of his gaze, Chen Buxiu grew vigilant. These cloaked figures were foundational cultivators capable of flying with their swords. That individual feigning death might be biding their time to strike him down as he drew near. Chen Buxiu feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, this fellow must be the strongest among them. I wonder if he is truly dead." As he spoke, he picked up a small stone and hurled it at the foremost cloaked figure. The stone struck squarely beneath the figure's groin. The cloaked figure's eyes squeezed shut, clenching their teeth to stifle any sound. A sly smile crept across Chen Buxiu's lips as he muttered to himself, "I must put this to the test." He then picked up a stone the size of his fist and threw it once more at the figure's vulnerable spot. The impact made the figure shudder, yet they still gritted their teeth in silence. Quite the resilient one, Chen Buxiu mused, as he hurried to the riverbank to procure a stone the size of a grinding wheel, grunting with effort as he carried it back. Believing that Chen Buxiu had given up after a lengthy silence, the cloaked figure exhaled, cautiously opening a slit in their eyelids to survey the surroundings. What they saw sent a chill down their spine. Chen Buxiu stood 5 meters away, brandishing the large stone and aiming directly at their groin. Should that stone strike? Even as a foundational cultivator, they would find themselves in dire straits. "Ah, save me." The feigning figure could no longer maintain their charade. Chen Buxiu chuckled quietly, noting the figure's convincing act. Yet, it was evident that the individual was gravely injured. Had they been capable of retaliating, they would have risen to confront him during his earlier exploits. The cloaked figure struggled to speak. "Brother, could you assist me in rising? I am severely injured." Chen Buxiu remained motionless at a distance, replying, "Have you not heard the ancient saying?" The figure paused, confused. "What ancient saying?" "Where one falls, there one must lie for a while," Chen Buxiu declared. The cloaked figure. Chen Buxiu continued, "However, one cannot remain completely still." The figure, suppressing their frustration, inquired, "Why not?" Chen Buxiu pointed to an old turtle nearby, saying, "See, remaining motionless makes one akin to a turtle." The cloaked figure. "Old turtle. Young brother, we were invited by the Tai Ching sect to assist in slaying this beast. Now that I am gravely wounded, I must trouble you to help me to a place of safety." The man in black retrieved a pouch from his bosom, saying, "Brother, this pouch contains 100 spirit stones. If you assist me, all these stones shall be yours." A malevolent glint flashed in his eyes. How could a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator have ever encountered such a wealth of spirit stones? If Chen Buxiu dared to approach, he would strike him down with the last vestige of his spiritual energy. 100 spirit stones? Chen Buxiu's eyes sparkled with eagerness. "Very well," he exclaimed, immediately discarding the large stone and sprinting towards the man in black. The man's gaze sharpened as he observed Chen Buxiu drawing near, and he brandished his black sword, preparing to strike. However, just as Chen Buxiu was about to reach him, he unexpectedly took a step back. The man in black's sword awkwardly sliced through the air. The two men locked eyes, an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness enveloping them. Chapter 13, The Heartless Saintess. Yu Ruo Shuang, the figure clad in black, blinked his large eyes and awkwardly said, "Would you believe me if I said I was merely jesting just now?" Chen Buxiu, with a simple-hearted smile, replied, "I do believe you. I am quite fond of jesting myself." As he spoke, Chen Buxiu stepped back once more, drawing forth the Overlord Bell. "Now, allow me to share a jest of my own." The bow resembled a full moon, and the arrows flew like lightning. Startled, the black-clad man infused his last remnants of spiritual energy into his black sword, desperately bracing for impact. A resounding clang echoed as the black sword emitted a hum, the force nearly propelling it from his grasp. The black-clad man hurriedly exclaimed, "Little brother, please, do not strike. If you spare me, I shall bestow upon you this treasure, along with all the spirit stones on my person. Should I slay you, these possessions would still belong to me," Chen Buxiu replied with a mischievous grin. Revealing his pearly white teeth, he grasped 3 arrows, unleashing them simultaneously with a flash. "No!" the black-clad man screamed, but in the next instant, the arrows pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth, pinning him firmly to the ground. Chen Buxiu rummaged through the black-clad man's belongings for a moment before slinging the black sword over his shoulder. At that moment, the black sword began to tremble slightly. Emitting a low hum, Chen Buxiu paused, bewildered by this development. 300 miles away, at the ancient teleportation array behind the Zixian Peak, a delicate silhouette appeared. The maiden possessed skin as white as snow, with eyes bright as the moon. A dot of cinnabar adorned her forehead, and her stunning, jade-like visage was utterly captivating. Yet, this enchanting beauty exuded an icy demeanor akin to frost, clad in a flowing black dress that accentuated her ethereal allure, seemingly lowering the temperature around her. She was none other than the heartless sect saintess, Yurua Shuang. Yurua Shuang surveyed the utilized teleportation array, her gaze turning frigid as she coldly remarked, "Incompetent fools. Unable to manage such a trivial task." With that, she gestured with her hand, invoking a sword technique, her consciousness radiating forth. Chen Buxiu felt as though the black sword at his back was responding to a summons, straining to break free from his grasp. Though perplexed by the phenomenon, he thought, how could he allow a captured duck to escape? He tightened his grip on the black sword, channeling spiritual energy into his hands to maintain control. At the moment his energy connected with the black sword, a chilling aura swiftly seeped into Chen Buxiu. He sensed the consciousness that beckoned the black sword. Meanwhile, Yurua Shuang sensed Chen Buxiu's spiritual energy as well. This black sword had recognized Yurua Shuang as its master. She had entrusted it to the black-clad man to delay the old turtle. Little did she expect it to end up in another's hands. Through the heartless sword, Yurua Shuang coldly communicated with Chen Buxiu from afar. "Who dares to obstruct my heartless sword? Oh, the sword has gained sentience. It can actually speak." Chen Buxiu shouted in shock, though his grip remained steadfast. Yurua Shuang's expression darkened. "I am communicating with you through the heartless sword using my divine consciousness. Release my sword, or I shall ensure your soul is extinguished." The visage of Chen Buxiu turned pale with trepidation as he inquired, "Are you now capable of commanding that black sword to strike me?" Yurua Shuang, taken aback, realized that even from hundreds of miles away, it was beyond her ability to manipulate the heartless sword for combat. Summoning it back was already her utmost limit. "No," Chen Buxiu retorted, pouting, his grip on the sword tightening. "What do you mean you can't? Are you attempting to intimidate me? Do you believe that if you summon it again, I won't relieve myself upon your sword? You, shameless." Yurua Shuang's delicate features instantly clouded with frost. Chen Buxiu chuckled. "Come now, continue your summoning. I dare you to try." With that, he began to lower his trousers. "The day I lay eyes upon you will be the day your spirit is extinguished." Yurua Shuang's focus sharpened, her gaze as frigid as ice. She turned towards Chen Buxiu, and with a graceful flick of her slender, fair hand, a long sword materialized before her. She leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of light as she soared away. Chen Buxiu sensed the black sword cease its tremors. Shaking it a couple more times to confirm that Yurua Shuang had indeed stopped her summoning, he then proceeded to relieve himself upon the heartless sword, reasoning that if that woman were to summon it again, the unpleasantness of his act might dissuade her from desiring it. "Ahem, I can teach you the method of shielding." A voice resonated behind Chen Buxiu, startling him so much that his stream abruptly halted. Trembling, he turned to see the colossal tortoise from which the voice emanated. "The Golden Thunder Immortal Emperor Hong is my uncle." Without hesitation, Chen Buxiu knelt and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Disciple Chen Buxiu of the Zixian Peak's Artifact Refinement Academy pays respects to the tortoise immortal." He had witnessed the tortoise's fury once, when it had effortlessly dispatched those foundational black-clad figures, yet he was relieved to learn that the old tortoise belonged to the Tai Ching sect. The tortoise, momentarily taken aback by Chen Buxiu's swift display of respect, eventually said, "Rise." With that, the tortoise opened its massive mouth, and the cracked golden dand flew back inside, its form beginning to morph. Its gigantic body shrank, ultimately transforming into an elderly man with white hair and beard. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he remarked, So you are Chen Buxiu. This time, your inadvertent entry into the teleportation array was fortuitous. Otherwise, when their reinforcements arrived, not only would I perish, but the spiritual vein of Zixian Peak would likely be severed as well. Chen Buxiu scratched his head and asked, who are they? Why do they wish to cut off the spiritual vein of Zixian Peak? The elder seated himself on the ground and gestured for Chen Buxiu to do the same. He continued, they are from the Heartless Sect, which stands alongside the Tai Ching sect as the two largest sects within a 1,000-mile radius. Since the establishment of the Kunlun Immortal Hall in the Eastern Xian domain, the contention between the two sects for entry quotas has intensified. The spiritual veins symbolize the fortune and foundation of a sect. They have yet to dare meddle with the veins of the 7 main peaks. So they have set their sights on Zixian Peak instead. As the elder spoke, blood continued to seep from his mouth, staining his beard. Elder, are you all right? I have procured some items from them. Perhaps something could aid in your recovery. Chen Buxiu promptly placed the small vials before the elder. Although he harbored a fear of death, his admiration for the venerable elder, who had devoted himself to safeguarding their sect, was profound. Ahem, I shall not be polite then. The elder remarked, selecting several vials and consuming the elixirs within. After sitting in meditation for a while, his pallid complexion regained a hint of color. Chen Buxiu dutifully stood guard beside him, also practicing the indomitable divine skill, taking advantage of the abundant spiritual energy in the air, which far surpassed that on the Zixian Peak, making his cultivation efforts remarkably fruitful. My young friend, please gather the remaining vials. I have no further need for them. However, some of these potions are for amorous purposes, so I advise you to refrain from consuming them indiscriminately. At this moment, the elder's face had taken on a healthy hue, and his gaze towards Chen Buxiu was filled with warmth. You saved my life today, young friend. Allow me to impart 1 or 2 techniques to express my gratitude. With that, he produced 2 jade tablets from his robes, inscribed with the titles Turtle Breathing Technique and Spirit Doppelganger. Chapter 14. The Art of Spirit Clones. I ought not to have accepted the esteemed elder's generous gift. However, to refuse it would have surely caused him great embarrassment. Chen Buxiu received 2 jade tokens, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Haha, my young friend, you are indeed forthright. I truly admire such candor. The elder clasped his hands behind his back and burst into hearty laughter. The technique of turtle breath is, in essence, a method for concealing one's aura. With this, you can not only mask your own presence but also obscure the essence of objects around you. For instance, take your heartless sword. The elder waved his hand, enveloping the heartless sword in an imperceptible aura. Chen Buxiu immediately felt the previous sensation of distant restraint vanish entirely. As for the art of spirit clones, it is a technique for creating substitutes. By condensing your spiritual energy and painting your essence in the void, you can replicate your very spirit. Upon successful execution, you will possess a spirit clone, coupled with the turtle breath technique to mask the clone's presence. Even powerful adversaries several realms above you will find it challenging to discern reality from illusion. The elder's fingertips glimmered with light, and the 2 jade tokens radiated a gentle aura. With a subtle touch to Chen Buxiu's brow, the tokens vanished, merging seamlessly into his consciousness. As countless images flooded his mind, as if he had practiced these techniques 1,000 times. Focusing his spiritual energy at his fingertips, Chen Buxiu swiftly executed intricate strokes in the air, conjuring the image of a small figure before him. He pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to infuse the figure, which seemed to awaken as if imbued with a soul, rapidly transforming into a perfect replica of Chen Buxiu himself. He distinctly felt that every movement of this spirit clone was under his command, albeit possessing only half of his strength. Such a precious gift of technique from the elder. Chen Buxiu immediately knelt, bowing 3 times in reverence, his sincerity palpable. This was the art of substitution he had longed for. He would not exchange it for any supreme divine technique. The elder was momentarily taken aback by Chen Buxiu's fervent display of gratitude. After all, it was merely a sophisticated substitute technique. Is it truly necessary to be so emotionally charged? He thought, hastily assisting Chen Buxiu to his feet. Although I have imparted this technique to you, it is merely an introduction. You must diligently practice upon your return. Chen Buxiu nodded earnestly, recognizing this as his life-saving technique. The elder gazed distantly, his expression turning grave. Young friend, it would be wise for you to return to Zixian Peak swiftly. Since the Heartless Sect has launched their initial attack, a second assault is not out of the question. This place is far too perilous. Recalling the bloody scenes of battle, Chen Buxiu instinctively shrank his neck. He wished to avoid being entangled in such dangerous conflicts, yet concern crept into his voice. Elder, your injuries have yet to heal. What will you do if they return? A look of reassurance flickered in the elder's eyes as he smiled. Do not fret for me, young friend. Does the Heartless sect truly believe that our Ta Ching sect is a soft target? I have already relayed information to the 7 major peaks. They are dispatching personnel to cleanse Zixian Peak and the rear mountains. Let those nefarious characters come. There shall be no return for them. Then I shall take my leave. Not to be remiss in my gratitude. Should the opportunity arise, I will return to pay my respects to the elder. Chen Buxiu spoke as he performed a courteous gesture alongside his painting spirit doppelganger. The elderly man waved his hand dismissively and said, Go on. After bidding farewell to the old man, Chen Buxiu dispersed the painting spirit and sprinted away, occasionally hearing a deafening roar resonating from an unknown source, as well as witnessing celestial lightning descending from the heavens. Terrified, Chen Buxiu dared not linger even for a moment. However, the journey to the Immortal Selection Peak was far more distant than he had anticipated. Fortunately, the old turtle had directed him to a path devoid of ferocious spirit beasts. And with his turtle breath technique to conceal his presence, he managed to traverse without incident. Yet, as merely a cultivator at the second layer of chi refining. After a long trek, hunger and thirst beset him. Upon spotting a shimmering glimmer in the distance, his heart brightened, and he hastened toward it, eager to quench his thirst. Upon reaching the lakeside, however, before he could take a sip, a scene unfolded before him that left him utterly mesmerized. On the opposite bank of the small lake stood a young woman in a tattered black dress, her garment in tatters revealing large swathes of alabaster skin. She was currently washing the bloodstains from her shoulders, and beneath the torn fabric, hints of her voluptuous figure contrasted with her slender frame. Unable to suppress a gulp, a wave of warmth surged towards his nose. The young woman seemed to sense his gaze and lifted her head. Their eyes met, allowing Chen Buxiu to behold her visage. A delicate red mark on her forehead accentuated her ethereal beauty, her cold and haughty demeanor starkly juxtaposed with her pale countenance, exuding a unique, morbid allure. Who are you? The girl exclaimed with a sharp tone, and to Chen Buxiu's astonishment, she leapt onto her flying sword, transforming into a streak of light as she charged toward him. Startled, Chen Buxiu drew 2 long swords from his waist in preparation for defense. However, the girl was gravely injured. Merely flying over the lake caused blood to seep from the corner of her mouth, her complexion as pale as parchment. Before reaching him, she plummeted to the ground, unable to suppress the blood gushing forth. At such close proximity, the scene beneath her tattered dress was laid bare before Chen Buxiu's eyes. The girl glared coldly at him, vowing, I shall obliterate you. Chen Buxiu prudently stepped back a couple of paces and cautiously said, Fair maiden, I merely passed by. Seeing your grievous injuries, there is no need for unnecessary conflict. Let us pretend this encounter never occurred, shall we? The girl scrutinized him, her gaze sliding over the numerous swords hanging from his waist, before landing on the black sword strapped to his back, her expression growing ever more frigid. Chen Buxiu sensed the shift in her demeanor, his heart sinking at the prospect of ill fortune. With an increasing chill in her eyes, she sniffed the air slightly, her face contorting in shock. Did you urinate on my heartless sword? I shall slay you. Yet, before she could act, a torrent of blood erupted from her mouth. Already severely wounded, the surge of anger overwhelmed her, and after spewing blood, she collapsed, unconscious. She was indeed beautiful, but far too frigid. Chen Buxiu patted his chest, relieved that her injuries were so severe. Otherwise, he would have been no match for her. Chen Buxiu turned to leave, but upon seeing Yu Rushuang unconscious on the ground, he felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. With a sigh, he murmured to himself, Ice Mountain Beauty, today I shall show mercy. You wish to take my life. Yet I find myself inclined to save you. Regardless of who you may be, as a man, how could I bear to abandon you in this state? He lifted the unconscious Yu Rushuang, and despite the barrier of her long skirt, he could still sense the delicate softness of her skin. He discovered a nearby cave, its entrance adorned with crimson rocks that emanated a warm aura, a perfect sanctuary for healing. Hence, Chen Buxiu gently laid Yu Rushuang down in this refuge. Once everything was arranged, he patted his backside, preparing to depart from the cave, for he had to return to Zixian Peak. Moreover, if the others from the Tai Ching sect were to uncover his association with this woman, it would be an insurmountable predicament. Just then, a cold sword stealthily pressed against Chen Buxiu's neck, and a weak yet frigid voice emanated from Yu Rushuang. If you wish to live, do not move. Chapter 15. The Wolf's Den on the peak of Zixian. By the spiritual pool at the back mountain, a flash of lightning appeared, and as the divine light dissipated, a man clad in purple robes emerged, surrounded by an aura of thunder at the edge of the pool. Ancient Senior, are you unharmed? Di Hong inquired. The ancient turtle. Gu's eye slowly rose, chuckling. Just a slight injury. Fortunately, I encountered a peculiar young lad. Otherwise, I would have been in grave peril. Peculiar young lad? Di Hong asked curiously. What makes him so peculiar? Gu's eye laughed softly. He is merely a young cultivator, yet he dons heavy armor. Honest, simple, and pure-hearted. Truly a good child. I even imparted to him 2 techniques, the turtle breathing technique and the spirit painting clone. Di Hong's interest was piqued. Oh, a promising talent indeed. What is his name? It is quite an unusual name. Chen Buxiu, Gu's eye replied. Di Hong's face darkened. Is it that troublesome brat? The mere thought of Chen Buxiu ignited Di Hong's fury. Honest and simple? That lad is brimming with mischief, full of cunning schemes. That young friend has already returned. What of the remaining invaders from the Heartless sect? Gu's eye inquired. Aside from a young girl at the half-step golden core level, the rest have been eliminated. The girl possesses treasures for self-defense and concealing her presence, making her difficult to locate, even for me. The thunder surrounding Di Hong gradually dissipated, and the murderous intent in his eyes faded. A half-step golden core girl. Besides their exceptionally gifted saintess, Yurua Shuang, no other young cultivator possesses such cultivation, right? A faint smile graced Gu's eye's lips. Now that you have entered the realm of immortality, are you truly unable to find that girl? Di Hong did not conceal his thoughts. After all, she is the saintess, a stunning beauty with unparalleled talent, being groomed by the Heartless sect to become the next leader. It is still not the time to engage them in battle. Meanwhile, within the cave, Fairy sister, spare me. Chen Buxiu immediately knelt down without hesitation. As the saying goes, a man's knees are worth their weight in gold, yet life is fleeting. Enough of this nonsense. Hand over all the spiritual herbs you possess, Yurua Shuang said. Pressing the blade of her sword closer to Chen Buxiu, her face pale. She had rushed here without preparing any spiritual herbs. Yurua Shuang, as the saintess of the Heartless sect, possessed both beauty and talent. Having reached the half-step golden core level at merely 20 years of age, a rarity in the entire Eastern Xian domain. However, today she faced the formidable Jin Lei Xianzuan. Di Hong. With just a single strike, she was gravely injured. Without her protective treasure, she would have perished. Chen Buxiu obediently retrieved the vials of spiritual herbs he had previously scavenged, laying them before her. Yurua Shuang frowned slightly. Devoted to her cultivation, she was not adept at alchemy. With so many vials before her, she struggled to discern which could heal her wounds and which might be poison that Chen Buxiu had deliberately presented. You will consume half of each vial, she commanded. What? Fairy sister, you jest. Every herb carries a degree of toxicity. Consuming so many cannot be good for your health. Chen Buxiu lamented, nearly in tears. Eat it, or I shall end your life. Yurua Shuang spoke coldly. All right, I will eat it. Is that satisfactory? Chen Buxiu began to open the bottles from left to right, pouring the medicine into his mouth. While consuming it, he mumbled, why is my life so arduous? I am merely 16 years old. Will this impede my growth? At such a tender age, he was filled with malice. Yurua Shuang's expression grew darker. She could hardly believe her precious sword of ruthlessness had been so disrespected by this impudent boy. Observing Chen Buxiu consuming the medicine, she followed suit. Realizing that in her current condition, if she did not take the medicine to recuperate soon, she might not recover within a month. After all, they were within the domain of Tai Ching's sect. Should they be discovered, her life would be in grave jeopardy. However, unbeknownst to them, they had both consumed the pink vial that the ancient tortoise Gu's eye had mentioned. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a searing heat. Yurua Shuang's delicate face shifted in alarm. What sort of place have you led me to? Chen Buxiu glanced around outside the cave, bewildered. I am not certain. The route indicated by my senior was supposed to be devoid of spirit beasts, but in my haste to save you, I sought refuge in this cave nearby. Yurua Shuang's enchanting eyes swept across the cave, her brow furrowing at the sight of the crimson rock walls. This was the lair of the lower-tier three-tiered spirit beast, the flame wolf. Chen Buxiu stole a glance at the alluring Yurua Shuang and, in a pitiful tone, pleaded, you can fly with your sword so adeptly. You can protect me, right? I don't want to lose my eyes. Yurua Shuang's gaze turned frigid as she glared at Chen Buxiu with disdain, her face resembling a frozen landscape. Were I uninjured, dealing with that beast would be a trivial matter. However, my spiritual energy is nearly depleted, and my internal organs have been ravaged by thunder. I am unable to fight. Moreover, the flame wolf is a pack animal. It is unlikely a lone wolf would be present, which means we are in peril. As Yurua Shuang spoke, Both of them could distinctly sense the roars drawing nearer, and the temperature in the air began to rise. Gritting her teeth, her pale face grew even more ashen. She commanded coldly, "Hand me the sword of ruthlessness." "You must stay here." Chen Buxiu glanced at the black sword, shaking his head. Yu Ruxiang shouted, "What are you waiting for? Give me the sword. Once that beast enters the cave, we shall have no escape." Chen Buxiu sighed softly, observing the frail Yu Ruxiang, who despite her dire circumstances, still clung to her pride. Though fearful of death, he believed it a man's disgrace to allow a woman to perish before him. "Stay put. You stepping outside now would be tantamount to courting death." Chen Buxiu seized the overlord bow and strode toward the entrance, turning back to look at Yu Ruxiang as he declared, "A man would never let a woman face danger alone. If I perish, please lay me to rest in Xiangfen village." With that, Chen Buxiu stepped out of the cave with resolute strides. Yu Ruxiang was taken aback by his reprimand, staring at his retreating figure in a daze. Astonished that this 16-year-old boy dared to speak to her in such a manner. The saintess of the Heartless sect, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and extraordinary talent, has suitors who could rival even those from the esteemed Taiching sect. Yet today she found herself unexpectedly shouted at by a mere man, who proclaimed his willingness to die for her. He was but a second-tier qi refiner. A fleeting softness crossed the icy countenance of Yu Ruxiang, only to be replaced by a firmer grip on her sword as she coldly declared, "If you perish, I shall ensure those beasts accompany you in death." Listening to the roars outside the cave, Yu Ruxiang's worry deepened. Unbeknownst to her, a faint blush crept upon her fair cheeks. Outside the cave, Chen Buxiu, clutching the overlord bow, felt a tremor in his calves. Though his earlier bravado had been striking, facing this monstrous creature instilled a profound fear within him. The fiery wolf before him was cloaked in crimson fur, its neck encircled by flames, with eyes of a ghastly red, fixated intently on Chen Buxiu. It opened its gaping maw, revealing fearsome fangs, drool dripping ominously to the ground. The red rocks within the cave bore testament to the intense heat generated by the fiery wolf's presence. And Chen Buxiu's complexion paled as he noticed clusters of crimson figures advancing not far away. There were at least a dozen. This was the lair of the third-tier spirit beast, the fiery wolf. Chapter 16. You must be responsible for me. Chen Buxiu swallowed hard, even with his formidable abilities. Confronting a third-tier flame wolf was a daunting task, let alone facing an entire pack. The wolves, with their crimson eyes fixated on him, advanced slowly, the flames coiling around their necks emanating waves of searing heat, rendering the surrounding air stifling. Wolves are inherently cautious creatures, and the mystical flame wolves were no exception. Their hesitation to attack stemmed from Chen Buxiu's use of the turtle breath technique, which concealed his presence, leaving the ferocious beasts uncertain of his true nature. Should they discern his vulnerability, they would undoubtedly pounce and rend him to shreds without a moment's hesitation. In the face of this perilous situation, Chen Buxiu remained remarkably composed. He surveyed the cavern's walls, his resolve solidifying. Channeling his spiritual energy, he conjured an image in the air, swiftly crafting a figure that bore a striking resemblance to himself. Infused with spiritual energy, the figure transformed into a perfect replica of Chen Buxiu. He positioned the doppelganger at the cave entrance and stealthily retreated. After distancing himself by a full 10 meters, he dispelled the turtle breath technique, fixing his gaze intently on the replica by the entrance. With the concealment of the turtle breath technique lifted, the flame wolves immediately sensed Chen Buxiu's true cultivation level, a mere second tier in qi refinement, and they howled in unison. Launching themselves toward him, Chen Buxiu formed a hand seal, and at the moment the wolves lunged at his doppelganger, he bellowed, "Explode!" Boom! The doppelganger erupted in a brilliant flash of white light, detonating with a thunderous roar. The wolves, with their jaws agape, were hurled backward by the explosion, some suffering grievous injuries, while others were cast aside by the shockwave. Crack! The cavern's entrance could not withstand the force of the blast, and it crumbled, rocks and dust cascading down to seal the entrance entirely. Ugh! Chen Buxiu was also thrown back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The doppelganger not only served as a decoy, but could also self-destruct at critical moments. The more spiritual energy invested in its creation, the greater the explosion's might. Since the doppelganger was formed from the totality of his spiritual energy, its power was commendable. This was his only viable solution, at least it would buy him some time against those feral pups. Why is it so hot? Chen Buxiu wiped the blood from his lips, feeling an inexplicable heat surging within him, the sinister flames rising in waves. Could it be that the old turtle's doppelganger possessed the potency of invigorating vitality? It seemed that this was no ordinary technique. In the cave, Yu Rushuang, witnessing Chen Buxi's disheveled return, felt a flicker of joy on her icy countenance. I heard the explosion. Are you unharmed? Chen Buxi chuckled awkwardly and coughed. I collapsed the entrance. The pack of flame wolves can't get in now. That's a relief. Yu Rushuang nodded, her previously pale visage now tinged with a hint of color. Suddenly, she inquired, if they cannot enter, how do we exit? Chen Buxi shrugged, replying, that depends on you. Since you consumed healing medicine earlier, once your strength is restored, leaving should be a mere trifle. He spoke while wiping the sweat from his forehead, questioning the nature of the pills they had just consumed, and why her complexion had become so flushed. Indeed, an unsettling sensation coursed through him as well. The voice of Yu Rushuang, once icy, now bore an inexplicable tenderness. At this moment, her delicate face was suffused with a captivating crimson hue. Her once frigid gaze now appeared hazy and entrancing. Troubling thoughts arose. Old Turtle had warned him that the concoction contained the aphrodisiac known as Yihuan. Chen Buxi cursed under his breath, yet he found it increasingly difficult to divert his gaze from Yu Rushuang. Her originally pristine black gown was now nearly in tatters, and under the influence of the drug, the alluring light of spring poured forth like white jade, tinged with a tempting pink. The enchanting allure displayed on her frosty visage was enough to drive countless men to madness. Do not come closer. I am merely a 16-year-old child. Chen Buxi struggled to suppress the wicked fire igniting within him, but the woman before him was a vision of ethereal beauty. An irresistible enchantress, far beyond the reach of an inexperienced youth. In the next instant, blood gushed from his nose. Yu Rushuang, equally distressed and restless, felt the maddening pull of desire coursing through her, causing her to tremble. Yet, her remaining rationality compelled her to clench her jaw. If she were not injured, how could this aphrodisiac affect her? Damn that little man, how could he possess such a drug? She exclaimed, her body unconsciously leaning towards Chen Buxi. The alluring light of spring becoming ever more vivid. It was taken from your subordinates. How was I to know what it was? Do not approach me. I can hardly contain myself. Chen Buxi shouted in desperation. If you dare touch me, I will kill you. With a thunderous roar, the entire cavern shook violently. The flame wolves were assaulting the collapsing cave entrance with their fiery breath. In that tumultuous moment, their bodies swayed and collided, leading them to embrace one another. Cursed fate. The two, already barely holding on, could not withstand the force, and the black gown was torn asunder, their corporeal forms merging into one. The frenzy continued until midnight. After a relentless assault, the flame wolves eventually abandoned their fervent attack, taking turns to guard the entrance. Within the cavern, the madness subsided, leaving behind shredded fabric and a warm atmosphere. Yu Rushuang, clad in Chen Buxi's clothing, regarded him with a cold stare. The vermilion mark on her forehead had vanished, leaving her heart in turmoil. As the holy maiden of the heartless sect, the disappearance of the mark signified the loss of her purity and the shattering of her heartless arts. She was at a loss about how to face her master and the elders upon her return. Meanwhile, Chen Buxi appeared thoroughly dejected, huddled in a corner, arms crossed, looking pitiful and occasionally sniffling. Upon witnessing his woeful state, Yu Rushuang felt an inexplicable frustration. As a renowned beauty, how could she feel as though this scoundrel, Chen Buxi, had somehow emerged the victor in this debacle? Before she could voice her thoughts, Chen Buxi lamented, I am only 16, still just a child. You must take responsibility. The moon was like a frosty chill as Yu Rushuang let out a cold laugh, grasping her heartless sword, her entire being radiating with immense spiritual energy. Very well, I shall slay you with a single stroke. Chen Buxi bellowed, murdering my own husband. First frying, then killing. Instantly, a layer of frost settled upon Yu Rushuang's face. Gazing at the diminutive man before her, her heart softened despite her resolve, and she sheathed the heartless sword, coldly declaring, if you wish to live, cease your wailing. Chen Buxi blinked in surprise and nodded. He too found the entire situation rather surreal, mysteriously ascending the mountain, inexplicably cultivating immortality, and bewilderingly sharing a bed with the sacred maiden of the heartless sect. It felt as though he were caught in a dream. Are your wounds healed? Yu Rushuang asked, her expression darkening as she bitterly replied, I would rather they were not. The heartless sect's techniques were unique, especially the heartless sacred method practiced by Yu Rushuang. Since her cultivation began, she had been accumulating the power of heaven and earth, devoid of any emotions. Only by finding a partner for dual cultivation could all that celestial energy nourish her being and enrich her surroundings. At that moment, not only had her injuries fully healed, But she also experienced a remarkable breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. A howl echoed from outside the cave, and in an instant, a murderous aura erupted from Yuelu Shuang. Her gaze as frigid as ice. Damn beast, seeking death. With that, Yuelu Shuang raised her sword, unleashing a jet-black sword light that cleaved a massive opening in the cave ceiling before soaring into the sky. Chapter 17. The elder comes to play. Chen Buxiu could only hear the sound of sword energy intertwining and the wails of the blazing wolves. Unable to resist, he crawled out through the gaping hole created by Yu Ruxiang, and upon witnessing the scene outside, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. There stood Yu Ruxiang, her heartless sword akin to the scythe of death, reaping the lives of the blazing wolves. Wherever the sword energy passed, the wolves were cleaved in two, blood spraying across the ground. Some of the blazing wolves attempted to flee, but with a swift motion, Yu Ruxiang raised her hand, summoning them with her spiritual energy. With a sweep of her sword, their bodies were severed, blood splattering everywhere. The blazing wolves had truly met their demise. Yu Ruxiang's pent-up anger and resentment found an outlet in slaughtering these wretched beasts. Were it not for these wolves, such absurdity would not have transpired. Chen Buxiu shrank back, realizing that when this woman unleashed her fury, she was far more terrifying than any beast. The sword energy of Yu Ruxiang ravaged the ground, leaving it marred and unrecognizable. It was only after vanquishing all the blazing wolves that she gradually calmed down. Her hand, still gripping the heartless sword, trembled slightly, and tears shimmered in her icy gaze. No matter how extraordinary or proud she was still merely 20 years old, and having lost her purity, her heart was in disarray. Chen Buxiu, for once, fell silent, watching the girl whose tears fell in silence. He spoke softly, "If you wish to kill me, then do so." Yu Ruxiang looked at the youthful, serene expression on the boy's face and felt an increasing sense of hesitation. This boy, who feared death, had, in this moment, exhibited a semblance of manhood. Chen Buxiu sighed gently. "I am but a mere second-tier Qi cultivator. While you are a lofty saintess, I am unworthy of you. However, you are my woman. 3 years hence, if I have made progress in my cultivation, I shall seek you out at the Heartless sect. Should you be without a celestial partner, I shall propose to marry you." Yu Ruxiang's icy eyes flickered, and she coldly replied, "Just based on you? A mere second-tier Qi cultivator? If 3 years hence you achieve the Golden Core realm, I might consider marrying you. 3 years to ascend from second-tier Qi to Golden Core?" Yu Ruxiang couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of the thought. Chen Buxiu was only 16, at 19. Even the extraordinary Yu Ruxiang had only just reached the Golden Core realm. How could a mere small cultivator possibly attain that? If Chen Buxiu truly arrived at the Heartless sect in 3 years, how would she handle it? Shaking off the ludicrous notion, Yu Ruxiang coldly stated, "Do not harbor such delusions. Let today's events be as if they never occurred. If you dare to utter a word to anyone, I shall ensure your complete annihilation." With a flash of light from the ring on her finger, a pouch of spirit stones appeared in her hand, which she tossed to Chen Buxiu, a barely perceptible smirk gracing her lips. "And this, for you, shall be a reward." With that, the heartless sword radiated brilliance, and she soared into the sky, transforming into a dark streak of divine light. Chen Buxiu instinctively caught the pouch of spirit stones, his mouth twitching as he called out to her departing figure, "Hey, are you treating me like a duck?" A blade of light descended from the heavens, its piercing whistle cutting through the air with a shrill intensity, leaving a chasm nearly a meter deep in the ground before Chen Buxiu. Startled, Chen Buxiu quickly donned a sycophantic smile and exclaimed, "Take your time, my lord. Do come to play often." "Begone," echoed the cold voice of Yu Ruxiang through the forest, her figure vanishing completely from the horizon. Chen Buxiu retracted his playful demeanor, his gaze growing resolute. From this day forth, he would embrace the essence of true manhood. He vowed to cultivate diligently, should fortune favor him. He would surely bring his beloved home. If not, he was determined to outlive Yu Ruxiang. What alleviates sorrow? Only the pursuit of immortality. Chen Buxiu leaped back into the cave, donning layers of armor. Although some pieces had been slightly deformed by the furious Yu Ruxiang, he had no choice but to wear the armor, as his own garments had been taken by her, leaving him with nothing but his undergarments to return in. Inside the cave, he plucked the tail feathers from the grasswood chicken, a task essential for exchanging for longevity pills. After a long, exhausting night, his stomach grumbled hungrily. He kindled a fire, and soon the chicken was roasting to perfection, sizzling and golden. Sprinkling a touch of salt, Chen Buxiu feasted heartily. The night belonged to spirit beasts, and the forest was fraught with peril. Thus, he decided against traveling further. With so many corpses of the blazing wolves outside, It was likely the other spirit beasts would not dare approach. Sated, Chen Buxiu reclined atop the mountain, reflecting on the madness of the night, the graceful figure, the icy visage, an indelible memory etched in his mind. The following day, at Zixian Peak, in the Instrument Refinery Academy, a voice boomed, "Chen Buxiu, come forth." Jin Fugui, accompanied by 2 lackeys from the miscellaneous court, strutted with arrogance. Behind them, a haughty figure clad in white surveyed the academy's entrance, coldly declaring, "Just a newly arrived mortal, thinking he can bully our miscellaneous court after a mere 2 days of cultivation. Chen Buxiu, if you kneel before Jin and apologize, I shall spare you." The white-clad cultivator's tone was pure and calm, resonating clearly for all to hear. Boom. The doors of the instrument refinery swung open, revealing Tai Dalong and Wu Erlang, muscles rippling as they stepped forward. "I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's Wang Tan. What, do you wish to spar with me?" Tai Dalong approached with a mocking grin. Wang Tan returned the smirk, "But it was Chen Buxiu from your academy who insisted on challenging me. Not a who sought to bully the weak. What is this? Afraid to emerge now?" Jin Fugui chimed in. "Tai, that day, Chen Buxiu forced me to seek out Wang to teach him a lesson. We are not the tyrants here. If he seeks a beating, let Wang oblige him today." Wu Erlang furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Wang Tan has already broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. His diamond fist is exceptionally skilled. Even I cannot guarantee a victory against him. If our junior faces him, he will surely be beaten." Tai Dalong nodded, relieved that their junior was absent. Chen Buxiu had chosen to challenge Wang Tan himself, leaving them little room to intervene. If he returned unsuccessful, they would advise him to lay low. Wang Tan coldly inquired, "What is it?" "Before Chen Buxiu met my junior martial brother, he was quite arrogant, wasn't he? Now he seems to have retreated like a turtle." "Mind your words," Tai Dalong exclaimed angrily. "My junior brother is still on a mission and has not returned yet. When he does, he will naturally seek you out." Wang Tan scoffed, a disdainful smile on his lips. "Very well, I shall await Chen Buxiu's return to confront me. Let us depart." Jin Fugui spat dismissively, claiming that the masochist was merely fortunate today. At that moment, a clattering sound of armor echoed from a distance, drawing everyone's attention. Suddenly, Chen Buxiu's voice resonated from within the armor. "Don't leave. Unless you all intend to give me a beating today, none of you shall depart." Jin Fugui, the weapon refiners. Wang Tan was taken aback, drawing a sharp breath. Indeed, Chen Buxiu was as deranged as the junior brothers had described. Chapter 18, The Living Pearl. Haha. "Little junior brother, you have returned." Iron Darling greeted warmly, even attempting to embrace Chen Buxiu. However, upon seeing Chen's appearance, he could only refrain. "What on earth are you wearing, junior brother?" The others regarded Chen Buxiu with furrowed brows. Clad in a dilapidated suit of armor resembling a nesting doll, adorned with 3 chicken feathers atop his head and more than a dozen long swords strapped to his waist. The most alarming sight was the glimpse of his rather shocking skin peeking through the gaps in his armor. This fellow was indeed bare beneath it all. Cultivators were typically ethereal and dignified, yet here stood a disheveled and unbecoming figure. Undeterred by the peculiar gazes, Chen Bus grabbed Wang Tan's hand and earnestly declared, "Brother Wang, when the time comes to spar, do not hold back. If you fail to unleash your frustration upon me, do not blame me for my displeasure." Wang Tan, now shivering at Chen's grip, disdainfully shook him off, realizing Chen was even more twisted than he had anticipated. "Release me, Chen Buxiu. You assaulted junior brother Jin in the miscellaneous courtyard and brazenly provoked him. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess." Chen Buxiu was overjoyed, reveling in this exhilarating atmosphere. After cultivating in the old turtle's spirit pool, the whirlpool of spiritual energy within him surged once more. After enduring another round of beatings, he would be nearing the pinnacle of the 2nd stage of Qi refinement. According to the records of the Undying Divine Skill, one must endure the heavenly thunder to refine the body at the 1st and 3rd levels before establishing a foundation. If this beating satisfied Chen Buxiu, he would then seek the thunder pool to be struck by lightning. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Buxiu stripped away his layers of armor, donning only a pair of shorts, and said, "Brother Wang, come, strike me. You exhibitionist lunatic, you truly fear nothing. Brother, teach him a lesson." Jin Fugui shouted from behind Wang Tan. Wang Tan gazed coldly at Chen Buxiu, a gesture seeking attention. "If you can withstand 3 of my diamond fists, I shall marry my sister to you. But if you cannot endure, you must call my junior brother Jin grandfather and admit defeat." Upon hearing this, the Qi refinement disciples and even Jin Fugui turned pale. "Wang Tan, do not go too far," Iron Darlang exclaimed angrily. "Fear not, senior brother, I assure you. Chen Buxiu replied confidently. Cousin, come now, strike me. Who would have thought I could encounter such a fortunate opportunity to endure hardship and win a bride? He stepped forward, adopting a fearless demeanor. 3 punches? How trivial. Junior brother, you do not comprehend. This is exceedingly malicious. Iron Darling gritted his teeth. Chen Buxiu looked at Iron Darling in bewilderment. After all, what was the worst that could happen? Admitting defeat was hardly a matter of pride. Very well. Do not regret this. Wang Tan's eyes glinted with malice as he proclaimed loudly, prepare yourself. Suddenly, brilliant golden light erupted around Wang Tan. With a thunderous shout, all the golden light converged upon his fists, which surged forth like a dragon breaking the waves. The wind from his fist howled towards Chen Buxiu, sending his hair flying wildly. The diamond fist struck Chen Buxiu's chest with tremendous force, unleashing a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. Oh no! Little junior brother should not take this head on. Wu Erlang cried out. A tremendous force surged through Chen Buxiu's chest, causing a metallic taste to flood his mouth as crimson blood trickled from the corner of his lips. He was propelled backward, soaring several meters through the air. The might of the Vajra fist unleashed at the 3rd level of Qi refinement was indeed formidable, yet the benefits it conferred upon Chen Buxiu were equally remarkable. A warm current flowed from his dantian, spreading throughout his body, signaling a notable advancement in his cultivation. Jin Fugui clapped in approval, exclaiming, Yes, this is the feeling. Senior brother, continue to strike him. Wang Tan chuckled with delight. Chen Buxiu, there's still time to beg for mercy. Rising from the ground and wiping the blood from his mouth, Chen Buxiu smiled mischievously. Hey, big brother-in-law, are you worried that if you damage me, your sister will be left without a partner? Put in some effort. You seek your own demise. Wang Tan roared, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. His fists shimmered like gold as he stomped the ground and launched his fists like cannonballs. Brother, show some mercy. A gentle voice called from nearby, sweet and beguiling, melting hearts with its allure. Yet, the punch had already been thrown, and there was no way to retract it. Chen Buxiu spat out a mouthful of blood and was violently hurled backward, rolling several times on the ground. He felt the swirling vortex within him ravenously drawing in the ambient spiritual energy, causing a surge in power. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Chen Buxiu exclaimed as he sprang to his feet. However, he was abruptly struck by an unsettling silence, a peculiar atmosphere enveloping the scene. As he focused his gaze, he discovered a beautiful young girl standing beside Wang Tan, and the expressions of everyone present turned pale. This young girl, approximately 180 pounds and 1 meter 50 in height, bore an unusual physique. Clad in a red dress and adorned with a green scarf, her flat nose seemed as though it had been struck by a punch, and her large, crimson lips resembled those of a child who had just devoured something sour. She flashed a self-proclaimed seductive smile, her beady eyes casting flirtatious glances toward Chen Buxiu. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Buxiu's brow as he stammered, Is this your sister? Wang Tan grinned wickedly, Indeed. 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 Chen Buxiu swallowed hard, perplexed by the repeated affirmation and the pride evident on Wang Tan's face. Chen Buxiu, there is one more punch left, and this will determine your fate. Wang Tan declared confidently. Hello, handsome brother. I am Wang Yudu. The girl chimed in, giggling sweetly. Chen Buxiu felt his stomach churn violently, a wave of nausea washing over him. With a mournful expression, he retorted, You must be toxic. I nearly died of fright. It seems you've turned into a living jewel. How dare you insult my sister? One more punch, and I'll make sure to end you. Wang Tan bellowed. But then his expression shifted into a crooked smile. If I don't kill you, my sister will be yours. With that, Chen Buxiu retched, expelling the contents of his stomach. Iron Dalong, Wu Erlang, and even Jin Fugui followed suit, their own retching echoing through the air. At last, Chen Buxiu comprehended why Iron Dalong had labeled Wang Tan as malicious. Indeed, it was quite poisonous. After a lengthy moment, he finally regained his composure and weakly uttered, Come on, throw your punch. In a moment of playful affection, the enchanting Wang Yu expressed, Brother, I find him quite endearing. Wang Tan, with a ghostly smile, reassured her. Fear not, dear sister. He approached Chen Buxiu, gently tapping his chest with a light fist, cautious not to inflict any harm. However, Chen Buxiu's expression shifted dramatically as he concentrated all his spiritual energy into his fists, unleashing an unprecedented potential within him. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, he forcefully struck his own chest with both fists, exclaiming, I concede. Grandfather Jin Fugui, I was wrong. Truly, I was wrong. The pain is unbearable. Black old man, I leap in distress. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, blood gushed from Chen Buxiu's mouth, surging and convulsing as he staggered into the gates of the Refining Institute. Chapter 19. Seeking combat online. It took a full week for Chen Buxiu to recover from his grievous injuries, both physically and mentally. During these 7 days, he did not step out of the Refining Institute's gates, as the wounds inflicted by the living pearl may require a lifetime to heal. Upon opening the door, he inhaled the fresh air, feeling a slight alleviation of his heavy heart, finally free from the nauseating sensation that had plagued him. This serious injury had cost him a week of cultivation, and he had yet to submit his task. He wondered if Su Shaoling and the others were anxious. "Oh, old 8 finally ventured out. Looking for that living pearl of yours?" teased Shimin Sanlang. Chen Buxiu's expression darkened. "Third brother, if you mention her again, do you believe I will die right before your eyes?" "Ha ha ha. I won't mention her again." Shimin Sanlang chuckled heartily as he departed. Chen Buxiu gathered the 3 tail feathers of the grasswood chicken and proceeded toward the task hall. His mood was far from pleasant. He never anticipated that the living pearl would delay his cultivation for 7 days, and he had not even managed to receive a proper beating from Wang Tan. Today, he must endure a sound thrashing, hoping to advance to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Upon arriving at the task hall, Chen Buxiu submitted the 3 tail feathers to the deacon, Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng meticulously examined the quality of the feathers and, upon noticing the exceptionally long 3rd feather, exclaimed, "This grasswood chicken is on the verge of evolution, isn't it?" Elder Huyan will be overjoyed to see this. Curious, Chen Buxiu inquired, "Who is Elder Huyan? Are all our tasks issued by the sect's elders?" Zhao Feng patiently explained, "You have only been in the sect for less than a month, so it's understandable you don't know. Elder Huyan is a master craftsman in our sect, and this feather is one of the materials he uses for refining. Tasks are generally issued by various peaks or elders within the sect, aimed at honing the abilities of foundational disciples while assisting the sect with essential work." Chen Buxiu's eyes brightened. "Zhao Feng, can I issue a task?" Zhao Feng was taken aback. "You wish to issue a task? There hasn't been a precedent for disciples of the Zhixian Peak to do so." Chen Buxiu smiled innocently, discreetly producing a spirit stone from his pocket and slipping it into Zhao Feng's hand. "Deacon, while there may not be a precedent, it isn't expressly forbidden, is it? Would you not agree?" Zhao Feng raised an eyebrow and cleared his throat. "Well, that is true. It doesn't break the rules. Tell me your task, and I will help you post it." Chen Buxiu leaned closer to Zhao Feng's ear and whispered. Zhao Feng's expression shifted slightly. "You aren't afraid of attracting hatred and getting beaten to death?" Chen Buxiu chuckled. "That's precisely why I'm issuing the task, Zhao Feng. Now, I shall make my preparations." Half an hour later, in an open area 50 meters from the task hall, Chen Buxiu marked out a designated space and erected 2 large banners. The left banner proclaimed, "I am invincible at the 2nd level of qi refinement." The right banner declared, "At the 3rd level of qi refinement, I offer a 1-for-1. The horizontal inscription read, "Chen Buxiu seeks combat online. Come if you dare." Chen Buxiu gazed at his creation, nodding in satisfaction. It was bold and provocative. The disciples passing by cast wary glances, their brows furrowing. "Damn, this kid is exceedingly arrogant. What is this? Do you fancy yourself invincible among your peers? Truly fearless. Yet you seek confrontation online. I can no longer contain my frustration. I shall confront him and deliver a sound thrashing, knocking some sense into that head of his." The disciples of Zhixian Peak, passing by, were engaged in lively discussions, and the crowd gathering around continued to swell, their ire directed at the boisterous banner. Chen Buxiu, sensing that the atmosphere was ripe, proclaimed loudly, "Do you see how infuriating this is?" "Indeed it is." The person below glared with wide eyes and shouted, "Do you wish to strike me? I am utterly inclined to end you right now. Everyone should unite and give him a good beating to humble his arrogance." "Ahem. Please, everyone, remain calm." Chen Buxiu quickly shouted, for fear that he might truly be besieged and beaten. "If anyone wishes to strike me, please head to the mission hall to accept the task. All senior brothers and sisters at the 2nd level of qi refinement may undertake it. If you can force me to concede, the reward for the task is a spirit stone." Upon hearing Chen Buxiu's words, the crowd immediately became exhilarated, rushing in a frenzy to sign up at the mission hall. Undertaking tasks to earn spirit stones and strike at Chen Buxiu was, without a doubt, an extraordinary opportunity. Zhao Feng could not help but twitch his lips. He had never encountered such a peculiar request to pay someone to beat him. Had he not already established his foundation? He might have been tempted to teach Chen Buxiu a lesson himself. On the Zhixian Peak, at the Zhixian platform, 2 celestial beings faced off upon a vast chessboard. "You brought that troublesome brat here, and in less than a month, he has stirred up chaos. I fear he might incite public outrage, Wan Cheng remarked with a chuckle. Upon hearing Wan Cheng's words, Di Hong felt a twinge of headache. This boy was full of mischief yet fearful of danger. He was uncertain whether bringing him to the Tai Ching sect was a wise decision. Wan Cheng's divine sense swept across the scene, and he burst into laughter. The lad had set up a challenge again, proclaiming himself invincible at the second level of Qi refinement and claiming he could trade blows 1-for-1 at the third level. He was currently online, seeking a fight. What? That troublesome brat. I'm going to take a look. Di Hong's forehead was pulsating with veins as he suddenly rose to his feet. The terrifying surge of spiritual energy upending the chessboard before him. Meanwhile, Chen Buxiu stood beneath the grand banner, laughing heartily, arrogantly gesturing with his fingers, and exclaiming, "Who else? Who dares to challenge me? How delightful this is!" Chen Buxiu has triumphantly vanquished 6 fellow disciples at the second level of Qi refinement. What irks his adversaries the most is his demeanor. He often presents himself as if he were helplessly inviting a beating, only to retaliate and defeat them when they believe victory is within their grasp. Though the onlookers are filled with frustration, none can truly contend with Chen Buxiu's prowess. How lonely it is to be invincible. The realm of masters is indeed as solitary as snow. Chen Buxiu clasped his hands behind his back, feigning a profound sense of contemplation. At that moment, a radiant beam of divine light descended from the heavens, accompanied by a terrifying thunderclap. The terrifying pressure rendered everyone present breathless, while the blinding lightning compelled the crowd to shut their eyes. Since you are so lonely, I shall keep you company for a practice session. The divine radiance and thunder emanating from Emperor Hong dissipated as he regarded Chen Buxiu with a cold smile. The expression on Chen Buxiu's face suddenly stiffened, and he awkwardly remarked, "Ahem, uncle, you are an immortal, while I am merely at the second level of Qi refining. In that case, I shall suppress my cultivation to the second level of Qi refining." At that moment, Di Hong's imposing aura noticeably contracted, instantly aligning with the second level of Qi refining. "Let us commence. Celestial Thunderstrike," Di Hong declared, as a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his hands, unleashing a bolt of celestial thunder that enveloped Chen Buxiu without affording him a moment to react, crackling and sizzling with electric intensity, leaving him charred yet tender. "You lack martial ethics, resorting to an ambush. You cunning rat." Humph. Di Hong snorted coldly, intensifying the electrical charge in his grasp. Chapter 20. A sense of relief splendid. The electric shocks left him trembling. We owe our gratitude to the esteemed Emperor Hong for delivering such retribution. The disciples of the Zixian Peak erupted in jubilant cheers, their eyes gleaming as they beheld Chen Buxiu, his hair standing on end from the shocking ordeal. Feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Let us see if he can still act so self-assured now. Chen Buxiu himself was taken aback by Emperor Hong's sudden appearance and the subsequent thrashing he received. As the revered leader of the Jinlei Peak, was the emperor merely bored and seeking amusement in giving him an electric jolt? Could it be that he had become so despised that even Emperor Hong could no longer tolerate him? Surely not. He was so honest, so sincere, so kind-hearted. How could anyone harbor resentment against him? It must be that his striking good looks incited jealousy among others. In that fleeting moment of being electrified, a myriad of peculiar thoughts darted through Chen Buxiu's mind. Concurrently, the vortex of his spiritual energy spun with great velocity, and within him, his spiritual essence reached its zenith once again. He had ascended to the pinnacle of the second level of Qi refinement. Chen Buxiu was momentarily stunned, but soon his eyes sparkled with realization. Here he was, standing at the threshold of a new realm, and was not the emperor's lightning akin to celestial thunder? This was indeed the perfect opportunity for celestial lightning to enter his body. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he roared, into the astonishment of all. He directly absorbed Emperor Hong's thunderous energy into his being. The onlooking disciples were baffled by the unfolding events, yet Emperor Hong understood entirely. No wonder this lad advanced at such an astonishing pace. In merely a few weeks, he had attained the second level of Qi refinement. It turned out he had mastered the undying divine art. Only those with extraordinary willpower and unwavering determination could ever hope to achieve such a feat. Emperor Hong had bestowed the undying divine art upon Chen Buxiu to fortify his mental fortitude, never truly believing he could master it. Observing Chen Buxiu's pained countenance, Emperor Hong mused, "This lad may be terrified of death, yet he is undeniably a talent worth nurturing. Once his character matures, his future will hold boundless potential." As the celestial lightning coursed through him, Chen Buxiu clenched his jaw in agony. Despite having undergone this experience once before, the torment was no less intense. The 8 extraordinary meridians, under the influence of the celestial lightning, grew remarkably robust. His flesh, tempered by the divine energy, became increasingly resilient. and the vortex of his spiritual energy expanded further under the guidance of this celestial force. Thanks to his prior experience, however, the process of integrating the celestial lightning this time was markedly swifter. Within mere minutes, the grimace etched upon Chen Buxiu's face transformed into a slight smile. As he began to emanate the aura of the third level of qi refinement, a glimmer of admiration shone in Emperor Hong's eyes as he ceased the onslaught of celestial lightning, delivering a swift kick that sent Chen Buxiu tumbling. "You rascal! Cease your pretense of being lifeless. I am grateful for the divine punishment." Chen Buxiu swiftly regained his footing, bowing respectfully. Without the Emperor's intervention, he would not have been able to break through to the third level of qi refinement. What? That scoundrel has made a breakthrough? This is utterly absurd. Oh heavens! Are you blind? The disciples of Zixian Peak stomped their feet in frustration, caught in a tumult of envy and indignation. Di Hong let out a cold snort and remarked nonchalantly, "Did I not win? Naturally, my esteemed immortal master possesses unparalleled skills, and your thunderous might is beyond compare. My admiration for you flows like an unceasing river." Chen Buxiu nodded vigorously, resembling a rattle drum, and thought to himself how foolish it would be to utter a negative word, knowing he would surely face a beating. Di Hong extended a hand and said indifferently, "Hand it over." Chen Buxiu was taken aback but stepped forward, offering his hand for a brief shake. Di Hong swiftly slapped Chen Buxiu's hand away, stating, "I mean the reward for the task you posted, that spirit stone." Chen Buxiu's lips twitched as he slowly produced a spirit stone, yet he hesitated to relinquish it. Looking pitiful as he protested, "For a being of your stature, one spirit stone is hardly sufficient." Di Hong snatched the spirit stone and replied, "One spirit stone is hardly of any use. The task did not specify that it could only be accepted once. Xiao Feng, make a note of this. I shall accept it 20 times. What?" Chen Buxiu's face paled, and he turned to flee, shouting as he ran, "Task cancellation." But before he could finish, Di Hong's fist, resembling a sandbag, struck him, causing Chen Buxiu to scream and roll on the ground in agony. The onlooking disciples erupted in laughter, reveling in the delightful spectacle. After half an hour, Chen Buxiu sat on the ground, bruised and battered, looking utterly defeated. Behind him, the flag representing his invincibility in the qi refining stage had been snapped in half. The spirit stones he had pilfered from the corpses of the heartless sect had been mostly taken from him, and he dared not voice his anger, knowing that any further words would provoke another beating from Di Hong. After all, his tough skin and resilient flesh could withstand the blows. "Master Di Hong, the time has come to gather the disciples of the Selection Peak to discuss the upcoming entrance competition." Wan Qing had also arrived at some point and couldn't help but smirk at Chen Buxiu's miserable state. Di Hong nodded, and with a flash of lightning beneath his feet, he soared into the air. His voice resonated like an ancient bell, thunderous and commanding. "Disciples of Selection Peak, heed my command. In 3 days, an entrance competition will be held in the back mountain. All disciples who have entered within the pasture may participate. Those wishing to join the competition must register at the task hall, just like this." As Di Hong spread his palm, Wan Qing's jade token, glowing with electric energy, flew into his grasp. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he explained, "For instance, if Chen Buxiu wishes to register, he must inscribe his name on the token using his spiritual energy." On the jade token, Chen Buxiu's name appeared in a flourish. "Immortal Master, I do not wish to participate." Chen Buxiu, who had been half dead on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet. This was no fair game. He had been seeking fights, and countless individuals were eager to settle scores with him. If he entered the competition, he would undoubtedly become the target of everyone. Di Hong replied coolly, "I truly apologize. But once your name is inscribed on the jade token, you must participate. Otherwise, your cultivation will be forfeit, and you will be expelled from the mountain." Having spoken, Di Hong transformed into a radiant beam of light, accompanied by flickering thunder, vanishing before Chen Buxiu. Chen Buxiu gazed at the receding figure of Di Hong, inwardly greeting his ancestor's 18 generations with utmost familiarity. He discerned no hint of embarrassment from Di Hong. It was evidently intentional. The onlookers' eyes sparkled with amusement, their gazes fixed on Chen Buxiu, who, wiping the blood from his face, huffed as he gathered his belongings and made his way towards the refining institute. Having never participated in the grand competition, he was uncertain about its proceedings and felt the need to consult his senior brothers for thorough preparation. In the distance, Wan Cheng chuckled, saying, "Di Hong, are you not concerned that this lad may not emerge from the back mountain in 3 days?" Di Hong's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "That will depend on his capabilities." Chapter 21. Shui Sha. During the past 3 days, Chen Buxiu remained sequestered within the Refining Institute, not emerging even once. He meticulously familiarized himself with the rules of the competition through discussions with Tai Dalong. Yet his heart grew increasingly heavy with the sense of impending doom. Junior brother, this entrance competition is held annually to assess the talents and capabilities of new disciples. With your current cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, dealing with them should be a mere trifle. Tai Dalong expressed his unwavering confidence. But don't we have an external examination every 3 months? If one passes that, they can enter the outer sect. Why is there still an annual entrance competition? Chen Buxiu questioned, perplexed. Tai Dalong shrugged dismissively. Do you think everyone can reach the 3rd level of Qi refinement in just 1 month like you? The outer sect's examination is far from simple. Among the nearly 1,000 disciples of Zixian Peak, typically no more than 3 can pass each trial. Many have been here for over 3 years without success. Gazing at Tai Dalong, Chen Buxiu inquired, Senior brother, please don't tell me you failed that trial? With your strength, you should have long since qualified for the outer sect. Tai Dalong chuckled sheepishly. The resources required for cultivation are monumental. Coming from a humble background, we must save diligently. Following old 8S method, I expect to enter the outer sect by next year. Chen Buxiu understood. The disciples of the Refining Institute were indeed formidable. Even with his recent advancement to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he still found himself the weakest among them. Although the Refining Institute was small, it housed some of the strongest practitioners on Zixian Peak. After all, the benefits gained from working with abundant spiritual materials during the refining process could significantly enhance one's cultivation speed. Tai Dalong continued, Old 8. There's no need to fret about the entrance competition. The arena will be cordoned off, with disciples divided into 2 teams for combat. Each participant will receive a sensing copper mirror affixed to their chest. Should a critical area sustain a certain degree of damage, the name inscribed on your registration jade tablet will be erased, marking your elimination. The surviving members from each team will then engage in one-on-one matches. And the ultimate victor will secure a rare opportunity to enter the outer sect without undergoing the trial. The chance to enter the outer sect is so coveted that it must drive everyone to madness, right? Chen Buxiu shrank back, sensing an ominous foreboding. Tai Dalong counted on his fingers. Madness is an understatement. In the past 3 years of competitions, over a dozen disciples have perished. Zixian Peak can only be considered the beginning. It is only upon reaching the main peak of the outer sect that one truly embarks on the path of cultivation. Nodding thoughtfully, Chen Buxiu realized that this would be a brutal melee. The first step in the competition was to ensure safety. He resolved to begin crafting protective gear and arrows immediately, while also retrieving his heavy armor. For the sake of precaution, he conceived a backup plan. He had no desire to meet an untimely end if these reckless individuals were truly willing to fight to the death. 3 days later, all disciples participating in the entrance competition gathered at the rear mountain, their spirits ignited with anticipation. This was a rare opportunity to bypass the trials and gain entry to the outer sect. Moreover, this competition is personally judged by the esteemed Immortal Jean Lei. Should one capture the Immortal's attention with their talent and become a disciple, they could soar to unimaginable heights. Immortal, all participants have arrived and are ready to commence. Xiaofeng respectfully announced. Very well. With a firm step into the void, Emperor Hong radiated divine brilliance, hovering in the air as he intoned. Teams, proceed to your respective groups as indicated by the sensing bronze mirror. This competition is governed by 3 prohibitions. First, do not cross the boundary even by a step, or bear the consequences. Second, do not intentionally harm fellow disciples, or face expulsion from the Taiqing sect. Third, do not adopt a passive approach during the contest, or face the punishment of heavenly lightning. Upon concluding, Emperor Hong's robe billowed without wind, and blue-purple lightning erupted from him as he extended his finger, causing a terrifying celestial thunder to coalesce into a vast electric cage, enveloping a 10-mile radius in its protection. The flashes of lightning and the blinding brilliance were nothing short of miraculous. The onlookers were left in awe, with Chen Buxiu's mouth agape in astonishment. Emperor Hong's voice resonated like thunder in their ears. You all are the future of the Taiqing sect. Cultivate diligently, refine your bodies, and hone your souls. You shall undoubtedly possess transcendent abilities in the future. Such trifling skills are hardly worthy of astonishment. Wanqing nodded slightly. Emperor Hong was concerned that his disciples might be swayed in their resolve by such divine techniques, hence his instructive words. I must strive to cultivate diligently and establish my foundation as soon as possible. Upon entering the outer sect, I shall ascend to the Jinlei Peak. And I too shall practice the art of thunder. The disciples, upon hearing Emperor Hong's words, were instantly invigorated. each determined to exert themselves in their training. Filled with enthusiasm, only Chen Buxiu muttered to himself, "Thunder techniques are splendid. If I mastered the art of thunder escape, fleeing would be so convenient." Nearby, others couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. Coward. Cultivating techniques is not meant for fleeing. Chen Buxiu could not be bothered to argue. Those mundane cultivators would never comprehend his lofty ideals of immortality. The disciples participating in the competition proceeded to their designated areas as dictated by their bronze mirrors. As this was a no-holds-barred melee, to avoid accidental injury, even members of the same team maintained a distance of 3 to 5 meters from one another. Have you heard? That genius from the miscellaneous affairs court, Cui Xiao, is also participating in this competition, someone nearby whispered conspiratorially. Chen Buxiu rolled his eyes. Cui Xiao? What kind of nonsense is that? The person scoffed. You truly lack fear. If he hears you, you will be crippled today, even if you don't die. Cui Xiao is the most talented disciple to enter the sect in nearly a decade. In just 6 months, he has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement and mastered the Manicore secret technique, possessing immense strength. 2 months ago, he challenged 30 opponents in the Zixian Peak's martial arena without a single defeat. He is a hot contender in this competition. Unfortunately, he belongs to the opposing team. In another camp, a figure stood tall like a spear, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Those around instinctively maintained their distance, not daring to meet his gaze. Cui Xiao donned a form-fitting black outfit, a terrifying scar resembling a centipede stretching from the corner of his mouth to his eye. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, was chillingly cold, emanating an aura of hostility that compelled those around him to steer clear and whisper in hushed tones. Yet, the little sorceress Su Shaoling did not cast even a fleeting glance at Cui Xiao. Her unwavering attention was fixated on Chen Buxiu across the battlefield. Since the completion of their mission, her resentment towards him had noticeably diminished, especially after he had presented her with a longevity pill 3 days prior, effectively mending their rift. Su Shaoling mused to herself how fortunate it was that the shameless man had not brought his armor to the competition, for it would have tarnished the reputation of all cultivators present. In truth, Chen Buxiu possessed considerable strength, albeit an excessive fear of death. As Su Shaoling recalled his precise archery skills and swift movements during their hunt, her reflections were abruptly interrupted as she observed Chen Buxiu producing a set of heavy armor from seemingly nowhere, struggling to don it with great effort. Chapter 22. The strange scene. Look at that fellow. What is he doing? Such thick armor. Good heavens, does he have no shame? This must be cheating. It is undoubtedly cheating. As the crowd witnessed Chen Buxiu donning layer upon layer of armor, they were filled with disbelief. Could a practitioner at the 3rd layer of qi refinement truly break through this? With unwavering confidence, Chen Buxiu declared, "I wear this armor for protection. Your attacks will be judged by the sensing bronze mirror, which is merely a farce of cheating." His words left the crowd momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had a point. The armor did not hinder the judgment of the sensing bronze mirror, yet the sight of him infuriated many. The onlookers, particularly the weapon-refining disciples, felt a swell of pride. Ah, our junior brother is so safety-conscious. Meanwhile, others regarded him with disdain, questioning his fear of death, as if he had no regard for his own dignity. A vein throbbed on Di Hong's forehead as he thundered, "The competition begins." With that, the 2 competing teams commenced their formal duel. Since most participants were merely at the 1st or 2nd layer of qi refinement and had not mastered many techniques, the battles were primarily close-quarter skirmishes. However, after a period of training, they fought with a semblance of skill, spiritual energy bursting forth amidst the clamor. The competition did not prohibit the use of weapons or even magical artifacts, as these were integral to a cultivator's strength. In mere moments of melee, blood was already drawn. Amidst the chaos, Chen Buxiu turned and retreated, showing no interest in the fierce combat. "Is there a coward among us?" a spectator queried. Chen Buxiu's actions were glaringly conspicuous. While everyone else rushed towards the center of battle, he alone made his escape, inevitably drawing attention. Jean Fugue immediately recognized him, bursting into laughter. "Oh, isn't that Chen Buxiu? Wasn't he quite formidable before? Why is he running?" Before he could finish, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. From behind, Chen Buxiu retrieved the Overlord bow, skillfully drawing it into a perfect crescent, and with a specially crafted arrowless projectile, he unleashed a barrage that raced through the air. The combined might of the Overlord bow and Chen Buxiu's strength was beyond the capabilities of these novice cultivators to evade. The most dismayed of all was Su Shaoling. As the projectile whistled through the air, striking her sensing bronze mirror with such force that it sent her tumbling backward. Su Shaoling, eliminated. She thought bitterly, nearly grinding her silver teeth in frustration. Did she not have any pride left? Chen Buxiu, however, had little regard for these matters. His intent was clear, to eliminate his opponents. Starting with those he recognized. That senior brother seems familiar, shoot him. That senior sister, I've seen her before, shoot her. And that fellow, he looks quite detestable, shoot him. From 100 meters away, Chen Buxiu stood with the Dark Overlord bow, continuously drawing it back into a crescent as arrows flew forth like a string of pearls, each one claiming an adversary. Initially, his presence went unnoticed amidst the chaos, but as he dispatched over 10 opponents, it soon became evident to all that this archer lurking at the periphery was a force to be reckoned with. Damn it, we're all close combat fighters. And that scoundrel Chen Buxiu is shooting arrows at us. Someone cursed angrily. Chen Buxiu? Is he not the one who boasts of being invincible at the second level of chi refinement, and claims a one-for-one exchange at the third level? Upon hearing his name, many recalled certain events. That day, he indeed humiliated several of our courtyards, and now he shamelessly resorts to a sneak attack. Let's charge at him and deal with him. Damn it, let's get him. Instantly, the crowd was incensed, and the entire team erupted in a roar, unleashing an unprecedented display of strength as they surged toward Chen Buxiu. Chen Buxiu's teammates were utterly bewildered. How could these opponents, seemingly invigorated, charge at them with such unity and fervor, as if unafraid of elimination? What baffled them even more was that when the attackers breached their line, they showed no intention of fighting. Instead, they frantically picked up stones from the ground. Pursuing the armored figure, Chen Buxiu gazed at the frenzied crowd, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Was it merely a few arrows that warranted such an exaggerated reaction? Why were they chasing him? Without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel and fled. Thus, the competition transformed into a peculiar scene, Chen Buxiu sprinting ahead, a horde of opponents howling and wielding stones in pursuit, while his teammates stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Emperor Hong's face darkened. How could a grand competition of the Immortal sect devolve into a ruckus akin to a street brawl instigated by that little rascal Chen Buxiu? It was infuriating. Meanwhile, Wan Cheng, usually serious, wore a grin that betrayed his amusement. Haha, this is entertaining. Smash him. Brothers, throw. With that, someone hurled a stone, and the others followed suit, pelting Chen Buxiu with a rain of rocks. However, Chen Buxiu had initially maintained a distance of 100 meters. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, he took off running. Given such distance, the assailant's aim was mediocre. With each few meters he covered, he executed agile rolls and lateral movements, evading the stones that fell like rain. Simultaneously, he would occasionally turn to loose an arrow, swiftly eliminating a few more foes. Outside the fray, Tai Dalong scratched his head awkwardly, commenting, "Old Ba is rather detested, isn't he?" Jean Fugui cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines. Chase him. Beat him. Give him a swollen head. However, it wasn't long before Chen Buxiu's teammates also grasped the situation. They too began to engage in battle, clearly taking advantage of Chen Buxiu's distraction to hinder the opponent's full combat capabilities, resulting in a surprising number of eliminations on the enemy side. Chen Buxiu seized this opportunity to catch his breath, stealthily hiding behind a tree, gathering his spiritual energy to transform it into an ethereal form. The battlefield had reached a boiling point, with both sides fiercely engaged, while a group relentlessly pursued Chen Buxiu, some of whom he recognized as former adversaries from his earlier challenges. Several among them were suitors of Su Shaoling, while others, unknown to Chen Buxiu, perhaps merely harbored a desire to teach him a lesson. Thus, the contest unfolded into a peculiar scene, a throng engaged in a fierce and chaotic battle at the center, with glimmers of blades and flashes of fists illuminating the fray, creating an atmosphere of exhilarating turmoil. Meanwhile, a dozen individuals armed with stones and swords vociferously pursued Chen Buxiu outside the battleground. At the heart of this melee, a man, resembling a spear in stature, remained stoically unmoved, his icy demeanor emanating an aura of dread that instinctively instilled fear in all present. "You dare to provoke my woman? Today, I shall render you incapacitated." Cui Zhao's chilling gaze fixated on the fleeing Chen Buxiu, and in the next moment, a surge of murderous intent ignited within his eyes as he propelled himself forward with explosive speed. Chapter 23. Men understand men best with a thunderous sound. The ground beneath Cui Zhao erupted as he charged towards Chen Buxiu. His speed was astonishing, and the surge of spiritual energy he emitted startled those around him, causing even those pursuing Chen Buxiu to halt in their tracks. Once Cui Zhao took action, they found no reason to continue their chase. for Cui Xiao would never permit them to interfere in his battle. Cui Shixiang has made his move. Chen Buxiu is doomed. Jin Fuguei shouted fervently. Cui Shixiang. Eliminate this scoundrel. Tai Dalong furrowed his brow. He had heard of Cui Xiao's reputation as a prodigy, and his mastery of the formidable Min Yo secret technique was indeed exceptional. Chen Buxiu, having scarcely learned any techniques, stood no chance against Cui Xiao. Old Ba. Do not let him close in. Exhaust him with the Overlord Bow. Tai Dalong called out. Do you think you can keep me at bay? Cui Xiao sneered, his blood surging as if a mighty bull coursed through his veins. In mere moments, he closed the gap between himself and Chen Buxiu. Chen Buxiu, observing Cui Xiao's charge akin to a rampaging calf, felt exasperated. He had not provoked this individual. Nevertheless, he did not cease his actions, drawing his bow like a crescent moon, and loosed an arrow that struck like thunder. Cui Xiao raised his arm and flicked it, the arrow striking his arm with a clang, only to be deflected away. Upon closer inspection, Chen Buxiu noticed that Cui Xiao was clad in a pair of jet black metallic arm guards. Yet, he was also astonished by Cui Xiao's strength, even without a tip. The arrow released from the Overlord Bow carried immense power. The fact that Cui Xiao merely staggered slightly upon being hit attested to his formidable might. Cui Xiao sneered once more, having closed the distance, his vital energy churning as if it sought to burst forth. He unleashed a punch, akin to a bull charging. Now that they were engaged, Chen Buxiu decided to abandon his archery and instead wield the Overlord Bow like a staff, swinging it with all his might. The bow collided with Cui Xiao's fist, producing a resounding clash of metal, and both men were forced to step back. Cui Xiao shook his fist, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Indeed, the Refining Institute provided each member with a spiritual artifact. Chen Buxiu was equally surprised, realizing that Cui Xiao had withstood the Overlord Bow with his bare fists. What a painful endeavor that must have been. Was this man not a little fierce? With a fierce glare, Cui Xiao fixed his eyes on Chen Buxiu and declared, Chen Buxiu, I care not for your arrogance, but you should never have provoked the woman I admire. Chen Buxiu rolled his eyes. It seemed that Su Xiaoling's allure was indeed formidable, having just defeated Jin Fuguei and now attracting the attention of Cui Xiao. Su Xiaoling herself was puzzled, as she did not recall Cui Xiao being one of her suitors. They had never even exchanged words. So, Cui Shixiang also has feelings for Sister Xiaoling. Does that mean I have no chance? Jin Fuguei lamented, his face a mask of despair. Your chances were non-existent even before this, Shimin Sanlang retorted mercilessly. The onlookers were captivated by the duel between the two men. For a battle fought over a woman was far more exhilarating than any other. Brother, do you believe me when I say that the matter concerning Su Xiaoling was merely a misunderstanding? Chen Buxiu lamented. Su Xiaoling? Who cares about your affairs with that crazy girl? Cui Xiao scoffed disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance at Su Xiaoling. How could I possibly be attracted to such a gaunt and audacious woman? Chen Buxiu was instantly taken aback. Apart from Su Xiaoling, he had not provoked any other woman. Noticing the bewilderment etched on Chen Buxiu's face, Cui Xiao declared, There's no need to ponder. The one I adore is none other than Wang Tan's sister, Wang Yudu. At the mere mention of Wang Yudu, Cui Xiao's cold demeanor transformed into one of warmth. My foolish girl is gentle, kind-hearted, voluptuous, and unpretentious. How could that mere bag of bones, Su Xiaoling, even compare? You dared to provoke my Yudu. Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences. You mean you fancy a live pearl? Chen Buxiu's eyes widened like saucers, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, as he felt his worldview shatter in disbelief. What kind of aesthetic vision does Cui Xiao possess to choose a live pearl? If this is the case, perhaps he should consult a physician, if his eyes are fine. Then surely his mind must be somewhat unhinged. Everyone nearby who heard Cui Xiao's words stood in stunned silence. Su Xiaoling was both exasperated and amused. It was her first time being referred to as a bag of bones. Chen Buxiu swallowed hard, tentatively suggesting, Cui Shixiao, have you considered consulting a healer about your eyesight? Or perhaps your mind? How dare you? You insult my foolish girl, and I shall end you. Cui Xiao's aura surged, his chi swirling violently, veins protruding, muscles bulging. As he charged at Chen Buxiu with the force of a raging bull, Chen Buxiu had no time to evade, and he was sent flying several meters, his bow landing far off against a tree. Blood trickled from his lips, his chest felt as though his very organs had been displaced, causing him excruciating pain that made him grimace. Humph, Chen Buxiu, if you dare to pursue Yudu again, I will cripple you right now. Cui Xiao advanced menacingly, his chi intensifying with each step. I pursue her? Ugh. The more Chen Buxiu spoke, the more his mind conjured the image of the live pearl, causing his stomach to churn uncontrollably. The more you feign indifference, the more I can see through your desires for her. Men understand men best. I know precisely what you think. You cannot deceive me. Chui Xiao proclaimed loudly, the terrifying force coalescing in his fist, preparing for his next assault. Chen Buxiu felt despair wash over him. You know everything? You know nothing. I have no desires for her. Brother, could you not mistake a piece of excrement for a flower bun? Meanwhile, the battlefield of the competition had nearly eliminated all but a few participants, with each side left with 3 individuals, plus Chen Buxiu and Chui Xiao. Ultimately, only 2 would remain, and with Chui Xiao in the mix, none could hope to contend with him. Someone remarked, let us eliminate him, and then we shall proceed with the competition. Thus, they cleared a path for Chen Buxiu's teammates and inquired, what shall we do? The 3 exchanged glances, nodded, and charged towards Chui Xiao. Chui Xiao's assault did not inflict significant harm upon Chen Buxiu's physique. However, the verbal onslaught deeply wounded his psyche. Chen Buxiu, let us eliminate him together. One individual wielding a glimmering longsword lunged at Chui Xiao, while 2 others simultaneously launched attacks from behind, encircling him. Unbeknownst to them, the previously sent flying overlord Bao had been stealthily retrieved by a hand. With just you lot, Chui Xiao bellowed, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that caused his muscles to swell once more. The vitality around him coalesced into the phantom of a mighty bull as he unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, transforming into ethereal shadows that sent the trio hurtling away with a single, forceful maneuver. Subsequently, the phantom of the bull surged into his being, and with a single tremor, he delivered 3 consecutive punches, rendering the 3 adversaries unconscious and out of the competition. Incredible! Even the onlookers could feel the overwhelming force akin to that of a raging bull. Within the realm of chi refinement, few could rival him. Chui Xiao cast a cold gaze upon his 3 teammates, having witnessed their earlier actions. We concede defeat. The trio, thoroughly intimidated by Chui Xiao's imposing aura, dared not linger any longer and withdrew from the contest of their own accord. Chen Buxiu, I ask you once more, before Chui Xiao could finish his sentence. He observed Chen Buxiu enveloped in a radiant white light, as if on the verge of exploding. Chapter 24. Do you think I am a technician here to massage you? Boom. Chen Buxiu erupted violently, sending shockwaves that raised clouds of dust, the explosion resonating with a deafening roar. Chui Xiao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, even with the formidable bull's secret technique at his disposal. He sustained injuries from the blast. His face was a canvas of astonishment, utterly bewildered as to how Chen Buxiu had detonated. At that moment, a whistling sound pierced through the air. Whoosh! Chui Xiao barely had time to cross his arms in front of his chest, managing to deflect the arrow just in time. However, 3 more arrows followed in rapid succession, targeting his legs and torso without pause. Chen Buxiu returned his bow to his back after releasing the 3 arrows, the earlier explosion having already shaken Chui Xiao and disoriented his mind. No matter what, he was unable to fend off these arrows. You are indeed powerful, but alas, you are not my match. Chen Buxiu remarked nonchalantly, adopting an air of a master, solitary as snow. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he was met with a resounding slap to the face. The anticipated announcement of Chui Xiao's elimination did not resonate. Instead, a fierce roar erupted from Chui Xiao. Bull secret technique, bull blood transformation. The wild aura surged skyward, a terrifying display of vitality swirling around him. Chui Xiao's body expanded dramatically, muscles coiling, veins bulging, his complexion a vivid crimson, and his breath ragged. Astonishingly, the 3 arrows were thwarted by his sheer vitality and muscle strength. Since the sensing copper mirror had not declared him out, it indicated that his defense had become robust enough to withstand Chen Buxiu's arrows without sustaining serious injury. This was the ultimate essence of the bull's secret technique. Brother Chui is formidable. The onlookers marveled, recognizing that he had grasped the essence of the secret technique at merely the 3rd layer of chi refinement, a testament to his extraordinary talent over the past decade. Even Wan Cheng could not help but nod in approval. Such innate talent and comprehension. The future holds limitless possibilities. Only Chen Buxiu scoffed, wondering why the celestial techniques and spells were not ethereal and graceful. Why did Chui Xiao's secret technique resemble that of a village bull come to life, appearing so grotesque? Chen Buxiu, brace yourself. Chui Xiao bellowed, stomping the ground with a thunderous crash, his vitality swirling violently, exuding an aura of wildness as he charged forward like a raging bull. Chui Xiao's speed was astonishing. Chen Buxiu realized evasion was futile and braced himself for impact. His undying divine skill granted him formidable defense, and he doubted that this bull-like state of Cui Xiao could be sustained for long. With a resounding crash, Chen Buxiu was propelled 3 meters away. He tasted blood in his mouth, his vitality surging tumultuously. Yet, to his astonishment, he felt as if some shackles on his flesh had been shattered. There was an inexplicable heaviness to his every movement. It was the undying divine skill. Chen Buxiu had seen the records of the undying divine skill, which could unlock the secret technique of the undying golden body after initiation. However, the success of cultivating the undying golden body depended on timing and destiny. Once mastered, his body would become the most formidable treasure in the world. The undying golden body comprises 9 levels. The first level grants a body as heavy as a mountain, skin like steel, immovable as a bell, yet swift as divine magic. In the present moment, when Chen Buxiu was struck by Cui Xiao, it felt as though some shackles had been shattered, rendering his body light as a feather. And his flesh was honed to the hardness of iron. Once he entered the realm of the indestructible body, he found himself indifferent to the notions of divine powers. What truly satisfied him was the ability for his flesh to rival steel and boast defenses as formidable as diamond. He has come to realize that the world of cultivation is fraught with peril, and besides honing his skills in evasion, substitution, and immortality, he must also master defensive techniques. For a sudden ambush could lead to his demise. However, Chen Buxiu felt a twinge of embarrassment. The cultivation of the indestructible divine art and the mastery of the indestructible body seemed to hinge entirely upon enduring blows, making it appear as though he harbored some peculiar obsession. He was not that kind of person. Yet, for the sake of the indestructible body and the pursuit of immortality, he had to disregard the odd glances from others and make certain sacrifices. The onlookers were oblivious to the myriad of emotions swirling within Chen Buxiu. They only noticed the surprise that flickered across his face, which soon morphed into exuberance and delight, his gaze towards Cui Xiao burning with an unusual fervor, akin to that of a man beholding his beloved. Something is amiss. Cui Xiao felt an involuntary shiver under Chen Buxiu's gaze, even with his own bull secret technique activated. He couldn't help but break into goosebumps. Chen Buxiu chuckled, unexpectedly shedding his armor to reveal his robust upper body, exclaiming, "Come on, face me head on." Cui Xiao swallowed hard and said, "I will give you another chance. If you cease to harass my young ward, I shall spare you today. Otherwise, with my full bull secret technique unleashed, I shall ensure your bones are shattered and your muscles torn." Chen Buxiu stepped forward, patting Cui Xiao's well-defined chest with satisfaction, and replied, "When we are together, why speak of women? Come, strike me, pummel me, crush me. Men must face challenges directly." Observing Chen Buxiu's eagerness, Cui Xiao instinctively took a step back. He had long heard whispers of Chen Buxiu's peculiar nature, but he never anticipated it had escalated to such extremes. Moreover, this was a grown man, and Chen Buxiu was teasing him. This was intolerable. Cui Xiao's fury surged as he bellowed, "Perverse fool, go to your doom." With a punch that struck like a raging bull, the sheer force sent Chen Buxiu reeling, as though his very organs had been displaced. Yet, Cui Xiao's assault did not relent. Seizing Chen Buxiu's shoulders, he unleashed a kick that propelled him several meters away, causing him to roll on the ground. Well struck. Smash him. Vanquish this insufferable wretch. A voice cried out, followed by a chorus of cheers erupting from the crowd. Come now, after this punch. There are 3 more to go. As Chen Buxiu rose from the ground, instead of displaying pain, his face radiated joy. Following the recent assault, he distinctly felt that same sense of lightness return, and his torso and chest appeared even sturdier than before. He was courting death. Cui Xiao, witnessing Chen Buxiu's joyful expression, was consumed by a surge of rage. With a thunderous shout, his vital energy erupted forcefully, and spiritual essence surged forth as his fist struck out in rapid succession. Chen Buxiu raised his arms to shield his head, retreating under the relentless blows while subtly adjusting the areas being struck, ensuring a more equitable distribution of punishment across his body. This strategy, he thought, would facilitate his entry into the realm of the indestructible body. A few more punches to the back. Yes, and the ribs as well. Apply a little more force, and I can endure it. Ah, Cui Xiao felt an immense humiliation. Am I truly here to beat you? Or do you mistake me for a masseur? With a fierce determination, Cui Xiao unleashed the barbarian bull-killing fist. The ethereal form of the barbarian bull materialized around him, a manifestation of his furious vitality and spiritual energy coalescing fiercely. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground, causing the earth to crack under the sheer force of his power. All of his energy converged into his right fist, launching forward with explosive intensity. Boom! The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. This punch was overwhelmingly powerful. "Junior brother," Tai Dalong exclaimed, eager to rush in. Such a devastating technique, even he would find it difficult to withstand. Cui Xiao truly deserved the title of the most formidable genius from the Zixian Peak in the past decade. All eyes were riveted on the arena with the strike. Whether Chen Buxiu was indeed indestructible or not, he would surely emerge severely crippled. Chapter 25. The Victory of Pain with a Resounding Clang. A hand radiating a subtle dark glow emerged, intercepting a menacing punch. The collision produced a sound akin to clashing steel. Cui Xiao stared in astonishment at Chen Buxiu, an inexplicable sense of panic swelling within him. How could Chen Buxiu possibly withstand such a blow? Chen Buxiu gripped Cui Xiao's fist, revealing a gleaming smile as he said, "You've been attacking for quite some time. Now it is my turn to counter." "What do you mean by counter? I don't understand." "Prepare to die." Cui Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to retract his fist for another strike. However, to his shock, Chen Buxiu's hand clamped down like a vice, rendering his efforts futile regardless of the force he exerted. With a powerful kick, Chen Buxiu sent Cui Xiao hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree, blood gushing from his mouth. The spectators were left in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Moments ago, it had been Chen Buxiu who was on the receiving end of a relentless assault, and now the tables had completely turned. Cui Xiao struggled to rise, his face a mask of disbelief. The force of that kick had been beyond his capacity to resist. Chen Buxiu, merely at the third level of qi refinement and devoid of any secret techniques. How could he possess such immense strength? Chen Buxiu smiled in satisfaction. His immortal body's first layer had been tempered by Cui Xiao's attacks. Now, his flesh felt as heavy as lead, his skin as tough as steel, enabling him to exert incredible force with the slightest movement. Of course, this did not imply that Chen Buxiu literally weighed 1,000 pounds. It was the power of the mystical body technique at play. In this realm of true immortals, countless techniques existed, each with unparalleled capabilities. Chen Buxiu's immortal body was but one among many. Yet, being merely at the third level of qi refinement, he remained unaware of the broader implications. He simply relished the newfound weight and resilience of his form. Had he not known it was called the immortal body, he might have whimsically dubbed it the lead weight of Old Mountain. As he approached Cui Xiao, cracking his knuckles, he exclaimed, "Cui Xixiang, this duel has been exhilarating. I am thoroughly pleased. Shall we exchange a few more blows?" Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Cui Xiao coldly retorted, "You are celebrating too soon. Dream on. I concede." With that, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. Chen Buxiu's expression fell instantly, after enduring so much as a punching bag. He had finally gained the upper hand, only for Cui Xiao to concede. What had happened to the most brilliant genius of the selection of immortals, who should have fought to the bitter end? The victory brought him no joy, only a lingering sense of disappointment. The crowd was equally astonished by the dramatic conclusion. Cui Xiao had lost, and in such a decisive manner. Only Cui Xiao himself understood that continuing the fight would be a humiliation. His bull technique, once augmented by the blood of the mighty bull, would only lead to a greater dissipation of strength the longer it was maintained. Chen Buxiu's power had already reached a level that even in his strongest state, Cui Xiao could not withstand being sent flying. Thus, there was no further need for combat. The resounding voice of Emperor Hong reverberated through the sky. "Chen Buxiu, are you aware of the reward for the entrance competition?" Chen Buxiu replied, "Disciple is aware. It is the opportunity to enter the outer sect. However, my time in the selection of Immortal's peak has been brief, and my foundation in cultivation is unsteady. I wonder if I may forfeit this chance to enter the outer sect?" Emperor Hong, somewhat taken aback, inquired. "The opportunity to enter the outer sect is coveted by other disciples. You would willingly relinquish it?" With a hearty smile, Chen Buxiu answered, "I choose to forfeit. Yet, I trust that the esteemed immortal lord will reward me in other ways. I am not greedy." A lesson in one or two techniques of the sacred immortal emperor's escape arts would suffice. If possible, perhaps 2 life-saving treasures, a miraculous elixir. Or, the other disciples were taken aback, feeling a surge of indignation. Did he consider the techniques and treasures of the immortal emperor as mere cabbages? How could he desire so much? Veins pulsed on Emperor Hong's forehead as he scowled. "I shall grant you one more chance. Repeat your request." Chen Buxiu chuckled awkwardly. Clearing his throat, "I humbly request escape techniques." How could a disciple of the Ta Ching sect settle for such mediocrity? Emperor Hong retorted sharply. producing a jade tablet that appeared from thin air and tossing it to Chen Buxiu. This is a fragment of the Ta Ching Immortal Talisman. You are to practice diligently. With that, Emperor Hong's body crackled with thunder, radiant light shooting skyward as he transformed into a long rainbow and departed. The other disciples gazed at Chen Buxiu with envy and jealousy. The Ta Ching Immortal Talisman was created and compiled by a legendary immortal king of the Ta Ching sect a millennium ago. It gathered an array of talismans, including some of devastating power. Though only a fragment remained, it was still a priceless relic, especially for those disciples of the selection of Immortal's Peak. Content. Chen Buxiu carefully stored the fragment of the Ta Ching Immortal Talisman, joyfully returning with the craftsman. Initially, he had merely intended to test the waters with a bold request, not expecting Emperor Hong to grant him such a treasure. He had already glanced at the fragment. While it lacked escape techniques, it contained various talismans, earth, water, and speed talismans, among others. He could hardly wait to return and practice, as mastering these talismans would significantly enhance his skills for survival. At the peak of selection of immortals, Wan Sheng furrowed his brow with concern. Although the Ta Ching Immortal Talisman is but a fragment, it is still an Immortal King's technique. Is it not too ostentatious to present it before the public? Immortal King's technique? Those Immortal King talismans have long been lost. What remains are merely ordinary talismans. If true kingly techniques still existed, they would have been enshrined in the Ta Ching Immortal Pavilion long ago. Emperor Hong replied with a faint smile, though a fleeting look of melancholy crossed his eyes. Once, the Ta Ching sect basked in unparalleled glory. The three pure immortal emperor seemed to emerge from the void a millennium ago, sweeping across the 8 regions and subduing the universe. Even the 4 ancient immortal sects were momentarily suppressed, unable to raise their heads for centuries. The era of the Ta Ching sect was indeed resplendent. Now, after millennia of decline and countless battles, the techniques of the immortal emperor and the laws of the immortal king had been nearly forgotten. For nearly 5,000 years, the Ta Ching sect had not produced a single immortal king. Nevertheless, the Tai Ching talisman is regarded as a rare and invaluable technique in the eyes of ordinary disciples and even wandering practitioners from the outside world. It is not inconceivable that they might covet Chen Buxiu, especially considering he is merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement, Wan Sheng remarked. Isn't that preferable? Di Hong laughed. That mischievous lad, brimming with malice, would surely stir up trouble if we don't find him some challenges. The recent instability at the Heartless sect has incited the surrounding factions to become increasingly restless. Our disciples must accelerate their growth, even if it entails greater risks. Furthermore, the task hall should issue more missions. It is time for them to confront peril. Chapter 26. Accepting the task at the Ruthless sect. In a grand, obsidian hall, countless runes shimmered ominously, and a terrifying aura of spiritual energy permeated the air, filling the space with an overwhelming sense of coldness, desolation, and despair. Within the hall, a man clad in a black phoenix feather robe sat upon a dark throne, his countenance grim and brows tightly knitted. Although he refrained from exuding any palpable pressure, his every gesture commanded reverence, emanating an air of celestial authority. He was the sect leader of the Ruthless sect, Yuxian. Before him stood a haughty young woman dressed in black, her expression unyielding even in the presence of this man. Do you understand the implications of the holy maiden of the Ruthless sect breaking her vows? A terrifying pressure radiated from Yuxian, unleashing a wave of chilling energy that disrupted the spiritual currents within the hall, as if the very space had been encased in ice. Yu Rishuang gritted her teeth defiantly and replied, "What of it? You." In an instant, Yuxian's figure flickered, and he seized Yu Rishuang by the throat. Even she, a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, found herself utterly powerless before him. Once the holy law of ruthlessness is shattered, it will soon become common knowledge, even spreading throughout the Eastern Xuanyu. Are you unaware that you are already betrothed to Xiao Bujiue of the Tonghai Immortal Sect? How do you expect the sect to face the Tonghai Immortal Sect? Yu Rishuang forced a bitter smile and retorted. What you should be concerned about is how to confront the Xiao clan of the Lihua Immortal Domain, part of the imperial governance of the Immortal Sect, isn't it? You seek to unite me with the Tonghai Immortal Sect solely because Xiao Bujiue hails from the Xiao family, sacrificing me to curry favor with the Lihua Immortal Domain. With a resounding slap, Yuxian struck Yu Rishuang's face, his voice thunderous. He bears the bloodline of the Xiao family, flowing with the essence of the Immortal Emperor. Do you comprehend how coveted the blood of an Immortal Emperor is to sects like ours, devoid of heritage? Tears silently streamed down Yu Rishuang's cheeks as she coldly replied, I do not covet it. You, How can you fail to grasp your father's earnest intentions? Yu Xian sighed heavily, gently wiping away the tears from her eyes. Yet, a terrifying murderous intent flickered in his gaze, shaking the very heavens and earth. Tell me, who has dared to lay a hand on you? Yu Rishuang pressed her lips tightly together, refusing to utter a single word. As time flew by, since the entrance competition, Chen Buxiu had secluded himself within the Refining Institute, diligently cultivating. Now, having attained the immortal body, accompanied by the spirit-painting avatar, the turtle-breathing technique, and fragments of the Ta Ching immortal talisman, he sought to master their intricacies. 3 versions of Chen Buxiu scurried about the Refining Institute, bustling with activity, each holding jars and containers as they surrounded a large pot, creating quite the commotion. What are you up to, old eight? Tian Dalong inquired curiously, observing Chen Buxiu's antics. With a hearty grin, Chen Buxiu replied, hee. The Ta Ching immortal talisman is filled with countless mystical symbols. I am practicing the bewitching immortal talisman and the bone transformation talisman. These talismans must be combined with poison to be effective. I am on the verge of success. In a fervent rush, Chen Buxiu poured all the jars into the dark, slightly greenish pot, and in an instant, a plume of green smoke erupted forth. Not good, get away. With a fervent shout, Chen Buxiu seized Tai Dalong and fled backwards. One of the Chen Buxiu figures, unable to evade in time, was engulfed by the green smoke, convulsing violently and foaming at the mouth, eventually dissipating into spiritual energy. Tai Dalong, frightened, recoiled, exclaiming, Old eight, this is too fierce. Is this truly recorded in the remnants of the Qingxian talisman? Chen Buxiu chuckled awkwardly, saying, I made a few modifications. Once I perfect it, I'll give you a try. It's nothing serious, just a minor toxin. You, being robust, will surely withstand it. Without a moment's hesitation, Tai Dalong dashed away, terrified of being subjected to Chen Buxiu's poison testing. Chen Buxiu sniffed and bottled the concoction into 3 small vials. Then retrieved 3 talisman papers from his robe, meticulously inscribing them according to the method outlined in the remnants. Before long, 3 enchanting green glowing talismans were carefully tucked away in his bosom. Although the techniques within the remnants were exceedingly tempting, Chen Buxiu was unable to learn them all due to his limited energy and strength, thus he could only select a few simpler ones for study. Furthermore, talismans like the mesmerizing fairy talisman and the bone transformation talisman required rare spiritual herbs and poisons. Given Chen Buxiu's financial constraints, these 3 talismans had already depleted his entire stock of spirit stones, which he had acquired from the black-clad individuals in the mountains. Sighing, he mused that to concoct the bone transformation talisman, he would need bone transformation grass, a substance not found in the back mountain. He would have to venture to the perilous Lone King Mountain on the borders of the Tai Ching sect to seek it. Chen Buxiu reflected aloud. The disciples of the Zixian Peak were only permitted to leave the sect after reaching the 3rd layer of Qi refining, under the guidance of outer sect disciples. As the outside world was rife with rogue cultivators and practitioners from other sects, making it perilous for those lacking sufficient strength. However, if he were to descend the mountain, it would not suffice to seek the bone transformation grass alone. Recently, the task hall had numerous assignments available, including those leading to Lone King Mountain. Although the miasma-infested forest was fraught with toxins and abundant spiritual beasts, its terrain was exceptionally conducive to the growth of spiritual herbs. The miasma-ridden forest of Lone King Mountain was the most verdant region for various poisonous herbs and spiritual plants in the vicinity. Whether for weapon forging, alchemy, or body cultivation, the gathering of herbs was indispensable. Thus, most spiritual herbs not found within the sect were often the subject of task assignments sent there. Chen Buxiu contemplated that he could conveniently undertake a task this time, allowing him to gather bone transformation grass while fulfilling the assignment. Arriving at the entrance of the task hall, he found it bustling with activity, and besides Zhao Feng, there were 3 outer sect disciples present. Clad in outer sect robes and carrying long swords on their backs, these disciples exuded abundant spiritual energy and vitality, each displaying an air of pride. Spotting Zhao Feng, Chen Buxiu greeted warmly. Zhao Feng, are there any tasks for collecting herbs in the miasma forest? I wish to venture there. Zhao Feng perused the task list and replied, Let me show you. Just in time, an outer disciple from Yunri Peak, Hua Tian, is leading a team to the miasma forest to gather the roots of the ancient human-faced pine. You may accompany him. The others in the group are also your acquaintances, Su Shaoling and Jin Fugui. Chen Buxiu was taken aback. In just a month, they had all reached the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Zhao Feng discerned Chen Buxiu's astonishment and remarked with a smile, Recently, the volume of tasks in the task hall has surged dramatically. Everyone has taken on numerous assignments, honing their skills and acquiring considerable merits, elixirs, and naturally, their cultivation has advanced at an astonishing pace. Why should only you, the prodigy Chen Buxiu, be allowed to excel, while others are not permitted to progress? Chen Buxiu merely curled his lip in response, feeling somewhat disgruntled that despite enduring so many hardships, he had only reached the third level of qi refinement, while these two had swiftly caught up to him. Unbeknownst to Chen Buxiu, Su Xiaoling's brother was Steward Su, and Jin Fuguwei hailed from an exceedingly affluent family. The cultivation resources available to them were beyond Chen Buxiu's imagination, which accounted for their rapid advancement. Beside them, Hua Tian's eyes glinted with a tinge of greed upon hearing Chen Buxiu's name. He turned his head and inquired, "Are you Chen Buxiu?" Chapter 27. A peculiar affliction. Chen Buxiu cast a discerning glance at Hua Tian, feeling an instinctive unease towards him. He replied coolly, "Indeed, senior brother." Hua Tian, with an indifferent demeanor, remarked, "Junior brother Chen shone brilliantly during the entrance competition, even acquiring the fragment of the Tai Ching Immortal talisman. We, the outer disciples, have all heard about your exploits. Your future is boundless, junior brother Chen." Chen Buxiu feigned agreement as they exchanged pleasantries. Before long, Jin Fuguwei and Su Xiaoling arrived, and the atmosphere among the four was palpably awkward. "Chen Buxiu, you were something else. You shot me first." Su Xiaoling seethed through gritted teeth. Chen Buxiu let out a dry laugh and fabricated, "Who could resist such beauty as yours among the crowd, junior sister?" "Men's words are mere deceits," Su Xiaoling retorted, lifting her head proudly upon hearing this. "That's natural. At least you know how to flatter, HM." Jin Fuguwei stood silently by, too intimidated to speak, wary of provoking another outburst from Chen Buxiu, having already endured a psychological scar. The quartet for the expedition to the chaotic miasma forest was now assembled. Zhao Feng stepped forward to address them with a few safety reminders before taking out a communication stone. Despite the nearly 1,000-mile distance to the Zixian Peak, where tasks were assigned to disciples who had yet to establish their foundations, the sect ensured that a dedicated escort accompanied them throughout the journey. Before long, a beam of icy blue light swept overhead and descended beside the four. Dressed in a flowing white gown, exuding an aura of chill, the enchanting figure was partially veiled. But the delicate willow-like brows and striking ice-blue eyes elicited admiration from all present. She was Lung Aoxian, one of the top 10 prodigies of the younger generation within the cold moon peak of the Tai Ching sect. Chen Buxiu regarded this frost-laden fairy and silently compared her to Yuru Shuang. Though both were ice queens, this one was clad in elegant attire. Hua Tian, evidently familiar with Lung Aoxian, wore a face of astonishment and excitement as he hurried forward. "Senior sister Lung, I never expected to travel with you today." Lung Aoxian glanced at Hua Tian coldly, offering no response, merely stating, "Board my moon god wheel. I shall take you to the chaotic miasma forest." Hua Tian forced an awkward smile, refraining from further conversation, while Chen Buxiu and the others, unfamiliar with Lang Aoxian, obediently ascended the icy blue moon god wheel beneath her. Zhao Feng clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Fairy Lang." She merely nodded, forming a hand seal as the moon god wheel radiated brilliant light, expanding severalfold before soaring into the sky, carrying the five upward. Hua Tian, Su Xiaoling, and Jin Fuguwei steadied themselves, for the moon god wheel had been enchanted by Lang Aoxian to mitigate wind resistance. Despite its rapid flight, the group felt no discomfort. Only Chen Buxiu stealthily maneuvered to position himself behind Lang Aoxian, his expression solemn and muscles taut, ever ready to grasp her leg should any mishap occur. Lang Aoxian, noticing Chen Buxiu's demeanor, furrowed her brow slightly, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Chen Buxiu awkwardly cleared his throat and stammered, I have a bit of an ailment. Whenever I come into contact with women, I convulse and foam at the mouth. With the limited space of the moon god wheel, and with Sister Ling and Xiao Ling present, I fear the consequences of such interactions, which makes me rather anxious." Chen Buxiu could hardly admit his fear of death, as he was always prepared to cling to Long Moyen's leg should an accident occur. Moreover, it was unlikely that anyone would be so bored as to test whether his affliction was genuine. Of course, if he were to voice such a concern, before any mishap could take place, Lang Moyen would surely kick him away. After all, not just anyone could embrace the leg of the ice goddess. A profound curiosity flickered in Lung Moyen's icy gaze. She had never heard of such a peculiar malady. Jin Fuguwei's eyes darted around, his mouth agape in sudden realization. No wonder Chen Buxiu had such peculiar preferences. It all made sense now that he was ill and could not touch women. Su Xiaoling, taken aback, pouted and remarked, Chen Buxiu, how come I've never heard of this strange illness of yours? Are you just making it up? Sighing, Chen Buxiu feigned sorrow, shaking his head and lamenting. If it weren't for your incessant questioning, I would never have the courage to mention this ailment. He continued, if only I could find a remedy for this bizarre condition. Suddenly, he felt a cold, smooth, fragrant touch. Turning around, he saw a finger as white as jade poking at his exposed neck. His face darkened immediately. Behind that finger was a breathtakingly beautiful face, veiled yet radiating an icy allure, though the curiosity in her eyes was unmistakable. This person was none other than Long Moyen, the proud and distinguished disciple of the inner sect of Han Yu Peak, one of the top 10 prodigies of the Taiching sect. Chen Buxiu was taken aback, thinking, aren't you supposed to be the ice-cold beauty? What happened to your composure and pride? Has the iceberg crumbled? In his mind, 1,000 llamas galloped in confusion as he silently implored Long Moyen to preserve the dignity befitting an ice princess, for curiosity could indeed be perilous. Then, without a care for his image, Chen Buxiu rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and began to convulse wildly, kicking his legs as he spun 360 degrees on the moon god wheel. The onlookers gasped, their faces turning pale as they instinctively recoiled. Jin Fugui, unable to dodge in time, was kicked by Chen Buxiu and fell with a cry. After a moment, Chen Buxiu sat in a corner, his face ashen, casting a mournful glance at Long Moyen, while Jin Fugui, in another corner, looked even paler, filled with resentment as he glared at Chen Buxiu. Long Moyen felt the heat of their gazes, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, and she dared not look back. Instead, she closed her eyes and sat in meditation before the moon god wheel. Chen Buxiu, your strange illness seems rather pitiful. How will you find a partner in the future? Su Shaoling remarked sympathetically. Chen Buxiu could only follow along, saying, once we reach the outer sect, I shall search for a way to cure this ailment. Su Shaoling, with a sense of loyalty, gently patted Chen Buxiu's shoulder and wiped the cold sweat from his brow, saying, it's all right. In this world, there are myriad celestial arts. Do not fret over your convulsions. Chen Buxiu, observing the delicate hand of Su Shaoling, felt a surge of frustration. Goodness, I only just created this condition for myself. And now everyone feels compelled to test it? He thought. Suffering from a self-imposed ailment, he lamented as he continued to convulse, foam gathering at his mouth, his eyes rolling back, his body writhing on the ground. Upon witnessing this, Jin Fugui immediately assumed a defensive stance, retreating behind Hua Tian, declaring, I warn you. Do not approach. Otherwise, I shall not hold back, regardless of your condition. Chen Buxiu, realizing his earlier actions were unintentional, resolved not to retaliate this time. However, upon seeing Hua Tian, who appeared far from benign, he decided to kick him instead. With focused intent, Chen Buxiu launched his foot towards the target. Hua Tian, quick-witted, evaded with a sidestep, but Jin Fugui, witnessing the imminent strike, let out a piercing scream. Chen Buxiu, I curse you. Chapter 28. Are you pleasuring me from behind? 3 hours later, the moon god wheel emitted a ghostly blue glow as it soared through the heavens. Chen Buxiu sat innocently in the corner, while Jin Fugui stood protectively beside him, an expression of deep resentment etched upon his face. Brother Jin, what is the purpose of this? Chen Buxiu spread his hands in inquiry. Jin Fugui, his face long and filled with grievance, retorted, you have already kicked me down twice. I cannot allow you to fall ill again. This is not merely an ailment. It is a clear attempt on my life. Su Shaoling, unable to contain her laughter, cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Buxiu and remarked, Brother Buxiu, I wonder if your condition requires a counteractive approach. Shall I give it another try? Laughter erupted among the group, but a cold glint flickered in Hua Tian's eyes as he forced a smile and said, Sister Lang, we must be nearing the miasma forest. Correct? Long Moyen, resuming her icy demeanor, replied coldly, we shall arrive in a quarter of an hour. The miasma here is pervasive. Given your strengths, it remains perilous. Your task is to collect the roots of the human-faced ancient pine, which is adept at ensnaring hearts. Moreover, they are typically guarded by spirit beasts. So you must exercise utmost caution. The group nodded in agreement, a heightened sense of vigilance settling within them. Except for Hua Tian. This was their inaugural journey to the miasma forest, and Long Moyen's warnings only amplified their trepidation. Silently, Chen Buxiu withdrew 2 yellow talismans from his pocket. One was swiftly affixed to his waist, while he held the explosive talisman in hand, his muscles taut as he scanned the surroundings. Before long, a haze of gray miasma entered their line of sight, revealing an endless expanse of fog and desolation in the colossal forest. To enter the miasma forest, They had to first navigate through this surrounding miasma. Golden light spell. Long Moyen exclaimed, her hands forming a spell gesture. A faint golden barrier enveloped the moon god wheel, which then surged into the gray miasma under its protection. Instantly, the world turned gray, and it took a full minute to traverse the miasma before the moon god wheel finally descended to the ground. The group promptly consumed the miasma-dispelling pills they had prepared, for even though the miasma was less concentrated on the ground, it still contained toxins that could disrupt their spiritual energy if left unaddressed. Welcome to the miasma forest. From here on, you must rely on yourselves. Lung Moyen declared before the moon god will shone brightly beneath her feet, allowing her to soar into the air. Once she departed, Hua Tian regained his haughty demeanor, for he was now the sole outer disciple present, and indeed the strongest among them. Inexperienced junior brothers and sisters, he spoke with an air of authority. As this is your first mission in the miasma forest, you will follow my lead, correct? Without waiting for their responses, he continued. The human-faced ancient tree grows in the vicinity. Though it is a plant, it possesses its own territory, with only one tree existing within several tens of miles. Let us split into two groups to search. Chen Buxiu, you and I shall traverse this path together, while little Ling and brother Jean will take their own route. Should we uncover any traces of the ancient tree with a human face, promptly notify us with the communication stone, and we shall converge at the appointed time. Once Hua Tian had assigned the tasks, the three naturally refrained from voicing any objections. However, Chen Buxiu remained wary, for Hua Tian's gaze had been peculiar, and now he was to accompany him. Was there some ulterior motive behind this? After all, he was the man of the cold-faced saintess, not someone to be trifled with. As Hua Tian guided Chen Buxiu through the woods, his vigilant eyes surveyed the surroundings while his consciousness probed the nearby conditions. As an outer sect disciple, Hua Tian bore an indescribable pride, yet in reality, he was merely a lowly existence within the outer sect. Otherwise, he would not have been reduced to collaborating with disciples from the Zixian Peak. When he learned that the disciples of Zixian Peak had obtained the remnants of the Immortal King's Taching Talisman, he was consumed by jealousy and rage. Particularly upon witnessing that the one who acquired the talisman was an inconspicuous, eccentric youth, his resolve to seize the Immortal King's remnants solidified. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevailed. The strong claimed the treasures and techniques, and only the capable could possess them. However, the Taching sect had rules forbidding harm among fellow disciples, and this was an attempt to usurp the technique bestowed upon Chen Buxiu. So Hua Tian dared not brazenly snatch it away. Chen Buxiu remained oblivious to Hua Tian's sinister thoughts, though he clutched his talismans tightly, casting wary glances around. He mused that should danger arise, he would prioritize his escape, for Hua Tian was an outer sect disciple and surely possessed greater strength. Preserving his life was paramount. Hua Tian, observing Chen Buxiu's demeanor, could not help but ponder whether his intentions had been uncovered. Why was he so on edge? Each harbored their own clandestine motives. And before they knew it, they had journeyed over 10 miles. As they delved deeper into the chaotic miasma forest, the trees grew denser and the noxious vapors thickened above. Junior brother Chen, the environment here is quite suitable for your final resting place. Hua Tian suddenly halted and remarked ominously. Chen Buxiu's eyes shifted, and he unconsciously conjured several talismans, already suspecting Hua Tian's intentions. Brother Hua, could it be that for the sake of a fragmentary technique, you would violate sect rules and harm a fellow disciple? Hua Tian let out a cold snicker. Harm a fellow disciple? What are you speaking of? It is clearly you. Junior brother Chen, who insisted on venturing into the depths of the chaotic miasma forest, only to be devoured by spirit beasts. I am entirely powerless to intervene. Chen Buxiu was taken aback by Hua Tian's malice. He had evidently resolved to kill him for the Taching Talisman and had even premeditated a justification. Are you not afraid of Sister Lung discovering this? Do you think that is why I have yet to act? The chaotic miasma forest can obscure a cultivator's consciousness. Even a foundation establishment cultivator can only perceive up to 5 miles. Besides, as we travel together, with me present, Sister Ling does not need to worry about any danger. Hence, she will certainly be secretly protecting little Ling and brother Jean. Junior brother Chun, I have already verified that Sister Lung is not here, so you may proceed with peace of mind. Hua Tian tilted his head and let out a chilling laugh, his hands weaving intricate gestures as streams of crimson light erupted from his being, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat. The secret technique of the red sun, the scorching sun. With a swift motion, Hua Tian hurled a series of blazing flames towards Chen Buxiu, perceiving him as already a dead man. At the moment of crisis, The amulet at Chen Buxiu's waist shone with brilliant light, propelling him to a remarkable speed as he swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, he cast a smoke bomb, which exploded with a resounding bang, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke in an attempt to obscure Hua Tian's vision. Though he had his tricks, escape was futile. The secret technique of the Red Sun, the ground lotus. Hua Tian scoffed disdainfully, slamming his fist into the earth, causing a cascade of red lotuses to bloom explosively in the direction of Chen Buxiu's retreat. Not far behind Hua Tian, concealed by an ancient tree, another Chen Buxiu clutched a would-escape talisman. Regardless of the tree's willingness, he bore down against the immense pressure and forcefully burrowed into its trunk. An ancient tree? You dare to intrude upon me? Hism. Chapter 29. The Death of Hua Tian. A trivial skill. A cold smirk danced upon Hua Tian's lips as he ceased his pursuit of Chen Buxiu within the swirling mists, instead fixating his gaze upon the ancient tree. An ominous aura coalesced around him, manifesting as flickering crimson flames that enveloped his form, singeing the ground beneath his feet into a charred abyss, rendering him as radiant as a miniature sun. With the Red Sun's secret technique, Falling Sun Remnant, Hua Tian erupted in flames, surging with remarkable speed towards the ancient tree where Chen Buxiu stood. The crimson fire crackled and popped, resembling a blazing meteor streaking through the air. Alas, it seemed his presence had been detected. Chen Buxiu acknowledged this grim reality, yet escape was futile. The ancient tree shattered violently, and Chen Buxiu was grievously injured. The ground cloaked in darkness as flames spread in all directions. Hua Tian approached with deliberate steps, disdain evident in his gaze directed at the prostrate Chen Buxiu. A disciple of the Zhexian Peak, and yet you dare to contend with me? Such audacity. Surrender the Ta Ching Immortal Talisman, and I may yet spare your life. Breathless, Chen Buxiu retorted, you would harm a fellow disciple for a mere technique? Hua Tian erupted into laughter, planting a foot firmly upon Chen Buxiu's chest. Chen Buxiu, it is no wonder that I have heard you hail from the mundane world. You truly remain oblivious to the brutal truths of the cultivation realm. For a technique, for spirit stones, one might betray a partner or forsake a brother. What then is a mere fellow disciple to me? Surrender the Ta Ching Immortal Talisman, or I shall, yet. Beneath the weight of Hua Tian's foot, Chen Buxiu began to shake his head and sigh, as if conversing with Hua Tian or perhaps engaging in a soliloquy. It is all hopeless, such a pity. As he spoke, he deftly retrieved a green talisman from his robe and pressed it against Hua Tian, clinging desperately to the latter's leg while proclaiming, receive my mystic delusion talisman. Brothers, advance. What nonsense are you spouting? Hua Tian was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Too close to Chen Buxiu to evade, he watched as the green talisman detonated before him, releasing a vast cloud of verdant gas. Hua Tian inhaled a breath of it and felt an immediate wave of dizziness wash over him, his complexion paling as he struggled to hold his breath. Chen Buxiu, you, brothers, explode him. Before Hua Tian could complete his thought, three more figures resembling Chen Buxiu surged toward him from different angles, tossing yellow talismans as if performing a magic trick, all aimed at Hua Tian. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive talismans detonated upon Hua Tian, who found it impossible to maintain his breath any longer. As a result, he began inhaling the gas from the mystic delusion talisman, his head growing heavier with each passing moment. How can this be? Damn it, I must locate the true body to find a way out. Otherwise, I shall truly lose consciousness. This was the power of the Ta Ching Immortal Talisman? I must possess it. Hua Tian shook his head vigorously, thoughts racing through his mind. Even at this precarious juncture, he could not fathom the possibility of his defeat. His sole focus remained on seizing the Ta Ching Immortal Talisman. Hua Tian scrutinized the three. No four, Chen Buxiu surrounding him, one of whom was clinging to his leg and incessantly squeezing. Ultimately, his gaze fixated on the Chen Buxiu to his far right, who had been cautiously lurking at a distance, hurling explosive talismans from the onset. Each time Hua Tian made a move, this one was the first to retreat. It is you. With unwavering confidence, Hua Tian bellowed, Red Sun's secret technique, Great Sun Incineration. Ignoring the damage from the alluring talismans and explosive symbols, he concentrated the majority of his spiritual energy into his palms. The terrifying heat distorted the air around him as crimson flames erupted from his hands, instantly engulfing the Chen Buxiu. Ah, I'm done for, he shrieked, dancing in agony as the flames consumed him. Ha ha, you dare challenge me? You are but a fledgling. Hua Tian laughed triumphantly, yet to his astonishment, the Chen Buxiu disintegrated into scintillating specks of spiritual energy. Suddenly, 3 ebony arrows whizzed through the air, piercing him to a nearby tree. Moreover, these arrows were entwined with yellow talismans. Another illusion. How could this be? Blood flowed incessantly from Hua Tian's mouth, his dying eyes filled with shock and despair. The alluring talismans had rendered his body nearly paralyzed, and the recent techniques had drained his spiritual energy. He could hardly fathom that a mere third-tier qi cultivator like Chen Buxiu possessed such numerous avatars and cunning strategies. Chen Buxiu, grasping an earth escape talisman, concealed himself underground several dozen meters away. He intentionally refrained from employing the turtle breath technique to mask his aura, allowing Hua Tian to misjudge the situation. This dim-witted fool had indeed fallen for his ruse. The first principle of Chen Buxiu's mastery: safety requires precaution. In the face of life and death battles, how could he charge recklessly into the fray? The second principle: my limits are boundless. With no hesitation, Chen Buxiu accepted every kind of talisman, whether alluring, explosive, or disruptive, without concern for morality. When it comes to dealing with foes, do such limitations even matter? Chen Buxiu had already afforded Hua Tian a chance. Yet Hua Tian insisted on his demise. Thus, Chen Buxiu was left with no choice but to eliminate him. Emerging from the earth, he unleashed a pitch-black arrow from his tyrant bow, directly nailing Hua Tian's head to the tree. The talismans on the arrow shimmered, igniting fiercely as the true fire talisman took effect. In no time, Hua Tian's corpse was reduced to ashes. Only then did Chen Buxiu rise from the ground, dispatching 3 spirit avatars to trample upon the pile of ashes, ensuring that nothing remained of Hua Tian. After confirming the total annihilation with his own eyes, he approached the site. Brother, what was the purpose of this struggle? Chen Buxiu shook his head with a sigh, embodying a sense of reluctant inevitability. He then, accompanied by 3 ethereal avatars, encircled the urn of ashes. Commencing a chant for the deceased, he recited, consuming grapes without discarding their skins, abstaining from grapes yet regurgitating their skins. Red carp, green carp, and a donkey. One of the avatars intoned, Infinite Heavenly Sovereign. The second echoed, Amitabha. The final avatar, glancing around in search of something to recite, found nothing and thus bowed, stating, Brother Chen, I truly did not intervene today. I merely observed. Should you return as a spirit, do not seek me out. It was all their doing. Meanwhile, the ashes of Hua Tian lamented, I sincerely thank you. I extend my gratitude to your entire family. At the same time, 30 miles away, beneath a towering ancient tree, 2 individuals were tightly bound by its branches. Their faces ashen, revealing none other than Su Shaoling and Chen Buxiu. Right beneath this ancient tree, astonishingly, was a human face. Chapter 30. Whether walking or sitting. I think of you in the aftermath of Hua Tian's demise. Not but a remnant remained. Chen Buxiu discovered only a Qiankuan bag upon searching the ground. To his dismay, Hua Tian proved to be a pauper, possessing merely a handful of spirit stones and a meager collection of inconsequential spirit herbs. The only item of any significance was the book titled Hongong's Secret Method. However, Chen Buxiu realized that should he delve into its teachings, he would undoubtedly be implicated in Hua Tian's death, rendering any explanation upon his return to the sect futile, rather than squander his breath. He deemed it wiser to forego its study altogether, especially as the secret method held little allure for him. Reflecting on the battle, Chen Buxiu acknowledged that his recent month of arduous training in crafting spirit avatars and the Tai Ching Immortal talisman had been fortuitous. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen to Hua Tian. Remarkably, Hua Tian had not managed to land a single blow upon him. Had it been a contest between Hua Tian's cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement and Chen Buxiu's 3rd, it would have been a swift demise for him, leaving him with naught but ashes. Having gathered his belongings, Chen Buxiu swiftly affixed a disguised talisman to his waist and clutched an earth escape talisman in his hand. He turned and hastened towards the direction of Su Shaoling and her companion, all the while searching for damp locales. His mission extended beyond merely locating the ancient tree bearing human-faced fruits. He also sought the elusive bone-melting grass to concoct bone-melting talismans. Had he possessed such a talisman that day, he could have summoned 3 spirit avatars imbued with the enchantment talisman to execute a daring charge, leading to Hua Tian's instantaneous demise, thus sparing himself the lengthy confrontation. As Chen Buxiu traversed the terrain, his spirits lifted, despite not yet encountering the desired bone-melting grass. He stumbled upon various other toxic herbs, such as the confounding flower, which could be used to create soul-confounding talismans, the poison dragon nightshade, suitable for crafting paralysis talismans, and the inkbrush pine, useful for producing vision-dimming talismans, among others. The Tai Ching Immortal talisman suited him splendidly. Yet, Chen Buxiu sensed that his mortuary rites lacked a crucial step. Having committed murder, disposed of the corpse, and performed a rite of passage, he somehow neglected to play the requiem. He would ponder how to rectify this oversight later. Lost in thought as he scoured for the bone-melting talisman, he was suddenly alerted by the sounds of a struggle. With a deft hand, he activated the Earth Escape talisman, its brilliance illuminating the way as he burrowed closer. "Sister, you must flee. I shall hold them off." At that moment, Wang Tan was bloodied and disheveled, a gruesome gash marring his chest. With a fierce countenance, he stood protectively before Wang Yudu, his trembling hand gripping a bloodied sword. Wang Yudu shook her head in despair. "Brother, I won't abandon you. I will help you fight this crimson blood demon leopard." Not far off, a blood-red leopard advanced menacingly, its crimson eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty gleam, its claws stained with Wang Tan's blood. This lower-tier 4th-level spirit beast possessed a prowess equivalent to a 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator, yet its feral instincts rendered it a formidable adversary. Thus, even a 4th-level cultivator would struggle against it. Wang Tan, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and Wang Yudu, newly ascended to the same level, stood little chance against the crimson blood demon leopard. Their survival thus far was merely a result of the beast toying with them. The leopard crouched low, then leaped with ferocity, resembling a shadow of blood, its maw wide open as it lunged towards Wang Tan's neck. "I shall fight you to the death." With a fierce roar, Wang Tan thrust his sword towards the gaping maw of the blood-red demon leopard, while his left hand glimmered with golden light, delivering a powerful strike to the beast's eye. A glint of cold bloodlust and disdain flashed in the leopard's gaze as it deftly twisted its body, leaning aside to unleash its sharp claws, leaving bloody gashes across Wang Tan's chest. "Ah, damn beast!" Wang Tan cried out in agony, gasping for breath. Despair etched in his eyes. Wang Yudu, tears streaming down her face, shielded Wang Tan, declaring, "Brother, if we are to perish, let us perish together." In the depths below, Chen Buxiu sighed inwardly, lamenting his unfortunate involvement in such perilous affairs. As someone who merely wished to pursue a peaceful cultivation of longevity, he was reluctant to engage in this violence. However, witnessing the imminent slaughter of the devoted siblings stirred his compassion. Emerging silently from the ground, Chen Buxiu spoke with resignation. "You two step back. The blood-red demon leopard is my responsibility." The sudden appearance of Chen Buxiu startled the Wang siblings. Wang Tan quickly urged, "Chen Buxiu, this blood-red demon leopard is incredibly swift and dangerous. Do not concern yourself with us, flee." Wang Yudu also stepped forward. Chen Buxiu, observing the enchanting Wang Yudu, whose waist was as sturdy as a barrel, swallowed hard and cautioned, "Do not approach. You will hinder my efforts. Beast, I shall take you down with me." With that, Chen Buxiu charged recklessly towards the blood-red demon leopard. "Chen Buxiu, it's dangerous!" Wang Tan shouted desperately. The leopard, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated such a foolish human charging at it, and lunged forward to bite Chen Buxiu. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of the Wang siblings, Chen Buxiu exploded. The blood-red demon leopard was momentarily stunned, as Chen Buxiu had thrown a handful of yellow talismans before the blast. Explosive talismans. 20 of them. A series of shockwaves radiated from the center of the explosion, rendering the blood-red demon leopard paralyzed in place. Brothers, charge. 3 Chen Buxius, each wielding a long sword, surged forward with determination, targeting the vulnerable spots of the leopard. One aimed for its eye, another for its neck, while the third circled behind to deliver a fatal blow. The sight sent chills down the spines of the Wang siblings. A heart-wrenching howl erupted from the blood-red demon leopard, as if subjected to inhumane torment. In a frenzy, it thrashed about, clawing and biting in a desperate fit of rage. The 3 Chen Buxius withdrew a few steps, producing several true fire talismans, which they hurled at the beast. Flames engulfed its fur, and soon the blood-red demon leopard was rolling in agony, shrieking in torment. The 3 Chen Buxius took turns to sneak in and stab it with their swords before retreating, inciting the beast's impotent fury. Before long, the blood-red demon leopard succumbed to excessive blood loss and severe burns, dying in a state of unwilling defeat. Fearing it might still be alive, the 3 Chen Buxius relentlessly hacked at the beast's corpse until it resembled minced meat before finally stopping to incinerate the remains. "All is well now, you are safe." Chen Buxiu emerged from the earth beside Wang Tan, letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank you. Without you, my sister and I would undoubtedly have perished. Moreover, we had previously." Wang Tan gestured modestly. Chen Buxiu waved his hand dismissively. How could I bear to witness my fellow disciples perish before my eyes? Nevertheless, I did save lives. I used 20 explosive talismans and 13 true fire talismans. Could you kindly settle the account? Wang Tan paused, then replied earnestly, Ahem. Perhaps I should instead offer my sister's hand in marriage to you? Wang Yudu smiled alluringly. Her fiery red lips pursed. Brother Buxi, you are so handsome. I am quite fond of you. Chen Buxiu felt a wave of despair wash over him and abruptly turned his face away. If he did not turn away soon, he feared he might be sick. Wang Yudu, noticing that Chen Buxiu had actually looked away, spun around to face him, gazing at him tenderly. Ever since our last parting, I have gazed at the sky at dusk and contemplated the clouds, walking and sitting, all the while thinking of you. Chapter 31. The ancient tree of human faces. With a surge of nausea, Chen Buxiu struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. It would be exceedingly impolite to do so. Yet he could not hold it back. The sheer power of the living pearl left him kneeling. Brother Wang, I cannot bear this any longer. Let us forego everything. Our bond as comrades runs as deep as the ocean, and our brotherhood shines like gold. What more need be said? Wang Tan, with a serious demeanor, replied. Junior brother Chen, you are here on a mission as well, are you not? Our own task has already failed. Let us assist you in yours. Chen Buxiu hesitated as he gazed at Wang Tan, who was drenched in blood. My mission is to procure the fruit of the human face ancient tree. I have heard that it is exceedingly perilous. Your injuries are severe. There is no need for you to risk your lives alongside me. The human face ancient tree? Wang Tan burst into laughter. You alone would never succeed in this endeavor. Do you even know how to obtain the fruit of the human face ancient tree? Chen Buxiu was taken aback. Indeed, he did not know. I would like to hear your insights. Wang Tan explained. Though the human face ancient tree is a plant-type spiritual beast, it possesses a form of intelligence. Most of the time, it remains in slumber, and so does its fruit. Even if you were to obtain the fruit, it would be nothing more than a lifeless husk, devoid of any medicinal properties. To acquire a viable fruit, one must first awaken the tree. The method to awaken it requires a maiden to gently stroke the human face upon the trunk. Junior brother Chen, how do you intend to awaken the ancient tree on your own? Aha. Chen Buxiu scratched his head, realizing he had previously overlooked these crucial details about the human face ancient tree. He now understood the significance of Su Xiaoling's presence for this mission. Presently, he was unaware if Su Xiaoling and Jin Fugui had located the tree. If he wished to expedite the completion of his task, he would indeed need the assistance of the Wang siblings. Wang Tan clapped Chen Buxiu on the shoulder. Let us proceed. The more hands, the greater the strength. Thus, the trio began their search. Within half an hour, Wang Tan's face turned grim as he shouted, I have found the human face ancient tree. Chen Buxiu rushed over, and upon witnessing the scene, his expression darkened as well. A towering tree, standing an impressive 50 feet tall, loomed before them, its surroundings barren for dozens of meters. Hanging from its branches were skeletal remains, both human and spiritual beasts. At that moment, Su Xiaoling and Jin Fugui hung pale-faced from the branches. Among the tree's trunk, a remarkably handsome face lay with eyes tightly shut, creating a stark contrast between the exquisite visage and the tree's menacing form, both elegant and macabre. Wang Tan inhaled deeply and stated, the human face ancient tree lures humans, captures them, and gradually siphons their essence until they're utterly drained of life. Chen Buxiu inquired, can we rescue them while the tree remains dormant? Wang Tan shook his head. Unless we can sever the branches in an instant. Any attack on the human face ancient tree, even in its slumber, will result in its prey being drained to death. Chen Buxiu carefully scrutinized the bundle of bones entwined around the branches. Even the robust bones, as thick as arms, shattered under its constriction, revealing the extraordinary resilience of these branches. Furthermore, lacking any slashing attack methods, Chen Buxiu realized that a misstep could jeopardize both Xiaoling and himself. Thus, he resolved to awaken the human-faced ancient tree before dealing with it. Wang Yuda nodded enthusiastically, stepping forward with excitement, exclaiming, at last, I can be of assistance. Throughout their journey, Chen Buxiu endeavored to disregard Wang Yudu's presence, but now, as she boldly approached, he couldn't help but turn away, pleading in exasperation. Please, giggle. Brother Buxiu, though I may be plain, I possess a gentle heart, Wang Yuda chirped, unfazed by his demeanor, her laughter resonating like bells. With a buoyant stride, weighing 180 pounds, she approached the handsome visage of the human-faced ancient tree, tenderly caressing the man's face, bringing her exquisite features closer to his. At that moment, the human-faced ancient tree began to tremble slightly, its human-like visage displaying the same awakening expression as a normal person. With brows like paintings and eyes like stars, he appeared strikingly handsome, elegant yet stern, embodying an ethereal beauty. Though his eyes remained shut, a magnetic and refined voice echoed, accompanied by an inexplicable, eerie sensation. "Ha! Beautiful maiden, I can already feel your warm touch. You are so gentle, sweet, and captivating. I cannot wait to behold your face. My dear, ah." As the human-faced ancient tree opened his eyes, the elegant, resonant voice erupted into a horrific scream, akin to a slaughtered pig, filled with despair. He instinctively shut his eyes, unable to fathom what he had just witnessed. Yet, driven by an uncontrollable urge to confirm, he reopened them, only to unleash another piercing wail. "Must you react so dramatically? My sister is not that ugly," Wang Tan remarked, pouting. Chen Buxiu suppressed the urge to retch, retorting, "Then why did you turn away?" Meanwhile, Wang Yuda smiled sweetly, leaning in closer. "Please. No." The human-faced ancient tree convulsed violently, screaming in utter desperation, his eyes tightly shut, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yearning to flee but finding no escape, destroy it, Chen Buxiu shouted. Wang Tan immediately understood, and the two charged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Accompanied by various talismans aimed at the human-faced visage, Wang Yuda needed only to stand before the tree, providing a psychological shock that rendered it unable to resist. Such was the power of a living jewel. Before long, the human-faced ancient tree was left battered and unrecognizable, its spirit shattered. Chen Buxiu gasped for breath, turning to remark, "This was far easier than I anticipated, thanks to you, Du." Wang Tan added, "With such feeble willpower, this human-faced ancient tree dared to entice us. What a joke." The two ascended the tree and successfully rescued Su Shaoling and Jin Fugui. Although they were unconscious, their injuries were minor, and they soon regained consciousness. Su Shaoling, visibly irked, exclaimed, "This accursed tree dared to deceive me," seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Jin Fugui, still shaken, expressed his relief at their rescue, recalling the terrifying sensation of having his very essence drained. "Thank goodness we are safe. The man-faced ancient tree has been vanquished. We should proceed to excavate its fruit and fulfill our mission." As Chen Buxiu spoke, he began to wield his sword to dig, aware that the task had a 2-day time limit, after which Long Moyen would escort them back to their sect. Urgently, he aimed to complete the assignment before seeking the bone transformation grass. Just then, a raspy, sinister laugh echoed through the air. "Ha ha ha. Fortune smiles upon me today. A few little brats shall remain here." Chapter 32. The Withered Chrysanthemum. A gust of ominous wind swept through, howling fiercely, and in the next moment, a man clad in a black robe, his complexion ashen, materialized before the group, his greedy gaze fixated upon the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. And then he leered at Su Shaoling, sneering, "It seems today I shall indulge myself. What do you intend to do, you ugly creature?" "We are disciples of the Tai Ching sect," Su Shaoling retorted defiantly, her eyes blazing with courage. The Tai Ching sect held a formidable reputation, and ordinary rogue cultivators dared not provoke them. Tai Ching sect? Ha! Indeed, I cannot contend with the Tai Ching sect, but once I slay you all, no one will ever know. The man waved his sleeve, unleashing 4 tattered black flags that billowed ominously in the wind, encircling the group. The howling black wind and sinister gales filled the air, as 4 shadowy figures drifted above, with a crimson ghostly flame at the center, resembling a forlorn spirit. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense, as fear, bloodlust, and murderous intent eroded the spirits of those present. Wang Tan's face shifted dramatically, and he uttered, "Soul-locking formation. Little brat, you possess some knowledge. Now, none of you shall escape," the man declared, as his bony fingers, resembling chicken claws, emitted a dark, malevolent energy, lunging towards Chen Buxiu. Chen Buxiu was taken aback, bewildered. "What is happening here? Why target me first, Wang Tan?" I haven't uttered a word. Nevertheless, Chen Buxiu's reflexes were swift. He produced a talisman and vanished into the earth in an instant. "Slippery little rascal," the man exclaimed in frustration. His initial attack on Chen Buxiu stemmed from the latter's earlier actions of hurling talismans at the ancient tree, making him appear more formidable. "Humph. Even if you can burrow underground, you cannot escape the soul-locking formation. You shall watch as I eliminate your companions," the man bellowed, unleashing his dark claws towards the remaining members of the group. Simultaneously, the surrounding black mist intensified, pinning everyone in place, rendering them immobile. Secret Art of the Flames Sect. 3,000 miles of blazing flames, incinerating heaven's layers. A powerful voice erupted from beneath the ground. As Chen Buxiu infused considerable energy into his proclamation, exuding an imposing presence, the man instantly leaped into the air, retreating with caution, enveloping himself in the protective embrace of his dark claws. As a rogue cultivator without allies or escape routes, he was perpetually vigilant. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Particularly, these individuals were renowned disciples of the Tai Ching sect, not to be underestimated. While a whirlwind of thought swirled through the man's mind, Chen Buxiu had already emerged from the earth, tossing 4 earth escape talismans and shouting, "Burrow underground." The 4, understanding the signal, wasted no time in diving beneath the surface. Thus, within the confines of the soul-locking formation, only the man remained above ground. Chen Buxiu, along with the 4 companions, found themselves concealed underground, wearing expressions of helplessness. He yearned for a simple task, merely gathering herbs, yet he continually stumbled upon perilous encounters. "What shall we do?" Wang Tan inquired, turning to Chen Buxiu, while the others looked expectantly at him, evidently regarding him as their pillar of strength. Chen Buxiu sighed and said, "This fellow is a foundational cultivator. We are no match for him, unless..." "Unless what?" Su Shaoling inquired. Chen Buxiu remarked, "If my guess is correct, Senior Sister Lung should have arrived." Instantly, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement. Who dares to harm the disciples of the Grand Celestial Sect on this night? A resounding command echoed as the moon goddess radiated her brilliance, transforming into countless glistening silver blades, surging toward the soul-locking formation formed by the 4 black flags. The moon goddess's arcane art, silver frost, crackling sounds filled the air. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, causing the cloaked figure's complexion to pale, and a trace of fresh blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. The man in black silently cursed his misfortune. He had not anticipated being discovered by the disciples of Tai Ching sect so swiftly. As a fellow foundation-building cultivator, that recent strike had already pushed him to his limits. The foundation of a lone cultivator was simply too weak. Soul-locking banner for Soul's Devour. The man clenched his fist, releasing a low growl as a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards the black flag. For wraiths emitted piercing cries as they lunged towards Lang Moyen. With a disdainful snort, Lang Moyen formed a golden incantation, radiating brilliant light that kept the specters at bay. Below her, the moon god will split into 3, with 2 of them roaring forward to ensnare the man. The moon god's secret technique, lunar eclipse. Dare to touch a disciple of the Tai Ching sect? Today, I shall ensure your dismemberment. Lang Moyen appears to be an icy beauty, yet when she strikes, every move is lethal. A flicker of apprehension crossed the man's eyes. However, his years spent dancing on the edge of danger had endowed him with remarkable agility. He deftly evaded the attack, his thoughts racing as he shifted his footing, his form transforming with the grace of a fish gliding through water or a bird soaring through the air. He was also prepared, ready to flee at the first sign of defeat. "You wish to take my life? You are still too green, huh?" Before the man could finish his words, he felt a sudden weight beneath his feet, followed by a scream that resonated with the agony of a slaughtered chicken. He gazed down at his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief, as he beheld 2 figures resembling the legendary Chen Buxiu, each gripping a thigh with fervent intensity, simultaneously pressing yellow talismans against him. Another Chen Buxiu gestured at him, brandishing a black arrow, aiming it directly at his vulnerable spot. Ah, the horror! Cold Mo Yin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of disbelief at the lewdness displayed by a disciple of the esteemed Tai Ching sect. However, she did not hesitate. The moon god will unleashed a blade of ice blue light, akin to a life-taking scythe, and swiftly severed the head of the black-robed man, taking advantage of his vulnerable state. "Come out, it is now safe," Cold Mo Yin remarked with a calm demeanor. Chen Buxiu, along with a few others utilizing earth escape techniques, emerged from the ground, while the remaining figures dissipated into ethereal energy. Cold Mo Yin cast a glance at Chen Buxiu and inquired, "Where is Hua Tian?" Chen Buxiu certainly could not claim to have killed Hua Tian. He could only concoct a story about encountering a spirit beast that caused them to scatter. Lang Moyen harbored no suspicions and addressed the others, saying, "Now that the task is accomplished, you should accompany me back to the sect." Having endured this life-and-death crisis, everyone was left with lingering trepidation and yearned to swiftly return to the summit of choosing immortals. Only Chen Buddy remained resolute, for he had yet to locate the coveted bone-transforming herb and wished to continue his search. "Senior Sister Long," he began, "in addition to completing my task, I am also in pursuit of the bone-transforming herb. Since I have yet to find it, I am reluctant to return to the sect. Lung Moyen furrowed her brow slightly and replied, it is far too perilous for someone at the third level of Qi refinement to remain here. It simply cannot be allowed. A glint of concern flickered in her eyes as she continued, while you were undertaking your tasks. I observed that the spirit beasts in the chaotic miasma forest were exhibiting unusually heightened activity. This is not a normal occurrence. Then let us all stay and assist Chen Buxiu in his quest for the bone-transforming herb. Su Shaoling chimed in with a sweet smile. The others nodded in agreement. Without Chen Buxiu, their fate would have been sealed, and now they naturally wished to contribute to his efforts. Chen Buxiu was somewhat surprised and remarked, there is no need for you all to take such risks on my behalf. I am quite fearful of death, and even if I were alone, I would surely manage to survive. Seeing this, Long Moyen replied calmly, if that is the case, I shall grant you one more day. After this day, regardless of whether the herb is found or not, I will lead you all back. Chapter 33. The miasma swamp. Chen Buxiu observed the resolute expressions on everyone's faces. Unable to sway their determination, he reluctantly led them onward. Naturally, Lung Moyen chose not to accompany them in their quest for the bone-transforming herb, opting to depart on her own. However, she left behind the tattered black flags of the cloaked figure, perhaps due to her fastidious nature. Chen Buxiu, on the other hand, bore no such aversion. The flags, now devoid of spiritual energy, had shrunk to the size of a palm. He gingerly stowed away the small black flags, recognizing them as a treasure, albeit a mundane one. While Lang Moyen's moon god wheel was also a mundane treasure, it was of exceptional craftsmanship and artistry, a superior specimen among its peers. In contrast, the small black flags, though classified as mundane treasures, had suffered significant damage and thus lost much of their potency. Otherwise, the cloaked figure would not have been so easily overwhelmed by Lang Moyen's few strikes. Compared to the orthodox disciples of great sects like the Taichin sect, the solitary cultivators were invariably at a disadvantage in terms of martial arts, spiritual energy, and magical artifacts. Under the scornful gazes of his companions, Chen Buxiu rummaged further through the corpse of the cloaked figure, and his efforts bore fruit as he uncovered a Qiankuan pouch hidden within the lifeless embrace. While such an item was a rarity for the disciples of the Zixin Peak, in truth, it was not particularly valuable. Chen Buxiu emptied the contents of the pouch, meticulously gathering the items scattered before him. How disgusting to take belongings from the dead, Su Shaoling remarked, scrunching her face in distaste. It's ill-omened. We should dispose of it at once. I can't bear it. Jean Fuguei chimed in. Chen Buxiu smirked. You are well-fed and cannot fathom the hunger of the starving. Back in Xiangfen village, when Emperor Hong was entombed, cough. Never mind. It's not worth mentioning. He divided the scant spiritual stones into 5 portions and distributed them among the group. Let us not quarrel over trivial matters. Consider this a compensation for our mental anguish from this wretched creature. Su Shaoling swiftly pocketed her share of spiritual stones, pouting. My mental anguish is worth far more than this. Without hesitation, Jean Fuguei accepted his portion, declaring, I shall recite sutras for these stones when I return. The Wang siblings merely smiled as they accepted their share, echoing Chen Buxiu's sentiment. None would turn their backs on spiritual stones. Thus, under Chen Buxiu's guidance, the group commenced their search for the bone-transforming herb. This herb thrived in damp, toxic environments, and its habitat was often rife with venomous creatures. As they ventured deeper into the miasma forest, the path grew increasingly rugged, the trees became denser and more stunted, and the air thickened with humidity, rendering the ground slippery beneath their feet. As darkness enveloped the land, they trudged onward for approximately half an hour, until they were met with thickets and marshland, where only a narrow, muddy path remained traversable. Swarms of venomous insects buzzed and flitted about, while in the depths of the swamp, pairs of bloodthirsty eyes fixated hungrily on the newcomers, their potential prey. The group halted in their tracks, for before them loomed a translucent green barrier. This is a barrier established collaboratively by the major sects to prevent the ferocious spirit beasts of the chaotic miasma forest and the ancient poisonous vapors above from spreading. Upon reaching this point, one has indeed ventured deep into the chaotic miasma forest. Wang Tan, well-versed in such matters, elucidated to the group. Chen Buxiu remarked, it must be even more perilous within. You all should. Su Shaoling rolled her eyes and interrupted. Having come this far, what more is there to say? Do you take us for cowards? Jean Fuguei declared with unwavering conviction, we will undoubtedly assist you in locating the bone transformation herb. Let us proceed. Wang Tan smiled and agreed. Chen Buxiu, somewhat resigned, raised his hands in gratitude. I appreciate your support. Let us move on. As they stepped through the barrier, a nauseating stench surged forth, overwhelming their senses. What on earth? Jean Fugue was the first to curse vehemently, instinctively covering his nose. What is this wretched smell? The others were equally affected, their faces contorting in disgust. Su Shaoling, unable to contain herself, bent over and retched violently. What is happening? Jean Fugue was on the verge of despair. This is the infamous miasma swamp deep within the chaotic miasma forest, Wang Tin explained, unable to suppress his own gag reflex. They had entered without any preparation, inhaling the foul air in large quantities. Among them, only Chen Buxiu remained unfazed. Jean Fugue, perplexed, asked Chen Buxiu, "Can you not smell this foulness? This is no ordinary swamp. Does it not affect you?" Chen Buxiu chuckled. "Are you referring to the dung swamp? You have already articulated it." Ugh. Upon hearing the term dung swamp, Su Shaoling retched again, her face turning pale, and the others also struggled to maintain their composure. "Please refrain from mentioning those words," Jean Fugue implored. "Chen Buxiu, doesn't it disgust you?" Chen Buxiu, with a smug grin, replied, "While it is indeed unpleasant, it is hardly noteworthy. In my youth, while hiding from the villagers after stealing chickens in Xinfen village, I hid in a manure pit, wielding 2 brooms smeared with dung. And not a soul dared approach me. Had it not been for the villagers returning home for their brooms, I would never have been caught." Jean Fugue was left speechless, bewildered by Chen Buxiu's shamelessness and boasting about such escapades. The image of villagers returning home to fetch brooms was ludicrous, conjuring a scene that was painfully vivid. "I admit, I regret this," Su Shaoling lamented. "Had I known it would be this revolting, I would never have come. I advise you to turn back. If you cannot acclimate to this environment, it could spell danger for you," Chen Buxiu said earnestly. Shaoling's complexion turned ashen as she uttered, "Is there a more perilous stench than this?" "Indeed there is." Chen Buxiu gestured towards the filthy expanse beyond the muddy path. In this fetid mire, apart from the solitary narrow path that remained traversable, everything else was a ghastly amalgamation of muddy water and an unidentifiable viscous substance. The horrifying stench emanated from those viscous masses, which occasionally bubbled ominously, rendering the already unbearable air even more ethereal and repugnant. Chen Buxiu continued, "If one cannot endure even this foul odor and remains in a daze, a momentary lapse in concentration could lead to a slip, and that would be." Chapter 34. Pursuit. The expressions on everyone's faces were exceedingly grim. They were cultivators, ethereal and graceful, yet if they were to slip and fall into a cesspool, the stain would forever tarnish their immortal careers, an indelible memory for all eternity. "If anyone were to fall, I would never extend a helping hand," declared Su Shaoling, her delicate visage paling. Chen Buxiu chuckled. "It's quite evident that your reaction is the most pronounced. The likelihood of your falling is the greatest." Jean Fugue intoned solemnly. "Even if one is rescued after a fall, they would surely be met with disdain." Wang Tin, with a troubled countenance, remarked, "Rather than fall, I would prefer to confront that fellow from earlier. I cannot accept such a death." Chen Buxiu, with a genial smile, reassured, "It's nothing to fret about. It's merely a matter of drowning in filth." Su Shaoling pinched him sharply at the waist. "If I were to fall, in that final moment, I would undoubtedly drag you down with me." Despite their grievances and banter, none of them wished to retreat. Chen Buxiu observed this camaraderie with a warm heart. Just a month prior, these individuals had been his adversaries, yet now they were willing to risk their lives for him, providing a sense of familial warmth he had long yearned for as an orphan. Meanwhile, in the chaotic disturbance forest, 3 figures clad in black robes stood beside the headless corpse. It was a disgrace to lose one's life in such a minor location, truly. The 4 ghosts of Yu Mountain had lost face. The leader, Gui Bo, gazed coldly at the corpse, his expression one of disdain. Gui Zhong examined the body and furrowed his brow. "The flag is missing. Useless. I initially thought it was merely a broken mortal-level artifact, but it seems I was mistaken." Gui Bo scoffed, waving his hand to unleash a torrent of green flames that engulfed the corpse. "Fourth, use your soul-seeking technique to locate the perpetrator who killed this fool. We must eliminate them and reclaim the flag." The final black-robed figure approached the burning corpse, forming a hand seal and intoning, "Fragmented soul, severed thoughts, do not seek rebirth, ignite the soul, seize the essence." From the corpse emerged a shadowy figure, the very specter of the black-robed man slain by Lang Moyan. Gui Ji grasped the apparition, capturing it effortlessly, and then, with a swift motion, revealed his blackened teeth, devouring the soul piece by piece. After consuming the essence, Gui Ji licked his lips with satisfaction, cackling, They are merely a few young disciples of the Tai Ching sect. The sole challenge is that female cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. who possesses a decent mortal-level artifact. Troublesome indeed. Brother, that female cultivator is a breathtaking beauty. If we can capture her alive, she would greatly aid our cultivation through the dual cultivation of yin and yang. The disciples of Tai Ching sect should not be underestimated. We must secure that flag. Once we catch up, I and the second will deal with the female cultivator, while you eliminate those younglings and reclaim the black flag. Indeed. This is the coveted treasure of the Stone Ape Sacred Cave. Once we present the black flag to them, we shall no longer be compelled to engage in perilous dealings. A flash of green light emanated from Gue Bo's hand, revealing a long sword engulfed in emerald flames. The other two also produced their magical artifacts and swiftly made their way towards the chaotic marsh. As Chen Buxiu and his companions traversed the narrow path, which barely measured a meter in width, they had to exercise utmost caution, lest they slip into the treacherously viscous mire. As they ventured deeper into the chaotic marsh, the path grew increasingly labyrinthine. Chen Buxiu led the way, acutely aware that Su Shaoling was firmly gripping his waist, ever ready to push him into the muck at the slightest provocation. Up ahead lies an open space, Chen Buxiu exclaimed with delight. While the bone transformation grass thrived in moist conditions, it also required ample room to grow. It was improbable that such a narrow path could sustain spiritual herbs. The group quickened their pace towards a clearing of approximately a dozen square meters, where indeed a vibrant green blade of grass flourished, radiating vitality amid the dim surroundings. Chen Buxiu had diligently prepared for this moment. It was none other than the revered bone transformation grass. Do not approach. The texts warn that poisonous creatures typically guard the area surrounding bone transformation grass. Everyone, be cautious, he cautioned, distributing the last few true fire talismans and earth escape talismans from his robe. Jean Fugue gazed at the surrounding mire, bubbling and exuding a putrid stench, and lamented. Can one truly use earth escape here? Even if one does not drown, one would surely suffocate. Chen Buxiu shrugged. I am uncertain whether this swamp is classified as earth or water escape. Should we return and have the opportunity, I wouldn't mind concocting some excrement escape talismans. At that moment, Wang Ten shouted, something is emerging from nearby. A venomous serpent, its scales of vivid crimson and crowned with a blood-red crest, slithered out from behind the verdant grass. Measuring nearly 3 meters in length and as thick as a human arm, it coiled beside the bone transformation grass. Its elongated neck raised high, the crest atop its head dazzlingly vivid, and its cold, serpent eyes brimming with vigilance. A lower-tier 5th-grade spirit beast, the blood-crowned serpent. This is dire. We are likely no match for the blood-crowned serpent, Wang Tan remarked, his brow furrowed. Wang Tan was correct. The blood-crowned serpent was ferocious, exceedingly venomous, and possessed remarkable speed, capable of ejecting its toxic venom. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator would meet certain death if contaminated and left untreated. Ordinarily, one would refrain from provoking the blood-crowned serpent unless possessing overwhelming power to subdue it. What was even more alarming was the serpent's vengeful nature. If attacked and not slain, it would stealthily pursue its assailant, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with lethal venom. This is far too perilous. This area is so confined that engaging in combat would leave us with no room to evade. I cannot gamble with everyone's lives. Chen Buxiu rarely put away his playful demeanor and became serious. Since they could not obtain the bone-cleaving herb this time, they would return to continue their cultivation and come back when their strength permitted. Everyone should be cautious and slowly retreat, lest they provoke the blood-crowned serpent. The serpent's gaze was fixed intently on the group. Should anyone dare to encroach upon its territory, it would be a fight to the death. At that moment, a swirling mass of corrosive black mist suddenly emerged from behind the group, hurtling towards the blood-crowned serpent. Hiss! The serpent let out an enraged roar, astonishingly refusing to dodge. Its crimson crown glistening ominously as it opened its gaping maw wide, swallowing the black mist whole. Chen Buxiu turned to look and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. A gaunt man clad in a black robe stood grinning malevolently on the path they had taken, 2 orbs of black mist in his hands emitting chilling wails, reminiscent of 2 tormented souls. The others felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing the figure in the black robe. He evidently had an accomplice. They were in peril now, with the blood-crowned serpent in front and the man in black behind. Chapter 35. Feeding the Elder Brother. Little ones, surrender the black flag. And I may consider sparing your lives, the ghostly figure of Giji taunted, his fingers dancing with the ominous black mist. Meanwhile, the blood-crowned serpent, enraged by the black mist's assault, coiled toward Chen Buxiu and his companions, its crimson crown glistening with venomous droplets, its fangs exposed in a menacing display. Quick! Use the Earth Escape talismans. Chen Buxiu shouted urgently. The group hastily retrieved their talismans, preparing to flee underground. However, Yiji let out a mocking laugh as a mass of black mist crashed to the ground, enveloping the area in darkness and severing their connection to spiritual energy. Earth Escape, failure. Do you really think I was unaware of your little tricks? I have seen the memories within the remnants of the third soul. Little ones, you cannot escape today. Hee. Giji's chilling laughter echoed, reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. The soul extraction technique was indeed a sinister art, and these individuals were nothing but desperate souls. Wang Ting gripped his longsword tightly, positioning himself protectively in front of his sister, bracing for a fierce fight. Su Shaoling and Jin Fuguwei steeled themselves, resigned to their fate. In the midst of this crisis, Chen Buxi's mind sharpened, and he forced a casual smile, saying, "Surely you are aware that senior sisterling is nearby?" A raw desire flickered in Giji's eyes. "That beauty is far too preoccupied to concern herself with you, hee. Once we capture her, my brother and I shall enjoy her thoroughly." Haha. Chen Buxi's heart sank. If Lang Moyan had indeed been detained, they were left to fend for themselves. Even if they managed to buy some time, if Lang Moyan proved no match for their adversary, the foes they faced would grow even more formidable. The talismans at their disposal were dwindling, with only the illusionary spirit talisman remaining as a possible means to confront this Foundation establishment cultivator. Chen Buxiu surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing to devise a plan for survival. What if I were to leap into the cesspit and attempt Earth escape? The thought slipped away almost as quickly as it had come, not out of fear of drowning in filth, but due to the potential presence of other spiritual beasts lurking beneath the mire. Should he plunge in, he might meet an untimely demise in ways he could not even fathom. Suddenly, a plan formed in Chen Buxi's mind. "You all, prepare your defenses. I'm about to unleash my ultimate technique," he declared through gritted teeth, his fingers weaving intricate gestures, his internal spiritual energy surging forth. The sheer volume of energy released drained the color from Chen Buxi's face. Su Shaoling, her voice trembling, grasped his arm. "Chen Buxiu, what are you intending to do? Trust me, shield yourselves quickly, or you will come to regret it." A devilish smile crept across Chen Buxi's lips, instilling a sense of foreboding in those around him. Giji scoffed derisively. "A mere chi refining third-layer cultivator thinks he can turn the tides? This is merely a final struggle before your demise. Killing you will be as easy as lifting a finger." The blood-crowned serpent sensed the surge of spiritual energy and became vigilant, raising its head and emitting a low hiss. Spirit division technique, divide. With a resounding shout, Chen Buxiu frantically sketched in the air, as if copying and pasting, summoning a multitude of spiritual clones around him. A total of 10 Chen Buxius encircled the onlookers, leaving them utterly astounded. While the technique was indeed exquisite, the proliferation of clones implied a dilution of spiritual energy. What was the significance of 10? It was utterly laughable. Gui Ji mocked mercilessly, his waxen face a mask of derision. Meanwhile, the true Chen Buxiu, hidden among the crowd, wore a guileless smile, pure and unblemished. He chuckled inwardly, hoping that soon, Gui Ji would no longer find amusement in this scenario. Chen Buxiu produced all his Earth Escape talismans and distributed them among his clones, grinning mischievously as he commanded, "Brothers, charge forth." The bystanders were bewildered by his intentions but complied, doing their utmost to shield themselves. The figure cloaked in black laughed heartily, deriding Chen Buxiu as a fool. However, in the next instant, every face froze in disbelief. The Chen Buxius, talismans in hand, leaped into the fetid swamp, emerging with earth shields to reveal their upper bodies, swimming in all directions. As they swam, they retched violently, the nauseating mixture of vomit and the swamp stench creating an even more revolting aroma that churned the stomachs of the spectators. Could the true Chen Buxiu be attempting to escape amidst this chaos? Gui Ji was perplexed, sensing something amiss. The clones had not fled, but rather surrounded the narrow path he occupied, while others converged upon the blood-crowned serpent. The genuine Chen Buxiu, fingers weaving intricate seals, now stood with an air of arrogance. "Old ghost, you are encircled. I grant you the opportunity to retreat swiftly. Otherwise, you shall have no chance to regret your choices." Su Shaoling and the others regarded Chen Buxiu as mad, questioning the source of his confidence. Gui Ji doubled over with laughter, exclaiming, "Kid, have you lost your wits?" With a sly grin, Chen Buxiu replied, "Since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being impolite. Brothers, unleash your fury." At his command, the clones in the swamp began to whirl their arms rapidly, forming a scooping motion, akin to a whirlwind of chaos within the filth. The viscous, dark, and repugnant matter propelled forth like a biochemical weapon, hurtling towards the cloaked figure Guiji. All present were left aghast at the scene unfolding before them. Chen Buxiu, stirring the foul mire, sent forth a shower of revolting filth. Ugh! Su Shaoling was the first to succumb, retching uncontrollably. The others followed suit, unable to contain their disgust. Fortunately, Chen Buxiu had advised them to protect themselves, and he had skillfully directed the filth, minimizing the splatter. However, Guiji was far less fortunate. He had never anticipated that Chen Buxiu could unleash such a formidable maneuver. Countless projectiles descended upon him with the precision of missiles, overwhelming him with an intense barrage. Instinctively, he attempted to shield himself with a veil of dark mist. However, as the mist was an ethereal entity, it proved futile against the assault of non-spiritual forces. Consequently, a mass of excrement struck the face of Guiji. A visceral, hysterical roar, whether of rage or despair, erupted from him. He was a warrior accustomed to peril, with his life perpetually hanging by a thread, yet even he could not endure such indignity. He was not one to wallow in filth. Even if he was a rogue cultivator of ruthless disposition, he maintained a semblance of cleanliness, did he not? As he let out his anguished cries. Dozens of biochemical projectiles had already enveloped him, even forcing their way into his agape mouth. The ghastly sight transformed his pallid visage into a sickly green, prompting an immediate bout of retching, frothing at the mouth, rendering him incapable of conjuring even the simplest of spells. Su Shaoling and her companions cast sympathetic glances toward Guiji, realizing the truth in Chen Buxiu's words about the battlefield's filth. Meanwhile, Chen Buxiu continued to weave his incantations, wearing an unpretentious smile. Brothers, let us feed our elder brother some treats. Thus, all projectiles flew with unerring accuracy toward Guiji's face. A scene of exquisite absurdity that requires no further embellishment. Chapter 36. How dare you, vermin? Do you not fear being hunted down to the ends of the earth for daring to offend the disciples of the Supreme Clarity sect? The moon god's wheel, divided into three, spun around her, slicing through the air with a piercing howl, rendering her originally fair visage even more pallid. In the hands of the ghost elder, a long sword ablaze with green flames unleashed a series of slashes in mid-air, the fiery sword light clashing against the moon god's wheel, sending sparks of emerald fire scattering. What of the Ta Ching sect? The current Tai Ching sect is no longer the illustrious establishment it was a millennium ago. The once mighty celestial lineage has fallen into decline, rendering it insignificant. The ghostly elder's long sword erupted with emerald flames as he sneered. Fair maiden, do not persist in vain. Surrender willingly, and I shall treat you with tender care. Meanwhile, Gui Zhong, with a gluttonous lick of his lips, enunciated his incantation, declaring, "My dear, escape is futile. The foreign locking formation cannot be breached by anyone below the golden core stage." Lung Moyan's expression was frigid, and an involuntary sense of concern for Chen Buxiu and the others crept into her heart. The individuals before her were none other than the infamous four ghosts. One had already perished, two were engaged in battle with her, leaving the remaining one to confront Chen Buxiu and his companions. With her current cultivation at the Qi refinement stage against the Foundation establishment level, she had no hope of victory. Moreover, she herself found it increasingly difficult to extricate herself from this predicament. The foreign locking formation had been meticulously set up by the two ghosts long before, leading her into this trap. Activating the formation not only prevented her escape but also continuously siphoned her spiritual energy to nourish the two ghosts. In this exchange of strengths, her defeat was merely a matter of time. A resolute killing intent flickered in Lung Moyan's icy gaze as she coldly declared, "Though the Ta Ching sect may not compare to its glory from a millennium ago, it is not something you wretched evildoers can belittle. Today, I shall demonstrate the unparalleled skills of Ta Ching." The ethereal aura of Lung Moyan erupted with a resounding force, her pristine white gown billowing gracefully without the caress of wind. Though her feet did not touch the celestial realm, she ascended into the skies with an elegant flourish. The moon goddess arcane technique, blood moon cataclysm. The ethereal and frigid voice of Lung Moyan emerged from her crimson lips, each word articulated with precision. Her originally colorless spiritual energy unexpectedly transformed into a vivid crimson in an instant. The moon god wheel radiated with a blood-red light, and within the span of a breath, it manifested into countless afterimages, cascading downwards like a blood-tinted moonlight. The expression on Ghost Uncle's face changed drastically as he shouted, "Not good. Quickly hide. The blood moon is like a knife, and the blood light resembles a sword. This is the calamity of the blood moon." Meanwhile, amidst the marsh, the ghostly season descended. as the eyes of the possessed turned white, frothing at the mouth, succumbing to incontinence. Even those of the highest cultivation could not withstand the soaring biochemical weapon. Remarkably, one of the infamous four ghosts found itself ensnared within the battle tactics of the indomitable Chen Buxiu, the god of the dung pit. Seizing the moment while the ghostly season was still disoriented, Chen Buxiu commanded 6 ethereal avatars to rush to its side, pulling it down into the excrement-laden mire, where they detonated in a thunderous explosion. The ghostly season offered no resistance, plunging into the swamp and meeting its demise in filth. Do not idolize me. I am but a legend. Chen Buxiu arrogantly nodded at the crowd, a gesture meant to comfort their mixture of disdain and admiration. I simply wish to inquire. Can your main body perceive what your avatars experience? The several avatars clearly entered the cesspool. Jean Fugue remarked while rubbing his stomach. Chen Buxiu cleared his throat and said, Ahem, regarding your question, it's not that I cannot respond, you see. Let us just say. It's not that I do not wish to answer. There is no definitive way to address it, right? We can find a solution. How about this? Let us wait a while, and then you will understand my perspective on this matter. Jean Fugue appeared utterly speechless. Do you even realize what you are saying? Is this something a person can comprehend? By the way, the blood-crowned serpent is lurking behind us. Everyone be cautious. Chen Buxiu hastily directed everyone to focus on the direction of the bone transformation grass. Su Shaoling rolled her eyes and said, You're clearly trying to change the subject. Chen Buxiu showed no intent to answer their questions, instead bellowing towards the blood-crowned serpent, Hey, demon, learn from the past. If you dare obstruct me, I shall make you wish for life, yet find no escape from death. As he spoke, the 4 avatars, who had buried themselves in the muck, were prepared to dig into the cesspool, their faces adorned with an ominous smile, chanting in unison, Retreat, retreat, retreat. To their surprise, fear flickered in the icy gaze of the blood-crowned serpent. Observing the avatars poised to dig, it shook its head repeatedly before hastily retreating into its den. Disregarding the bone transformation grass, I say, isn't the blood-crowned serpent a native spirit beast? Does it find this swamp repulsive? Jean Fugue queried perplexedly. Chen Buxiu shrugged and replied, You don't quite grasp it, do you? If it truly had no fear, it wouldn't have situated its lair in this dry area devoid of marsh. Otherwise, given the nature of serpentine spirit beasts, wouldn't it thrive in the swamp? Jean Fugue nodded, acknowledging the validity of Chen Buxiu's reasoning, and sighed with relief, if even the blood-crowned serpent is disgusted. Let us swiftly collect the bone transformation grass and vacate this repugnant place. The others nodded in agreement, eager to leave at once. Chen Buxiu shook his head, saying, Although the blood-crowned serpent has retreated into its lair, what if it suddenly emerges to attack me while I am gathering the grass? Just wait a moment longer. The 4 avatars, each holding a mass of sticky filth, cautiously approached the entrance of the blood-crowned serpent's lair and meticulously sealed it with the viscous, stringy substance, leaving no gap. Inside the lair, the blood-crowned serpent sensed an abrupt darkness engulfing its dwelling. Struggling to see, it crept closer to discern what had blocked the entrance. Could it be excrement? Instinctively, the serpent extended its tongue to taste, only to roll its eyes in disgust, cursing. Damn it, it truly is excrement. The onlookers could not help but ridicule Chen Buxiu's actions. What on earth is this? Is this something a human would do? Just then, a figure clad in pure white descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before Chen Buxiu. The pallor of Lung Moyin's face resembled that of gilded paper, her white gown stained with splashes of fresh blood. She shielded the crowd behind her, while 2 figures clad in black robes pursued closely. The 2 black-robed individuals were evidently gravely injured as well, their expressions equally grim. The brilliance of Lung Moyin's moon divine wheel had dimmed, yet her demeanor remained icy. Are you all unharmed? Where is the enemy? Wang Ten replied, Everyone is fine. The one who called himself Guiji is dead. Dead? A look of astonishment flickered in Lung Moyin's eyes. Just the few of you? Su Shaoling shook her head repeatedly. We lack the capability. He was vanquished by Chen Buxiu's sheer disgust. Chen Buxiu smiled proudly. Senior sister, leave these 2 to me. Wait for the right moment, and then strike with certainty for a lethal blow. All right, Lung Moyin replied calmly. She was uncertain how Chen Buxiu had managed to defeat Guiji, but he had indeed accomplished it. At present, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and her injuries were dire. Lacking better strategies to confront the enemy, she had no choice but to place her trust in Chen Buxiu. Nodding, Chen Buxiu summoned the last vestiges of his spiritual energy, conjuring 2 painted spirit avatars. A wicked smile gracing his lips. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be a war god. Chapter 37. The dung boy, ha ha, you little brat. Do you think a mere third-level chi cultivator can play the hero? And a warrior at that? How ludicrous. Guebo and Gue Zheng exchanged amused glances. For even the fifth-level foundation establishment cultivator, Long Mo Yin, was no match for the two of them. What could a third-level chi cultivator possibly accomplish? It was merely a show of bravado before a woman. Yet, Su Shaoling, Jin Fuqian, and the others felt a sense of déjà vu in this scene. Not long ago, Gue Ji had displayed similar disdainful mockery, only to be subsequently drowned in a fetid swamp by the boundless antics of Chen Buxiu. Long Mo Yin cast a cold glance at Chen Buxiu, her eyes narrowing as she said softly, "I am ready." Chen Buxiu nodded, forming a hand seal with great effort and bellowing with all his might, Taoist secret art, waves sweeping the sand. In an astonishing display, two Chen Buxius leaped into the air, executing a perfect 360-degree twist and spinning 2.5 times before plunging into the repugnant muck of the dung swamp without a single splash. The maneuver was executed with remarkable fluidity. Lang Mo Yan's brows furrowed in sudden apprehension. Guebo jeered, "Ha, youngster, are you performing a dung diving act for us?" Gue Zhong chuckled, "Quite the performance indeed. Very amusing. Ha." Chen Buxiu disregarded Guebo, focusing instead on controlling his illusory doppelganger with his mind. He formed his hands into a bowl shape, his arms whirling like a whirlwind as he began to dig fervently. Taoist secret art, waves sweeping the sand. In an instant, the air filled with a sticky, waterlogged, dark green muck, as the foul, fermented filth cascaded towards the two demons. Their laughter abruptly ceased. Terror flooded their eyes, for they had never imagined they would be subjected to such an affront. The disciples of the immortal sects they had encountered previously prided themselves on their prestigious lineage, exuding arrogance and superiority. Even when facing rogue cultivators, they merely resorted to underhanded tactics and malevolent sorcery. Yet here before them stood a disciple of an ancient sect, renowned for its imperial lineage, employing such disgustingly ludicrous aerial attacks. How could they have anticipated this? Jin Fuqian interjected with a smirk, "Chen Buxiu, you should not call this wave sweeping the sand. It ought to be named Great Pit Digging." Su Shaoling nodded vigorously, suggesting, "Or Great Pit Dung Digging would suffice. From now on, you shall be known as the Dung Boy. Once your cultivation matures, your title shall be the Dung Digging Celestial." A line of annoyance crossed Lang Mo Yan's forehead as she sternly declared, "Henceforth, this shall not be referred to as the Taoist secret art. If word gets out, in any case, it must not be spoken of again." What she refrained from saying was that if this were to leak, the reputation of the Tai Ching sect, cultivated over millennia, would be utterly tarnished. Should they be branded as the Dung sect, Lang Mo Yin could never bear to remain within the sect again. Her gaze towards the two demons turned lethal. They must die, for the honor of the Tai Ching sect, and to preserve her own dignity as a proud celestial. She could not flee today, she must fight to the bitter end, silencing them forever. A chilling sensation inexplicably enveloped the two specters. Yet overshadowing this was an overwhelming stench that rendered them heedless of the murderous intent surrounding them. They swung their long swords vigorously, unleashing a copious amount of spiritual energy from their sleeves in an attempt to fend off the noxious onslaught. However, it was no simple task. The filth was not a projectile, lacking a defined shape, and its erratic trajectory made it unavoidable. The vile substance splattered upon impact, sending droplets flying several meters away. As the saying goes, one could evade the initial strike but not the subsequent onslaught. Soon, the two specters were left reeling, their eyes rolling back in disgust, retching uncontrollably. "Brat, just you wait. I shall rend your body asunder and scatter your ashes," bellowed the elder specter in a fit of hysteria, only to inadvertently swallow a mouthful of the repugnant fumes, causing him to retch even more. The younger specter, once filled with venomous invective, now found himself overwhelmed, struggling to resist. His formerly sallow complexion had turned a ghastly white, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, a stark contrast to the previous battle with Lung Moi, during which he had not perspired so profusely. Chen Buxiu allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He had awaited this moment of their disarray. Seizing the overlord bow, he knocked 3 arrows, the bowstring drawn taut like a crescent moon, the arrows poised like flashes of lightning. True to their notorious reputation, the two specters demonstrated remarkable reflexes, adeptly deflecting the arrows aimed at them, even managing to send the explosive talismans hurtling into the air before they detonated. Yet, 2 arrows found their mark, while the third veered off course, striking the ground near the site where the bone-melting grass had once thrived. With a resounding explosion, the force of the blast caused the surrounding earth to tremble and collapse. Amidst the upheaval, A crimson hue began to emerge. Long Shiji. Now is the time to strike, urged Chen Buxiu. Long Moi frowned, responding, even if I attack, I cannot guarantee a lethal blow. Chen Buxiu chuckled softly. Leaning closer to her ear, sister, a single fatal strike is unnecessary. Merely driving them back will suffice for. Long Moi's eyes sparkled with surprise as she gazed at him, then nodded, very well. A blush colored her cheeks as she added, this matter must remain a secret upon our return to the sect. With that, Long Moi inhaled deeply, channeling her spiritual energy into the moon god wheel as it soared towards the fetid mire. Just before the wheel submerged, she enveloped it in a layer of golden light with her dwindling energy. As the moon god wheel plunged into the muck, it began to churn and whirl violently, resembling a monstrous dragon of filth as it surged towards the two specters, its force and magnitude far surpassing Chen Buxiu's previous endeavors. You despicable disciples of the Taiching sect. You should cease calling her Lang Aoxian and instead refer to her as the Fairy of Filth. The elder specter screamed, retreating in fear. Upon hearing this, Lang Moi's countenance turned as frigid as ancient ice. Pouring her spiritual energy into the moon god wheel without reservation, its rotational speed dramatically increased, creating the illusion of afterimages. The two specters found themselves utterly unable to withstand the onslaught, retreating further in desperation. Chen Buxiu chuckled ominously, warning, retreat further, and you shall fall into my trap. With an air of deceit, he feigned benevolence. Suddenly, Guizhong felt his foot slip upon a slick object, followed by a sharp pain in his leg. Looking down, he was horrified to discover he had stepped upon a blood-crowned serpent, two gaping wounds now marring his leg, from which oozed a viscous, purplish-black ichor. Trouble! It's the blood-crowned serpent, and its venom is deadly, he shouted, filled with rage. You beast! You seek your own demise. Guizhong swung his sword at the serpent, but the creature refused to yield, its wrath, akin to a blockage at its entrance, had yet to be unleashed. With a fearsome hiss, it bared its venomous fangs and expelled a stream of virulent green poison. Recognizing the peril, Guizhong prudently retreated, deflecting the toxic assault. He unleashed a flurry of sword lights, causing the blood-crowned serpent to writhe in agony, its blood spilling profusely. Sister Ling, Chen Buxiu bellowed, instantly commanding two of his doppelgangers to self-destruct, unleashing a wave of foulness. In the next heartbeat, the moon god wheel, aglow with golden light, surged forth like the scythe of death, slicing through the filth and cleaving towards Guizhong's waist. Chapter 38, Devouring 10 Pounds of Filth. Chen Buxiu drew the overlord bow to its full moon shape repeatedly, and arrows shot forth like lightning. With a series of piercing sounds, 2 arrows struck true, nailing Guizhong and Shui Guanxi to the ground. The gathered crowd unleashed their talismans and spells in unison, launching a collective assault. Long Moi, without hesitation, once again summoned the moon god wheel, tracing a mesmerizing arc through the air as it cleaved towards Guizhong, a flash of cold radiance severing the corpse in two. The 4 specters were completely annihilated. Shui Guanxi lay lifeless. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone, after enduring such a harsh environment and fierce battle. Each member felt physically and mentally drained. Even Long Moi's delicate visage revealed signs of fatigue. She turned to Chen Buxiu, stating, "We were fortunate to have you this time. I shall accurately report your remarkable performance upon my return." At this, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she added, "However, let us refrain from discussing the specific details to avoid tarnishing the sect's reputation." The others couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Buxiu's underhanded tactics would surely elicit laughter if they were to spread. The god of the latrine, the king of excrement. Chen Buxiu grinned innocently, responding, "Senior Sister Long, regarding today's events, I merely took advantage of circumstances, and it was your formidable strength that led us to victory. Please do not report on my actions to the sect. I prefer to remain low-key." Long Moi arched her brow, calmly asserting, "If your commendable performance is known to the sect elders, not only will there be rewards of spirit stones, but you may also have the opportunity to be accepted as a direct disciple. Are you certain you wish to remain inconspicuous?" Long Moi did not believe that Chen Buxiu had merely relied on opportunism. The intricate calculations and his adept assessment of the environment and his own strengths and weaknesses were feats that even seasoned cultivators might struggle to surpass. Chen Buxiu nodded, bowing with cupped fists. "Senior sister, I am not one for ostentation. I truly prefer to remain discreet. All credit goes to your prowess." Although Chen Buxiu had contemplated seizing this opportunity for resources, he understood the wisdom of discretion. The tall tree attracts the wind. Such a cautious individual, as he could hardly afford to act flamboyantly, should envy arise, akin to what Hua Tian had attempted. It would be a perilous endeavor with little reward. The foremost rule of cultivation is safety above all. Hubris leads to downfall. Moreover, there was another reason. If the titles of God of the Latrine and Excrement Boy were to circulate, it would be rather unseemly, even with his thick skin. He found such monikers somewhat embarrassing. Su Shaoling and Jean Fuguei exchanged glances, rolling their eyes. What nonsense about being low-key. This fellow had already drawn attention in merely a month since arriving at Zixian Peak. He was clearly a cunning character, eager to avoid detection to ensnare more victims. Long Moyen replied coolly, as you wish. This mission concludes here. I shall rest for half an hour, and then we shall return to Zixian Peak. Su Shaoling raised her hand. Senior Sister Long, I would like to propose a suggestion. Could we not rest until we exit this chaotic marsh? The stench here is simply overwhelming. The others nodded in agreement, but only Chen Buxiu spoke with righteous conviction. If one cannot withstand even the slightest discomfort, how can one aspire to the grand endeavor of cultivating immortality? How can one discuss the revitalization of our sect, comprehend the path of heaven and earth, or grasp the mysteries of the universe? Lung Mo Yin nodded in approval, saying, Chen Shidi speaks wisely. Su Shaoling wished she could kick Chen Buxiu. Jean Fuguei gazed at him with a look of deep resentment. Chen Buxiu appeared innocent and naive, wearing an expression that suggested he was merely acting in their best interests. The corners of Lung Mo Yan's mouth subtly lifted as she remarked, however, since your awakening is so profound, Chen Shidi, you may walk to the entrance of the swamp of turmoil alone. I shall lead the others ahead and await your arrival. With that, she summoned the moon god wheel and ascended into the air with the rest, leaving Chen Buxiu alone in the pit of filth. Su Shaoling stuck out her tongue and made a face while sitting on the moon god wheel, clearly delighted. Chen Buxiu rolled his eyes, forming a new opinion of Lung Mo Yin. Beneath her icy exterior lay a cunning disposition. 2 months later, after completing the task in the turmoil forest, Chen Buxiu immersed himself in cultivation for 2 months, rarely leaving the refining institute. Each day was spent either diligently crafting talismans or meditating to circulate spiritual energy, with not a hint of negligence. During this time, Su Shaoling and Jean Fuguei visited him twice, only to be met with the door firmly shut. What a miser! Did we not merely spread his nickname as the Dung Boy? Must he truly avoid us? Su Shaoling pouted. Indeed. Although his exploits as the god of Dung Pit have circulated throughout the Zixian Peak, none in the outer sect are yet aware, Jean Fuguei chimed in. Chen Buxiu could hardly contain his frustration towards the two. Ever since returning to Zixian Peak, they had been broadcasting his exploits to anyone who would listen. Rumors even morphed into tales of how, in a perilous moment within the swamp of turmoil, he devoured 10 pounds of dung, causing the wicked rogue cultivators to perish on the spot. Upon stepping outside, he was immediately bombarded with inquiries. Did you truly eat dung? What does it taste like? With no other option, Chen Buxiu had to retreat into seclusion. However, with only 3 days remaining until the outer sect's trial, he had to conclude his retreat and prepare for the upcoming challenge. Initially, Chen Buxiu had no intention of participating in the trial, yet, during this period, Di Hong paid him a visit, darkly greeting him and providing a full-body massage. He left Chen Buxiu with a warning. If he failed to pass the trial and gain entry into the outer sect, he would drown him in the swamp of turmoil. Chen Buxiu felt despair wash over him. Surely Di Hong had heard some gossip, for there was no other reason for such an unprovoked confrontation. Old 8. There's no escaping this. You must rise bravely to face the bloodshed, the harshness of life, and those 10 pounds of dung, Shimen Sanlang declared with a serious expression. Wu Erlang comforted him, saying, Old 8, even if you did eat dung, we would not hold it against you. Chen Buxiu scowled. Do you believe I won't secretly spice up your spiritual meals? Let you all savor the secret delicacies crafted by the esteemed Lao Ba. Haha. Enough jesting with Lao Ba now. The external trials are imminent. Lao Ba, you must prepare yourself. Tai Da Lang approached and patted Chen Buxiu on the shoulder. Chen Buxiu sighed and said, Alas, I shall miss everyone dearly. Tai Da Lang chuckled. Next year, we will undoubtedly also enter the external sect. Little junior brother, you go ahead and scout the way for us. By the way, little junior brother, I see you have reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. Yet you have yet to practice a proper offensive technique. Before the trials commence, why not visit the treasure pavilion on Zixian Peak? With your merits from completing tasks, you should have enough to exchange for a technique. Offensive techniques? Chen Buxiu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he had not yet mastered any offensive arts. and relying solely on self-detonation through his clones was hardly a sustainable strategy. Thus, after 2 months of seclusion, Chen Buxiu finally stepped out of the Refining Institute. Chapter 39. Secret Techniques. At the northern slope of the Zixian Peak, an ancient palace stands majestically, its golden plaque inscribed with the characters, Treasured Techniques Pavilion. Those who come to the Treasured Techniques Pavilion to select their methods are undoubtedly the prodigious disciples of Zixian Peak, destined to become the pillars of the outer sect in the future. Many talented individuals from Zixian Peak, whom Chen Buxiu had yet to meet, also sought enlightenment within the pavilion's sacred arts. Chen Buxiu presented the merit insignia from the task hall to the disciple at the entrance and inquired, "What sort of techniques can I exchange for with these merits?" Through various tasks, he had accrued over 100 merits, supplemented by the spoils from his crafting endeavors and the items scavenged from corpses, totaling 200 merits. The disciple replied earnestly, "The Treasured Techniques Pavilion offers 4 categories of sacred arts. The first type, known as the Immortal martial techniques, is grounded in earthly martial arts, drawing its essence from spiritual energy. The second type, the Celestial Tao techniques, embodies the 5 elements, guided by the principles of the celestial path. The third type, known as the Soul techniques, emanates from the mind's illusions, with various practices as its foundation. The fourth, the Totemic secret techniques, draws upon the ancient fierce deities, divine beasts, and primordial creatures, using the essence of the Tao soul to manifest spiritual forms." Upon hearing this, Chen Buxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The distinctions among the techniques were indeed profound, each resonating with a mysterious allure. "Which type of technique can I acquire with my merits?" he asked eagerly. The disciple shook his head, stating, "None of these can be exchanged here. Such techniques are exclusive to the outer sect." Chen Buxiu's expression darkened, perplexed by the disciple's words. The disciple continued with pride, "This is the rule of our Treasured Techniques Pavilion. To inform the disciples of Zixian Peak that only by entering the outer sect can they hope to access more profound techniques. However, we do have an ancient totemic secret technique available, though regrettably, no one has comprehended it for nearly a millennium. Even many who have entered the outer and even the inner sects have returned defeated." "Oh, what is this totemic secret technique?" Chen Buxiu's interest was piqued. "How many merits are required to seek enlightenment in this technique?" The disciple displayed a hint of disdain in his eyes. "It is said to be a secret technique of the ancient primordial fierce beasts, requiring 100 merits for a single attempt. Yet, I advise against wasting your merits. No one has succeeded in 1,000 years. Currently, an outer sect disciple is engaged in the comprehension of this technique. It would be best not to disturb him." Chen Buxiu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even outer sect disciples sought enlightenment in this secret technique, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. The disciple, perceiving Chen Buxiu's thoughts, remarked, "The totemic secret technique is indeed a treasured art. Outer and inner sect disciples have repeatedly attempted it, but all have failed. At present, the disciple attempting comprehension is Li Daoyuan from the Flame Sun Peak, ranked 11th in the outer sect S7 Peaks competition. He has already attempted it no less than 10 times, yet he too has achieved nothing. If he cannot do it, you might as well not try." Chen Buxiu scoffed. "I refuse to believe in such superstition. I shall give it a try." The disciple, seemingly having anticipated Chen Buxiu's determination, replied, "Very well, go ahead, spend 100 merits. The comprehension room is on the 2nd floor, marked with a special sign. However, remember not to disturb Senior Brotherly. The disciples of Yenri Peak are known for their temperaments, so do not say, 'I did not warn you.'" Chen Buxiu clasped his hands in acknowledgement, while inwardly he could not help but grumble. The so-called cultivators and practitioners were far from what he had envisioned in Xinfen Village, peaceful and singularly focused on the Tao. During his 3 months here, he realized that cultivators are not fundamentally different from mortals. Greed, anger, and ignorance are inherent to both. Mortals may crave wealth and power, while immortals desire spirit stones and celestial realms. Chen Buxiu dismissed these futile thoughts. Whether mortals or immortals, he had no interest in their affairs. He yearned solely to diligently pursue the path of longevity and immortality, and that was sufficient for him. He preferred to avoid conflicts and violence whenever possible. Chen Buxiu arrived at the insight chamber. Pushing open the ancient wooden door and stepping inside, he immediately sensed that this chamber was entirely isolated from the outside world, protected by an intricate array. As he made his way deeper into the chamber, he found it to be quite spacious, devoid of any adornments, save for a standing slab of blue stone in the center. Before the stone slab lay several meditation cushions, and upon one of them sat a young man clad in white. The young man's chest bore an embroidered blazing sun, inscribed with the characters Yenri, identifying him as Li Daoyuan, the 11th disciple of the outer sect of Yenri Peak. Chen Buxiu approached and chose a cushion to sit upon. He recalled hearing from the gatekeeper that the secret technique was concealed within the blue stone slab, and only by comprehending its mysteries could one grasp the technique. Gazing at the content of the stone slab, Chen Buxiu could not help but furrow his brow. The slab depicted a simplistic figure holding a fishing rod, with a circular creature in the water biting the hook. The artwork was inferior even to that of the children from Xinfen village. And why did the scene seem so familiar? Unable to contain himself, Chen Buxiu remarked, "Is this a performance of fishing for turtles? Quite an amusing notion." Li Daoyuan, having awakened at some point, responded mildly, "I have contemplated this several times, yet I remain at a loss. Perhaps this treasure technique is indeed beyond my fate." He rose and turned to Chen Buxiu, saying, "I shall not return after this departure, lest it hinders my resolve. Young brother, if you find yourself without insight after several attempts, do not squander your time. Excessive fixation may impede your cultivation." Chen Buxiu clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Li Daoyuan nodded and continued, "Do not merely observe the surface. Infuse the stone slab with your spiritual energy and perceive its true essence. I have only begun my journey, yet my comprehension is lacking. I hope you may succeed." Upon hearing this, Chen Buxiu immediately followed Li Daoyuan's advice, placing his hand upon the stone slab and channeling his spiritual energy into it. Suddenly, it felt as though his consciousness was instantly transported into the blue stone slab. At that moment, he found himself sitting by the water's edge, fishing, while beneath the dark, profound depths, a pair of blood-red eyes seemed to be fixated upon him. This scene was both wondrous and eerily reminiscent. It bore a striking resemblance to an earlier moment by the spirit pool on the back mountain, and instinctively, Chen Buxiu began to circulate his spiritual energy in the manner of the turtle breathing technique, causing his aura to vanish completely. As his breath grew fainter, the shadow beneath the water drew ever closer to the surface. When Chen Buxiu's essence completely dissipated, the indistinct outline beneath the water finally emerged. A dragon's head, a turtle's body, and a serpent's tail, all enveloped in darkness. The creature of turtle and snake stood majestically, embodying divine authority. Merely standing in place, it exuded an awe-inspiring presence, capable of stabilizing mountains and filling seas. The spiritual energy within Chen Buxiu surged with fervor, as if the indomitable divine skill was inexplicably linked to this mysterious creature. The colossal and sacred Xuanwu transformed into a phantom, hovering behind Chen Buxiu. As countless images and sacred incantations flooded his mind, the Northern Black Emperor, the abode of the seven gods, the enlightenment of Jiming, the secret arts of Xuanwu. Chapter 40. I only saw the tortoise. Chen Buxiu was completely engrossed in the arcane arts, oblivious to the reasons behind the resonance between his tortoise-breathing technique and the mysterious Xuanwu secret art. Unbeknownst to him, the tortoise-breathing technique was an ancient sorcery of the old tortoise, who, possessing the Xuanwu bloodline, naturally had ties to the Xuanwu. The enigmatic immortal technique, on the other hand, was conceived by its creator in pursuit of eternal life, inspired by the longevity practices of the ancient Xuanwu, culminating in the creation of this unparalleled divine skill. Thus, the Xuanwu secret art within the azure stone tablet resonated with Chen Buxiu's immortal technique. And with the aid of the tortoise-breathing technique, he was able to attain insight. Not only was it the Xuanwu secret art, with the enhancement of the immortal technique and the tortoise-breathing technique, any secret sorcery or magical artifact pertaining to tortoises would grant Chen Buxiu an extraordinary talent that surpassed others. Meanwhile, Li Daoyuan, yet to leave the insight chamber, gazed in astonishment at Chen Buxiu, who had comprehended a secret art that he had struggled to grasp multiple times. Simultaneously, it seemed as though the entire treasure pavilion had triggered some hidden mechanism. A dark radiance soared into the sky, heavy and solemn, with an ancient and profound aura permeating the entirety of Zhixian Peak. The gatekeeper disciple of the treasure pavilion stood agape at this spectacle, astonished that the special secret art had been comprehended. The disciples of Zhixian Peak were also drawn to the black light, having heard the legends of the special secret art. Who could it be that had penetrated the mysteries of this totemic art? Moments later, the black light gradually receded, and the azure stone tablet returned to its usual appearance. Chen Buxiu slowly opened his eyes, which had transformed into pools of black devoid of white. A beam of brilliance emanated from his gaze, dissipating along with the black light until his eyes returned to normal. You comprehended the secret art within? Li Daoyuan could not help but inquire. Chen Buxiu, with a whimsical glance, shook his head like a rattled drum, replying, "What secret art? I only saw the tortoise." Li Daoyuan inhaled sharply. "Junior brother? Are you unaware of the commotion you just caused?" Chen Buxiu chuckled innocently. "What commotion? I only saw the tortoise." Li Daoyuan was left speechless, his frustration evident. "I have no intention of seizing your secret art. If you choose not to speak, so be it, but this matter cannot remain concealed." Chen Buxiu reiterated, "What matter? I only saw the tortoise." Li Daoyuan. Exasperated, Li Daoyuan chose to ignore Chen Buxiu, sweeping his sleeve and striding towards the exit of the treasure pavilion. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed the gatekeeper disciple's face alight with excitement. With only 2 individuals in the special insight chamber, one an inconspicuous Chen Buxiu, the other the external disciple Li Daoyuan, he naturally assumed it was Li Daoyuan who had grasped the secret art. "Senior brother Li, you truly are a prodigy. What secret art have you comprehended?" Li Daoyuan's expression darkened. "What secret art? I only saw the tortoise." With that, he flicked his long sleeve and summoned his flying sword, soaring into the skies. The gatekeeper disciple watched Li Daoyuan depart, scoffing. "So you comprehended a secret art? What is there to be so proud of? Just an external disciple ranked 11th, not the first." Shortly thereafter, Chen Buxiu strolled out with a furrowed brow and a despondent demeanor. Upon seeing the gatekeeper disciple, he sighed and remarked, "Had I known, I should have heeded your counsel earlier. I have squandered my merits." "It is indeed brotherly. I witnessed him catching the turtle." The gatekeeper disciple, still simmering with irritation from earlier, retorted, "Isn't it merely a secret technique? Do not lose heart. That scoundrel Li Daoyuan is far too arrogant and will inevitably face consequences. By the way, has he truly comprehended the secret technique? What exactly is it?" A glimmer of envy flickered in Chen Buxiu's eyes. "Indeed, brotherly has genuinely grasped the secret technique." The moment of his enlightenment was resplendent, with golden light filling the room, spiritual energy surging, seas roiling, and abundance from all directions. The gatekeeper disciple's eyes widened, but then he recalled that the earlier light was not black. Chen Buxiu waved dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with such trifles. That radiance transformed from white to gold and then to black. Regardless, the spectacle at that moment was simply extraordinary." Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky on a flying sword. Li Daoyuan had returned. His gaze sharply fixed on the Qiankuan bag at Chen Buxiu's waist, he inquired, "Just now, I noticed your Qiankuan bag seemed familiar. It struck me halfway that it closely resembles that of my junior brother Hua Tian, who has been missing for 2 months. I wonder if it is connected to you?" "Brother, I am merely a disciple at the 4th level of Qi refinement from Zixin Peak. You are overthinking it," Chen Buxiu thought nervously. He had assumed all Qiankuan bags were similar, but if recognized, he might be branded as a traitor to his fellow disciples. And no amount of cleansing in the spiritual pool would absolve him. Li Daoyuan frowned, contemplating, then remarked, "That is indeed a possibility. Hua Tian and I shared a good rapport. Perhaps I am reading too much into it. However, I will investigate the matter of his disappearance thoroughly." With that, he soared away once more. Before Chen Buxiu could respond, the gatekeeper disciple huffed, "Look at him, so arrogant." Chen Buxiu pondered for a moment, then chuckled schemingly. If he could keep Li Daoyuan preoccupied with other matters, he would have no time to investigate Hua Tian's case. Besides, he had recently reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of Qi refinement and ought to find someone to teach Li Daoyuan a lesson. Bidding farewell to the gatekeeper disciple, Chen Buxiu deliberately walked outside the flower-picking courtyard in search of Su Shaoling. Su Shaoling, clad in a charming red dress with twin ponytails and adorned with a hairpin, looked every bit like a princess, exquisitely beautiful. Chen Buxiu couldn't help but silently admire the girl. In 2 years, she would surely captivate countless cultivators with her ethereal beauty. Before Chen Buxiu could finish his thoughts, Su Shaoling boldly exclaimed, "Chen Buxiu, what business do you have with me?" Chen Buxiu inwardly lamented. Such a lovely girl, yet why must she have such a sharp tongue? "Hey, are you bewitched by this fairy?" Su Shaoling arched her delicate brows. "If you sincerely express your affection for me, I might consider granting you an opportunity." Chen Buxiu rolled his eyes and replied, "If you were mute, I might contemplate granting you a chance." Su Shaoling, incensed, bit her silver teeth and retorted, "Are you seeking death? What is it that you seek from me?" Chen Buxiu chuckled mischievously, leaning closer with an air of mystery. "I want to reveal my intentions. I'm merely indulging in some amusement." Su Shaoling clenched her fists, the sound of her knuckles cracking echoing in the air. "You must be looking for trouble." Chen Buxiu patted his own face and remarked, "Many have wished to strike me, Who do you think you are? If you manage to defeat me, I shall grant you your desires." Su Shaoling could no longer contain her frustration and, with a flurry of expletives, charged forward, her fist raining down like a torrential downpour. "I curse you to the heavens." Chapter 41. The perplexed Li Daoyuan. Su Shaoling, panting heavily, had been striking for quite some time, her forehead glistening with sweat, yet Chen Buxiu still failed to witness a surge in the spiritual vortex. "Why have you become so resilient? I'm done striking you. Do you possess some peculiar preference that compels me to hit you? You perverse lunatic," Su Shaoling exclaimed, shaking her fists as she gasped for breath. Chen Buxiu, equally exasperated, had not anticipated that he had become so resilient that Su Shaoling's basic attacks could scarcely breach his defenses. "I've recently felt my resilience has grown even stronger. I merely sought to test my mettle with you," Chen Buxiu remarked, eager to prepare for the impending outer gate trials while assessing her readiness. With unwavering confidence, Su Shaoling replied, "Humph. I am certain I will pass the trials. What about you?" A grin spread across Chen Buxiu's face, for he was now broaching the topic he had longed to discuss. "I was just preparing for the trials by learning a particular treasure technique. Guess what I discovered? I found out that Li Daoyuan, ranked 11th in the outer gate, has mastered the totem secret technique from the treasure technique pavilion." Su Shaoling gasped in astonishment. "Is that true? That secret technique hasn't been comprehended by anyone for nearly a millennium." Chen Buxiu nodded solemnly. "Did you not see the strange phenomenon emanating from the treasure technique pavilion just now?" Realization dawned upon Su Shaoling. So that Esid, with his objective fulfilled, Chen Buxiu said, "Prepare well for the trials. I must return now." As he turned, a slight smile crept onto his lips. Why had he chosen to relay this news to Su Shaoling? Because she belonged to the flower-picking courtyard. And what of the flower-picking courtyard? It was home to all the celestial maidens, renowned for their insatiable curiosity. Once Su Shaoling received the news, these maidens would undoubtedly spread it throughout the entire sect. The following day, Li Daoyuan sat cross-legged in his humble abode. A searing aura enveloped the surroundings, reminiscent of a blazing sun descending from the heavens, heralding the arrival of a fiery domain. Li Daoyuan was momentarily taken aback before hastily stepping outside to pay his respects. Outer gate disciple Li Daoyuan greets the peak master. Before him stood a figure with fiery red hair, a rugged visage, surrounded by swirling flames, with a divine sun's apparition looming behind him. Akin to the descent of a fire deity, Luo Tian, the peak master of the Flame Sun Peak. Luo Tian's voice resonated like a thunderclap, filled with satisfaction as he regarded Li Daoyuan, his eyes brimming with admiration. Li Daoyuan felt an uncomfortable sensation under his gaze, his mind swirling with questions. "Why have you come to see me? Have I violated any sect rules? Why do you regard me with such ambiguous eyes? While my reverence for the peak master is as boundless as the flowing river, I shall not compromise my integrity merely because of your status." Luo Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk. "How long did you think you could keep this from me?" A chill ran down Li Daoyuan's spine. Could it be that the peak master had learned of his affair with Hua Tian? Before Li Daoyuan could respond, Luo Tian laughed heartily. "Ah, truly a worthy disciple of my Flame Sun Peak, to have comprehended the Xuanwu Minor 6 techniques. The deeper one understands this technique, the more profound its power becomes. Should you one day attain the completeness of this technique, it would rival even the divine arts of the celestial kings. It is not merely about discovering my affair with Hua Tian," Li Daoyuan pondered, suddenly recalling Luo Tian's words. "The Xuanwu 6 forms? What Xuanwu 6 forms? I only saw a turtle being caught. This is the unvarnished truth. Peak Master, do not be modest. The entire sect is already aware that you have comprehended the secret arts of the Zhejian Peak's treasure techniques pavilion. It cannot be concealed any longer." Luo Tian gazed at Li Daoyuan with delight, growing increasingly fond of this humble and low-key disciple. "I admire your diligence and talent. Thus, starting tomorrow, you shall reside in the room designated for the direct disciples of the Sunfire Hall, as there happens to be a vacancy there." "You mean to accept me as a direct disciple?" Li Daoyuan felt as if he had been struck by a pie. Bewildered to find himself unwittingly accepted by the Peak Master as a disciple, Luo Tian laughed heartily. "Still calling me Peak Master?" Li Daoyuan promptly realized, kneeling in reverence. "Master." Chen Buxiu likely never dreamed that his cunning maneuver would inadvertently lead Li Daoyuan to become a direct disciple. In the artifact refining hall, the senior brothers. "Regardless of whether this trial ends in success or failure, we must part ways. I will miss you all," Chen Buxiu said earnestly. Shimin Sanling scoffed. "Old 8, speak frankly. With all your scheming, you will miss us? I would be a fool to believe that." Wu Erling added, "Speak your mind, don't hold back." Chen Buxiu chuckled, saying, The immortal Emperor Hong has declared that if I fail, I shall be drowned in a cesspit. To ensure I complete the trial with absolute certainty, I must ask for your assistance, dear brothers. Tai Delong inquired. Old 8, what scheme do you have in mind? Chen Buxiu cleared his throat and stated, I once heard of a senior brother surnamed by who ascended to the pinnacle of the trial through his own prowess, then sold his trial quota for a handsome profit. Tai Dalong nodded. Indeed, that did occur, but thereafter the sect instituted new regulations prohibiting the sale of trial quotas. Wu Erlang added, yes, ever since that incident with senior brother Bai, the sect swiftly amended the rules. We cannot dare to violate them, lest we be expelled from the sect. Ahem, since I joined the sect, I have recited the sect rules at 4 in the morning for 2.5 months. My hobbies include singing and dancing, ahem, but that is not important. Chen Buxiu's smile radiated with innocence and simplicity. We do not need to sell quotas. I merely require my senior brothers to act as my disruptors. I have gathered the 7 most formidable participants for this trial. They are the fiercest competitors. Brothers, you need not do anything else. I will assign each of you a quota, and you simply need to do this. The 7 brothers' eyes sparkled with anticipation. And Wu Erlang scratched his head. Old 8, isn't this a bit too underhanded? We won't be beaten up, will we? Chen Buxiu shook his head vigorously. Brothers, is there anyone on Zixin Peak who can rival you? As long as others cannot overpower you, it is certain that it will not be you who suffers the blows. There is truth in this. We earn spirit stones through our own strength, with utmost integrity. Iron Dewang exclaimed excitedly. Chen Buxiu grasped the hands of the weapon-refining brothers and said, this way, my brothers can also earn spirit stones. And I can ensure the completion of the trial, achieving 2 objectives with 1 effort, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The outer sect is beckoning to me, and spirit stones are calling out to you. As he spoke, he retrieved a list from his pocket. Brothers, I have prepared a list. Tomorrow you only need to follow my instructions, and you shall surely achieve success and stir the pot. Chapter 42. The commencement of trials as dawn broke. The sun ascended gently, and the breeze carried a hint of tumult. The path of trials, the celestial selection ladder, had commenced, and the disciples of Celestial Peak had long gathered beneath its steps, eagerly anticipating the challenge ahead. Most conspicuous among them were the muscular artisans from the Forge Institute, their arms more robust than most thighs. Today seemed unusual, as these smiths had chosen to partake in the trials. What had caused this deviation from their usual pursuits? With their formidable strength, their participation posed a significant threat to the others. Did they truly leave the comforts of their forge? Many were incredulous. The onlookers murmured in astonishment, fully aware that the Forge Institute had amassed considerable resources, making it unlikely for them to abandon their stronghold. The smiths, however, paid little heed to the gossip, their eyes gleaming with determination as they showcased their formidable physiques, exuding an extraordinary aura. Chen Buxiu exchanged a knowing glance with his fellow artisans, who instantly understood the unspoken command, their gazes scanning the surroundings with a predatory glint. The trial was overseen by external disciples, who elucidated the rules. There were 4 coveted slots for entry into the outer academy from Celestial Peak. Successful completion of the trials would grant them the opportunity to choose one of the 7 peaks for initiation. Yet, among the multitude of aspirants, achieving success was no simple feat, for the celestial selection ladder permitted fierce competition and cunning strategies among the disciples. Only the first 4 to complete the trials would earn a place in the outer academy. With a resounding cry, the external disciple announced, the trials begin. Instantly, all disciples surged towards the celestial selection ladder with fervor. In the blink of an eye, the ladder was teeming with participants, each racing up its steps. The celestial selection ladder was divided into 3 segments, comprising 300 steps in total. The first 100 steps tested their cultivation under increasing spiritual pressure. The next 100 assessed their stamina against mounting gravity, and the final 100 presented a trial level amidst extremes of ice and fire. Only those whose cultivation, vitality, and resolve surpassed their peers could aspire to become outer disciples. Upon hearing the commencement of the trials, all disciples inhaled deeply and launched themselves upwards. Some of the less capable disciples turned crimson, exerting every ounce of strength they could muster. Meanwhile, the artisans unleashed a synchronized roar, their sinewy muscles swelling dramatically as their spiritual energy erupted. The 7 burly figures ascended like a black rainbow, leaving the other participants momentarily dazed. The remaining disciples, their faces ashen and teeth clenched, pursued with grim determination. Yet with each passing moment, their expressions grew more dismal as the muscular craftsmen continued to accelerate, widening the gap. Chen Buxiu gazed at the distant pinnacle of the celestial selection ladder, steeling himself. Should he fail to ascend, he would find himself ensnared in the treacherous quagmire forest. He held no doubt that the venerable Jin Lei Xianzun Di Hong would fulfill his promises. With resolve ignited, Chen Buxiu let out a fierce shout and sprinted upwards. The others, witnessing the artisans pulling ahead, grimaced and summoned their own unique abilities to keep pace. Especially the disciples of Zishan Peak, who had long demonstrated their formidable strength, surprisingly managed to pull ahead of their peers after exerting their abilities, striving to catch up. Chen Buxiu glanced back and was astonished to see those talented disciples closing in. He immediately quickened his pace. Now, he too had reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of Qi refinement. Gazing across Zishan Peak, the strongest among them were merely those at the 5th level in the Artifact Refining Institute, De Lang, Air Lang, and San Lang, as well as the elite figures from various academies. Chen Buxiu signaled to the artifact refiners with his eyes. They understood immediately, their eyes sparkling with determination as they turned to scan the ascending crowd for their targets. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Qilong unexpectedly ceased his ascent, instead forming a line to block the path halfway up. What does this mean? Surely they are not attempting to imitate Brother Bai. They must act like decent individuals. If they dare to obstruct me, I shall report them. The crowd regarded the lined-up artifact refiners with apprehension, fearing these individuals would once again engage in the nefarious trade of external quotas. However, such actions were now expressly forbidden by the sect's regulations, and even if they wished to sell quotas, it could only be done at the summit of the Zishan ladder. Standing there, not even having reached the 100th level, what significance did their presence hold? The disciples were bewildered as to what schemes the artifact refiners were concocting until Chen Buxiu ascended beyond the 100th level, with the other distinguished disciples following closely behind. Cui Xiao glared at Shimin Sanlang and coldly declared, "Step aside. This time, I must enter the external gate." Shimin Sanlang chuckled. "Enter the external gate? Have I, Shimin, consented to that?" Meanwhile, standing before Long Ao, the eldest disciple of the Miscellaneous Institute, was a brawny, dark-skinned man, Tai Dalong. "What do you mean by this?" Long Ao inquired. Tai Dalong wasted no time and replied, "I have no desire to enter the external gate myself. If you wish to pass through here, pay me 20 spirit stones as a toll, and I shall let you through." Long Ao furrowed his brow, seething, "You are robbing me in broad daylight." Tai Dalong, having been schooled by Chen Buxiu, retorted, "This is fair competition. Does the sect prohibit me from competing with you, or from obstructing your trial?" Long Ao gritted his teeth in fury. As a 5th-level Qi refiner, engaging Tai Dalong would prolong the battle unnecessarily. Every disciple ascending the Zishan ladder was racing against time, and he could not afford to dawdle, especially with Chen Buxiu at the forefront, already surpassing the 100th level and beginning to undergo the trial of vitality. Simultaneously, the strongest disciples from each academy on Zishan Peak were all facing obstacles and extortion from the Artifact Refining Institute, to the point where they felt they might shatter their steel teeth in frustration. Yet, each of these artifact refiners was at least a 4th-level Qi refiner. Equipped with spirit-infused artifacts, proving to be quite troublesome, no one was eager to provoke them. After some reluctance, many surrendered their spirit stones. While they were being obstructed, the ordinary disciples managed to surpass them. They looked at the artifact refiners with expressions of gratitude, for without their interference, these individuals would surely have been no match for the obstructed disciples, as those were indeed the true prodigies. Chen Buxiu had stepped into the 100th level of the trial of vitality. However, his immortal technique had already been initiated, and his own strength was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, making him a formidable presence. With a mere low growl, he unleashed his spiritual energy and ascended with determination. To pass the trial was to survive. To fail meant being submerged in filth. Anyone who dared to obstruct his path would find themselves face first in the muck. The onlookers were taken aback. They had heard of Chen Buxiu, the god of the latrine. But was he truly this audacious? The outer disciples were also flabbergasted. Their favored candidates were being thwarted by those burly figures. Yet the swiftest among them was a mere youth who appeared no older than 15 or 16. What could be tolerated and what could not? Those who were blocked, upon witnessing Chen Buxiu's advance, were instantly filled with rage and surged forward with shouts of defiance. Chapter 43, The Troublemaker. The artisans, unconcerned with the desires of others, erupted with spiritual energy, their laughter echoing as they launched their attacks, blocking the path of the crowd. The ordinary disciples, witnessing this spectacle, found immense amusement as they swiftly darted past the commotion. Meanwhile, the 7 individuals who were obstructed seethed with frustration, their teeth gritted in anger. The artisans, with their elevated cultivation and robust vitality, presented an insurmountable challenge. Particularly, Long Ao found himself unable to pass the formidable Tai Dalong, who seemed to possess extraordinary strength, forcing Long Ao back under the relentless assault of those iron fists. Stop. Long Ao retreated a step, conceding, "Fine, 20 spirit stones it is. Just do not hinder me any further." With that, he produced a pouch of spirit stones and tossed it to Tai Dalong, eager to ascend once more. Wait. To Long Ao's astonishment, Tai Dalong followed him again. Infuriated, Long Ao exclaimed, "Do not push your luck. I have given you the spirit stones." In a booming voice. Tai Dalong replied, "Indeed, it was 20 spirit stones before our confrontation, but the exertion has cost me considerable energy. You must provide me with an additional 10 spirit stones." Long Ao was nearly apoplectic, his arduous training aimed solely at this outer sect trial. A failure would mean waiting another 3 months. As he observed others swiftly ascending, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly tossed out another 10 spirit stones, seething, "Is that sufficient?" Tai Dalong glanced at Chen Buxiu, who had already climbed to the 150th step, and with a hearty smile, nodded. "With spirit stones in hand, how could I possibly impede you, junior brother? Be sure to reach the summit, otherwise you shall need to prepare spirit stones for the next trial." Long Ao nearly spat blood in frustration. This fellow treated the trial as a mere transaction. He had to succeed this time, or face further extortion. Ignoring Tai Dalong, he surged forward, unleashing his fury upon the ascending immortal ladder. Meanwhile, Chen Buxiu, who was climbing with remarkable speed, turned to gaze down upon the others, nonchalantly placing his hand behind him, exuding the air of a master. To be strong is to embrace solitude, as the heights are fraught with chill. The pursuing crowd seethed with anger, their heads nearly bursting. If it weren't for those 7 rascals hindering Long Ao, would you have the audacity to flaunt your superiority up there? Once we catch up, you shall pay for this mockery. Chen Buxiu shook his head at the crowd below, muttering to himself, "Since loneliness is destined, let me stand atop the peak of solitude." With that, he turned and continued his ascent on the ladder. For Chen Buxiu, the next 100 steps posed no challenge. With his immortal techniques and extraordinary physical prowess, he traversed the path effortlessly, without a hint of strain. Soon, he reached the final 100 steps. Upon stepping onto them, a wave of intense heat enveloped him, as if the entire staircase were being scorched by flames. The ground beneath his feet radiated warmth, yet his cloth shoes showed no signs of burning. With each step he took, the heat intensified, transforming the steps into a searing iron surface. "Ah, it's burning me alive. It's burning me alive." In an instant, the entire selection ladder resonated with the anguished cries of Chen Buxiu. As he screamed, he rushed upward with fervor, causing those below to cast curious glances. The artifact refiners covered their faces. They were all cultivators, and it had been years since anyone had heard a soul wailing so pitifully during the selection trial. Yet, while the onlookers scoffed, they were simultaneously astonished. Despite his cries, Chen Buxiu ascended with remarkable speed, distancing himself from the crowd. Before they could fully process the spectacle, another scream erupted from him. I'm freezing to death." Nevertheless, his pace remained swift. Everyone was left bewildered. How could Chen Buxiu exhibit such strength while simultaneously appearing so weak? Even the supervising disciples from the outer sect could not refrain from interjecting. "What on earth are you shrieking about? Can't you refrain from embarrassing us cultivators?" In response, Chen Buxiu shouted back, "Who says cultivators can't fear pain? Are we not allowed to fear death?" At the final 100 steps, every 10 steps marked a transition between icy and fiery sensations, intensifying as one ascended. Within him, the vortex of spiritual energy spun rapidly, his cultivation gradually enhancing. It was truly a paradox of suffering and joy. He estimated that upon completion, he would reach the pinnacle of the 4th level of qi refinement. At that point, he could seek someone to give him a good beating. And then the 5th level of qi refinement would be within reach. As the others reached the last 100 steps, their expressions turned grim, and each step became increasingly laborious. Watching Chen Buxiu scream while climbing, their spirits deflated further. How could someone so terrified of pain and death, lacking willpower, ascend so swiftly? How was it that he outpaced them? With a series of grunts, Chen Buxiu finally stepped over the last stair, arriving before the gate of selection. 2 outer disciples looked at him with disdain and coldly remarked, "Crossing the gate of selection means you are now an outer disciple. From there, you will choose your immortal mountain and peak to enter." Chen Buxiu nodded slightly, turning to gaze down at the crowd on the selection ladder. He thought to himself, Chen Buxiu have unexpectedly become the strongest among them. Initially, he had wished to interact with him as an ordinary person, yet he was met with alienation. No more pretense. The truth is revealed. Indeed, I am a rare talent in cultivation, a beacon of hope for the sect. I shall not be humiliated any longer. You all must come in at once. Suddenly, a thunderous sound surged as a bolt of lightning struck, and Chen Buxiu was inexplicably drawn into the gate of selection. Quick-witted. He grasped the gatepost and cried out, "You only said I had to pass the trial, not that I must join the outer sect. I refuse to go. I refuse." His lament echoed, evoking sympathy from listeners and tears from onlookers. Clinging desperately to the post with both hands, he would not let go. Refuse to join the outer sect? Then your cultivation shall be wasted, and you will return to your humble village of immortals. When you perish, should I remember, I might offer some paper offerings at your grave, came the response. Chen Buxiu was momentarily stunned. Now that he had entered the world of cultivation and glimpsed the realm of immortals, with the chance for eternal life, how could he bear to relinquish it? His grip instinctively loosened on the post. However, Chen Buxiu soon realized that the pull of the thunder had vanished. This situation became rather awkward, as numerous onlookers were present below the mountain. With a swift roll of his eyes, Chen Buxiu shouted, "No, I shall not go. I refuse to go." Yet, despite his vocal protests, his body began to glide backward, moving towards the Zhixian gate. Emperor Hong was taken aback, questioning whether he had indeed cast a spell or not. Beside him, a young man with a wine gourd hanging at his waist chuckled. How amusing. Truly amusing. Emperor Hong, exasperated, scolded. This mischievous brat is full of malice and cunning ideas. Chapter 44. Choosing to pique the young man with a gourd of wine at his waist cast a glance at Tai Dalong, Wu Erlang, and Shimin Sanlang on the celestial selection ladder, remarking, "These three little fellows are also promising talents. They should be sent to the refining peak for some training. Master Mo will surely appreciate them." Di Hong shot a glare at the refining apprentices and coldly declared, "These individuals could have passed the trials long ago. Yet they have hesitated to enter the outer sect. This time, let them all come up together." With a wave of his grand sleeves, a series of intricate electric arcs appeared, and the refining apprentices, who had been merrily laughing at the spirit stones halfway up the mountain, suddenly felt an unparalleled force pulling them, their bodies uncontrollably tingling as they soared past the gathered crowd on the celestial selection ladder and flew directly toward the celestial gate. "Ah, no, I don't want to go." Shimin Sanlang screamed in despair. Why? I'd rather die in the refining institute." Wu Erlang also cried out in anguish. Meanwhile, Tai Dalong astonishingly emitted a brilliant metallic sheen from his body, growling, "Thousand gene drop." To everyone's astonishment, Tai Dalong remained firmly in place. A goofy smile on his face as he declared, "Fortunately, I've learned the 1,000 gene drop." 1,000 gene drop? Humph. Di Hong snorted coldly, waving his sleeve again, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Tai Dalong suddenly resembled a kite with its string cut, soaring past Wu Erlang and Shimin Sanlang, the first to burst through the celestial gate. The wails of Dalong, Erlang, and Sanlang were far more mournful than those of Chen Buxiu, who momentarily forgot to continue his lamentations, staring blankly at the dark-skinned, muscular man flying above him. Wonderful. The troublemaker is gone. Let them revel. And there are still 4 more troublemakers, Master Immortal. Take them all away. The remaining crowd erupted in cheers, exuding a joy akin to a grand festival. The other 4 refining apprentices shrank their necks, trembling in fear, quietly inching downward. This time, the 4 from the Refining Institute would not occupy the outer sect quota of the Celestial Peak, allowing the remaining disciples to continue their competition. Di Hong's thunderous voice reverberated through the Celestial Peak, igniting excitement among the trial disciples, who exerted every ounce of strength to climb higher. Within the Celestial Gate, Tai Dalong, Wu Erlang, and Shimin Sanlang embraced one another in jubilation, while Chen Buxiu resembled a widow who had just endured a tumultuous experience, mumbling discontentedly. Where is the rule that says we cannot impede others? What wrong have we committed to be targeted like this? Chen Buxiu protested indignantly. Brothers, I refuse to accept this. The 3 refining apprentices nodded vigorously. Unacceptable. This is not fair. Not fair? Would it be fair if I were to strip all your cultivation and expel you from the sect instead? Di Hong had somehow appeared before the 4. His expression icy as he regarded them. When his gaze landed on Chen Buxiu's face, the prominent vein on his forehead throbbed violently. Without hesitation, Chen Buxiu replied, "Indeed. Brothers, there is no unfairness here. The fact that Master Immortal has not punished us is already a tremendous act of kindness. Let us obediently follow the arrangements of my uncle Di Hong." As Lin Sanlang gazed at Chen Buxiu, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Utterly flabbergasted by how effortlessly and shamelessly his companion had betrayed their camaraderie, truly embodying the essence of the Refining Institute. Di Hong let out a cold huff, questioning, "Do you harbor any grievances?" Chen Buxiu obediently shook his head, submitting to the teachings of the Immortal Lord. Di Hong nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Let us proceed to the selection platform, where we shall await the remaining 4 disciples from the outer court to join us. The 8 of you will choose your respective peaks together." With that, Di Hong strode forward, leaving the other 4 to linger behind. Lin Sanlang cast a disdainful glance at Chen Buxiu, while Shimin Sanlang rolled his eyes and remarked, "Old 8, your betrayal of the team was rather too decisive. Don't you think? What happened to our brotherhood?" Chen Buxiu awkwardly cleared his throat and coughed. A true gentleman can bend and stretch, disregarding trifles. "Brothers, now that we have entered the outer court, we must carve out a reputation for ourselves. United, we shall surely." Wu Erlang scoffed, "Old 8. Spare us the grandiose visions, we cannot feast on empty promises." As they spoke, they had already arrived at the selection platform. Above the selection platform, 7 floating palatial halls radiated a brilliant light, divine rays piercing the cosmos, surrounded by ethereal energy, a veritable celestial mountain of divine temples. These 7 palatial halls represented the 7 peaks of the Taiqing sect. Upon witnessing the magnificent structures, Chen Buxiu couldn't help but marvel. Each peak was graced by a celestial being surrounded by divine light, save for the refining peak, which stood eerily vacant. Outside the 7 palatial halls, a young man reclined nonchalantly upon the glazed tiles of the Golden Thunder Hall, a wine gourd in hand, savoring the exquisite liquor within. After swallowing the fiery drink, he exhaled, "No need to wait. These 4 little fellows seem amusing enough. Let's start with them. Di Hong, I shall leave the peak selection ceremony in your capable hands." Di Hong shook his head in resignation, replying, "Qing Xian, you are the sect leader. I am merely acting on your behalf. Spare me the theatrics. This isn't our first rodeo. I'll treat you to drinks tonight," Li Qingxian said, pouring the wine liberally into his mouth, disregarding Di Hong further. The other peak masters observed this exchange with varied expressions. Li Yanran, the master of the 100 Flowers Peak, smiled gently, while Sun Ziqing, the master of the Taiqing Peak, revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Chen Buxiu noted this scene, contemplating the distinct dynamics among the peak masters and the sect leader within the Taiqing sect. To enter the outer court, one must first engage in sparring with the outer court disciples. The sparring consists of 3 categories: physical combat, testing vitality, spiritual pressure, assessing cultivation, and unrestricted combat, evaluating practical skills. You may utilize all your abilities, allowing the peak masters to witness your potential. First up, Chen Buxiu, you shall go. Di Hong pointed to Chen Buxiu, indicating he should step forward, saying, "Choose which peak you wish to enter and challenge its outer court disciple." With innocent eyes, Chen Buxiu turned towards Li Yanran and said, "I wish to join the 100 Flowers Peak." Li Yanran covered her mouth with a light laugh. Her ethereal beauty accentuated by her flowing white gown, her radiant presence captivating beyond compare, making her smile all the more enchanting. Giggling, the little one remarked that Baiwa Peak only accepted female disciples, showcasing a rather discerning taste. Chen Buxiu, nearly drooling at the thought of Baiwa Peak, exclaimed, "Sister Fairy, I have no qualms about the fact that all disciples there are female, ha ha, ha ha ha." Di Hong, unable to contain his exasperation, replied coldly, "Only women may enter Baiwa Peak. If you truly wish to go, you may undergo a transformation to become a remnant disciple, akin to those at Baiwa Peak." Chen Buxiu was taken aback, having never heard of such a concept as a remnant disciple. Shimin Sanlang chuckled beside him, explaining, "A remnant disciple entails the severance of your manhood, thus allowing you to exclusively practice feminine arts." Chen Buxiu shivered at the thought, not wishing to become a eunuch. Clearing his throat, he stammered, "Ahem. Then I would rather." Li Yanran, with a smile, interjected, "Since you wish to join us, come to Baiwa Peak. It has been centuries since we had a remnant disciple. Come here, little one. I shall personally cleanse you today." Chen Buxiu's expression shifted dramatically, and before he could respond, Di Hong's lips curled into a faint smile as he said, "I believe it is quite suitable. Since you have chosen, let us begin." Chapter 45. The defiant Wang Qiu, the young Chen Buxiu, who had long held the Golden Thunder Immortal in the highest esteem, prostrated himself before the revered figure with unwavering devotion. He declared that should he fail to enter the Golden Thunder Peak in this lifetime, He would forego his aspirations of immortality altogether. He implored the esteemed immortals to grant his wish. Kneeling on the ground, he fervently bowed his head to Emperor Hong. His emotions deeply etched across his face, leaving Iron Dalong and the others utterly astonished. Indeed, a true man possesses both humility and audacity, unashamedly pursuing his desires. Oh, Emperor Hong feigned hesitation. Are you certain you wish to join my Golden Thunder Peak? Do not feel compelled. Without a trace of doubt, Chen Buxiu nodded vigorously. Not compelled in the slightest. Let the contest begin at once. I can hardly contain my excitement. With a reluctant nod, Emperor Hong acquiesced. Very well. However, should you fail to pass the 3 tests of the outer sect, then your fate shall be sealed. Yet, in light of our celestial connection, I shall allow Fairy Baiwa to make an exception, permitting you to cleanse yourself and proceed to Baiwa Peak. The celestial beings within the aerial palace could not suppress their amused expressions, their eyes glinting with mockery as they observed Chen Buxiu. Internally, Chen Buxiu scoffed at Emperor Hong's cunning nature. Although he was a practitioner of the righteous path of thunder, he was indeed a sly old fox. Nevertheless, he steeled his resolve, determined to muster all his strength. The thought of failing the tests and being relegated to Baiwa Peak, where he would be left pondering how to address the Saintess Yu Shuang in the future, whether as a wife or a sister, was unbearable. The first test involved a contest of vitality and physical prowess. No spiritual energy was to be employed. It was purely a test of corporeal strength. Emperor Hong traced a line in the air, conjuring a blue-violet lightning line that delineated a 5-meter radius on the ground. An outer sect disciple stepped into the circle. A chubby young man with a fair complexion and small eyes. He smiled as he introduced himself. Junior Brother Chen, I am Wang Qiu. Having joined the outer sect just 9 months ago, this contest is pivotal for both your fate and mine, and I assure you, I shall give it my all. Chen Buxiu was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean? Wang Qiu elaborated. The number of disciples at each peak is limited, and every 3 months. We undergo trials to determine our rankings. Should one find themselves at the bottom of the outer sect, they must face challenges from disciples of the selection peak. Victory allows one to remain in the outer sect to continue their cultivation. However, repeated defeats, 3 in succession, lead to expulsion from the outer sect, forcing a return to selection peak. A chill ran through Chen Buxiu as he absorbed this harsh reality. The outer sect's mechanism was indeed ruthless, a true embodiment of survival of the fittest. The very essence of cultivation. And if I were to lose? He inquired. Wang Qiu replied, then you would only be recognized as a registered disciple, not a true disciple of the outer sect. Should any peak have vacancies, you would be assigned there for your training. If all peaks are filled, you would be dispatched to the sect's branches, even to the various domains beneath Dongxian. Emperor Hong interjected coolly, that applies to ordinary disciples. If you were to lose, your only option would be to go to Baiwa Peak. Chen Buxiu cracked his knuckles, gritting his teeth. Brother, do not blame me for being ruthless. For the chance to learn from the immortal, I would gladly face death. Certainly, should I lose. Becoming a mere shadow of my former self would be more unbearable than death itself. Wang Qiu sighed and said, Junior brother, I too have no retreat. Should I lose again this time, it would mark my 3rd consecutive defeat. Let us rely on our own abilities. As the words "the contest begins" resonated in the air, both Chen Buxiu and Wang Qiu lunged at each other with remarkable swiftness, their eyes gleaming with cunning as they sought to seize the initiative. Realizing that his opponent was no naive foe, Chen Buxiu became vigilant and summoned all his strength. Wang Qiu, knowing full well that he could not afford any leniency, understood that this was his last chance to secure his position as an outer sect disciple. The clash of physical prowess was his forte, and he had yet to be bested in this regard in previous encounters. Junior brother, don't blame me, however. Before Wang Qiu could finish his words, he was sent flying like a small mountain. Chen Buxiu retracted his foot. What did you say, senior brother? Wang Qiu was propelled over 10 meters, rolling several times before coming to a halt, clutching his abdomen in disbelief. He felt as if he had been struck by a wild and ferocious bull, utterly defenseless. Li Qingxian's eyes sparkled with clarity as his consciousness briefly scanned Chen Buxiu's aura, expressing surprise. You truly passed on that technique? Di Hong's eyes flickered with complexity as he replied softly. It is imperative to test our limits. We have not broken through that barrier for years and can no longer adhere to convention. The other peak masters wore expressions of astonishment, intrigued by Chen Buxiu's physique, which far surpassed that of an ordinary disciple. Without a doubt, Chen Buxiu emerged victorious in this round. Wang Qiu took a considerable time to recover. gazing at Chen Buxiu's slender frame with a look of exasperation. Damn it, I was careless and didn't dodge. This time, I will not hold back. Chen Buxiu chuckled, then let us rely on our abilities. The so-called contest of spiritual pressure involves unleashing one's entire spiritual energy and employing their most formidable techniques in a mutual assault to gauge strength. Suppress him. Lingshan formation. Wang Qiu bellowed as his spiritual energy erupted, revealing his peak cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement. The surging energy coalesced before him, ultimately forming a dark law formation that advanced toward Chen Buxiu. Chen Buxiu rummaged through his mind, realizing that since entering the Zishan Peak, he had never learned an offensive technique. Even those he contemplated in the Treasure Technique Pavilion were not truly offensive. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for techniques to counterattack. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Chen Buxiu shouted, "Secret technique, Immortal Divine Leg." He stomped his left foot on the ground, causing it to crack, and unleashed a powerful kick with his right foot that resonated with the sound of breaking air. Wang Qiu couldn't help but scoff. What kind of secret technique is this? It's merely the same as the kick you delivered earlier. Yet, in the next instant, as Chen Buxiu's foot collided with the dark law formation, it shattered instantaneously, dispersing all the spiritual energy, and Chen Buxiu landed another kick squarely in Wang Qiu's abdomen. Wang Qiu soared more than 20 meters into the air. In that moment, he felt a sense of defeat more stifling than ever before. It was supposed to be a contest of spiritual pressure, a clash of techniques, a display of grand spells, yet he found himself unceremoniously kicked aside. Where was the promised path of cultivation? Was this merely a physical exercise? Could you not at least cast a spell so that I might concede with grace? What in the world is this so-called immortal leg? I refuse to accept it. Chapter 46. The spell Immortal Lord. I refuse to accept this. What kind of sorcery is this? It is clearly just the power of physical vitality. He is cheating. Wang Qiu protested loudly, his face contorted with grievance and defiance. Dihong raised an eyebrow and said, "Chen Buxiu, do you have anything to say?" Chen Buxiu, appearing quite pitiful, replied, "Esteemed immortals, I have not learned any offensive spells. I have only mastered the Tai Ching immortal talismans. If Wang Shixiang is dissatisfied, shall I compete with him again using the Tai Ching talismans?" Dihong turned to Wang Qiu and inquired, "What do you think?" With confidence, Wang Qiu responded, "Thank you, Immortal Lord, for your impartiality. I am willing to compete once more." Chen Buxiu sighed softly and shook his head. Wang Qiu chuckled, "Junior brother, sighing will not help. I'm afraid today, victory is assured for me." Dihong stated calmly, "Then let us proceed as previously discussed and compete once again." "Thank you, Immortal Lord." "Huh." Wang Qiu thumped his chest, his ample form quivering, and an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted forth. The spiritual pressure in the air intensified, forming a dark spiritual array that surged toward Chen Buxiu. With a nonchalant demeanor, Chen Buxiu clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Brother, why go to such lengths? Since you insist on me using the Tai Ching talismans, I shall oblige." As he spoke, he astonishingly produced a large handful of talismans from his bag, casting them toward Wang Qiu's spiritual array as if they were mere trinkets. Crackling sounds erupted, thunderous booms, sizzling sparks, and explosive blasts filled the air. Various talismans such as the Thunderbolt Talisman, the Explosion Talisman, the True Fire Talisman, and the Demolition Talisman were scattered like beans, creating a dazzling display of flames and electric arcs, shaking the very air with sonic booms. In an instant, the spiritual array was overwhelmed by the talisman's might, and the remaining talismans soared toward Wang Qiu. Wang Qiu was left dumbfounded. Is this how talismans are used? In the next moment, he was engulfed by the talismans, besieged by ice, fire, thunder, and electricity, shrieking as he was battered down by their tremendous power. Chen Buxiu stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the air of a master, and solemnly declared, "You should not have forced my hand." Having devoted himself to both cultivation and talisman crafting, Chen Buxiu was unperturbed, for he possessed an abundance of talismans. Among these, he had even crafted bone transformation talismans. With a wave of his hand, Dihong dissipated the arcs of electricity and flames surrounding Wang Qiu, who coughed out a cloud of black smoke. Glancing at Chen Buxiu, he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are impressive, throwing talismans like they are mere beans." "I concede." Chen Buxiu raised an eyebrow, feeling amused by Wang Qiu's colorful language, and immediately remarked, "Immortal Lord, now that the physical vitality and spiritual pressure contests are concluded, we only lack the final practical combat. When shall we begin?" Wang Qiu, now slumped on the ground, rolled his eyes at Chen Buxiu's words and promptly fainted. After being so thoroughly defeated, he thought, how could he still talk about practical combat? Have some decency. Upon witnessing this, Di Hong remarked, Wang Qiu has already fallen into a stupor. It seems there is no need for further contention. Chen Buxiu promptly extracted a green talisman from his Jiankuan pouch, declaring, the contest remains unresolved. And I would find no peace in my heart if I were to enter the outer sect without completing it. This is a spirit-gathering talisman I have crafted, which can aid Brother Wang in restoring his spiritual energy and healing his wounds. Once he awakens, we shall resume our duel. Wang Qiu's eyelids fluttered as his eyes roamed beneath them, inwardly cursing Chen Buxiu's ancestors for countless generations. Why could Chen Buxiu not comport himself like a decent individual? It seemed that unless he engaged in one final bout with Chen Buxiu, the latter would never relent. Ah hiss! Wang Qiu gradually regained consciousness, opening his eyes and rising from the ground. Immortal Master, I am unharmed. I am still capable of battle. Di Hong's consciousness swept over Wang Qiu, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wang Qiu was not as fragile as he pretended. In reality, he was quite resilient and seemed perfectly fine. Brother, take this spirit-gathering talisman to restore your energy, lest our final bout be rendered unfair. Chen Buxiu kindly offered the green talisman, thinking to himself, dare to insult me? Just wait and see how I deal with you shortly. Thank you for your kind intentions, brother. I can manage to recuperate on my own for a moment, Wang Qiu replied with a smile, inwardly cursing the incorrigible rascal 1,000 times. This time, he vowed to employ all his means to ensure that Chen Buxiu would be left utterly incapacitated, alleviating the resentment festering within his heart. Di Hong observed the two, who appeared amicable on the surface, yet had already exchanged countless vitriolic greetings in their minds, and could not suppress his irritation. Neither of these fellows was any good. Di Hong granted them half an hour to rest, during which he proceeded with the external competitions for the remaining trial disciples. The trio from the Refining Academy successfully entered the Refining Peak. The so-called contest was merely a formality, as the Refining Peak had few inhabitants, and those lacking talent in artifact crafting could not be assigned there. The presence of the three from the Refining Academy was welcomed by the Refining Peak. The other three entering the outer sect included Long Ao from the Miscellaneous Affairs Academy, Su Shaoling from the Flower Picking Academy, and Wang Tan. Long Ao ascended to the Flame Sun Peak, Wang Tan to the Taiching Peak, while Su Shaoling ventured to the 100 Flowers Peak. Chen Buxiu was taken aback that Su Shaoling managed to pass the trial, as she had only entered the selection of Immortal's Peak a few months prior. Evidently, her aptitude for cultivation greatly influenced her success. Upon spotting Chen Buxiu, Su Shaoling mischievously made a face at him before being escorted by a fairy through the teleportation array within the 100 Flowers Palace to commence her training at the 100 Flowers Peak. Chen Buxiu, intrigued by the ceremony surrounding the entrance of these outer sect disciples, pondered why such a multitude of esteemed immortal masters had gathered, including the elusive sect leader, Li Qingxian. Was it truly for the sake of meeting him, an exceptional talent in cultivation? Within the palace, Li Qingxian savored a sip of wine, expressing with satisfaction, the wine brewed by Yin and is truly delightful. Di Hong, where is that old ghost? If he dares to go back on his word, I shall seek him out for another bout. Di Hong shook his head helplessly and said, they are about to arrive. You are the sect leader, the illustrious Qing Lian Sword Immortal. Could you refrain from behaving like a drunken fool? It tarnishes the reputation of our Taiching sect. Allow me to handle everything. I am nearly assuming the role of sect leader myself. Li Qingxian chuckled heartily, waving his hand with a sense of flamboyance. I have long been prepared to relinquish the position of sect leader to you, yet you refuse. Since you insist on my continuing in this role, you must assist me in dealing with these troublesome matters. I have been vexed by your state of corpse liberation for a century now. Di Hong sighed softly, initially aspiring to attain the status of a true immortal, but ultimately lacking the necessary fortune. Had I achieved the position of a true immortal, I would no longer have to endure the disdain of other sections. Li Qingxian offered the wine gourd to Di Hong, stating, the Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The laws of nature are the embodiment of the Tao. As cultivators, we should embrace a carefree spirit. And should those petty beings foolishly attempt to test my limits, I would not hesitate to let them taste their own blood. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Li Qingxuan's misty gaze, and in an instant, an inexplicable coldness swept across the entire Zishian Peak and even the Seven Treasures Hall. Chapter 47. The Might of the Immortal. Let the battle commence. Wang Qiu gritted his teeth and declared, I refuse to believe you possess so many immortal talismans. I shall confront you head-on. With a primal roar, Wang Qiu's corpulent form seemed to ignite, transforming him as he shed a considerable amount of weight. Streams of sweat drenched his attire, and his speed surged dramatically as he concentrated his spiritual energy in his hands, charging fiercely towards Chen Buxiu. Upon witnessing this, Chen Buxiu sighed softly, feigning profundity as he remarked, "Why must it come to this?" Wang Qiu, incensed by his words, retorted mentally, "If you hadn't insisted on a real combat, would I be forced to resort to such measures?" However, before Wang Qiu could finish his internal tirade, his expression shifted abruptly. Before him, Chen Buxiu began to sketch in the air, astonishingly conjuring 3 clones. Each clone reached into Chen Buxiu's spatial pouch, and, to Wang Qiu's disbelief, emerged with an abundance of immortal talismans. Is there no cost for these talismans? Moreover, Chen Buxiu felt it necessary to unleash them with 3 clones simultaneously. Can you not act like a decent person? The various peak masters could not help but smile subtly. It had indeed been a while since such an amusing character had graced their presence. With a long face, Wang Qiu addressed Chen Buxiu, "Junior brother, your performance today is rather ostentatious. Do you not grasp the underlying principle?" "What principle?" Chen Buxiu inquired. Wang Qiu elucidated. "If your garden contained 100 flowers, which one would you pluck?" Without hesitation, Chen Buxiu answered, "The ugliest one." Wang Qiu was momentarily taken aback. This fellow does not follow the script. Why? Chen Buxiu replied nonchalantly, "Because my garden cannot accommodate such refuse." Wang Qiu was left speechless. Meanwhile, the matters concerning the outer sect had settled, with everyone being escorted to their respective immortal peaks by the outer sect disciples for the initiation process. However, Li Qingxian and the peak masters remained in anticipation at the treasure hall. Suddenly, a dense black mist enveloped the sky, with spiritual energy swirling like a vortex towards the darkness. A black beam of light descended, revealing a figure clad in a black robe, suspended in midair. As this figure descended, an overwhelming chill filled the space, instilling a sense of despair that was both cold and desolate. Each time this old fellow appeared, he was insufferable. Li Qingxian swallowed a mouthful of strong liquor and muttered under his breath, then stepped forward into the air. To his astonishment, a brilliant sword radiance erupted from him, and in an instant, countless sharp sword energies shot skyward, saturating half the sky and dispersing the black mist. Li Qingxian stood as if he were a sword piercing the heavens, confronting the shadow with unwavering resolve. "It has been a century, and you have become even more intolerable. Yuxian, likewise. Let us exchange a few blows and see." Yuxian sneered as countless runes materialized from the black mist, each possessing the power to obliterate the heavens. With a flourish of his black robe, the terrifying runes surged like a tidal wave towards Li Qingxian. "Ah, exquisite wine. A worthy duel." Li Qingxian took a sip of exquisite wine, a slight smile gracing his lips. Transforming his hand into a sword, he pointed forward, unleashing a flurry of sword lights that shot forth, colliding with the dark mist runes, producing a deafening roar. The terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy caused the very heavens and earth to tremble. In the next moment, both Li Qingxian and Yuxian charged towards each other, each extending a palm. Their palms met with what appeared to be a gentle touch, yet at the moment of collision, an unparalleled energy erupted, creating a sonic boom that echoed through the air, altering the colors of the sky and devouring the landscape. Such was the might of immortals. Di Hong's expression shifted slightly, and the other peak masters immediately reacted. They formed hand seals, their spiritual energy soaring into the sky as they growled, Tai Ching protective spirit formation. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual pressure and air fell silent as array symbols emerged in the vicinity, absorbing all energy into the formation, which shone with divine brilliance. Li Qingxian snorted coldly. "Old ghost, do you wish to dismantle my Tai Ching sect?" Yuxian, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, replied, "Unfortunately, you are still a step short. After a century apart, your strength has indeed advanced, and the Tai Ching protective spirit formation of the peak masters has also become increasingly refined." Exchanging knowing glances, Li Qingxian and Yuxian burst into hearty laughter. With a wave of his hand, Li Qingxian declared, "After 100 years, I have longed to spar with you. Let us depart. This is not a place for guests, and I would not have others say my Tai Ching sect is discourteous." At the ascending Immortal Hall, a young girl clad in a white dress appeared beside Yuxian. "Previously, our two sects may have had many misunderstandings. To eliminate the rift, I wish to send my daughter to the Tai Ching sect for exchange and learning. Given the unpredictable situation in the Eastern Shin domain, cooperation is advisable." Yuxian's lips curled slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The peak masters exchanged bewildered glances. The recent frictions between the Absolute Emotion sect and the Taiching sect had nearly torn their relations apart. What, then, was Yuxian's true intention? Yuxian calmly instructed Yen'er, "Do not forget to greet Master Li and the esteemed peak masters." The young girl's eyes crescent-shaped, sparkled with mischief as she politely addressed. Yu Ruyan pays respects to Uncle Li and all esteemed uncles and aunts. Impertinence. Such a lack of decorum. Yuxian reprimanded with a cold gaze. Yu Ruyan merely stuck out her tongue playfully, performing a curtsy before retreating behind Yuxian. Li Yanran, the master of Hundred Flowers Peak, and Yu Yao, the master of Cold Moon Peak, regarded Yu Ruyan with fondness. Despite their centuries of existence, being called sister so sweetly brought them joy. Li Qingxian, maintaining an impassive demeanor, stated, "If that is the case, Di Hong, let Fairy Ruyan accompany you to Golden Thunder Peak for her cultivation." Di Hong and Li Qingxian exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Very well. Yuxian's expression turned icy and serious once more. There is one more matter. There have been unusual disturbances near the vicinity of Gloomy Mist Forest on Loneliness King Mountain. Rumors suggest that an ancient demon lies sealed beneath. Should this great demon awaken, it will certainly incite turmoil. Our two sects will thus be inevitably drawn into the fray. At Golden Thunder Peak, Chen Buxiu stepped onto the grounds and immediately sensed the rich spiritual energy. Indeed, this place was incomparable to the selecting Immortal Peak. Atop the magnificent Golden Thunder Peak, resplendent as if forged from purest gold, the summit is enveloped by shimmering golden lightning, occasionally swirling into the forms of thunderous dragons and golden phoenixes, exuding an aura of divine strength. Breathing in the rich spiritual energy of this place, Chen Buxiu felt the constraints of his cultivation at the fourth level of qi refinement loosening significantly, the whirlpool of spiritual energy within him spinning with newfound vigor. Accompanied by the outer sect disciple guiding him, Chen Buxiu proceeded onward, occasionally catching glimpses of the graceful outer sect disciples soaring through the air on their swords, as well as the enchanting outer sect fairies. These cultivators, regardless of gender, possessed striking appearances, with hardly a blemish among them, particularly the fairies with their elegant figures, flawless skin, and charming faces, left Chen Buxiu momentarily speechless, wiping away the drool that had unconsciously gathered. He silently mused that perhaps the outer sect was indeed a splendid place. It seemed evident that he was far more suited to the outer sect than that Wang Qiu, for his handsome visage and unparalleled charisma overshadowed the portly figure of Wang. However, in a fleeting moment, Chen Buxiu's expression clouded with concern. Having reached the bottleneck at the fourth level of qi refinement, and being unfamiliar with the outer sect, where could he possibly find someone to give him a proper beating? Chapter 48. The Little Witch Fairy Master. I have heard that you are the foremost disciple beneath the esteemed Li Jianxian of the Taiching sect. Is this true? The girl in the white dress, Yu Ruyan, gazed at Di Hong with a radiant smile, her face brimming with admiration. Di Hong replied nonchalantly, "Rumors are merely whispers. Trifles of jest. As the daughter of Yuxian, what brings you to the Taiching sect?" Yu Ruyan continued to smile innocently. Hee, of course. I have come to gather intelligence. You must keep a close watch on me, Fairy Master. Di Hong maintained his impassive demeanor, explaining, at Jinlei Peak, there exist divisions between the outer and inner sects. The inner sect is not open to other sections. For the time being, you shall reside in the guest quarters of the outer sect. Should you require anything, simply ask one of the disciples. The outer sect of Taiching has 3 regulations. 1. One must complete a task each month, or be expelled from the outer sect. 2. One must participate in 3 challenges each month, or be expelled from the outer sect. 3. No dueling is permitted within the outer sect. Violations will result in expulsion. Although you hail from the Heartless sect, you must adhere to the rules here. Feel free to explore areas that are accessible, but do not attempt to breach forbidden grounds, or you shall bear the consequences. As he spoke, Di Hong descended with Yu Ruyan, and the outer sect disciples bowed respectfully. Their eyes inevitably drifted toward the girl in the white dress. Though the female cultivators of the outer sect were all ethereal beauties, none could compare to Yu Ruyan's exceptional allure. Her complexion resembled pristine jade. Her skin as delicate as white lily, and her beauty was enchanting. Her clear eyes sparkled with mischief, and her graceful figure exuded a rare charm within the realm of cultivation. Indeed, Yu Ruyan was unlike anyone else. She was the daughter of Yuxian and the sister of Yu Ruan. From a young age, she was known for her mischievous spirit and distinctiveness. The Heartless sect donned black robes, thus she chose to wear a white dress. While the disciples practiced the Heartless secret arts and celestial techniques, she opted to master celestial martial skills and body techniques. Despite her innate intelligence and swift comprehension, she resolutely deviated from the path laid out by Yu Xian, leaving the elders and sect leaders both exasperated and enamored, utterly at a loss on how to handle her. Countless elders had their beards and hair tugged by her playful antics, and she stood in stark contrast to Yu Ruan, one a haughty saintess, the other a little witch of the heartless sect. Since returning from the Tai Ching sect, Yu Ruan had been melancholic and despondent. Upon learning the reason behind her sister's sorrow, Yu Ruyan was incensed and insisted on coming to the Tai Ching sect, intending to capture the scoundrel who had tarnished her sister's reputation and deliver him to the heartless sect for her sister's reckoning. The disciples of Jean Lei Peak remained oblivious to these underlying motives. They were intrigued by the presence of such a stunning beauty, especially one personally escorted by the Peak's fairy master. What was her true identity? Chen Buxiu had only just arrived at the outer sect, and upon witnessing Di Hong and the celestial maiden, his jaw dropped in astonishment. That girl's face was strikingly familiar. How had she ended up here? Could it be that she had returned to the heartless sect, unable to quell her longing for him, and had come here in search of him? Observing the curious expressions of his disciples, Emperor Hong spoke softly. From today onwards, the daughter of the sect master of the heartless sect, Yu Ruyan, will be coming to the Golden Thunder Peak for external door exchanges and studies. You all shall treat her as one of our own disciples. Since she is unfamiliar with the external door, one of you will accompany her as a guide. Yu Ruyan? Yu Ruxiang? Chen Buxiu scratched his head in confusion, realizing they were twins. Fortunately, it wasn't Yu Ruxiang who had arrived. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to confront her. Emperor Hong scanned the crowd and happened to catch sight of Chen Buxiu, who was peering out with a bewildered expression, scratching his head. A slight smile crept across his lips as he declared, Chen Buxiu, from today onward, you shall accompany the fairy, helping her become acquainted with the external door and engage in mutual cultivation. Chen Buxiu was momentarily stunned, a myriad of question marks swirling in his mind. I've barely been in the external door for a day, and I'm supposed to guide her? Indeed, it is you. Ah. With a flourish of his grand sleeves, Emperor Hong sent Chen Buxiu soaring from the crowd, emitting a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. In his ears, a clear buzzing resonated. The heartless sect and the Ta Ching sect are sworn enemies. You must handle this as you see fit. With a face full of despair, Chen Buxiu understood Emperor Hong's intentions. He was newly arrived and knew nothing, thus preventing Yu Ruyan from extracting information and secrets from him. He dared not resist, murmuring, I shall heed the teachings of the Celestial Lord. Yet, gazing at the identical beauty of Yu Ruyan and Yu Ruxiang, the madness from the cave occasionally resurfaced in his mind. Once, there was the male deity Jian Shun from the dilapidated temple. Now, there was the immortal Chen Buxiu from the cave. Yu Ruyan chuckled at Chen Buxiu's peculiar expression. He appeared merely a boy of 16 or 17, with a naive and honest countenance, exuding the innocence of youth. She had already devised a plan to act on this simpleton when they were alone together. Celestial Lord, there is no need for you to arrange accommodations for me. I can reside here. Unbeknownst to her, a palm-sized palace had appeared in her hand. With a casual toss, the palace expanded dramatically, transforming into a resplendent edifice that thunderously settled in an open space in the corner. The external disciples were left in astonishment. The ability to resize so effortlessly was a distinct characteristic of a profound grade artifact. It was known that these external disciples could only possess ordinary grade artifacts, and the thought of spiritual grade artifacts was beyond their imagination. Yu Ruyan had actually utilized a profound grade artifact as her abode. What extravagance! Chen Buxiu widened his eyes at the artifact, not out of shock, but rather contemplating what might have been had Yu Ruxiang possessed such a treasure. They would not have needed to endure that cave. Cough, cough. He too would eventually acquire such a treasure. Emperor Hong spoke calmly. Very well, Chen Buxiu. You shall ensure that the monthly provisions are collected by the fairy, and her daily needs will be your responsibility. Upon finishing, Emperor Hong radiated with lightning, transforming into a streak of light that soared away. The external disciples gazed at Chen Buxiu with envy. One of the disciples who had just sent Chen Buxiu off remarked, Junior brother, you are truly fortunate to stumble upon such an opportunity upon your arrival at the external door. Chen Buxiu gazed upon the familiar visage before him. Yet an undercurrent of vigilance coursed through his heart. The moon, resembling frost, exuded an icy demeanor, capable of taking lives without a flicker of hesitation, her eyes unblinking. Presently, this Moon Ruyan appeared lively and charming, yet her arrival at the Tai Ching sect surely harbored ulterior motives, perhaps to orchestrate some mischievous scheme. As Moon Ruyan stepped through the grand palace gates, she beckoned to Chen Buxiu with a graceful wave of her hand, her crimson lips curving into a subtle smile, a glint of cunning flickering in her eyes. "Little brother, come in, let us converse," she enticed. Chen Buxiu swallowed hard, responding, "It may not be appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together in a room. After all, I am still but a child." Moon Rian's delicate face momentarily stiffened, only to transform as she flashed a bewitching smile at Chen Buxiu, gradually drawing closer. He found himself entranced by her enchanting smile, as if witnessing a rare bloom in the night. Suddenly, she extended a soft, pale hand toward his shoulder. Yet in the next instant, that arm exerted a powerful force, and Chen Buxiu felt a rush of disorientation, as if the world spun wildly around him, propelling him through the air. "Ah, I am flying." At last, Moon Rian unveiled her true, mischievous nature, baring her teeth in a grin. "You come when called, no need for so much chatter." With that, she slammed the palace door shut, causing the outer disciples to shudder in fear, their eyes devoid of envy. Chapter 49. Yuan. Chen Buxiu was thrown into a state of disarray. He never anticipated that Yuan, as a guest during their first encounter, would be so impudent. Anger surged within him. How dare this woman strike him without cause? Such indignity was intolerable. I, Chen Buxiu, possess dignity. Should you dare to lay hands on me again, do not blame me for being ungracious. Yuan arched her willow-like brows, a smirk playing on her lips. "Oh, for someone so young, your temper is quite formidable. You possess a certain spirit. Come, let me witness your prowess." "I happen to be rather bored at the Jueqing sect, and have come to the Taiqing sect to seek some amusement." With that, Yuan shockingly began to disrobe. "I, Chen Buxiu, a paragon of virtue, would not fall prey to your seductive ploys, no matter the allure." He shouted defiantly, though his eyes widened in apprehension, fearing he might miss something. "Humph, what a lecherous thought. This dress is too cumbersome, it's time to play." As she discarded her skirt, she revealed a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her voluptuous curves exquisitely. Her ethereal hair, once flowing freely, was now bound, transforming her from a celestial maiden into a spirited heroine. As previously mentioned, Yuan was unlike anyone else, a nonconformist. While others practiced celestial arts and magical techniques, she dedicated herself to honing her close combat skills and mastering the art of celestial body techniques. Chen Buxiu, gazing at her stunning figure, involuntarily swallowed hard. After all, he had once shared an intimate bond with Yuan, and now, confronted with this identical visage, his thoughts wandered into realms untold. "Look again, and I shall pluck out your eyes. Prepare yourself." Surprisingly, Yuan did not unleash any spiritual energy. With a graceful leap, she closed the distance between them. Akin to a swallow diving into a nest, Chen Buxiu steadied himself, realizing that confrontations among cultivators typically relied on spiritual energy and techniques. This close-quarters combat was a novel experience for him. A glimmer of excitement sparked within. He was in need of a good fight to elevate his cultivation to the 5th level of qi refinement, and surely, engaging in a tussle with a beautiful celestial would yield more gains than losses. With a mischievous grin, Chen Buxiu extended his hands to grasp her. What an indecent move! Yuan executed a swift somersault in midair, seizing Chen Buxiu's arms, and, with a graceful flip, hurled him away. Chen Buxiu felt a blur before his eyes as his body was propelled uncontrollably, soaring 4 to 5 meters, reminiscent of his earlier tumble into the palace. Possessing the indestructible power of the undead, his robust physique ensured he remained unscathed, yet he was left utterly discombobulated by the fall. Yuan flashed a playful smile at him, remarking, "Your little frame is quite lacking, isn't it? And I haven't even employed my spiritual energy yet. You succumbed so easily?" Shaking his head, Chen Buxiu, fortified by the unparalleled strength and defense of his undead prowess, was indeed capable of delivering blows with the force of 1,000 pounds. Yet, he had been flung multiple times without even grazing Yuan. Fortunately, this tumble had not been in vain. The vortex of spiritual energy within him had accelerated considerably. Chen Buxiu, now a bit irked, declared, "What is there to falter? I could withstand a day and night without faltering." As the moonlight cast a gentle glow, Yuan was momentarily taken aback, her fair complexion flushing with embarrassment. With a sharp exclamation, she rebuked, "You scoundrel, what nonsense! Today, I shall make you cry for your mother." Chen Buxiu, having learned from past encounters, discerned that Yuan had not resorted to her spiritual powers but was relying solely on her physical prowess. In terms of skill, Chen Buxiu's would not match Yuan. However, with the blessing of his immortality technique, he believed he could triumph through sheer strength. as Urian charged forward. She executed a kick that sliced through the air like a battle axe. The raw power of her strike created a gust of wind, clearly demonstrating her formidable strength. Chen Buxiu stood firm, taking a deep breath as her leg struck his shoulder, the pain causing him to grimace involuntarily. With a roar, he swiftly grasped her calf. Feeling the smoothness of her skin even through her clothing, unable to resist giving it a playful squeeze. "Release me." Urian's face turned icy in an instant. And with a sudden leap, her other foot aimed a fierce kick at his chest. Regaining his composure, Chen Buxiu retaliated with a powerful punch. The force of their collision caused only a slight sway in his body, while Urian was jolted back. Stunned that she had been at a disadvantage in this close-quarters confrontation. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Buxiu firmly grasped her calves and spun her around. Her moment of astonishment was fleeting. As he lifted her, she exerted her strength, propelling herself towards his head. Chen Buxiu instinctively exclaimed, "Goodness. It's like Guanyin sitting on a lotus. I shall crush you." Urian retorted, her silver teeth gritting in frustration. Realizing that this seemingly naive boy was full of cheeky remarks. In that very instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from her, revealing her cultivation at the peak of foundation establishment. Chen Buxiu was initially taken aback, but soon came to terms with it. After all, Yu Yushuang also possessed the same level of prowess, rendering Urian's capabilities understandable. With such formidable power at play, Chen Buxiu found himself utterly defenseless. With a resounding thud, Urian landed squarely on his chest, her feet pinning his arms down as she declared, "Little lecher, do you surrender?" Feeling the delightful friction of her form against his chest, Chen Buxiu tilted his head and protested, "You used spiritual power. That's cheating." Urian chuckled mischievously. "When did I ever say I wouldn't use my powers?" Chen Buxiu paused, realizing she had indeed never stated such a thing. He resigned himself to the situation, adopting a posture of surrender. After all, Urian was a formidable cultivator, and resisting would be futile. While he had a peculiar desire to endure a beating, he certainly did not wish for his demise. With a playful smile, Urian patted his cheek and remarked, "Beating a little disciple who hasn't even reached foundation establishment is rather dull. You're just too weak. Is there anyone stronger? Take me to them, so I may have some fun." Chen Buxiu rolled his eyes, feeling that Urian seemed to be merely frolicking at the Taichin sect, entirely devoid of the saintly demeanor of Yurushan. "I say, fairy, the celestial sovereign sent me merely to guide you and lend a helping hand. I have my own cultivation to attend to, and I am quite busy," he began. Before Chen Buxiu could finish his sentence, Urian performed a graceful somersault, revealing several sparkling spirit stones in her hand. "Since you are unwilling, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. I would not impose upon you." In a flash, Chen Buxiu snatched the spirit stones from her grasp, exclaiming, "Not imposing, absolutely not imposing. Come with me." Ever since he began practicing the Taichin celestial talismans, his spirit stone consumption had soared. Yellow talismans required financial expenditure, and procuring various toxins and spiritual herbs also demanded funds. This opportunity to acquire spirit stones through challenges was one he could not afford to miss. After all, it was not he who would be facing the challenges, nor would he be the one to endure the blows. As a newcomer to the outer sect, he was unfamiliar with the paths, and as for whom to challenge, he could only consider himself unfortunate. Chapter 50. The challenge at the door. Before long, Chen Buxiu and Urian strolled along the grand path of the outer gate. Chen Buxiu led the way confidently, while Urian eagerly followed, her face alight with anticipation as she chattered, "You must find me a formidable opponent, otherwise the fight would lack excitement." With a flourish of his hand and a beaming expression, Chen Buxiu reassured her, "Rest assured, I will handle this." As he spoke, his eyes roamed the outer courtyard. On Jinlei Peak, there were thousands of courtyards, each disciple assigned their own space for daily cultivation and the nurturing of spiritual herbs. The peak also hosted the Luotian Grand Ceremony, specifically designed for outer disciples to engage in combat trials, be it personal grudges or contests. As long as a combat agreement was signed, it adhered to the regulations, irrespective of life and death. However, Jinlei Peak enforced strict rules against private duels. Any resulting injuries, disabilities, or fatalities would be dealt with according to sect regulations. Law enforcement disciples patrolled the peak year-round, ready to apprehend and punish any offenders. Nevertheless, as impetuous young cultivators, skirmishes inevitably occurred. Unless egregious, the law enforcement disciples often turned a blind eye after receiving some benefits. Every small courtyard possessed its own unique charm. Chen Buxiu glanced around, admiring the left courtyard, though he was unaware of its occupant. The right courtyard also caught his attention, but he knew not who resided there. Urian urged him, "Hurry, you little rascal, find me an opponent, or I shall continue practicing with you. Should we practice alone in the cave? I would genuinely have no fear of you." Chen Buxiu silently mused, a hint of pride swelling within him. To his surprise, he spotted a cave ahead. Approximately 500 meters ahead, a small courtyard stood apart, encircling a cave, its grounds flourishing with cabbages. Notably, 2 cabbages appeared to have been nibbled on, leaving only remnants. Yet, even in their diminished state, the remaining cabbages looked extraordinary, glistening with a crystalline sheen that made Chen Buxiu yearn to take a bite. Above the cave's entrance, a plaque hung, inscribed with 2 grand characters, flowing and elegant, resembling celestial script. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the characters to be Kuang Wan. Kuang Wan, a devilishly charming name? Such an audacious title for a cave surely belonged to a formidable individual. Indeed, they must be an extraordinary figure. Chen Buxiu raised an eyebrow, stating with solemnity, "Fairy you. This courtyard's cave belongs to an elite of our outer sect, proficient in both magical arts and physical prowess. Today, let him be your opponent." Urian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously, "Excellent, he shall be the one. I will enter and challenge him right away." Without waiting for Chen Buxiu to respond, she dashed inside, leaving him exasperated. I haven't even informed him yet." Chen Buxiu scratched his head, feeling helpless. He hoped the occupant would be amenable, lest her impetuousness lead to unforeseen trouble. Chen Buxiu hastily followed her inside, shouting as he ran, "Fairy, intruding into another's cave is quite rude. Please do not act impulsively." However, upon entering the cavern, Chen Buxiu's expression shifted. He beheld the darkened visage of Urian, whose face seemed ready to drip with displeasure, as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Is this the opponent you found for me? An outer sect prodigy?" Chen Buxiu awkwardly scratched his head while glancing at Urian's opponent. Realizing it hardly qualified as an adversary, for the creature before them lacked hands altogether. A pitch-black dog, approximately a meter long, wagged its tail in excitement. A ball clasped in its mouth. It approached Chen Buxiu, dropped the ball, and began to frolic, tail wagging animatedly. Chen Buxiu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated encountering a dog within the outer sect. What a surprise, indeed. Urian let out a cold huff, her cultivation aura erupting like a tempest, causing the ground beneath her to crack. With a swift kick, she sent the ball soaring out of the cave like a cannonball. A forced smile gracing her face as she warned, "Chen Buxiu, did you see that ball? If you dare to play tricks on me, I shall ensure your head meets the same fate as that ball." What woof. The black dog, seeing the ball fly away, barked excitedly and dashed after it, its tail wagging furiously, disappearing into the distance. Chen Buxiu's lips twitched as he envisioned the grim fate of his own head vanishing without a trace. As Chen Buxiu led Urian out, they encountered several outer sect disciples, their eyes wide with astonishment. Isn't that the renowned Urian of the Heartless sect? Why is she with Chen Buxiu, chasing a dog into a cave? One whispered, could they be visiting the esteemed black dragon of the celestial master? A dog hole. Chen Buxiu turned to glance at the ornate characters above the cave's entrance, questioning whether it was truly a dog hole rather than a revered lair. Urian's expression darkened further, her fists clenching with an audible crack. "Do not fret, fairy, this is merely an unforeseen circumstance," Chen Buxiu chuckled awkwardly. He had not anticipated the outer sect housing a dog hole, and judging by the comments of the 2 outer sect disciples, it was indeed a pet of Emperor Hong. Yet, it appeared to be an utterly ordinary black dog, devoid of anything exceptional. Perhaps he should call the dog back and see if it could spar with Urian? Chen Buxiu refrained from voicing this thought, and instead surveyed the surrounding courtyards. Above the dog hole stood a sizable courtyard, adorned with a few sunflowers. The architecture simple, yet elegant. Disciples passing by instinctively kept their distance. Chen Buxiu nodded subtly, recognizing that a formidable individual surely resided within. "This is the place," he asserted, pointing at the courtyard. "Fairy, he would undoubtedly make an excellent opponent for you." Urian assessed the courtyard, sensing the rich spiritual energy within. Although it appeared rustic and unadorned, the essence of profound laws lay hidden, indicative of a place inhabited by a master. She nodded in agreement, stating, "This is more like it. Go and challenge him on my behalf." Chen Buxiu had no choice but to bravely stride into the courtyard and gently knock on the door. "Who is it? What is the matter?" The voice that responded momentarily startled Chen Buxiu, as it seemed somewhat familiar. However, compelled by the oppressive influence of Urian, he could only continue, "Ahem, well, I am here to challenge Creek." As he spoke, the door swung open with a groan. "Challenge what? Upon seeing the figure behind the door, Chen Buxi's expression drained of color. Di Hong patted Chen Buxi on the shoulder and inquired, "Please, say that again. What is it you wish to do?" With a face full of despair, Chen Buxi replied, "Uncle, allow me to explain. It is not what it seems." Chapter 51. The transformation. Yuruyan, growing increasingly impatient, awaited at the entrance. Without a care for who was inside, she shouted, "Chen Buxi, tell him I want a challenge." Chen Buxi hastily gestured for silence and explained, "Do not heed her nonsense." Yuruyan, satisfied, replied, "Chen Buxi, you have selected a worthy opponent for me. I shall surely bring him down." He. The esteemed Emperor Hong, gazing coolly at Chen Buxi, pushed open the door and stepped outside. In that moment, Yuruyan was rendered speechless. How could she not recognize the venerable Emperor Hong? Chen Buxi had brought her to challenge a celestial being. This was a being of immense power. She glared fiercely at Chen Buxi, her eyes filled with venom. If looks could kill, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Emperor Hong disregarded Chen Buxi and turned his attention to Yuruyan, asking, "You wish to challenge me?" Yuruyan's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, "Emperor Hong, I did not. This is a misunderstanding." "Oh? Then if there is nothing further, do not disturb me," he replied coolly. "Chen Buxi, take the young lady to tour the Golden Thunder Peak." With a slight smirk, Emperor Hong turned and departed without a backward glance. As she watched him fade from view, Yuruyan's complexion shifted from red to green, then to pale. "Chen Buxi." Without hesitation, Chen Buxi turned and fled. "Can you run away?" Yuruyan's speed was astonishing. In an instant, her arms coiled around him like serpentine waters, gently tapping his shoulder. Chen Buxi immediately felt a tingling sensation in his arms, and the next moment, she had seized his shoulder and executed a powerful throw, sending him sprawling. Dazed and disoriented, Chen Buxi attempted to rise, only to find Yuruyan following closely behind. One hand grasped his arm while the other pinched his armpit, tossing him sideways once more. He screamed in despair, flung hither and thither, soaring into the air one moment and crashing to the ground the next, like a ragged sack, his cries echoing in the air. The surrounding disciples, witnessing the spectacle, retreated to a safe distance, wary of collateral damage. Fortunately, Chen Buxi was resilient, and Yuruyan had refrained from using her spiritual energy, though he ached all over. He sustained no serious injuries. To his astonishment, amidst the chaotic tossing by Yuruyan, his vortex of spiritual energy began to whirl rapidly, voraciously absorbing the celestial energies of the Golden Thunder Peak. As the pain from the relentless throes gradually subsided, his dantian brimming with energy, warmth spread throughout his body. Unable to suppress a grin, Chen Buxi's face radiated sheer enjoyment. Yuruyan paused, momentarily taken aback by Chen Buxi's expression. How could he look so blissful while being tossed about? Had he truly lost his senses? Instinctively, she halted her movements, intending only to teach him a lesson, not to render him senseless or worse. If she had unleashed her spiritual energy, he would not have withstood even a single blow. Suddenly, Chen Buxi sensed her cessation of action, rolling on the ground and exclaiming, "Don't stop. Must I move on my own? Keep going." As the moonlight shone, Yuruyan was momentarily taken aback, her astonishment nearly causing her to lose her composure. "Akajun, what do you take me for? You insolent fool." With a swift motion, she leaped high into the air, only to crash down forcefully onto the ground. Yet, she exhibited restraint, allowing Chen Buxi's robust frame to bear the brunt of the impact first. In a true life-and-death battle, the loss of an adversary's head would be certain doom. Chen Buxi, aware of the predicament, cradled his head and let out a pained cry as he landed. However, it was this final fall that seemed to trigger a breakthrough for Chen Buxi. He felt his vortex of spiritual energy surging beyond its previous limitations. The energy poured into his body with such intensity that it felt as though he might burst from the overwhelming force, causing him to howl in agony. Simultaneously, not only did the vortex within his dantian whirl uncontrollably, but energy vortices appeared to form in his forehead, limbs, and throughout his veins, as countless strands of celestial energy flooded into him. Yuruyan, witnessing this alarming transformation, was taken aback. The frenzied energy and Chen Buxi's grotesque state were unmistakably signs of a dangerous imbalance. Despite being a mischievous little sorceress of the heartless sect, her heart remained pure and kind. She could not bear to see Chen Buxi succumb to madness and perish. Hastily, she channeled her own spiritual energy into him, striving to guide and organize his chaotic flow, for if left unchecked, it would lead to his imminent demise. The undying divine skill was indeed remarkable yet perilous, fraught with hardship and danger at every turn. Chen Buxiu had not anticipated that what was initially not a critical bottleneck, the 5th level of qi refinement, might nearly cost him his life. Suddenly, Chen Buxiu felt a gentle surge of energy being infused into his body. The once tumultuous and fiery energy within him began to subside. Instinctively, he activated his energy vortex to absorb this soothing essence, steering his internal currents to circulate harmoniously instead of recklessly flooding his dantian. Urian's energy flowed into him like a river unleashed from its dam. And she was astonished to find that this peak-level qi refinement practitioner could actively draw upon her energy with such remarkable speed. Unbeknownst to them both, although the cultivation methods of Urian and her sister Yuruxiang differed, they were fundamentally linked through their vital essence. Chen Buxiu had previously shared an intimate connection with Yuruxiang, rendering him particularly attuned to Urian's energy, which enabled her to effectively guide his turbulent currents. Time passed, and Chen Buxiu gradually opened his eyes, realizing he was in Urian's palace. Uncertain of when he had been brought back, he assessed his own spiritual energy, now at the 5th level of qi refinement. However, the excruciating pain coursing through his meridians remained difficult to alleviate. Chen Buxiu merely rose slightly. Yet the pain coursing through his body compelled him to draw a sharp breath. The overwhelming fatigue weighed heavily upon his eyelids, invoking a drowsy sensation. "You are awake." Urian approached with a bowl in hand, her face etched with remorse. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Buxiu's plight stemmed from the backlash of the undying divine skill, which had led him into a state of turmoil. She mistakenly believed that her excessive force had caused his grave misfortune. Chen Buxiu felt a cool, elastic arm supporting him, pouring an unknown liquid into his mouth. However, due to the clumsiness of the person administering the liquid, much of it ended up in his nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Buxiu was seized by a fit of violent coughing, each spasm sending waves of pain throughout his body. His expression contorted in agony as the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. "Do you intend to drown me?" Chapter 52. Borrowing a chicken. Urian's delicate face flushed crimson. As the little demoness of the heartless sect, she had always been the one cared for by others. It was a rarity for her to tend to someone else. "Hurry and drink this. Don't waste time with nonsense." Upon hearing Chen Buxiu's words, Urian, in a fit of embarrassment and annoyance, poured the contents of the bowl directly into Chen Buxiu's mouth. He gulped down the liquid with great effort, chuckling awkwardly as he inquired, "What is this?" Urian pouted. "This is my meticulously concocted body-refining ointment, a remarkable remedy for honing the physique and restoring vitality. I have also prepared spiritual food for you. I will fetch it now, and you must consume every bit to regain your strength." With that, she cheerfully returned with a large basin. Chen Buxiu's brows furrowed involuntarily upon seeing what lay within the basin. It appeared to be a stew of loach and spirit crab. Yet one half of the loach had become stuck to the bottom of the basin, exuding a charred aroma, its wide-open eyes and gaping mouth frozen in a state of eternal rest. Noticing Chen Buxiu's expression, Urian let out a haughty hum. "Do not be deceived by its appearance. I assure you it is delicious. Just give it a taste." Seeing the determined look on Urian's face, Chen Buxiu had no choice but to lift his chopsticks. However, as he reached for the crab, he abandoned the thought of eating the loach, for it lay lifeless and pitiful. Just as his chopsticks were about to touch the crab, a miraculous event occurred. The crab extended a claw and grasped the chopsticks firmly. Bubbles escaped from its mouth, as if it were pleading, "I can still live." Chen Buxiu gazed at Urian, who in turn looked at the crab. While the crab regarded Chen Buxiu, their 3 pairs of eyes locked in a moment of incredulity. "This is our heartless sect's signature dish, live crab stew with loach, truly," Urian murmured, her voice growing softer as her cheeks turned a deeper shade of red. "I am unaccustomed to eating live crab. Perhaps it would be better cooked," Chen Buxiu said, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He produced a talisman of true fire and cast it into the basin, sending the crab on its final journey. And then he began to tackle the contents of the basin with a furrowed brow. Having grown up in the village of Xianfen, where resources were scarce and with no parents to care for him, Chen Buxiu had learned to survive by accepting whatever food was offered, regardless of its taste. He would eat it all, for it was the sentiment behind the meal that mattered. He could not waste the kindness of others. "Ah, Chen Buxiu." Urian observed him devouring the food with great enthusiasm, her eyes flickering with surprise. She had never cooked before, and to think her first attempt would turn out so poorly, yet he still consumed every last bite. Could it be that, by some twist of fate, it was actually quite palatable? Curious, Urian picked up her own chopsticks and placed a piece of fish into her mouth. However, she was met with an overwhelming fishiness. accompanied by several scales. Yuck! This is utterly dreadful, she exclaimed, her little tongue emerging in distress. Yet, Chen Buxiu continued to finish all the food, remarking coolly, "It is indeed unappetizing, but during my days of hunger in the village, I have eaten far worse." "It is nothing." Yu Ruyan, blushing, nodded in understanding. "Since you ate my meal, I shall overlook the fact that you led me astray." After Chen Buxiu finished eating, he wiped his mouth and said, "I'm still hungry. How about we find something else to eat? This time, I'll take charge." Yu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. I noticed that some courtyards have wild chickens. We could borrow a couple." "Borrowing is not stealing for cultivators," Chen Buxiu chuckled, his appetite awakened once more. Yu Ruyan giggled, delighted by any amusing venture. Thus, the two donned their night attire and sped away under the cover of darkness. "Look ahead," Yu Ruyan whispered, her voice betraying her thrill. Chen Buxiu strained to listen and soon heard the distinct clucking of chickens. Not far away, in a small courtyard, a dozen wild chickens strutted proudly. Though not as large as those Chen Buxiu had shot on the back mountain, they were still the size of geese and appeared quite delectable. Wild chicken meat is succulent, and their tail feathers serve as fine materials for crafting. These chickens, however, belonged not to the disciples but to the Jin Lei Peak, which meant the disciples merely oversaw them. "Chickens!" Chen Buxiu wiped the drool from his mouth, exclaiming, "How splendid! Let us steal the chickens." Yu Ruyan cheered. Chen Buxiu signaled for silence, wary of being discovered, and suggested they test the waters first. Yu Ruyan eagerly nodded, releasing her spiritual sense to probe the surroundings. To her astonishment, the entire courtyard seemed to shield against spiritual detection. Chen Buxiu frowned upon hearing this. He quickly glanced around, caught a toad, and tossed it into the courtyard. Buzz! As the toad soared over the fence, a resonant hum echoed, and countless runes materialized. A flash of electricity struck, and the toad fell, lifeless and charred, in the corner of the fence. "Goodness!" Chen Buxiu exclaimed, realizing the courtyard was protected by a formation. Yu Ruyan immediately enveloped them in her spiritual sense, hiding them in the shadows. "Who goes there?" A disciple emerged from the lit room, sword in hand, his expression grave. Southwu scanned the vicinity, acutely aware of previous incidents of chicken theft that had gone unchecked. Hence, disciples were assigned to guard every chicken yard, and defensive formations had been erected to prevent further thefts. Southwu's gaze fell upon the toad at the base of the fence, and he sighed in relief, muttering, "Ah, it's just you. Was I too anxious?" As he returned to his room, he recalled vividly the time the sect's chickens had been entirely devoured by a thief. Such a scene must never repeat. Observing Southwu retreat, Chen Buxiu frowned at the tight security. Yu Ruyan giggled. "What if I distract him while you take the chickens?" Chen Buxiu scoffed. "Stealing chickens? No. The key is in borrowing. What you propose is outright theft." Yu Ruyan pouted. "Then what do you suggest we do?" I just glanced over the area. Although there is a formation surrounding the fence, there is none beneath it. Keep watch for me, and observe." Chen Buxiu chuckled slyly, producing a soil escape talisman with an air of pride. In the past, he had been utterly unskilled, yet he could make the chickens of Xinfen village find no refuge. Now, having reached the 5th level of qi refining and possessing numerous techniques, how could he allow these chickens any chance of survival? In an instant, Chen Buxiu disappeared into the earth, silently infiltrating the chicken coop. The chickens, with their noble heads held high, were clucking melodiously, but in the next moment, 2 merciless hands emerged from the ground. Chapter 53. The Collapse of Nanwu in the Resplendent Hall of the Golden Thunder Peak. A tantalizing roast chicken rested upon the charcoal rack, its crisp skin sizzling and glistening with a radiant golden-red hue. Chen Buxiu gracefully pinched a handful of salt, elegantly sprinkling it over the chicken, which crackled delightfully under the interplay of the charcoal and hot oil. Even an ordinary chicken would yield to Chen Buxiu's culinary prowess, let alone the exquisite herb chicken from the realm of cultivation. Yu Ruyan gazed at Chen Buxiu with admiration, her little nose twitching as she inhaled the mouth-watering aroma of the meat, unable to suppress a swallow. After completing the ritual of salting, Chen Buxiu retrieved the roast chicken from the rack, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, just as I always deliver." Yu Ruyan, her eyes fixed on the chicken, asked eagerly, "Can we eat it now?" Chen Buxiu couldn't help but swallow again, ready to indulge. The two of them each took a leg and a wing, devouring the meal with abandon. Yu Ruyan, despite not being the ethereal fairy type, showed no concern for her image as she ate. However, her stunning beauty made even her ravenous consumption a sight that delighted Chen Buxiu. Of course, while they admired each other, their pace of eating did not falter. In no time, the sizable chicken, comparable to a goose, was reduced to mere bones. Yuen, savoring her fingers, remarked, as a big man, "You couldn't spare me a bit? I'll let you eat the chicken." Chen Buxiu rolled his eyes at the considerable pile of bones before him. "Sister, you were just a breath away from using your foundational cultivation to seize the chicken." Yuen's cheeks flushed, and she huffed, "I don't care. I still want more." Chen Buxiu licked his lips and coughed. "Actually, I'm not full either. How about the following morning?" Which scoundrel dares to steal my chicken?" Nanwa roared in anguish, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as he stood in the courtyard. Had he been robbed, or was it a weasel's mischief? Originally, there had been 20 herb chickens, and now only 15 remained. The outer disciples were drawn to Nanmu's agonizing cries, while the other disciples tasked with guarding the chickens couldn't help but revel in his misfortune. "Nanwa, can't even keep track of a few chickens? How embarrassing. If you can't manage, you might as well keep your herb chickens in my courtyard. Surely, you're not guilty of theft yourself?" Nanwu's face flushed with rage, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the remaining 15 chickens, vowing to capture the chicken thief at all costs. In the dead of night, two shadowy figures approached Nanwa's chicken coop once more. Yuen whispered, "That fellow is watching in the courtyard. It's going to be tough to act this time." Chen Buxiu chuckled slyly, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Just watch me." Nanwa, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the remaining 15 chickens. Suddenly, a frog leaped in from the corner of the courtyard, crashing into the formation with a loud zap. Nanwu immediately became vigilant, gripping his long sword as he scanned the surroundings. Several beams of sword light sliced through the air towards the courtyard's entrance. "Damn thief, show yourself. You shan't steal my chicken this time," he cursed through clenched teeth. However, while his attention was entirely focused outside, two hands silently emerged from the ground, swiftly dragging a robust chicken beneath the earth. After scanning for a considerable time without sighting anyone, Nanwa finally nodded in satisfaction, snorting coldly, "You have some sense. If you dare to steal my chicken again, I will, huh?" Turning back to inspect his flock, he counted and was astonished to find only 14 chickens remaining. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes and recounted. Indeed, there were merely 14 left. "Ah, that damn thief." In an instant, the air was filled with Nanwa's anguished wails. Meanwhile, Chen Buxiu had already plucked the stolen chicken and placed it in a clay pot to stew. With a spatula in hand, he stirred occasionally, watching as the broth thickened and became a glossy, aromatic coating over the chicken. "Yesterday roasted chicken, today stir-fried chicken, and tomorrow, chicken soup for you." Chen Buxiu poured the well-prepared chicken onto a plate and prepared several bowls of spirit rice, enticing Yuen's interest. As a young enchantress of the Heartless sect, Yuen was accustomed to a life of luxury, yet she had never ventured into such mundane culinary endeavors. Besides, the chicken was not stolen but rather borrowed from her own home. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Chen Buxiu. These days spent with him had been exhilarating, filled with delectable varieties of chicken. This was far more entertaining than remaining in the sect to cultivate. After enduring the trials of the undying divine art, Chen Buxiu had developed an insatiable appetite. Consuming these chickens replenished the energy expended during his ascension to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Furthermore, the nourishment he had received over the past few days had enriched his spiritual energy significantly. Days later, Nanwa's once smooth hair had become a tangled mess. His face smudged with dirt, and dark circles hung beneath his eyes as he stood in the courtyard, cradling his last chicken. Anyone passing by would hear his desperate, hoarse cries, "Don't even think about stealing my chicken. Don't even think about it." Passers-by could only shake their heads in exasperation. In just 5 days, 20 chickens had dwindled to 1. Having gone 4 or 5 days without sleep, Nanwo's vigilance had yet to deter the wretched thief. He clutched the last chicken tightly, fearing that even a moment's distraction would lead to its loss. Nanwo was nearly deranged, seeing every passerby as a potential chicken thief. Hallyu glanced at the disheveled Nanwo, disdain evident in his expression. "It's a shame the sect entrusted you with the care of the chickens. Now only 1 remains. Truly pathetic." He continued, "Look at your scrawny, undernourished chickens, nothing like the large, plump ones I raise. You can't even manage this small task. Perhaps you should return to the celestial peak to refine your skills." Hearing Halyu's taunts, Nanwo's gaze became vacant as he clutched the last chicken, muttering, "Don't even think about stealing my chicken." Not far away, Chen Buxiu let out a gentle sigh, seemingly acknowledging that he and Yuen had indeed gone too far. Such thievery was unequivocally wrong. Moreover, how could he confine his misdeeds to a single location? It was only fair to distribute the spoils evenly. Furthermore, that fellow had boasted about his chickens being both large and plump. Ahem. Chen Buxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stealthily followed Hao Yu into his courtyard. As expected, there lay a veritable treasure trove of 40 plump chickens, each significantly larger than the ones he had encountered before. In the stillness of the night, Chen Buxiu and Yu Ruyan exchanged mischievous glances, sharing a knowing smile. Chapter 54. Inviting wolves into the henhouse. Cursed chicken thief. Early the next morning, Hao Yu's frantic roar echoed through the outer gates, drawing a crowd of disciples. Gritting his teeth, Hao Yu surveyed his courtyard, dismayed to find 5 of his chickens missing. Just yesterday, he had mocked Nanwu for losing his birds, and now it was his turn to suffer the same fate. Chen Buxiu and Yu Ruoyan stood nearby, exchanging glances and stifled laughter. Nanwu approached, cradling his remaining chicken, and, relishing Hao Yu's distress, remarked, "Your chickens are truly splendid, large and plump." The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Losing chickens was a trivial matter, but the shame of such a loss spreading through the sect was a grave concern. Who could forget when a certain sect's weasel stole chickens? If Ta Ching sect were to experience the same humiliation, what would become of them? With only 1 chicken left, Nanwu had now seen Hao Yu fall victim as well. It was only a matter of time before others faced similar misfortunes. How could they maintain their dignity at Jinlei Peak if word got out? Chen Buxiu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he suggested, "Brother Hao Yu, perhaps we should have more people safeguarding our chickens. As a newly initiated outer disciple, I am willing to assist you in protecting the fowl." Hao Yu, upon seeing Chen Buxiu's earnest demeanor, grasped his hand tightly. "Junior brother, your words are more than enough. If you can lend a hand, I am genuinely touched." Chen Buxiu then turned to Yu Ruoyan. "Sister, I am not alone. The fairy is willing to join me." Yu Ruoyan, momentarily bewildered, wondered why they were offering to guard chickens when their original intent had been to steal them. Chen Buxiu nudged her discreetly, prompting her to stammer, "Ahem, yes. I am willing." Hao Yu was taken aback, then filled with elation. Yu Ruoyan, possessing the peak cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, was undeniably formidable compared to many inner disciples. With her assistance, how could they possibly fail to protect the chickens? Overwhelmed with gratitude, Hao Yu clasped Chen Buxiu's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chen Buxiu, grinning amiably, silently thought, "Brother, you were getting emotional too soon." Meanwhile, Jinlei Peak had 3 other chicken enclosures, each implementing new protective measures and even establishing a system of multiple guardians. Unbeknownst to them, the entire outer sect was bustling with activity over the chicken affair. As night fell, Chen Buxiu, Yu Ruoyan, and Hao Yu stood vigil in the courtyard, watching the proud and spirited chickens clucking about. Chen Buxiu could not help but swallow hard. Gurgle. Beside him, Yu Ruoyan's stomach audibly protested, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Hao Yu, feeling guilty, scratched his head. "With the fairy and junior brother here to assist, I have neglected your comfort. How rude of me. I shall prepare some spirit food." Chen Buxiu replied, "Brother, I am fine. It is merely you fairy who feels a bit peckish. As the daughter of the sect master of the unfeeling sect, she is likely unaccustomed to ordinary spirit food. After we finish guarding the chickens tonight, we can allow her to handle her own meals tomorrow." How could that be acceptable? Hao Yu hastily remarked that due to the unique status of Yu Ruyan, she might not be accustomed to ordinary spiritual food. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Since that thieving rascal would only leave us in disgrace, I shall take it upon myself to slaughter a chicken for the fair maiden." How could he feel comfortable doing such a thing? Chen Buxiu, while voicing his thoughts, began to survey which chicken appeared the plumpest. Without hesitation, Hao Yu seized a fat chicken, preparing to cook it for the 2 of them. Yu Ruyan gazed at Chen Buxiu in surprise, astonished that they could enjoy chicken today without resorting to theft. Chen Buxiu winked at Yu Ruyan and turned to Hao Yu, saying, "Brother, since you have already killed the chicken, allow me to prepare it. You too, being of higher cultivation, should guard the courtyard." Hao Yu found this reasoning sound and entrusted the chicken to Chen Buxiu, who vigilantly protected the courtyard while muttering curses at the chicken thief. In a short while, a fragrant beggar's chicken was ready, the tantalizing aroma causing Hao Yu to swallow hard. The 3 of them indulged in the feast without reservation. Initially, Hao Yu attempted to be polite, but he soon realized that Chen Buxiu and Yu Ruyan were quite unreserved. If he did not act more eagerly, he would be left with only the chicken bones. After finishing a whole chicken, Yu Ruyan licked her lips, casting a pitiful gaze at Chen Buxiu that clearly communicated her desire for more. Chen Buxiu raised an eyebrow and discreetly signaled with his hand, saying, "I'm full, brother. I need to use the restroom." How Yu paid him no mind as Chen Buxiu discreetly slipped into a corner, where he conjured a spiritual clone and employed the tortoise-breathing technique to completely conceal the clone's aura, disguising it with a mask before sending it to a designated location. Upon his return, the three of them remained focused on the courtyard, anxious about the potential loss of another chicken. Chen Buxiu and Yu joined Hao Yu in vehemently cursing the detestable chicken thief. However, not long after, a disturbance was heard outside the courtyard. Yu immediately became alert, asking, "Who goes there?" Hao Yu gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "At last, the despicable thief has shown himself." Chen Buxiu proclaimed earnestly, "Fair maiden, brother, your skills are exceptional. Quickly pursue that wretched chicken thief while I guard the courtyard." Yu lively eyes flickered as if she understood something. And Hao Yu grasped Chen Buxiu's hand, earnestly stating, "Junior brother, thanks to you, I have the chance to catch that accursed thief. Leave this place to you. We shall go after the thief." Chen Buxiu nodded vigorously, "Brother, go ahead. You can trust me to handle this." Hao Yu had never encountered such a reliable person and replied, "What do I have to worry about leaving this to you? Fair maiden, let us depart." With that, the two of them set off without hesitation. Chen Buxiu waved goodbye to their retreating figures and then dashed into the courtyard, swiftly dispatching 2 more chickens and stowing them in his bag. The remaining chickens, terrified, jumped and scurried in all directions. Hao Yu never imagined he had left his beloved chickens in the hands of this gluttonous fiend. A quarter of an hour later, Hao Yu and Yu returned in a furious huff. That accursed thief was merely a clone. Hao Yu cursed. The moonlight cast a serene glow as Yu let out a disdainful snort, declaring, "Should I ever encounter that thieving scoundrel again, I shall strike him down as one would a mere shadow." Yet, the two were soon taken aback by a startling scene unfolding in the courtyard. Chen Buxiu lay on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness, while the fowls scurried about, clucking in a frenzied manner. Hao Yu hurried to assist Chen Buxiu. Concern etched across his features as he inquired, "Junior brother, what transpired?" Chen Buxiu gasped for breath, appearing as though he had endured a severe beating. A shadow darted from the ground, snatching up 2 chickens and fleeing. When I attempted to pursue, I was struck with a palm that left me reeling. How infuriating. Seizing the moment when Hao Yu was unaware, Yu playfully stuck out her petite tongue at Chen Buxiu before fervently exclaiming, "Which imbecile could be responsible for this? A wretched scoundrel, devoid of any decency. How despicable." Chapter 55. Choosing tasks in the present day, Chen Buxiu finds himself exceedingly occupied. By day, he immerses himself in cultivation, while also enduring the rigorous training imposed by the beautiful Yu, who euphemistically refers to it as practice. By night, he must guard the poultry. And in order to prevent their own theft from being discovered, he must also pilfer a few chickens from other coops. This, of course, is also born out of sympathy for Nanwu. Observing Nanwu clutching his solitary chicken and casting suspicious glances at passers-by, fearing they might be thieves, Chen Buxiu cannot bear to witness the emergence of another such plight. Thus, he decides to share the affection, ensuring that Yu receives equal treatment rather than being the sole recipient of his attention. Consequently, chaos ensues in all the chicken coops atop Jinlei Peak, leading to the formation of a united alliance to guard against chicken thieves, with Chen Buxiu as the esteemed leader. In the morning, a throng of outer disciples gathers around Chen Buxiu. He proclaims with righteous fervor, "The recent spate of chicken thefts has been utterly detestable. Today, we officially establish the Guardian Alliance to notify the outer sect, reach the celestial realms, and safeguard the coops below. I refuse to believe these thieves will remain obstinate." Hao Yu adds, "Indeed, under Chen Shidi's leadership, while chickens continue to be lost, the thieves have become markedly less brazen. I am confident that it will not be long before we apprehend that scoundrel." "Yes," the crowd exclaims in unison, brimming with faith in Chen Buxiu. He then assigns tasks to each individual and they disperse. The reason for the recent decline in chicken thefts is that both Chen Buxiu and Yu have been feasting rather lavishly on the chickens. Even the most delectable dishes prepared by Chen Buxiu become tiresome after days of indulgence. Yu even quips about the persistent chicken aroma in her palace. Thus, they decide to take a brief respite to consolidate Chen Buxiu's position as the leader of the Guardian Alliance before embarking on a more lucrative venture. During these days, Yu has also grown familiar with the outer disciples, her boisterous and down-to-earth nature endearing her to them, allowing her to shed the image of a distant guest. Yu has begun to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Yu Shuang's arrival at Zixin Peak, but after extensive questioning, she discovers that the individuals she speaks to were once outer disciples themselves, with only Chen Buxiu being the most recent addition to the outer sect. I say, fairy, I cannot remain here with you every day. I have tasks to attend to. If I do not periodically complete sect duties, I risk being expelled from the outer sect. Chen Buxiu laments. Urian giggles. Is performing tasks truly enjoyable? Is it fun? Chen Buxiu rolls his eyes. The tasks in the outer sect are far from the trials of Zishan Peak. They are exceedingly perilous. One misstep, and I could very well meet my end. Would you still find that amusing? With a fairy like me around, what is there to fear? Urian retorts disdainfully, a grown man such as yourself. So afraid of death, how shameful. Unfazed by Urian's mockery, Chen Buxiu replies with poise, cultivation is not my desire. Immortality is my true aspiration. My dream is to achieve eternal life, to never perish. Urian smirks. No wonder you are called Chen Buxiu. By the way, may I ask you a question? Have you encountered anyone from our Jueqing sect at Zishan Peak? Chen Buxiu felt a sudden chill. After so many days, Urian had not shown any interest in the issues between the two sects, and now her sudden inquiry seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Urian glanced at Chen Buxiu, refusing to answer, and pouted. I have no intention of concerning myself with sect affairs. Humph. I am here to find a scoundrel. He has bullied my sister. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, her spiritual energy unconsciously surging forth, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth as she gritted her teeth and declared, if I find out who this wretch is, I will ensure he suffers every possible torment. Chen Buxiu instinctively wanted to flee. If Urian discovered that it was he, the handsome man, who had taken advantage of Yu Ruoxiang, he would surely face her wrath. Swallowing hard, Chen Buxiu cautiously asked, do you have any leads? Urian shook her head and replied, my sister is a proud person. She believes herself to be exceptionally gifted, destined for greatness. The man she would choose must be a paragon among men, a true dragon among mortals. But the Zishan Peak is merely the entry point for your Taiqing sect. How could there be any formidable warriors there? Chen Buxiu's eyes twinkled mischievously as he said, that is not necessarily the case. I have heard that many outer disciples venture to Zishan Peak to comprehend arcane arts. Just recently, Li Daoyuan, an outer disciple from Yanshi Peak, astonished the entire sect with his understanding of a secret technique. Urian's eyes brightened. Li Daoyuan? Could it be him? Chen Buxiu blinked. As for that, I cannot say. Fair maiden, I must depart to accept the task. Alas, these tasks are indeed challenging. Urian seized Chen Buxiu, coldly snorting. I will accompany you on your task. Once it is completed, take me to find Li Daoyuan. Meanwhile, at Yanshi Peak, Li Daoyuan sneezed inexplicably, feeling a chill run down his spine. Had his lack of understanding regarding the secret technique been discovered? Or was some malicious individual setting a trap for him? Ever since Li Daoyuan had been mistakenly regarded as a comprehender of secret techniques, he had been nervously enjoying the privileges of an inner disciple. His innate talent was already remarkable, and under the guidance of the Peak Master and the resources afforded to inner disciples, his cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds. Initially, he felt somewhat out of place, but as time passed, he began to believe that even without this so-called secret technique, he was still deserving of the inner disciple status. Of course, unbeknownst to him, his fortunate days were not destined to last long. On another side, at the Jinlei Peak, Chen Buxiu brought Urian to the task hall. The outer sect tasks at Jinlei Peak were far more perilous than those at Zishan Peak. For instance, Demon Extermination Task. Eliminate the mid-level peak spiritual beast, the Rift Wolf. Required number of participants, 3. Task reward, 1,000 merit points. Mid-level peak spiritual beasts are comparable to cultivators at the peak of Qi refining, with true strength rivaling that of foundation establishment cultivators. Only exceptionally skilled outer disciples would dare undertake such a task. Additionally, guarding task, safeguard the transportation of the spiritual material. Voidwood to Taiqing Town. Required number of participants, 10. Task reward, 1,000 merit points. What appears to be merely a guardianship task is, in reality, fraught with peril. The Voidwood cannot be stored in a spatial pouch, nor can it be transported by flying swords, necessitating terrestrial conveyance. The journey from the sect to Taiqing Town spans a daunting 50 miles, during which one cannot help but ponder the multitude of rogue cultivators, spirit beasts, and rival sects that may covet this invaluable Voidwood. The path is undeniably fraught with danger. Chen Buxiu sighed, lamenting the treacherous nature of such missions. He had no desire to confront those fearsome earth-splitting wolves or the ruthless brigands. Moon Ryuan exclaimed with excitement. That task seems quite appealing. An adventure. We shall explore the Long Lock Cave, the ancient burial site of dragons, and procure fragments of dragon bones. The reward for this task is 500 merit points. Shall we venture there for some fun? Chen Buxiu scratched his head. The task did not seem overly hazardous. He nodded and declared, "Then let us choose it." Off to the Long Lock Cave. Chapter 56. Brotherhood of Iron Dalong Task Type. Exploration Task Content. Explore the Lock Dragon Cave and seek ancient dragon remnants. Task Difficulty. Chi Refinement Stage Task Reward. 500 merit points. Task Personnel Matching. 3 to 5 disciples from the Chi Refinement Stage, with priority given to those possessing robust vitality. The Locked Dragon Cave is a recently revealed ancient burial site of dragons within the territory of the Tai Ching sect. It is imperative to first send disciples to investigate the situation before deploying a larger group for excavation and exploration. The dragon race is not merely a type of spirit beast. They are true demons, sovereigns, and the supreme beings, due to their ancient lineage and prolonged existence. They have countless progeny. Thus, it is essential to ascertain the level of the ancient dragon residing in this burial ground to dispatch appropriately skilled disciples for exploration. Such dragon burial sites are often accompanied by innumerable treasures, and fortunate individuals may even learn ancient dragon techniques and unparalleled secret arts. Chen Buxiu's current task is to seek traces of dragon bones around the perimeter of the Locked Dragon Cave, which will then be submitted to the sect for assessment of the dragon's level, subsequently leading to the dispatch of disciples for further searches. The participants in this mission include Chen Buxiu from the Golden Thunder Peak, Yu Rian, Nan Wu, and Tai Dalong from the Refining Peak. Junior brother, it is wonderful to see you again. I missed you dearly. Tai Dalong exclaimed, excitedly embracing Chen Buxiu, his formidable chest and biceps pressing against him. Chen Buxiu struggled to extricate himself from Tai Dalong's embrace, half amused and half exasperated. Senior brother, why have you come alone for the task? Where are the second and third brothers? Tai Dalong shook his head and sighed. This is a long story, and it all dates back to our entrance into the Refining Academy. Our brotherhood is akin to that of blood relatives. Cough, cough. Let's get to the point and speak of recent events. Chen Buxiu corrected him. You should start with the selection peak. That has little relevance now. Why not begin with the creation of the world by Pangu? Tai Dalong, still yearning to share his tale, responded, very well. Ever since we heard about the chicken thefts at your Golden Thunder Peak. At the mention of stolen chickens, Nan Wu's eyes widened in surprise, his ears perked up to listen intently. Tai Dalong, slightly puzzled by Nan Wu's reaction, continued. We were exceedingly curious about how the thief managed to act unnoticed. You must understand, those grass chickens are plump and fragrant, a delicacy that is both rare and delicious. Cough, cough. Wiping away his drool, Tai Dalong added, thus, the three of us decided to give it a try. And we planned a 2.5-year training session at a chicken farm outside the Refining Peak. However, we were taken aback by the stringent security. On the very first day of our endeavor, we were caught. Now, the second and third brothers are reflecting on their mistakes. Alas, how tragic. Chen Buxiu couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Truly, they were brothers hailing from the Refining Academy. After one successfully pilfered chickens, another soon followed suit. Yet, he sensed something amiss in the narrative. Elder brother, why are you not reflecting on your mistakes as well? Cough, cough. Well, let's discuss this further later. A hint of crimson appeared on Tai Dalong's dark complexion. 3 days prior, when the three were caught in the act of stealing chickens, several disciples began to encircle them. Under the astonished gazes of Wu Erlang and Shimin Sanlang, the simple-hearted Tai Dalong swiftly subdued the two with a grappling maneuver, proclaiming loudly, Lo! As brethren of the Refining Institute, how could you commit such disgraceful acts? For the sake of our sect, I must act justly against kin. Surrender at once. What are you waiting for? Wu Erlang and Shimin Sanlang's heads buzzed. Indeed, during the theft, he was quick and decisive, yet when it came to betraying his brothers, he hesitated not. Tai Dalong, you are truly ruthless. Rest assured, if you do not treat us to chicken in the future, this matter will not end here. The disciples participating in the task had gathered, and those from the task hall briefed them on the details. Thus, the three boarded the sect's transportation artifact, setting off towards the Dragon Lock Cave. The artifact's owner was a graceful fairy clad in a red dress, known as Immortal. As outer sect disciples in the Foundation establishment stage, they would regularly undertake transportation tasks to enhance their synergy with the artifact or hone their skills in manipulating it. Disciples who reached the Foundation establishment level across the peaks were considered outstanding, such as the previously encountered aloof fairy, Li Yuehan. Although Immortal's strength was far inferior to Li Yuehan's, she was nonetheless not comparable to the newly initiated outer sect disciples like Chen Buxiu. Mo Hongying's artifact was a mundane-grade treasure, a pitch-black spear. With a flick of her fingers, she performed a spell, causing the spear to swell in size, transforming into a girth ample enough for two to embrace. Ascending into the air, the others leaped onto the spear, their faces filled with envy. Chen Buxiu thought to himself that when he could fly with a weapon, he would make sure to soar in the most crowded places, showing off for all to see. Ninwu had grown rather taciturn. His task had been to tend to the chickens, yet now only one remained, marking his mission a complete failure. He could only accept a new task, but the emotional scars from the chicken theft still weighed heavily on him, causing him to react strongly at the mere mention of the word chicken while remaining silent otherwise. Yurian giggled, as a small ruler appeared in her hand unbeknownst to anyone. With a casual flick, the ruler expanded, and she stepped atop it, declaring, "I already know the location of the Dragon Lock Cave. I shall fly there myself, so no need to trouble you, Imo Shimi." With that, the ruler emitted a brilliant white light, transforming into a long rainbow, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chen Buxiu rolled his eyes, muttering that it was nonsense not to trouble Mo Hongying. Clearly, Yurian just wanted some time to herself. However, it was just as well that this little demoness left, granting him a moment of solitude. Chen Buxiu's gaze fell upon Mo Hongying, whose figure was splendid, her curves accentuated beneath her flowing dress. Instinctively, he inched closer to her. Should any misfortune arise mid-journey, he would be in a position to cling to her for safety. Here, it is made clear that there is absolutely no desire for her physical form. It is purely, exceedingly purely, a precaution. With her back to the crowd, Mo Hongying's delicate face flushed slightly, her hands deftly manipulating the incantation. Her expression tense as she murmured anxiously, "Increasing the spiritual energy accelerates, but releasing it this way slows down. How can I safely land?" Chen Buxiu, observing the ground receding further away, felt his own complexion drain of color in an instant. His gaze filled with terror as he looked at Mo Hongying. Could it be that she is a novice driver? Chapter 57. The Dragon Lock Cave. The Dragon Lock Cave is not far from the Taiching sect, nestled within the Zonglong mountain range, sharing a comparable distance with the chaotic miasma forest. This cave is situated along a dragon vein, which the Taiching sect had discovered years ago to be extraordinary. However, due to the absence of any prominent anomalies and the multitude of affairs demanding their attention, the exploration of the Dragon Lock Cave had been postponed. Upon arriving at the summit of the Zonglong mountain range, the group was awestruck by its grandeur. Gazing down, they beheld the colossal mountains winding and stretching for miles, resembling a great dragon lying across the earth. The dragon, with its head raised and roaring in defiance, was shackled by 5 enormous chains, embodying a sense of unyielding anger and desperation, yet rendered powerless. Everyone was profoundly moved by this spectacle. If a dragon of such terrifying magnitude were indeed buried beneath, how formidable must have been the immortal who imprisoned it? How imposing, how invincible! The atmosphere surrounding the Dragon Lock Cave was thick with a sense of oppression, evoking feelings of resentment and fury that left each individual feeling uneasy. Only Chen Buxiu, with an expression of bemusement, remarked, "I wonder, for such an immense scene, why has the sect only sent a few of us for this task?" The others could only twitch their lips in astonishment, rendered speechless by the overwhelming sight. Finally, Mo Hongying furrowed her brow and suggested, "Perhaps the sect's disciples did not thoroughly verify the task, which led to this odd selection of personnel. I do sense danger here. For safety's sake, I could escort you back right now." Chen Buxiu nodded fervently, his small face brimming with agreement. "It's far too perilous here. Let us head back." "Humph. What is there to fear?" Suddenly, a figure clad in sturdy attire descended from the sky. It was Yurian. "I have already surveyed the surroundings. This is indeed a dragon vein and likely the resting place of an ancient dragon. However, if it was interred, it must have been millennia ago. The aura has dissipated significantly by now, and there should be no danger. Moreover, with my presence, what could possibly go wrong?" The group exchanged glances, caught in a web of indecision. Venturing inside felt uncomfortable and fraught with peril, yet retreating left them feeling dissatisfied. Yurian, with a playful grin, added, "Our task is to locate dragon bone fragments. We can explore the cave's vicinity, gather some skeletal remains to report back, ensuring our journey isn't in vain." Iron Dallin remarked, "That seems to be the only option." "Lao Ba, what do you think?" Chen Buxiu resignedly replied, "Then let us explore the area nearby. After all, we have Fairy Yu to protect us. Perhaps she could wield a weapon and clear a path while we provide her cover." Nanwu scratched his head, concerned. "That might not be appropriate. After all, Fairy Yu is our guest." Chen Buxiu, with a mischievous grin, retorted, Since you feel that way, Nan Wu, why don't you wield the weapon and clear a path while we cover you? Nan Wu's face flushed crimson as he stammered, Ahem, I believe your suggestion. Chen Jr. is quite sound. Fairy Yu possesses formidable powers. It would be best if she took the lead while I stand guard behind her. The moonlight cast a delicate glow as Yu Rian pouted and skipped ahead, exclaiming, Ha! What is there to fear? Follow closely behind this fairy. The group exchanged glances before making their way toward the entrance of the Dragonlock Cave. Imo Hongying cautioned, Be vigilant, everyone. I shall keep watch here. Should any danger arise, activate the communication stone, and I will promptly inform the sect to send aid. Yu Rian waved her hand dismissively, assuring, There will be no danger. You need not worry. Yet, concern flickered in Imo Hongying's eyes, her heart heavy with unease, as if foreseeing an impending calamity. The entrance to the Dragonlock Cave lay at the dragon's head of the ley line, as if the group were willingly stepping into the dragon's maw. A chilling wind howled as dark clouds gathered. The already dim mountains grew ever more sinister. Within the depths of the cave, a silver pond emitted a faint halo, and in its waters stood a stone the size of a grinding wheel. Upon this stone, a blood-red bead trickled with crimson, the blood mingling with the pond's waters, spreading a brilliant hue that surged downward. Hiss! Such vigorous life force! A shadow enveloped in black mist beneath the pond struggled to utter these words. Its voice hoarse and sinister, reminiscent of the depths of hell. With a wicked chuckle, the shadow split a portion of the mist, transforming it into a human-like figure that surged forth from the pond. Hiki, my current strength is limited, yet those little brats will suffice. Bring her to me. I shall feast upon her. At that moment, the blood bead emitted a dark glow, seemingly resisting. The shadow snorted, and the black mist surged, engulfing the bead instantly. Humph. After 10,000 years, you still dare to resist. Once I fully refine you, you shall become my blood feast. Meanwhile, the group had already entered the Dragonlock Cave. Although the cavern was shrouded in darkness, it was remarkably dry, accompanied by a gentle breeze, devoid of any foul odors. Compared to the treacherous swamps Chen Buxiu had once traversed, the environment was vastly superior. Yu Rian retrieved a ring from her cosmic bag, adorning her finger. As spiritual energy flowed into it, the ring radiated a soft glow, illuminating a 3-meter radius around her. Envy gleamed in the eyes of her companions. As the daughter of the Absolute Heart Sect's leader, her treasures were numerous and unattainable for ordinary cultivators. Chen Buxiu, with his simple demeanor, trailed behind Yu Rian. Clutching a soil escape talisman, his gaze alertly scanning their surroundings. He had secured an advantageous position. Should any danger arise, he could be the first to flee. As they progressed further into the Dragonlock Cave, they traversed several hundred meters, still within a 3-meter-high cavern, devoid of any signs of life, resembling an ordinary cave. Suddenly, Yu Rian furrowed her brow, her spiritual energy surging as she became alert. Instantly, the group tensed up, drawing their treasures. The wind grew fierce. Only Chen Buxiu shouted. And with a flash, the soil escape talisman glowed brightly as he burrowed into the earth. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the spot where Chen Buxiu had vanished in an instant, their eyes wide with disbelief. Tai Dalong, in utter incredulity, cautiously tapped the ground where Chen had been. Lao Ba, are you there? Yu Rian could not contain her exasperation, rolling her eyes and hissing, Coward! There is nothing to fear. Come out at once. This is utterly humiliating. Are you so afraid of death? Only then did Chen Buxiu emerge slowly from the ground, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. Fear of death is a fundamental human instinct, merely a conditioned reflex, an involuntary response. You cannot blame me. Thank goodness there is no danger. Let us proceed. Came Nan Wu's voice from ahead. Indeed, everyone remained vigilant, and let us advance, echoed another voice from behind, almost identical to Nan Wu's. Chen Buxiu was momentarily taken aback, and both Yu Rian and Tai Dalong's eyes widened in astonishment. At some point, it seemed that two Nan Wus had inexplicably appeared within their ranks. A chilling wave of apprehension swept over everyone, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 58. The Return Gift. With a resounding shout, Yu Rian unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, her hands contorting into claw-like shapes as her cold gaze fixated on the two figures of Nan Wu. You two, step aside immediately. Which aberration dares to deceive us? Reveal your true forms, and I shall spare your lives. The two Nan Wu shook their heads in rapid denial, vociferously pleading, Trust me, I am the real one. He is the imposter. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chen Buxiu's mind suddenly conjured the image of two monkeys. Yu Rian furrowed her brow. Through her spiritual perception, She sensed that both Nanwu emanated identical auras. Such a phenomenon could arise from only two scenarios. Either the counterfeit possessed a method to mimic or conceal its aura, or it wielded a level of spiritual awareness far surpassing her own. If it were the latter, Urian's expression darkened, for they would be in peril. Differentiating between them was a straightforward task. Chen Buxiu grinned sheepishly and exchanged a glance with Urian. Pose a question to me, and the one who answers correctly shall be the genuine senior brother Nanwu. The two Nanwu exchanged confident looks, simultaneously exclaiming, "Ask away." Urian raised an eyebrow. She too was curious about the ruse Chen Buxiu was concocting. With a mischievous grin, he cleared his throat and inquired, "Pray tell. If a nine-headed lion suffers a cerebral thrombosis, does one head have it, or do all nine?" Nanwu. False Nanwu. Urian and Tai Dalong. What kind of question is this? One would need a decade of cerebral thrombosis to concoct such a bizarre query. The genuine Nanwu was rendered speechless. He simply did not know. The false Nanwu rifled through millennia of memories but could not fathom the answer. He understood both the nine-headed lion and cerebral thrombosis, yet could not comprehend their conjunction. Chen Buxiu. Urian hissed through clenched teeth. What kind of absurd question is this? Can you not discern the true from the false? Let us change the question, Chen Buxiu declared, his gaze piercing the two Nanwu. Senior brother Nanwu, where did you hide the last chicken? One of the Nanwu's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance as he shouted, "Do not attempt to steal my chicken," while the other, brimming with confidence, blurted out, "It's hidden in the cellar of the courtyard." Chen Buxiu ambled over to the Nanwu, bursting into laughter. "Ha! See, the truth is now revealed." The genuine Nanwu glared at the false one, his spiritual energy surging. "Imposter, I shall strike you down." "Brother, wait. Take this first," Chen Buxiu interjected, shoving an object into Nanwu's hands. In a moment of bewilderment, Nanwu found himself holding several celestial talismans. Before he could comprehend the situation, the talismans ignited, and a look of terror spread across his face. True fire talisman, igniting with genuine flames. The explosive charm erupted with a resounding blast, while the reverberated with a thunderous roar. In this spectacle reminiscent of fireworks, South Wu was engulfed in a cacophony of light and sound. Moon Ruyan, astonished, inquired, "What is happening?" Chen Buxiu replied, "How could Brother South Wu possibly reveal the location of the chicken? That fellow must be a fraud." South Wu, touched, grasped Chen Buxiu's hand and expressed, "Brother Chen, I am fortunate to have you by my side. Meeting you has been a blessing." Chen Buxiu chuckled, his mind swirling with delectable images of roasted chicken, fried chicken, and braised chicken, and he condemned South Wu's last chicken to a fate of deep frying. Swallowing hard as he said, "Brother, having you is my good fortune." Meanwhile, the counterfeit South Wu was engulfed in flames, smoke billowing from his head. Without hesitation, Moon Ruyan swiftly advanced, her fist striking out with an uncanny speed that was both slow and fast, elusive and unpredictable. Upon her fist connecting with the counterfeit's chest, an immense force erupted, shattering upon impact and suppressing the flames of the talisman entirely. The impostor was sent hurtling back, emitting a cloud of black smoke as his form began to waver. His voice, sharp and chilling, echoed, "Haha, how could you little brats see through my transformation technique? Until we meet again." Before the shadowy figure could finish speaking, a dark arrow shot forth, aimed directly at his face. Startled, he instinctively raised his hand to catch the arrow, angrily exclaiming, "You ungrateful wretch, come again." Chen Buxiu had released the arrow in an attempt to eliminate the black mist while it was speaking. Yet, astonishingly, the shadow managed to catch the arrow once more. Chen Buxiu, with an innocent smile, remarked, "It's not that I can't bear to part with you." The black mist glared at him with murderous intent, declaring, "Next time, you shall be the first to fall." With that, it transformed into a swirling cloud of darkness and sped deeper into the Dragon Lock Cave. Moon Ruyan scoffed, "Thinking you can escape so easily? Chase after him." Chen Buxiu quickly interjected, "It's too dark here. If we stray too far, we won't be able to see him at all. We shouldn't pursue." Moon Ruyan reassured, "Fear not, I am here." Without a backward glance, she darted after the shadow. The others, seeing this, had no choice but to follow, knowing that without Moon Ruyan, their own safety was at risk. Moon Ruyan was swift, but the shadow moved even faster. This chase soon left them without a trace of the figure. Fortunately, the path through the Dragon Lock Cave was not overly complex, and Moon Ruyan, mindful of her companions, left traces of spiritual energy along her route, allowing them to keep up. After a frantic half hour of running, Their spiritual energy was nearly depleted when they finally spotted Moon Ruyan's silhouette in a vast cavern, illuminated by several luminous pearls she had placed. It was evident that she had discovered something significant. The remains of a long-deceased elder lay before them, the bones appearing to have been there for millennia. Following Moon Ruyan's gaze, they noticed in the corner of the cave a skeleton, entirely blackened. Chen Buxiu shrank his neck, observing the grim state of the corpse. Its bones charred. Ruyan remarked, though the bones are blackened, enduring for over a millennium without decay, this esteemed predecessor must possess the cultivation of a true immortal. A genuine celestial being. This place is likely more perilous than I had imagined. Nan Wu and Tai Dalong hurriedly paid their respects, acknowledging the presence of an immortal. Esteemed predecessor, please accept our humble bow. As Chen Buxiu approached the remains, he knelt before the corpse, striking his forehead against the ground thrice with resounding force. The fervor and sincerity of his reverence were unparalleled. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Chen Buxiu's display of respect, feeling a sense of inadequacy. Yet, in the next instant, they were left in utter bewilderment. Chen Buxiu rose from the ground and began to search the body, casually stating, "Esteemed predecessor, I have performed my grand gesture of respect. Might you not return the favor in some manner?" The crowd. Chapter 59. The sun mirror under the bewildered gazes of the crowd. Chen Buxiu retrieved a coin-sized disc from the chest of the skeleton. Disappointment etched across his face as he muttered, "Senior, I've suffered a great loss." Ruyan chuckled mischievously. "You truly are a desperate soul reaching into the coffin for wealth. Looks like you've bitten off more than you can chew." "Aha." Tai Dalong cleared his throat and remarked, "Ahem, old 8, are you certain there is nothing left? If so, I want to bow down." "Nanhua?" Chen Buxiu nodded. As an adept tomb raider, he had thoroughly searched the corpse, confirming that nothing remained. Leaving a pair of trousers for Emperor Hong was simply a gesture of respect. Otherwise, the scene upon his resurrection would have been quite different. Ruyan snatched the small disc from him, toyed with it for a moment, and then tossed it back to Chen Buxiu, saying, "What a useless trinket, utterly lackluster. It resembles a magical artifact, but the runes within are damaged and rendered ineffective." Chen Buxiu cautiously accepted the disc, examining it with care. Unlike Ruyan, the daughter of the heartless sect, who dismissed the broken item, he perceived its potential with the reverence it deserved. Being a magical artifact, it surely required the infusion of spiritual energy to activate its powers. Chen Buxiu summoned his spiritual energy and directed it into the disc. The moment the energy entered, the disc began to swell, transforming instantaneously into a golden bronze mirror, intricately inscribed with numerous runes, though some had faded and were difficult to discern. The word Yang was engraved prominently on the back of the mirror. The crowd stared wide-eyed at the mirror. It appeared this item was not as worthless as it seemed. What capabilities did this artifact possess? Let us experiment. Indeed, this artifact hails from millennia past. Let us broaden our horizons. The group chattered excitedly, gathering around, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they focused intently on the bronze mirror. Chen Buxiu, too, was intrigued by the mirror's abilities, so he forcefully infused more spiritual energy into it. "Ah, my eyes. What the hell? Chen Buxiu, what are you doing?" In an instant, the mirror unleashed an unparalleled golden radiance, erupting like a miniature sun, its blinding light nearly overwhelming the onlookers. Tears streamed down their faces, and they felt as though stars danced before their eyes. 10 minutes later, Chen Buxiu found himself pinned to the ground, receiving a flurry of punches and kicks. "Ah, stop hitting me. I realize my mistake, dear seniors. I truly did not intend for this to happen." With his hands clutching his head, he cried out, his lamentations evoking pity from all who heard. Only then did the crowd relent, though their anger remained palpable. Chen Buxiu's punishment was far from unjust. As he infused the mirror with energy, he had foolishly lifted it, resulting in the blinding golden light nearly incapacitating the others, while he himself, facing the back of the mirror, remained unscathed. What a worthless trinket, utterly useless. Chen Buxiu grumbled as he stowed it away in his bag. "Are you all right?" As tears streamed down the faces of the onlookers, they glared at Chen Buxiu. Ruyan remarked, "He is not dead yet. How can that thing be as despicable as you? What a worthless treasure." Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated, and a gust of dark wind swept through, chilling the entire cave in an instant. "Be careful." Ruyan's expression shifted as she sprang to her feet, her aura surging forth. To her astonishment, a pair of clawed gloves materialized on her hands, exuding an icy and sharp energy. She resembled a tautly coiled leopard, poised to strike. This was the first time Ruyan felt such tension, The aura evoked an uncanny sense of her father's presence, a celestial's oppressive force. Tai Dalong and Ninwa wore equally grim expressions. Though not as formidable as Yu Ruyan, they too sensed the chilling and overwhelming energy. In a flash, Chen Buxiu distributed 3 Earth Escape talisman to the trio, his gaze fixed on the cave from whence they came. Lowering his voice, he cautioned, "If we can't fight, then we must flee." Heh. Having witnessed your Earth Escape, do you think I would be unprepared? I have set a forbidden escape formation here. Your escape methods will be futile. A silhouette, coalescing from swirling black mist, gradually took form, a bloodless visage with a gaunt face, crimson lips, and bloodshot eyes. Gazing at Chen Buxiu with mocking contempt, Chen Buxiu attempted to activate the celestial talisman, but it remained unresponsive. As the figure had claimed, all escape methods had indeed failed. Yu Ruyan coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "I am Bloodshaw," the figure replied, "and a millennium ago, I suffered a backlash while hunting that beast, leaving me gravely injured and confined here to recuperate. You, make for delightful sustenance." Heh. Bloodshaw licked his lips, greedily eyeing the group. Their expressions turned pale. This creature, known as Bloodshaw, was none other than the guardian of the Dragon Lock Cave. A chill coursed through Yu Ruyan's heart. If Bloodshaw spoke true, then his ability to restrain that ancient dragon and desire to consume it indicated his power surpassed that of a true celestial. How embarrassing for a dignified celestial to trouble mere juniors. Chen Buxiu stepped forward, subtly signaling the others. Yu Ruyan frowned. Chen Buxiu, merely at the 5th level of chi refinement, faced an enemy she could not hope to defeat. What could he possibly do? Bloodshaw let out a hoarse laugh. Heh, little child, you need not provoke me. As a practitioner of evil, human lives are no different from livestock in my eyes. Throughout my path of cultivation, I have devoured countless flesh and blood. Once I recover, I shall consume all living beings within 100 miles. A shiver ran through the group at Bloodshaw's words. Realizing they had encountered a formidable demon, only Chen Buxiu maintained a calm demeanor, smiling faintly. "Senior, if you truly believe you can so easily devour us, why then would you lure us here? A counterfeit?" Bloodshaw's pallid face revealed a hint of surprise, while his aura was indeed that of a celestial. This was merely a projection of his being, with his true form occupied in battling the ancient dragon, leaving him little power to spare. At present, this manifestation of black mist possesses merely the strength of half a golden core. Young one, although this body lacks considerable power, it suffices to deal with you. As Bloodshaw spoke, his entire form instantly transformed into countless wisps of black fog, surging towards the crowd. "Run!" Chen Buxiu shouted, immediately casting forth all the talismans from his Chinquan bag. In an instant, flames erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. Among them were even 3 bone transformation talismans and a bewildering fairy talismans. The path they had traversed was now obstructed by Bloodshaw, leaving the group no choice but to continue deeper. Those talismans would not hold him at bay for long. "Senior brother, you must send a message to Sister Imo Hongying, urging her to promptly inform the sect. The rest of us shall press onward in search of an exit." A glimmer of light flashed in Chen Buxiu's hand as a bronze mirror materialized, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he declared, "If he dares to pursue, I shall ensure he regrets it." Chapter 60. Infuriated, the group dashed through the tunnel, where even Yu Ruyan struggled to discern the way. This was the Locking Dragon Cave, a place imbued with a suppressive aura, compounded by the Blood Fiend's formation, leaving everyone to flounder about like headless flies. Only Chen Buxiu, amidst the chaos, took to the cave's walls to scribble and draw, seemingly absorbed in his own world. Iron Dalong, in a state of anxiety, exclaimed, "Old 8. What are you doing at a time like this? We need to flee." With a mischievous grin, Chen Buxiu replied, "Master brother, you fail to understand. We are no match for him in a straightforward confrontation. If we do not disrupt his mindset, should we fall into his grasp, our fates would be sealed." Iron Dalong glanced at Chen Buxiu's creations, a twitch of his lips betraying his thoughts. "If I were to see that, I fear our capture would be even more disastrous." Yu Ruyan squeezed in closer, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Haha, well done, Chen Buxiu. Let me have a turn next." Following a thunderous explosion, the pallor of Blood Fiend's face turned even more ghastly, occasionally releasing a noxious green gas from his mouth and nose. The Bone Transformation Talisman and the bewildering Immortal Talisman, both signature talismans of Chen Buxiu, proved to be remarkably effective, even against Blood Fiend, who possessed the strength of a half-step Golden Core clone. Dazed and weakened, he staggered under the diminishing flow of his spiritual energy. After a prolonged moment, He gradually dispelled the talisman's effects, gritting his teeth in a furious growl. Damn you, little beast. I shall swallow you whole. With that, he transformed into a red-black specter, pursuing the direction in which the others had fled. His speed far surpassed that of the group. Even though he had suffered some minor injuries from the talismans, his swiftness was unmatched. If it came to a mere flight, only Urian could keep pace, as her dignity as the daughter of the heartless sect's leader forbade her from abandoning her companions, even if they were disciples of the Tai Ching sect. In the pitch-black cavern, Blood Fiend sensed the lingering aura of Chen Buxiu and the others. After a while, he suddenly noticed a flickering light upon the cave walls. Having dwelled here for millennia, he was all too familiar with this place and had no recollection of such phenomena. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically. The wall bore a message inscribed with spiritual energy: "If you can catch me, I shall let you have your way." Following this line was a crude drawing of a middle finger. This audacious beast dared to provoke him. Utterly oblivious to his own peril. Infuriated, he bellowed, "Damn it. I shall kill you. Kill you." In a fit of rage, Blood Fiend slammed his palm against the defiant graffiti. Boom. The impact caused the wall to explode violently, flames shooting into the air. Blood Fiend was consumed with fury, wishing to dismember Chen Buxiu in countless pieces. Meanwhile, the others, having heard the explosion, looked at Chen Buxiu with admiration. Nan Wudao asked, "Junior brother Chen, how did you know he would definitely retaliate?" Yuruyan, equally curious, chimed in, "Yes. How did you know?" Chan, the Undying, continued to flee while uttering, "This old demon appears to be in an exceedingly unstable mental state. How could he refrain from attacking upon witnessing my masterpiece? This explosive talisman is utterly ineffective against him. It merely delays him for a moment. Everyone, hasten your escape." Shui Sha, his ancient teeth grinding audibly, had not pursued for long when he unexpectedly encountered another line of text. "When will the cycle of vengeance cease? How many past grievances are known? I am your father, and he is your sister-in-law. Have you managed to find us?" Shui Sha's previously pallid visage turned an ominous shade, as if it were about to drip with malice. Since his ascension to immortality over countless millennia, when had he endured such indignities? He was a demon, a figure of terror for all, yet now he found himself subjected to such humiliation and mockery. With clenched teeth, Shui Sha glared fiercely at the text, his eyes brimming with resentment. He raised his hand, intent on shattering the cave wall with a single strike, yet he soon lowered his arm and turned to enter deeper. Barely 2 steps in, he encountered another line of text. "What? Are you too afraid to strike now?" There are truly no talismans beneath those words. Too frightened to proceed. How outrageous. Unable to withstand the insult, Shui Sha unleashed a devastating blow. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted, leaving Shui Sha covered in dust and debris. His countenance twisted in fury, his eyes seemingly ready to spew fire. As the explosive haze dissipated, another line of text emerged. "Hee, but is there a way out? Are you infuriated?" Shui Sha trembled with rage, initially contemplating devouring them upon reaching the dragon tomb, but now he had changed his mind. He did not wish to allow them to live for even a single minute longer. A surge of crimson spiritual mist erupted around Shui Sha as he chanted incantations with a hoarse voice, blood spirit entwined, transforming into the netherworld's demon. Dark eyes probing the mist, blood eyes born of this realm. Netherworld's blood eyes, blood spirit illusion. His eyes emitted a sanguine glow, and the surrounding spiritual energy and blood mist expanded, enveloping the area in a chilling and terrifying aura. The escape route devised by Chen and his companions had long been orchestrated by Shui Sha, whose intention was to drive them towards the dragon tomb, ultimately to consume their flesh and blood. Utilizing a doppelganger to devour flesh would result in a 30% loss of vitality. Hence his strategy to corner them at the dragon tomb. However, now that Chen had thoroughly enraged him, even the potential loss of vitality could not compel Shui Sha to delay any further. Chen had not anticipated that it was his potent vitality, forged by the undying divine art, which initially attracted Shui Sha, and now it was his own hubris that had provoked the demon's wrath. Shui Sha even went so far as to burn the spiritual energy of his doppelganger to activate the mighty netherworld's blood eyes and blood spirit illusion, all in pursuit of sensing their life force with utmost swiftness. Shui Sha was indeed investing heavily in this chase. His speed had doubled, elevated by the blood mist. He soared through the air, cackling maniacally as he pursued. "Hee, little beasts, perish in fear. Feel the terror of my encroaching presence." Chun and his companions were startled by the maniacal laughter. The demon had caught up with alarming speed. Judging by the sound, He was merely a kilometer away, and the echoes of his voice grew increasingly jarring, reverberating through the caverns, indicating that Shueshao was drawing near. I have already seen you, he. I shall drain your blood. The crowd could not help but turn around, for there, at the other end of the cave, were a pair of glowing crimson eyes swiftly approaching them. Yurian halted her steps, furrowing her brow, and declared, You all go ahead. Yet, Chen Buxiu seized her hand and dashed forward. Foolish girl, just watch me. What are you doing? Yurian was infuriated, ready to strike. How dare he call her a foolish girl? What could Chen Buxiu, merely at the third level of qi refinement, possibly do? If they were caught, they would all perish. Suddenly, Chen Buxiu let out a mischievous chuckle, producing a sun mirror from his bosom and channeling an immense amount of spiritual energy into it. In an instant, a beam of golden light, akin to a pillar of fire, erupted from the mirror, illuminating the entire cave. At the other end of the cave, the blood-red eyes dimmed immediately, followed by a piercing scream. Ah, my eyes. Chapter 61. Dragon Tomb. The sudden eruption of blinding light from Blood Fiend rendered him momentarily incapacitated. Listening to his anguished cries, the onlookers couldn't help but revel in his misfortune. What of the true immortals from millennia past? Even they were not immune to such dazzling brilliance. Brother, that's impressive. Truly audacious. Iron Darling exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. Despite his extensive experience in the forging industry, he had never encountered a seemingly harmless artifact that could exert such formidable influence. Indeed, it seems somewhat convoluted. Chen Undying remarked with a nonchalant wave of his hand, unfazed by the scornful glances directed his way from the others, who regarded his shamelessness with disdain. Ah, I shall kill you. I must annihilate you. Blood Fiend shrieked, enduring the torment of his vision while simultaneously bearing the relentless insults from the crowd. He could no longer tolerate it. He was utterly incensed. Blood Trail Pursuit, Demonic Descent. A torrent of sanguine energy erupted from Blood Fiend, swiftly enveloping his eyes. In a matter of moments, the crimson essence restored his sight. Die, all of you, Blood Fiend bellowed, eyes wide open as he lunged toward the source of the blinding radiance. Yet, all he found was an empty cavern and a provocative inscription. Care to guess if there are any talismans here? An affront. A blatant provocation. When had Blood Fiend ever been subjected to such insolence? Filled with resentment, he circumvented the mocking words, deeply affected by their implications. Fortunately, his blood gaze remained effective, allowing him to track the movements of these youthful adversaries as they drew closer to the Dragon Tomb. Very well, so this is your game? Chen Undying's antics had already incited Blood Fiend's wrath to a boiling point, yearning to flay him and his companions alive. However, after such an extensive pursuit, a realization dawned upon him. Rather than relentlessly chasing these youngsters, it would be more advantageous to lead them into a trap and eliminate them all at once. He was confident that in the presence of his true form, these fledglings could not stir up any significant turmoil. Having regained his composure, Blood Fiend felt a resurgence of vigor, his spirit soaring to its zenith. Brother Chen, where do we go next? That old wretch is right behind us. Should we still seek the dragon bone fragments? Nan Wu expressed a hint of trepidation, but his suggestion was swiftly dismissed by Yurian. If we do not pursue, how can we retreat? Shall we return and face that old wretch? Let him regale us with tales of how ashes are refined. A profound silence enveloped the group. Miss you, your reasoning seems to align with Brother Chen's, Iron Darling remarked, causing Yurian's cheeks to flush. And no, it's not like that. Indeed, it bears no resemblance to my thoughts. If it were up to me, we would return and confront that old wretch, fighting valiantly until our heroic demise. The three companions gazed at Chen Undying with bewilderment. Could such words truly escape his lips? Junior Brother Chen, you haven't been possessed, have you? Chen Buxiu wiped his nose and reassured everyone. Please do not misunderstand. I mean that the three of you should act accordingly. After all, you are the esteemed senior brother of the Refining Academy, outstanding disciples from the outer sect, and the pride of the Heartless sect. Naturally, I am merely a novice who has just entered the realm of immortals, and I cannot compare to you. Indeed, while his words might have sounded infuriating, the group felt a sense of relief. These were precisely the words one would expect from Junior Brother Chen. Therefore, we must. Nanwu began, but was abruptly interrupted by Chen Buxiu. Let us proceed to the Dragon Tomb. Regardless of the circumstances, we must complete our mission. Chen Buxiu charged ahead with determination. Hey, Junior Brother Chen, it is not wise to risk your life for 500 merit points. Yurian called out, attempting to halt him. Ah, it matters not. If the situation becomes dire, I can always flee. Rest assured, I shall return to avenge you. His resolve hardened, fist clenched. Were it not for the blood fiends still pursuing them, the three would have undoubtedly aided Chen Buxiu in enhancing his indomitable skills. With their objective in sight, the four quickened their pace, hastening towards the dragon tomb, hoping to reach it first in case there were alternate exits to escape. The cave's path was not intricate, and they soon arrived at the vicinity of the dragon tomb. As they entered the narrow path, they felt an exhilarating sense of clarity, as if they were parting the clouds to reveal the azure sky. Wait, why does this place feel more like that old fellow's home? Nan Wu mused, glancing around. Despite being the dragon tomb, there was not a trace of dragon essence in the vicinity. Instead, a pool of deep, stagnant water surrounded by a suffocating aura of blood permeated the air. The thick, nauseating scent of blood was eerily reminiscent of the previous blood fiend's presence. Without needing to rely on intuition, Chen Buxiu solemnly remarked, "The stone bead appears to be alive." Following his gesture, the others turned their gaze and discovered a structure resembling a coffin. In the center of the murky water lay a platform, upon which a blood-soaked coffin was displayed, accompanied by a stone bead that seemed to pulsate with life, continuously oozing blood that mingled with the water and permeated the air. Surrounding the coffin were fragments of dragon bones, precisely the objective of their mission. However, in light of the gruesome and bizarre scene before them, those bone fragments seemed utterly insignificant. Urian's voice trembled as she spoke. Blood-flesh sacrifice. This is an exceedingly malevolent spell, one that siphons the life force and spirit of powerful beings to nourish itself. Such sorcery is strictly forbidden within the realms of the immortal sects. Chen Buxiu, gazing at the bleeding stone, inhaled deeply and asked, "Are you suggesting that the stone bead is a living entity? What fate awaits it?" Urian replied deliberately, "Not merely a living entity. I sense that it might indeed be a dragon egg. It will be drained of its last drop of blood, ultimately losing all vitality." A collective gasp escaped the group, overwhelmed by the sheer horror of the situation. He. Your fate will mirror that, so refrain from lamenting it. Rather, contemplate how to salvage your own existence. At that moment, Shuaisha entered the dragon tomb, and as he stepped inside, the entire atmosphere of the tomb became agitated. A chilling, sanguinary aura enveloped everyone, nearly suffocating them. Urian's gaze was resolute, her spiritual energy erupting with a thunderous force as she charged towards Shuaisha without hesitation. Her strength lay in close combat, and if she could engage him in proximity, she might possess a fighting chance. However, Shuaisha merely scoffed, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, the blood mist in the air surged forth like serpents, lunging towards Urian. Overestimating her capabilities, the blood serpent swiftly struck Urian, sending her flying, her complexion paling as she spat out a mouthful of blood. A bloodthirsty glimmer flashed in Shuaisha's eyes as dozens of blood mists surged towards Urian, and upon her body bloomed crimson flowers. Chapter 62. The Enraged Old Demoness. Moon Ruyin, severely wounded, bit her delicate lip and hastily channeled her energy to heal. Yet the excruciating pain made every movement a daunting task. Hee, little girl, what other tricks do you have? As the bloodthirsty figure approached with a sinister smile, Nan Wu and Tidal Lang exchanged a glance, and together they raised their fists to retaliate. "You shall not come near the moon fairy." The corners of Shuaisha's mouth curled in disdain. With a mere flick of his wrist, a torrent of crimson mist surged forth, instantly knocking the two men to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. "Now it's your turn, little beast." His blood-red eyes twisted with malice, locking onto Chen Buxiu. Chen Buxiu blinked innocently, bewildered. Just moments ago, he had planned for Moon Ruyin and the others to hold off Shuaisha while he sought an escape. With years of experience and evasion, finding a way out should have been a simple matter. Yet, who could have anticipated that within mere moments, his companions would be defeated? Now, not only was there no escape, but it seemed they were on the brink of tragedy. Facing the advancing Shuaisha, Chen Buxiu feigned humility, saying, "Old man, at your age, you ought to consider retirement. Engaging in violent skirmishes with us youngsters hardly befits your esteemed reputation. To end your lives is as effortless as squashing ants. What nonsense about reputation? Unless I thoroughly torment you, how can I still call myself a celestial being?" The murderous aura emanating from Shuaisha plunged the surrounding temperature into an icy chill as his dark purple lips curled into a wicked grin. "However, little beast, rest assured, I shall not grant you a swift death. After all, you have repeatedly toyed with me. I intend to savor your torment, to teach you the true meaning of fear." His fists clenched as the blood mist rapidly condensed at the core of his palm. Before Chen Buxiu could comprehend the situation, Shuaisha moved with lightning speed, closing the distance in an instant. Bang! Without employing any mystical arts, Shuaisha merely swung his fist towards Chen Buxiu's chest. Despite this, The sheer force of the blow generated a shockwave that cracked the rock walls of the cavern. Moon Ruyin and the others, already battered and on the ground, felt a surge of dread. The power of that punch was so immense, not only was Chen Buxiu's survival in question, but it seemed likely that his body would be reduced to nothing more than mush. Tai Lang sighed quietly, "Old 8, if I manage to return alive. I promise to offer the first incense at the next sacrifice festival." What is happening? However, as the punch concluded, a sound of astonishment escaped Xuesha's lips. Beneath the overwhelming force of his strike, Chen Buxiu remained utterly unscathed, merely swaying slightly back and forth. In fact, Chen Buxiu even let out a burp. Xuesha's brows knitted together in disbelief. "No, this cannot be. My punch could send a Foundation establishment cultivator flying. Yet this brat, how is he unharmed?" In truth, Chen Buxiu was equally perplexed. He had anticipated that Xuesha's formidable attack would leave him gravely injured, if not dead. Unexpectedly, that punch resulted in a profound solitude. However, after the energy within him rotated a mere half-circle, Chen Buxiu suddenly realized the source of his newfound strength, the Immortal technique. This technique inherently bestows a remarkable enhancement to the physical body, not only augmenting defense, but also absorbing damage inflicted upon the surface. The bloodthirsty fiend, in his attempt to torment Chen Buxiu with his brutal strikes, could only furnish the Immortal technique with more energy to absorb. It was no wonder that he had just let out a belch. The force of that punch had filled his chest with energy, which had to escape through that involuntary release. "Are you practicing some peculiar technique?" Bloodthirsty, not lacking in intelligence, quickly discerned something amiss. Yet, Chen Buxiu would not concede easily. With a fierce glare, he feigned grievous injury, being propelled backward for dozens of meters, clutching his abdomen as he fell to the ground, wailing in agony. "So painful. Too powerful. Is this the strength of an immortal? Truly terrifying. I cannot endure another blow." Observing this spectacle, Ruyin and the others were filled with astonishment and unease, which gradually morphed into a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. This performance is utterly ludicrous. Even they could see through Chen Buxiu's pretense of suffering. Such clumsy acting could hardly deceive a seasoned old demon like Bloodthirsty. What is wrong with this fellow? Bloodthirsty wore a face full of skepticism. He could tell that Chen Buxiu was feigning injury. Yet his arrogance led him to question whether his explosive punch had truly inflicted no harm at all. "I refuse to believe this brat can survive another of my strikes." With renewed determination, Bloodthirsty stepped forward and unleashed another powerful blow. However, at that critical moment, a glint of sharpness flashed in Chen Buxiu's eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Bloodthirsty was off guard, he executed a nimble maneuver, flipping and sliding to trip his opponent. "You little rascal, you dare to launch a sneak attack." Bloodthirsty tumbled to the ground in utter disgrace, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to witness Chen Buxiu swiftly produce 4 black flags, hurriedly and deftly planting their poles into the ground. These 4 flags were, of course, spoils acquired after defeating the old ghost in the miasmic forest. Having previously witnessed the flag's binding power, Chen Buxiu was compelled to employ them against an opponent as formidable as Bloodthirsty. To his surprise, the flags proved remarkably effective. With a thunderous boom, the 4 black flags emitted a cloud of dark mist, ensnaring Bloodthirsty's movements like a net. Such trifles dare to challenge me? Watch me." Bloodthirsty, in a fit of rage, attempted to dispel the flags with his blood mist, only to find that as the mist coalesced, it was tainted by the flags and dissipated almost instantly. What kind of treasure is this? It can actually seal my blood energy?" Bloodthirsty gaped in horror, a wave of weakness suddenly washing over him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Could it be that these flags could sever his vital essence? Gasping for breath, Bloodthirsty cast a desperate glance toward the coffin in the center of the pool. Within the coffin lies his true self. While he now exists merely as a projection, the black banner severed the connection of breath, resulting in the disjunction of his essence, rendering him incapable of replenishing his vital energy in a timely manner. Should this predicament persist, his strength would inevitably wane, perhaps even leaving him defenseless. No, he must swiftly extricate himself from the confines of the banner. Bloodfiend gritted his teeth, crawling forward, yet Chen Undying remained alert, decisively stepping down to immobilize Bloodfiend's form, unleashing a torrent of fists like a tempest. "You insolent wretch, were you not quite formidable just moments ago? Can you still muster any defiance now?" Bloodfiend, seething with rage, retorted, "You little beast, dare to strike me again." Bang! With a single punch, Chen Undying sent Bloodfiend reeling, blood gushing forth. Ruyin and the others stood utterly speechless. Chapter 63. Secrets of the Pool. "Old man, weren't you quite arrogant? Keep being arrogant." Chen Buxiu unleashed a flurry of punches upon Bloodshaw, relentlessly assaulting him. Had it not been for the undying divine skill, Chen Buxiu would have long been vanquished by this old fiend. This grudge, Chen Buxiu harbored deeply. Now, with the black flag array restraining Bloodshaw, it would be unacceptable for him not to exact a bitter revenge. Thud. Bloodshaw found himself pinned to the ground by Chen Buxiu's ferocious onslaught. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly youthful lad wielded such formidable strength, causing him to spit blood profusely. You little brat, you won't escape death. Bloodshaw's eyes glowed with a crimson light as he glared at the incessantly attacking Chen Buxiu, gritting his teeth in frustration. His trembling hand reached toward the coffin, yearning to connect with his true form. Get lost. Chen Buxiu swiftly slapped Bloodshaw's upraised hand down, following it up with a powerful punch directly to Bloodshaw's face. This blow knocked out one of Bloodshaw's aged teeth. It was almost inconceivable that a once-feared demon, a being of celestial stature, was now being ruthlessly pummeled by a mere chi-refining practitioner, even losing a tooth in the process. Bloodshaw's fury surged, his eyes erupting in a dazzling blaze of red. A deafening sound wave erupted, sending Chen Buxiu hurtling away from him. The sturdy array flags trembled under the relentless assault of the sound waves, threatening to shatter at any moment. Boom! The black flag connection snapped, swept away by an unrestrained gale. In the midst of this tempest, Bloodshaw rose to his full height, an overwhelming aura of blood energy converging around him. At that moment, he resembled a bloodthirsty deity descending upon the mortal realm, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Chen Buxiu was violently hurled against the wall of the Dragon Lock Cave by the furious winds. The combined force of the impact and Bloodshaw's assault overwhelmed him. Despite the protection of the undying divine skill, he felt as though he had collided with a mountain, his internal organs twisting in agony. Thud. This was the first instance in which Chen Buxiu, even with the undying divine skill, had been struck hard enough to spurt blood. Die. I want you all dead. Bloodshaw's wrath reverberated like a tempest, shaking the very foundations of the Dragonlock Cave. Chen Buxiu was momentarily stunned, sliding heavily down the wall. Accompanied by a cascade of rubble, and with a splash, he plunged into the depths of a pool. Old. 8. The wounded Tai Dalong watched helplessly as Chen Buxiu fell into the water. Underwater, the world was eerie, frigid, devoid of light. The moment Chen Buxiu submerged, he regained consciousness. He attempted to swim upward, but the force unleashed by Bloodshaw's full eruption was overwhelmingly potent. The undying divine skill could not keep pace with the damage. That he was still alive was nothing short of a miracle. He lacked even the strength to raise his hand. With his eyes half open, Chen Buxiu gazed at the diminishing light above him, feeling the encroaching darkness envelop him deeper. Could it be that I am destined to perish like this? Chen Buxiu had just embarked on his journey of cultivation, with a promising future ahead. He had scarcely begun to relish the joys of cultivation before facing an untimely demise. And he was filled with an overwhelming sense of regret. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within Chen Buxiu surged uncontrollably, circulating rapidly throughout his body. The undying divine art began to manifest its power, and to his astonishment, his injuries were swiftly healing. Just as he was about to rejoice, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, a colossal shadow lurking in the depths of the water. This shadow enveloped Chen Buxiu entirely, rendering the already eerie underwater scene even more terrifying. Suppressing his fear, Chen Buxiu focused his spiritual energy and peered closer. What he saw sent chills down his spine. Beneath the water's surface, amidst the shadow, lay an immense dragon. Its limbs were bound by rusted iron chains, swaying in the water and evoking a sense of oppression. The dragon's body was pierced by 108 blood-red spikes, its head drooping, and its form swaying with the current. Seemingly lifeless and devoid of vitality for many years. The realization that a dragon lay buried beneath the water left Chen Buxiu both astounded and sorrowful. Had this dragon been alive, it might have been of great assistance in the current predicament. As Chen Buxiu lamented, the massive head of the dragon suddenly lifted. To his horror, he witnessed the dragon's enormous eyes, the size of bulls, snap open. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of dragon might permeated the depths of the water. The dragon's profound gaze locked onto Chen Buxiu, and although it made no aggressive move, Chen Buxiu felt an unshakable dread. My goodness! Without a moment's hesitation, he began to swim upwards. Just moments before, he had hoped the dragon was merely asleep. However, upon its awakening, all that filled him was fear. Even without looking, Chen Buxiu could sense the dragon's unwavering gaze upon him. He thrashed desperately in the water, terrified that the dragon might lunge forth and devour him whole. Suddenly, an ethereal shadow of the black tortoise materialized around him. With a low chant, Chen Buxiu found himself inexplicably drawn closer to the dragon, no matter how he struggled. It was futile. In less than a breath, he had appeared before the great dragon. Human, the dragon spoke, its voice resonating with human language. Chen Buxiu noticed the manifestation of the black tortoise shadow beside him. Though still filled with trepidation, he perceived a hint of gentleness in the dragon's eyes. Could it be related to the black tortoise's sixth form that I comprehended in the treasure pavilion? Chen Buxiu dared to speculate that. As both the black tortoise and the dragon were divine beasts, their energies might resonate in a manner that explained his sudden presence before the dragon. Suddenly, a faint divine light emanated from the dragon. Within this light, Chen Buxiu felt an unusual warmth and familiarity. His hand instinctively reached out to touch the divine radiance. In that moment, a stream of consciousness entered his mind. You are that dragon? In his thoughts, a dragon of immeasurable length coiled around him, gazing intently. Human. You carry a familiar essence. Chen Buxiu merely nodded in silence, which indeed corroborated his suspicions. I am destined to perish. The subsequent words of the dragon struck Chen Buxiu like a bolt from the blue. Following this, in their conversation, Chen Buxiu learned of the dragon's predicament. It turned out that the egg he had previously observed was, in fact, a dragon egg, the offspring of this very dragon. A millennium ago, when the dragon had just laid her egg and was at her most vulnerable, the blood fiend launched a surprise attack, gravely wounding and sealing her. Intending to devour her life force. Aware that her demise would also spell doom for her child, she fought against the currents of fate to survive until now. Simultaneously restraining the blood fiend, the dragon sensed the terrifying power contained within Chen Buxiu, oblivious to the fact that it was the essence of undying blood. She understood that should Chen Buxiu be consumed by the blood fiend, both she and her offspring would meet certain death, possessing the power of the black tortoise. Rather than allow Chen Buxiu to perish completely at the hands of the blood fiend, the dragon resolved to lend her final strength to help Chen Buxiu vanquish or even slay the malevolent entity. She had but one condition. The safety of her child must be ensured. The compassion of a parent is universal. Upon hearing this, how could Chen Buxiu refuse? With his promise secured, the dragon finally felt a sense of relief. Her immense golden eyes radiated a brilliant golden light. Chapter 64, The Undying Chentu Flowers Bloom. Each representing a branch of life. By the water's edge, the bloodthirsty Bloodshaw lingered for a moment, enveloped in the essence of blood. Once he confirmed that Chen was utterly devoid of life, a satisfied smile crept across his visage. At last, he has perished, with that wretched dragon as company. You, young man, are not entirely alone. With that thought, Bloodshaw turned his gaze toward the distant, gravely injured trio of Nan Wu. His eyes fixated on the striking figure of Yu Ruyan. The attire she wore had suffered considerable damage in their skirmish, revealing her long, slender legs. As she gasped for breath, her chest heaved dramatically, and the side of her ample bosom, partially concealed, exuded a tantalizing allure. Having not encountered women for millennia, Bloodshaw had long forgotten the pleasures they brought. Thus, upon beholding the youthful and voluptuous form of Yu Ruyan, he found himself unable to suppress the burgeoning desire within. Yearning to release the pent-up fervor amassed over the ages. As he contemplated this, Bloodshaw began to advance toward Yu Ruyan. He licked his lips, the crimson glow in his eyes radiating with fervor. Nan Wu, closest to Bloodshaw, perceived the approaching menace, noting the peculiar gleam in his eyes. In desperation, he cried out, "Please spare me, great immortal. I should not have ventured here. If you let me go, I shall speak of nothing, see nothing, hear nothing. Do not kill me. I am merely a humble chicken farmer. Slaying me would be a waste of your energy." Bloodshaw paid no heed to his pleas, instead rubbing his hands together, drawing ever nearer. Within mere steps, Nan Wu, in a fit of panic, closed his eyes and shielded his head, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. However, after a prolonged wail, he realized there was no change in his condition, not even a flicker of pain, which left him bewildered. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of blood-red orbs. Before he could utter a sound of terror, Bloodshaw struck with a swift blow. "Enough of your incessant noise." In a blur of motion, Bloodshaw seized Nan Wu by the collar, his palm creating countless afterimages that rained down upon Nan Wu's face. The resounding slaps echoed through the air, sharp and thunderous. In the span of a breath, Nan Wu's visage swelled grotesquely, marked by innumerable handprints, bright red as if they might bleed. His mouth contorted in agony, resembling two sausages, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. With eyes wide and vacant, Nan Wu toppled backward. "Oh!" Iron Dalong, witnessing Nan Wu's plight, shivered involuntarily, hastily closing his eyes to feign death, too terrified to produce a sound. "Ah!" You are quite sensible. I shall grant you a swifter end, Bloodshaw remarked, passing by Iron Dalong with a sense of satisfaction. Yet, in this dire predicament, death seemed inevitable. He pondered how the others fared. Alas, heavens above, who will come to our aid? Iron Dalong lamented internally, wishing fervently for a savior to emerge from the depths of despair. The sight of delicate flesh was simply too enticing. As Blood Fiend approached, his fiery gaze roamed over the exquisite legs of Urian, igniting a fervent desire within him. Old tortoise, don't even think about it, she exclaimed, summoning the last vestiges of her strength to strike out at him. Oh, do not be hasty. Blood Fiend replied with a lascivious grin, effortlessly seizing her hand while his other hand glided down her arm, poised to press upon a tender peak. Just then, the tranquil waters erupted unexpectedly, accompanied by an irksome yet familiar voice. Release that girl. A dragon's roar mingled with the voice, drawing closer to Blood Fiend. You're not dead. Who told you to call me Chen Immortal? He replied with a faint smile. Without hesitation, Blood Fiend evaded a splash of water, keeping a distance as he observed Chen Immortal standing on the shore. Old eight. Iron Dalong bolted upright, but upon catching sight of Blood Fiend, his vision blurred, and he collapsed once more. Wah. Nanwa lay sprawled on the ground, speechless. The mother dragon actually. Blood Fiend's expression shifted dramatically, sensing the aura of the colossal dragon emanating from Chen Immortal. Without further ado, he conjured 4 doppelgangers. 2 remained to guard the blood coffin, while the others surged towards Chen Immortal. Chen Immortal snorted derisively, his golden eyes shimmering brightly, and chuckled, spirit painting clone. In an instant, he manifested dozens of doppelgangers. Blood Fiend was aware that the dragon had aided Chen Immortal. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that the dragon had infused all of its remaining essence into Chen Immortal. Empowered by the indomitable divine skill and enriched with vast spiritual and corporeal energy, Chen Immortal found a glimmering golden elixir coalescing within his energy sea, temporarily elevating him to the golden elixir realm. Urian's sorrow transformed into joy, swiftly shifting to astonishment. When did Chen Immortal grow stronger? Iron Dalong squinted with delight, watching the unfolding spectacle. Nanwa struggled to shift his body, eager to comprehend the situation. Boy, even if you're alive, this time I shall certainly send you to your demise. Blood Fiend's doppelgangers surged toward Chen Immortal with lightning speed, intent on swiftly eliminating him. However, to his surprise, Chen Immortal moved even faster. The doppelgangers he conjured swiftly surrounded Blood Fiend's clones. You are encircled, though they were all Chen Immortal. The sheer number of his doppelgangers created an imposing presence. A trivial skill dares to show off before me? Surround him. With Chen Immortal's command, dozens of his clones unleashed a relentless barrage upon the 2 Blood Fiend avatars. Naturally, Blood Fiend was not to be trifled with. He immediately employed various techniques to attempt to dismantle Chen Immortal's doppelgangers. However, what he had never anticipated was that the physical strength of Chen Immortal's doppelgangers was nearly equivalent to his own, exhibiting an extraordinary resilience. No matter how fiercely he attacked, he could inflict little damage. Conversely, Chen Buxiu found himself ensnared in the sea of adversaries, visibly fatigued. After momentarily attaining the Golden Core realm, he no longer required talisman paper to wield the Tai Ching Immortal Talisman, enabling him to draw symbols effortlessly in midair. Even the 5 Thunder Talismans, previously inaccessible to him in the Qi refining stage, were now within his grasp, their potency amplified. Amidst the throng, the air crackled with the sound of thunder and lightning, strands of electricity weaving through the bluish smoke, eliciting anguished cries from the Blood Fiend. Well done. That's it. Strike him fiercely. Iron Dalong suddenly sat up, his voice booming as he spotted Nanwa beside him, writhing. He quickly helped him to sit up, urging, Come, watch. Ugh. Oh no, don't speak. Just look. Iron Dalong slapped Nanwa on the head, causing his eyes to roll back, nearly rendering him unconscious again. Despite enduring relentless bombardment, the Blood Fiend still possessed considerable strength. With a thunderous roar, a wave of blood energy erupted, shattering Chen Buxiu's avatars into fragments. Oh no. Iron Dalong promptly fell back, the terrifying aftershock rushing past him and directly striking the hapless Nanwa. Caught off guard, Nanwa had no time to utter a sound before he was sent flying. Meanwhile, Chen Buxiu's true form, accompanied by several avatars, stealthily approached the Blood Fiend's main body. Understanding the strategy of capturing the leader first, Chen Buxiu recognized that the Blood Fiend's true form was the source of his avatar's power. Eliminating him would lead to the disintegration of all the Blood Fiend's manifestations. Just as Chen Buxiu neared the coffin, a mass of blood emerged, transforming into a shadowy figure. This was the essence of the Blood Fiend. with a swift approach. It aimed to catch Chen Buxiu off guard and strike him down in an instant. In response, Chen Buxiu sacrificed one of his avatars. As he retreated, he formed a hand seal, expelling a golden core that morphed into a golden dragon. This was the essence of the colossal dragon. In an instant, the two essences clashed fiercely. The confrontation between the two divine entities sent tremors throughout the cavern. The Blood Fiend's essence, having absorbed blood energy for years, quickly gained the upper hand, overpowering the golden dragon essence. Previously, the Blood Fiend had been unable to devour the dragon essence due to its confinement within the main body. Now that the essence had emerged, there were no further obstacles. With the consumption of the dragon essence, the Blood Fiend's power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The golden core swayed in the air, seemingly on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, there was a crack as one of the Blood Fiend's arms broke. What? The Blood Fiend instinctively glanced toward his true form, only to discover that Chen Buxiu had, at some point, lifted the coffin lid and was holding his own severed arm. Chapter 65. How dare you? The aftermath of the clash between the dragon's soul and the Blood Fiend's soul reverberated through the cavern, causing not only the interior to tremble but also sending palpable vibrations to Immortal, who was vigilantly stationed at the cave's entrance. Earlier, she had sensed several tremors beneath her feet. However, due to their subtlety and the absence of any communication from Chen Buxiu and the others, she had dismissed them as inconsequential. Yet now, the disturbance intensified, and she distinctly observed fragments of stone cascading from the cave ceiling, clattering ominously at her feet. Could something have happened to my junior brothers? Immortal inched closer, placing her hand upon the cave wall. Her delicate brows furrowed as she tilted her head, pressing her ear against the wall. What is that sound? Beyond the overwhelming sensation of tremors, she discerned a faint noise, elusive in nature, eluding her ability to identify its source. Ignorant of the circumstances within the cave, she felt her heart grow increasingly heavy. Surely, they haven't encountered misfortune. Immortal paced anxiously at the cave's entrance, conflicted about whether to venture inside. However, her instincts cautioned her against the peril that lay within. The primal instinct to seek advantage and avoid danger is inherent to all beings, and she was no exception. Yet, if she refrained from entering, and something were to befall Chen Buxiu and the others, she would inevitably be held accountable. A tumult of indecision enveloped her. Meanwhile, within the Dragonlock cave, the Blood Fiend's soul stared in disbelief at the severed arm in Chen Buxiu's grasp. That was his arm. It should have been intact, firmly attached to his body. Yet here it lay, dismembered by Chen Buxiu. You audacious wretch, how dare you destroy my corporeal form? After the initial shock, rage consumed the Blood Fiend's soul. The fury of the Blood Fiend pierced through Chen Buxiu's ears like a sharpened dagger. Although the undying technique provided him with formidable defenses, his ears remained the most vulnerable aspect of his being. The piercing pain was excruciating, as if his eardrum had been perforated, causing his expression to contort in agony. The severed arm he held slipped from his grasp, landing at his feet. The intense discomfort sent Chen Buxiu into a fleeting moment of disorientation. Crack. Snap. In his dazed state, he inadvertently stepped on something. Upon regaining his senses, he looked down to find two severed arms lying at his feet, forming an insurmountable barrier. Ah, how dare you? The Blood Fiend's fury transformed into disbelief, swiftly reverting back to rage. This cannot be attributed to me. Indeed, Chen Buxiu bore no culpability in this matter. Had the Blood Fiend not roared in anger, he would not have stepped upon the hand. Furthermore, after lying dormant in the Dragonlock cave for over 10,000 years, continuously absorbing the blood essence and spiritual energy of dragons, Chen Buxiu could hardly fathom that the Blood Fiend's body was so fragile. However, Blood Fiend was clearly on the verge of losing his sanity. His gaze fixated on the seemingly innocent Chen Buxiu. A seething rage coalesced into a tangible form, blazing fiercely above Blood Fiend's head. Unless I extinguish you, my heart's resentment shall not be quelled. The resonant fury of Blood Fiend's primordial spirit sent tremors rippling through the ground. He had entirely forgotten about the dragon's primordial spirit that was locked in a stalemate with him, granting the dragon a momentary respite. With a single hand, Blood Fiend transformed his palm into a claw, the nails elongating maddeningly, emanating an icy, chilling sharpness that could be felt from afar. Blood energy surged wildly between his claws, and he seemed unable to contain himself, striking out with a claw towards Chen Buxiu. After all, he was the Blood Fiend, a legendary immortal. Despite the distance between them, Chen Buxiu could still feel the oppressive aura of death closing in. The claw aimed directly at Chen Buxiu's heart, and should it land, he would inevitably become Chen Must Die. Chen Buxiu was not foolish. He was well aware of the necessity to flee. Yet, faced with such an imminent threat, even his breath seemed to falter. All he could do was imagine the horrific scene of his heart being ripped from his body. Chen Buxiu later recounted this harrowing experience, saying, at that moment, "The claw was merely 0.01 centimeters from me. Just as the situation reached its critical point, a deafening dragon's roar reverberated throughout the Dragonlock cave. A streak of golden light shot forth with astonishing speed, colliding with the demonic claw aimed at Chen Buxiu's heart. Seizing the fleeting moment of impact between the golden light and the claw, Chen Buxiu summoned every ounce of strength to propel himself away. Leaping several meters and rolling multiple times, fearing that Blood Fiend would break through the golden light and pursue him. After the initial shock, Blood Fiend let out a chilling scream. The golden light, having rushed in, vanished just as swiftly, leaving only a cascade of luminous droplets falling from Blood Fiend's wrist. The depletion of primordial energy proved far more severe than mere physical injury. The dragon's primordial spirit, suspended in midair, showed no intention of granting Blood Fiend any respite. The golden core above blazed even brighter, releasing a torrential downpour of shimmering silver needles, the sound of their piercing flight echoing relentlessly. "It appears I must deal with you first." Blood Fiend gritted his teeth in agony, employing his inscrutable agility to evade the dragon's relentless onslaught. Chen Buxiu rose to his feet, his heart racing, breaths coming in sharp gasps. So this is what it feels like to escape death. Blood Fiend and the dragon's primordial spirit once again became entangled in a fierce struggle. Chen Buxiu, panting, observed the distant battle, despite having momentarily disrupted Blood Fiend. Granting the dragon a brief respite, the dragon had been imprisoned for millennia, its own life force siphoned away by Blood Fiend to an unfathomable extent. Ultimately, it was a mere shadow of its former self. As Chen Buxiu gazed at the golden core hovering in the air, its brilliance began to wane once more. Should this stalemate continue, the dragon would inevitably be worn down by that ancient foe. Thus, he resolved to lend his aid. Chen Buxiu was acutely aware of the predicament facing the colossal dragon if he did not devise a means to assist it. His entire group would inevitably become mere fodder for the bloodthirsty entity. Undeterred, Chen Buxiu swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, allowing his immortal technique to invigorate him with fervent strength. Within mere moments, his heartbeat steadied. To his astonishment, he discovered that the dragon's primordial spirit still granted him its transcendent power. Consequently, Chen Buxiu felt a surge of vigor and combat spirit, as if he could engage in battle for 3 days and nights without respite. "Sister Dragon, hold on. I am coming," he declared, and with that, he propelled himself from the ground like an arrow released from a taut bowstring. Not daring to be complacent, Chen Buxiu inscribed protective talismans in midair, conjuring every possible shield against impending danger. Instantly, a deluge of talismans cascaded through the sky, amounting to no less than 100 upon cursory inspection. These talismans, seemingly imbued with sentience, adhered themselves to Chen Buxiu's form. From a distance, he appeared as a millennial mummy, with only his eyes visible, while the rest of his body was enveloped tightly, not a single strand of hair exposed. "Supreme Nine Heavens, cleanse the demons and banish the evildoers. Thunderbolts, arise, let the fiends be vanquished," he intoned. With a flick of his wrist, he drew forth 5 Ta Ching talismans and 5 thunder talismans, invoking their incantations and casting them unceremoniously towards the bloodthirsty entity's primordial spirit. With a crackle, the talismans soared through the air, landing behind the bloodthirsty spirit just as it narrowly evaded a rain of golden energy. Yet, unexpectedly, a thunderous roar erupted behind it, and a web of electric currents detonated in its vicinity. In an instant, the entire space surrounding the bloodthirsty spirit was ensnared by an uncountable number of electric arcs. "Curse brat, you lack martial ethics." It seethed, caught off guard within the electric net. The relentless crackling of lightning reverberated around it, the spirit dissipating amidst the explosions. Trailing wisps of smoke. "I curse your ancestors," it howled in frustration. Chen Buxiu had already maneuvered to the rear of the bloodthirsty spirit, observing the significant damage inflicted by the thunder and Ta Ching talismans. Adhering to the principle of striking when the foe is weak, he summoned another 5 thunder talismans to unleash upon it. Chapter 66, Dead? After being bombarded by the thunder talismans so many times, Bloodslaughter was acutely aware of its presence. Although Chen Buxiu's cultivation had soared, Bloodslaughter was, after all, a former celestial being. In terms of reaction speed, he was undoubtedly much quicker than Chen Buxiu. Not to mention, Bloodslaughter's primordial spirit was now on high alert against Chen Buxiu. "Kid, if you wish to perish first. Then I shall grant you your wish. Blood Slaughter's body did not turn, but his head twisted a full 180 degrees, glaring menacingly at Chen Buxiu. The moment their eyes met, Blood Slaughter's hand seized Chen Buxiu's, trapping it with a vice-like grip. Chen Buxiu's pupils trembled as he desperately attempted to escape. Yet, no matter how he struggled, Blood Slaughter's hand clamped down like an iron vice, refusing to let go. Cackling, Blood Slaughter's pupils glimmered with a blood-red light. And a smug smile finally appeared at the corners of his mouth. He had learned to be wise, refraining from wasting words on Chen Buxiu. With one hand restraining Chen Buxiu, the other swiftly descended with a fierce palm strike. The wind from Blood Slaughter's palm was fierce, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. You enjoy striking me with lightning, do you? Now, taste this flavor yourself. Blood Slaughter was eager to engage Chen Buxiu in conversation because his palm had already struck Chen Buxiu with great force. Chen Buxiu could not evade it. In a moment of peril, he could only activate the undying divine art with all his might, bracing himself against Blood Slaughter's strike. Despite the enhancement of the undying divine art and the protection of countless talismans, Chen Buxiu still could not withstand the force of Blood Slaughter's palm. The previously subtle sounds of thunder erupted fiercely, the lightning coursing through Chen Buxiu's entire body in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of blood. As countless talismans turned to ash, his body involuntarily bending under the weight of an immense burden. Chen Buxiu trembled uncontrollably, feeling a powerful force compelling him to kneel. Blood Slaughter's palm descended, quickly followed by a heavy punch that landed squarely on Chen Buxiu's abdomen. The blow made Chen Buxiu's insides churn. His senses felt as if they were thrown into chaos. A torrent of blood spewed from his mouth. Chen Buxiu soared into the air. But had it not been for Blood Slaughter's relentless grip, he would have already been sent flying. Observing that Chen Buxiu had finally fallen into his hands, Blood Slaughter felt an indescribable delight. At last, he could redeem his past humiliation. Boom! The attack from the dragon spirit descended suddenly, accompanied by a violent shift in space, forcefully crashing into Blood Slaughter's other raised hand. Without a glance back, Blood Slaughter's eyes glowed crimson, trailing ominously through the air. His hand that had attacked Chen Buxiu now swung back in an unusual posture, bracing itself against the terrifying strike from the dragon spirit. What the hell? Iron Dallin, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, sprang up in shock. In his line of sight, the Blood Fiend's essence grasped the barely breathing Chen Buxiu with one hand, while the other hand countered the golden light of the golden dragon. A beam of light, as large as a grinding wheel, was ruthlessly divided into countless rays by the Blood Fiend's palm, shooting off in all directions. Damn it! Damn it! Tai Dalong, too anxious to worry about Chen Buxiu, narrowed his eyes and rolled over to Moon Rian's side. In a moment of desperation, he seized one of her arms and lifted her up, promptly propelling himself upwards. As a beam of light streaked beneath them, wherever the beam passed, the earth was stripped of several layers of soil. With a thud, the three landed simultaneously. Moon Rian let out a muffled groan from the impact, while Tai Dalong grimaced in pain, clutching his rear. Nenwu finally freed himself from the wall, crashing heavily onto the ground face first. Your strength is nearly depleted. Any resistance is futile. The Blood Fiend's essence turned towards the midair golden core and chuckled. In that moment, he rediscovered the sensation of looking down upon the world, a feeling he had not experienced for millennia. What nonsense! The Blood Fiend's smile abruptly froze. Just as he turned back, he saw a foot hurtling towards his face. Reacting with lightning speed, he seized Chen Buxiu's leg with one hand. You've fallen for it. This is bad. Both Chen Buxiu and the Blood Fiend's essence exclaimed in unison. The Blood Fiend distinctly felt a thick layer of paper in his palm. Just as he attempted to withdraw his hand, a thunderous sound erupted and blinding electric light exploded, instantly engulfing both Chen Buxiu and the Blood Fiend's essence. Old eight. Tai Dalong, still nursing his pain, shouted at the dense web of electricity. Whoosh! Chen Buxiu, enveloped in electric threads and thick smoke, was propelled out, crashing heavily onto the ground and rolling several times before coming to a halt. I won't die. Chen Buxiu's eyes were bloodshot as he coughed up blood while speaking. He paid no heed to whether Tai Dalong could hear him. Even as the electric net lingered and the smoke had yet to dissipate, Chen Buxiu, brimming with electric energy, charged back into the thick haze. After enduring so many blows, the efficacy of the undying divine skill had reached new heights. Chen Buxiu sensed that he was not far from breaking through to the 5th level of Qi training, possibly even reaching the 6th. Furthermore, he had just tied the 5 Thunder Talisman to his leg, positioning it close to the Blood Fiend's eyes. Such an explosion would surely cause a momentary blindness. especially with the assistance of the mighty dragon nearby. The Blood Fiend, already wounded, presented a prime opportunity for Chen Buxiu to strike. He could not afford to miss it. Get away. The Blood Fiend spun in place, unleashing two dazzling rays of knife-like light that sliced through the smoke and countered the dragon's assault while simultaneously sending Chen Buxiu flying once more. Chen Buxiu crossed his arms defensively across his chest, each arm sustaining a wound, blood saturating the fabric around the injuries. His shoes scraped against the ground, skidding several meters before he managed to halt his retreat. Get down here. In the midst of the air, the radiant light of the golden core flickered, and a crescent-shaped golden blade descended with precision, completely enveloping the Blood Fiend in its vast shadow. The Blood Fiend's eyes momentarily brightened, and even one of his teeth was dislodged by Chen Buxiu's Thunder Talisman, leaving him in a state of furious exasperation. Sensing the presence of the crescent, he stomped his foot, creating a massive pit in the ground, and then propelled himself into the sky. With a single punch, he shattered the crescent, his momentum unabated as he charged towards the dragon-esque primordial spirit. You shall not escape. Chen Buxiu, disregarding the excruciating pain coursing through his body, affixed several swift movement talismans onto himself, transforming into a streak of light as he surged toward the Blood Fiend's primordial spirit. I've been waiting for this moment. Perish. In the air, the Blood Fiend suddenly pivoted, clasped his hands together, raised them skyward, and then swiftly slashed downward. A blood-red blade pierced through the entire Dragonlock cave, aimed directly at the pursuing Chen Buxiu. This strike was suffused with a chilling bloodlust, an intent to kill that permeated the air. Even those watching from a distance, such as Tai Dalong and others, felt an intense trepidation upon merely glimpsing the blade's radiance, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Yu Rian's brows furrowed deeply, her heart heavy with unease. Chen Buxiu faced the blood blade head-on, an indescribable sensation enveloping him. One thought consumed his mind. There was no escaping this strike, nor could he withstand it. As the blood blade descended with the force of a tidal wave, a tremendous storm erupted. When the tempest subsided, all that remained was dust, Chen Buxiu included. This, not even a trace left behind. Tai Dalong stood rigid, disbelief etched on his face. Yu Rian remained silent, her eyes reddening. Was this how the scoundrel perished? She could no longer sense Chen Buxiu's aura, confirming that he had indeed succumbed to this lethal strike. Chapter 67. I am alive again. Are you angry? Tai Dalong could hardly believe it. He refused to accept that Lao Ba could perish so easily. Yu Rian shared his skepticism. How could this man, who so highly valued his life, possibly succumb so effortlessly? Yet, apart from the ashes and the unsettled dust, what reason did they have to disbelieve? Chen Buxiu was indeed dead, a grim reality. Sorrow crept silently into their hearts. Chen Buxiu, you have not truly died. It is merely that not even a trace of your existence remains. The Blood Fiend's primordial spirit gazed into the void for a long while before finally exhaling heavily. This troublesome adversary had ultimately fallen to his hands. Although he bore significant injuries, the outcome was nonetheless favorable. Now, he could finally confront the dragon primordial spirit with peace of mind. Where do you think you are going? The Blood Fiend's primordial spirit flickered and, in the next moment, appeared beside the dragon primordial spirit. Naturally, the dragon primordial spirit would not allow herself to be captured so easily. Just as the Blood Fiend was about to make contact, she vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, it was already 5 meters away from the Blood Fiend. Undeterred by his initial failure, the Blood Fiend surged again toward the dragon primordial spirit. Thus, the two formidable spirits engaged in a relentless dance of pursuit and evasion amidst the air of the locking dragon cave. Unbeknownst to the Blood Fiend, he was drifting further from his physical body. The dragon primordial spirit seemed to deliberately guide him away from the coffin of his corporeal form. Boom, boom, boom. The locking dragon cave trembled incessantly. Outside the cave, the situation was dire. Lives were at stake, yet the safety of his fellow disciples weighed heavily on his mind. The entrance quaked violently. Observing the strewn debris, Mo Hongying finally steeled her resolve and plunged into the cave without a backward glance. Inside the cave, Yu Rian and the others wore ashen expressions. They paid no heed to the battle raging within. In truth, they cared for nothing at all. Chen Buxiu was dead. The mightiest among them, Yu Rian, was gravely wounded. Clearly, the golden elixir in the air was no match for the Blood Fiend. Its capture was merely a matter of time. Given the Blood Fiend's notorious temperament, their own demise was not far off. In life, nothing matters more than death. Faced with the certainty of their impending doom, aside from pondering their own demise, who would still concern themselves with anything else? Hence, they remained indifferent to everything around them. It was precisely for this reason that they overlooked the subtle disturbance occurring near the coffin where the blood fiend's physical body lay. After several breaths, a mournful wail echoed through the air. The group turned toward the sound and beheld the blood fiend, clutching a resplendent golden elixir firmly in his grasp. The elixir struggled desperately, yet it could not escape the confines of the blood fiend's palm. "It is over." Tai Dalong understood that this moment would inevitably arrive. Yet he had not anticipated its swift onset. Ha 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 ha. The blood fiend's laughter resonated throughout the locking dragon cave, this time devoid of fury. Instead, it was an endless delight and excitement. "For 10,000 years, you made me wait in agony for an eternity, and despite all your efforts, you ultimately fell into my grasp." The blood fiend elder sneered at the quivering golden elixir in his hand, mocking, "You placed such trust in that lad. What was the outcome? You were still slain beneath my blade, reduced to a mere soul lost to my knife. Ha 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 ha." The dragon's primordial spirit, unable to break free from the blood fiend elder's control, could only emit mournful cries, as if pleading for salvation or lamenting the injustice of fate. Yet, is fate truly unjust? For the dragon, it was not so. Having learned from the cautionary tale of Chen Immortal, the blood fiend elder harbored considerable trepidation in his heart. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Although the scales of victory currently tipped in his favor, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He ceased his idle chatter with the dragon's primordial spirit. With a gaping maw, he prepared to swallow the entire golden elixir whole. Bang, bang, bang. An unimaginable transformation unfolded before the blood fiend elder. From within the coffin housing his corporeal form, a series of explosive sounds erupted, accompanied by flickers of flame. The violent tremors sent the coffin lid flying several meters away. Before the blood fiend elder could process his astonishment, he felt his body rapidly weakening. The radiance of his primordial spirit dimmed significantly in that instant. Furthermore, his injuries inexplicably worsened. Saliva dripped onto the golden elixir formed from the dragon's primordial spirit. Yet he was compelled to turn and regard his own corporeal body. The safety of his physical form took precedence over consuming the dragon's primordial spirit. What? No way. The explosive sounds emanating from the coffin caught the attention of more than just the blood fiend elder. Urian and the others had long since followed the sound. In an instant, all four of them gasped in astonishment. Before them stood Chen Immortal, who should have turned to dust, inexplicably alive and smiling as he greeted the blood fiend elder. "Hello, old-timer. I'm not dead." Surprised? Astonished? "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Under my blade. You had no chance of survival." Who are you really?" The blood fiend elder could scarcely believe that Chen Immortal had survived. He would rather believe that this was another person who resembled Chen Immortal than question his own prowess. "Your blade was indeed powerful. I could not withstand it. And you did kill me." Upon hearing Chen Immortal's response, the blood fiend elder was filled with both astonishment and suspicion. Yet, after a moment, he seemed to come to a realization, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "That was your avatar. Huh, old fellow, you're not as dull as I thought." Chen Immortal clapped and laughed. "Impossible. Then why could I sense no trace of her? Could it be?" A jolt ran through the blood fiend elder's heart as he shouted in anger, "You possess a method to conceal your aura." The method spoken of by the blood fiend elder naturally refers to Chen Buxiu's turtle breathing technique. No wonder you have cultivated to the realm of immortals. Your intellect is indeed quite formidable. Upon hearing Chen Buxiu's words, the blood fiend elder found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel anger or sorrow. How could the blood fiend elder have known he would encounter this colossal dragon? How could he have anticipated that he would spend a millennium in seclusion because of it? He was unaware of his impending meeting with Chen Buxiu, and even less aware that Chen Buxiu possessed a concealed technique, one so subtle that even he could not perceive it. Had it not been for this, he would not have retracted his avatar. Had he not done so, even with Chen Buxiu's concealment of his aura, he would have been unable to approach his physical form. Life, at times, is indeed capricious, leaving one helpless in its wake. How wonderful! Old Ba is alive. Upon seeing Chen Buxiu standing before him, Tai Dalong hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, completely forgetting that this hand had just been inappropriately placed. Chapter 68. Stout and Sturdy. Urian felt an immense relief within. Chen Buxiu had not perished. And this brought her great joy. There lingered an unusual sentiment, as if the mere sight of Chen Buxiu instilled a profound sense of security within her. "Given your intellect, you must surely anticipate my forthcoming words," Chen Buxiu remarked, standing by the coffin, tapping its surface while casting a mischievous grin at the blood fiend old demon suspended in midair. "Is it not simply a matter of releasing it?" As he spoke, the blood fiend old demon hurled the golden elixir towards Chen Buxiu. This was not a mere toss. He infused the elixir with his own formidable power, launching it with tremendous speed and force. Chen Buxiu, overly confident, let his guard down at this critical moment. Should the blood fiend old demon catch him off guard, the tides of battle would undoubtedly turn. The golden elixir soared forth, accompanied by the blood fiend old demon, both transforming into radiant streaks of light aimed directly at Chen Buxiu. Indeed, astonishment flickered in Chen Buxiu's eyes. Yet, the very next moment, a piercing scream erupted from the blood fiend. The Chen Buxiu beside the coffin was struck down by the golden elixir. Yet from the opposite side emerged another Chen Buxiu. This one moved with the swiftness of one who had rehearsed this scenario countless times, deftly crafting several explosive talismans and bone disintegration symbols mid-air. Without hesitation, he forcefully stuffed them into the mouth of the blood fiend's corporeal form, sealing it shut with relentless determination. The talismans detonated within the blood fiend's mouth, unleashing a torrent of black smoke from its nostrils and ears. "You little wretch!" it bellowed, as damage to its flesh inevitably harmed its primordial spirit. The blood fiend's spirit writhed in agony, plummeting from the sky. "Since you, esteemed elder, have chosen to employ underhanded tactics, do not blame me for casting aside martial ethics." Chen Buxiu expressed deep disappointment at the blood fiend's prior actions. Is there truly no genuine goodness or beauty left in this world? With a sly grin, he hoisted the corpse from the coffin and, with the other hand, inscribed a talisman the size of a half-human form. He then violently lifted the robe covering the lower half of the blood fiend's body, brandishing the stout and formidable explosive talisman, poised to insert it into the blood fiend's trousers, taunting, "Esteemed elder, the potency of this little contraption far surpasses that of your trinket." Upon finishing, Chen Buxiu did not forget to raise an eyebrow at the blood fiend's spirit. Hiss. Is there truly no way to negotiate this amicably? The blood fiend's spirit, rolling on the ground, felt an acute tension and hastily sprang to its feet, its face paling in terror. It pointed a trembling finger at Chen Buxiu, urgency and fury radiating from it, nearly igniting with rage. "Damn you, Chen Buxiu. How many avatars do you possess? Bah, scoundrel." Yurian, witnessing this, flushed crimson and quickly turned her head away. Such a tactic could only be conceived by someone like Chen Buxiu. Good heavens, this is explosive. Very well, I concede. I surrender. Is that satisfactory? Young man, please do not act impulsively. Blood Shaman fixated intently on his own groin, fearing that Chen Buxiu might act impulsively and truly blow him up. You shall remain there, motionless. Once we have safely exited this pit, I shall return your corpse. Otherwise, I shall detonate him. Very well, I shall allow your departure, but you must uphold your promise. Do not lay a hand upon my corporeal form, or I shall ensure that you all meet a fate worse than death. Now that the leverage was in Chen Buxiu's hands, the blood shaman could only swallow his indignation and temporarily acquiesce. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could shatter every word that escaped his lips. The blood shaman's aura had significantly diminished, with control over the blood shaman's physical body. Chen Buxiu was confident that he could incite no great turmoil. With his free hand, he drew in the air, and the golden core, which had been forcefully embedded in the ground, soared into his grasp. Even the blood shaman's essence had weakened considerably, let alone that of the dragon as primordial spirit. The golden radiance enveloping the golden core appeared at least 30% dimmer than before, as the brilliance of the golden core faded. The power within Chen Buxiu ebbed away like retreating tides. It seemed the strength of that maternal dragon was nearly depleted. In the distance, the blood shaman, standing motionless, sensed the fluctuation in Chen Buxiu's aura. A fleeting glint of crimson malice flickered in his dark, brooding eyes. Time was of the essence. Chen Buxiu forcefully extracted the corpse from the coffin, carelessly dragging the blood shaman's body along the ground, and then seized the back of the blood shaman's neck, charging towards Yurian and the others without hesitation. Hiss, you wretched boy. The blood shaman's primordial spirit clenched his teeth, on the verge of shattering them. Chen Buxiu was utterly indifferent to the condition of his physical form, dragging the blood shaman's body along the floor as he ran. The blood shaman's posterior scraped against the ground, nearly sparking. Take these elixirs, and let us depart swiftly. Upon reaching Yurian and the others, Chen Buxiu waved his hand, sending several lustrous spiritual pills flying directly into their mouths. The pills landed precisely in the mouths of Tai Dalong and Yurian. Only for Nanwo, who was face down, the elixir struck the back of his head, bouncing a few times before rolling away. After consuming the spiritual pills, the energy within the two began to circulate, and their injuries were significantly healed. However, the complete recovery of their injuries in such a short time was evidently impossible. Firstly, there were not enough pills, and secondly, they lacked the luxury of time. Fortunately, they had finally regained their ability to move. Ignoring his own pain, Tai Dalong hurriedly made his way to Nanwu, lifting him up as if he were a lifeless duck. Nanwu's face was visibly swollen, making it nearly impossible to recognize his original appearance, let alone discern any semblance of humanity. His eyes were reduced to mere slits, and his face was a grotesque mixture of mucus, blood, and tears, causing Tai Dalong to feel nauseous. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and placed the spiritual medicine into Nanwu's mouth. He swiftly retracted his hand, desperately shaking off the saliva that clung to it. I will kill you. Although Yurian's strength had not fully recovered, she was still a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, emanating an aura that was undeniably formidable. The memory of the Blood Fiend Elder's earlier advances ignited a furious blaze within her heart, compelling her to charge at the Blood Fiend Elder without a moment's hesitation, vowing to exact her vengeance upon him. Come back. This unforeseen turn of events took Chen Buxiu by surprise. He could hardly fathom that Yurian would act so impulsively. Was this truly the moment for retribution against the Blood Fiend Elder? Even though Chen Buxiu had control over the Blood Fiend Elder's physical form, this place was undeniably the Elder's domain. Despite Chen Buxiu's strong desire for revenge, he refrained from immediate action, while Yurian could no longer contain herself. Ignoring Chen Buxiu's words, she transformed into a slender streak of light, her killing intent palpable, and surged towards the Blood Fiend's primordial spirit. Chapter 69. The Merging of Flesh. This little girl is rather tempestuous. As the fierce Moon Ryuin drew ever closer, the Blood Fiend Old Demon remained surprisingly obedient to Chen Buxiu's directive, standing motionless and bracing himself for her impending assault. Chen Buxiu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel perplexed. When did this old fellow become so compliant? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden sound interrupted him. Moon Ryuin, propelled forward, encountered the Blood Fiend Old Demon and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, swiftly retreating thereafter, previously obscured by her presence. Chen Buxiu now noticed a cryptic smile lingering at the corner of the Blood Fiend's mouth. Iron Dalong, perceptive as ever, recognized that Chen Buxiu was currently incapacitated and summoned all his strength to dash forward, ultimately catching the returning Moon Ryuin. In truth, they both soared backward together. Old bastard. Take my great eagle, Chen Buxiu declared, preparing to shove a massive explosion talisman into the Blood Fiend's trousers. However, before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous force seized his raised arm. Upon looking up, Chen Buxiu discovered that the Blood Fiend's corporeal form had opened its eyes at some point and was grinning at him. In the next instant, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through Chen Buxiu's heart. Do you think you are the only one with a clone? The Blood Fiend's voice was chillingly close. Chen Buxiu steeled himself, flipping his other hand to summon a 5 Thunder Talisman and an Explosion Talisman to his grasp. The Blood Fiend had evidently developed a profound psychological fear of Chen Buxiu's talismans. Upon spotting them, he promptly kicked Chen Buxiu in the chest, sending him hurtling away. Meanwhile, the Blood Fiend's primordial spirit raced towards its corporeal form, eager to reunite, to prevent his sleeping body from being eroded or usurped by other forces. The Blood Fiend had painstakingly planted a life-saving talisman within himself. At long last, this talisman was proving its worth, representing the Blood Fiend's sole, final opportunity. Whether the tide of battle could turn hinged upon his ability to seize this moment. Clearly, the dragon primordial spirit was unwilling to grant him this chance. The instant Chen Buxiu was flung away, the golden core, transformed from the dragon primordial spirit, soared into the air, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon the swiftly fleeing Blood Fiend's primordial spirit. The onslaught descended like a torrential rain, saturating the ground. No matter how nimbly the Blood Fiend attempted to evade, sustaining injuries was inevitable amidst such concentrated firepower. Desperation. The Blood Fiend glanced up at the hovering dragon golden core primordial spirit, his gaze dark as water. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, braving the deluge of assaults from the dragon primordial spirit towards his corporeal form. Simultaneously, the Blood Fiend's body sensed the call from its own primordial spirit and transformed into a flash of light, racing towards its original position. The sound of sizzling echoed as the attack from the dragon's spirit struck the Blood Fiend's spirit, akin to a hot iron plunging into cold water. A plume of steam rose from the Blood Fiend's spirit, accompanied by a persistent hissing noise. The energy in the struck area rapidly evaporated, visibly diminishing. The Blood Fiend, seemingly undeterred, was resolute in its desire to merge with its physical form. Ouch, that hurts terribly. Iron Dalong and Urian crashed heavily to the ground. Urian lay upon Iron Dalong's chest, cushioned by his form, rendering her discomfort negligible. Conversely, Iron Dalong landed painfully on his backside, grimacing and gasping for breath. Instinctively, he sought to touch his sore rear, yet Urian's weight upon him prevented his hand from finding relief. "Fairy, are you all right?" Iron Dalong called out to Urian, desperately wishing for her to move off him, as his backside throbbed painfully. Urian appeared oblivious to his words, coughing intermittently. Frustrated by her silence and the relentless ache beneath him, Iron Dalong reluctantly lifted his lower body slightly, attempting to rub his sore posterior. Cough, cough. What are you doing? Urian coughed a few more times before exclaiming in surprise. It dawned upon her that their bodies were pressed together. As she lay atop Iron Dalong, having not fully recovered from her previous injuries and having been violently thrown by the blood fiend, she found herself temporarily drained of strength once more. Unable to bear the pain any longer, Iron Dalong raised his body, inadvertently lifting Urian with him. As she coughed, her movements naturally caused her body to shift against his. The proximity of a woman like Urian, resting upon him, stirred a sense of restlessness within Iron Dalong, an emotion that he could not entirely suppress. Urian seemed to sense a shift in the atmosphere, prompting her startled exclamation. "Fairy, please, get off me, it hurts," Iron Dalong urged, acutely aware of her temperament, though he had no intention of taking advantage of her. He was unsure of how she might perceive the situation. Moreover, as a fellow victim of the recent ordeal, bearing the brunt of the impact while having her weight upon him was undeniably painful. You are indeed not virtuous beings. How does the Taching sect consistently produce such lecherous individuals? Iron Dalong's words, spoken without malice, were misinterpreted by Urian, who misconstrued his intent. As the moonlight cast a delicate hue, Urian's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the words. Suppressing the excruciating pain, she rolled off Tai Dalong and seated herself to the side, her face flushed crimson. While she recuperated, she muttered indignantly, "Ah, how much more comfortable." The moment Urian departed, Tai Dalong instantly felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Meanwhile, on another front, perseverance bore fruit, with the bloodshot Yuan Shun charging recklessly forward. It finally reunited with its corporeal form. The two entities, without hesitation, melded into one. The assault of the colossal dragon's Yuan Shin soon followed. "Get away from me!" Bloodshot bellowed as it reclaimed its essence, unleashing an invisible sound wave that rippled through the air like water. The dragon's attack crumbled under the might of the sound wave, akin to paper succumbing to fire. "Today, none of you shall escape." Chapter 70. The Frenzied Counterattack. Today, none shall escape. The voice of Bloodshot reverberated throughout the dragon-locking cave once more. The golden elixir, transformed from the dragon's primordial spirit, was sent flying by a single strike from Bloodshot. Its brilliance dimmed at an observable rate. At this moment, Bloodshot exuded an unparalleled majesty and ferocity. Shrouded in blood mist and emanating an aura of lethality, his gaze swept across the gathered crowd, reminiscent of a deity decreeing the fate of mortals. Anyone who met his eyes would involuntarily feel a chill of terror. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Buxiu leaned against the depression in the ground created by his own body, coughing up blood as he gazed at the imposing figure of Bloodshot in the distance. His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion lingering in his heart. Logically, the fusion of the primordial spirit and the physical body should represent his peak state. Was he not at the realm of the immortals? Why did it feel as though his aura was only slightly stronger than in his primordial state? Chen Buxiu was not mistaken. Bloodshot's peak was indeed at the level of an immortal. However, he overlooked the fact that this was a millennium ago, and at that time, Bloodshot was already injured. For 1,000 years trapped within the dragon-locking cave, all of Bloodshot's energy had been expended on seizing the power of the dragon's spiritual blood and consuming dragon eggs, leaving little time for cultivation. Furthermore, Bloodshot had engaged in multiple battles with Chen Buxiu and his companions while in his primordial form, sustaining considerable injuries despite his formidable prowess. The devious Chen Buxiu had forced him into numerous exchanges, and the damage to his primordial spirit often took significantly longer to recover than that of his physical body. Moreover, during the final fusion with his physical form, Bloodshot had suffered a severe attack from the dragon's primordial spirit, further compounding his injuries. Presently, Bloodshot appeared magnificent and intimidating, akin to a divine demon descended upon the world. Yet in truth, he was barely at the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage, with several hidden wounds still unhealed. Nevertheless, Even in this diminished state, Bloodshaw felt confident in dealing with Chen Buxiu. Chen Buxiu's strength barely reached the first or second layer of the golden elixir stage, only achievable with the aid of the dragon's primordial spirit. Without it, he was but an ant in the Qi training realm, easily crushed with a single finger. Both were injured now, but Bloodshaw's cultivation level remained the highest. The tide of battle had shifted once more. Come to me, despite his unwavering confidence. Bloodshaw adhered to the principle that delay breeds danger and that the first to strike gains the advantage. Like a fleeting shadow, in the blink of an eye, the shadow of his palm enveloped the dragon's primordial spirit suspended in midair. With his cultivation level significantly diminished, he could only rely on the strength of his physical body and martial techniques in combat. He must seize the dragon's primordial spirit first, otherwise, should Chen Buxiu react and intervene with his spells, retrieving this golden elixir would demand considerable effort. This time, the golden elixir, transformed from the dragon's primordial spirit, was merely a mere millimeter away from him, tantalizingly within reach. However, even a cooked duck can take flight. As the coveted golden elixir was about to be grasped, would it not slip through his fingers? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Woohoo! Bring it forth. Bloodshatter merely caught a fleeting glimmer of light. Subsequently, he gazed into his palm, which was startlingly empty. The unsettling truth that Bloodshatter found difficult to accept was that the golden elixir, within his reach, had been seized by Chen Immortal right before his very eyes. Chen Immortal! Chen Immortal! Chen Immortal! Bloodshatter was nearly consumed by rage, his composure unraveling in the air. Your grandfather is here. Chen Immortal landed steadily, holding the dimly radiant golden elixir, his expression unpretentiously cheerful. It's always you who disrupts my endeavors. Bloodshatter's eyes transformed into a deep, terrifying crimson. His teeth ground together audibly, each syllable seemingly forced out through clenched jaws. A ripple of blood-red energy emanated from Bloodshatter, expanding outward. Wherever the ripples passed, the space trembled, and fragments of stone fell like raindrops. What is happening? Why is the commotion escalating? Immortal. Delving deeper into the cave, sensed the tremors. She swiftly summoned a long spear into her hands. With a flick of her wrist, she maneuvered the spear, shattering several massive stones beneath its force. She hastily withdrew the spear and rushed towards the source of the disturbance within the cave. Please be safe. Immortal glanced back as she sprinted forward, the darkness looming behind her. Before entering the cave, she had sent a distress signal to her sect, hoping for a swift response. Immortal turned back, continuing her descent into the abyss. Bang! Bloodshatter was teetering on the brink of madness. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from behind him. In the next instant, he stood before Chen Immortal, their eyes locked, and a heavy iron fist crashed into Chen Immortal's chest. It was dubbed an iron fist because Chen Immortal felt as if he had been struck by an unyielding force, weightier than a mountain. Crack, crack. In an instant, the sound of bones fracturing echoed in Chen Immortal's ears. His body was flung away. Had it not been for the protective golden body, Chen Immortal would have already met his demise. The wind howled fiercely around him. However, what caused Chen Immortal's pupils to constrict was Bloodshatter, now perilously close. Given his current cultivation and physical fortitude, it was nothing short of miraculous that Chen Immortal had survived Bloodshatter's punch. Another blow, and he would join the spirits of the chickens he had devoured. At this critical moment, the golden elixir unexpectedly slipped from Chen Immortal's grasp, flying straight into his mouth. Bang! Chen Immortal was forcefully embedded into the wall. The next moment, Bloodshatter followed suit. Without hesitation, Bloodshatter unleashed a flurry of punches at the spot where Chen Immortal was trapped. The entire wall trembled under the relentless assault, and large chunks of stone rained down, shattering upon impact with the ground. I will not let you die. I will not let you die. I will not let you die. The formidable figure of Blood Fiend had driven himself into the very depths of the wall. The stout barrier had been penetrated to a depth of 2 to 3 meters by his relentless assault. Yet, he showed no signs of ceasing, as if he intended to obliterate Chen Buxiu to mere fragments. Alas, alas! In the distance, Nanwu cradled his head, attempting to shield himself from the debris raining down from the chaotic aerial tumult. Whoa, whoa, whoa! At this moment, Nanwu's visage was not merely swollen. His head bore several prominent lumps, and every part of him, his hands, back, and feet, was marred, resembling a victim of the harshest winter's chill, a ghastly crimson hue enveloping him. Even more tragically, Nanwu found himself rendered mute, the thunderous cacophony within the cavern drowning out any sound he could muster. He could only leap and flee, unable to utter even a cry of despair. He was on the brink of madness. Chapter 71. blood grinding on the other side, Chen Buxiu observed as Blood Fiend frantically battered the walls, pounding his chest and gasping for breath. In this critical moment, the Golden Core once again merged with him, granting him a new experience card for the Golden Core realm. Reacting swiftly, he conjured a spirit doppelganger while himself retreating into the distance using the turtle breathing technique. Every action flowed seamlessly, completed in the blink of an eye. Chen Buxiu couldn't help but admire his own quick reflexes. They were truly remarkable. This old fellow possessed considerable strength. Engaging him in close combat would be unwise. Yet, Chen Buxiu felt a lingering fear. He had experienced Blood Fiend's power firsthand. Although Blood Fiend had not slain him, the force of his punches had left Chen Buxiu feeling as though he might perish from the pain. Now, having once more entered the limited-time Golden Core realm, he could inscribe symbols in midair and execute ranged attacks. With this capability, why would he foolishly trade blows with that old wretch? With this thought, a smile crept upon Chen Buxiu's lips. "Hey!" he shouted hoarsely at Blood Fiend. Amidst the swirling dust, the nearly deranged Blood Fiend paused at the sound. He turned to face the source of the voice. The moment he beheld the unscathed Chen Buxiu, an incredibly complex expression crossed his face, one that defied description. Chen Buxiu later reflected. At that moment, the look on Blood Fiend's face resembled that of someone who had just ingested a hefty dose of explosive surprises. His visage shifting through the spectrum of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, a sight to behold. Speechless. Whether it was sorrow or fury, Blood Fiend glared at the grinning Chen Buxiu, his heart seeming on the verge of bursting, as he charged towards him with an open mouth. "Hey, old demon, let us see if I can cleave you in two." Blood Fiend surged forward with incredible speed. As he charged, Chen Buxiu stamped his foot and shouted, his fingers transforming into countless phantoms. Instantly, a myriad of talismans materialized out of thin air. In that moment, the air was filled with the sounds of wind howling, flames roaring, thunder rumbling, and water surging. Blood Fiend resembled a runaway chariot, crashing into the meticulously crafted world that Chen Buxiu had designed for him. Sizzle, crackle, boom. A cacophony of sounds intertwined, drowning out Blood Fiend's own. "Mama, mama, give me a blast." Chen Buxiu danced around Blood Fiend, his talisman seeming to rain down from the heavens, as if money were no object. He unleashed every talisman he could conceive. And under the enhancement of the swift movement talisman, they streaked across the sky like shooting stars, dazzling as they tore through the void. With a resounding crash, Blood Fiend, tattered and smoldering, burst forth from the array of talismans set by Chen Buxiu, barreling toward him with reckless abandon. Whoa! Blood Fiend's speed was astonishing. Chen Buxiu was sent flying upon collision with the charging figure. Bloodshot seized a large handful of talismans hurtling towards him. Disregarding the blood that splattered from his hand as the talismans detonated, he compressed all of them into a sphere the size of a fist and hurled it directly at Chen Buxiu. Water Winter. Water Chirp Hiss. Chen Buxiu quickly formed hand seals, muttering incantations. In the next moment, he transformed into a puddle before the eyes of Tai Dalong and the others, merging into the ground. What incantation is he reciting? Yu Rian turned to inquire of Tai Dalong. Buji Island. Whoever moves shall perish? Tai Dalong scratched his head, pondering aloud. I've never heard of such a spell before. No wonder he is the nephew of the esteemed Emperor Hong. He possesses nothing but high-level artifacts. Come out. Chen Buxiu. Chen Buxiu, reveal yourself. Bloodshot struck the ground with his fist, but aside from a few drops of water splattering, there was no response. Out you go. The voice of Chen Buxiu echoed from behind Bloodshot. Upon hearing this, Bloodshot turned around. A thunderous roar erupted from above, resounding heavily above his head. Ah! Bloodshot surged forward, his blood energy boiling like a cannonball aimed at Chen Buxiu. However, this time, Chen Buxiu was evidently prepared. The clones he had drawn appeared as if they had consumed several bottles of stimulants, their production of talismans far surpassing that of his earlier clones. The area visible to Bloodshot was overwhelmed with shadows of talismans. Once again, he was engulfed by the swarm of talismans. Thick. Too thick. This old ghost's skin is simply impervious. Chen Buxiu leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. He had long realized that Bloodshot was incapable of using spells. Thus he employed a talisman array to deplete Bloodshot's energy, hoping to wear this old fiend down. Yet, Bloodshot's resilience was beyond his expectations. He never anticipated that Bloodshot's physical defense would be so formidable. He had etched thousands of talismans. Had it been anyone else, they would have been reduced to rubble by now. But aside from growing increasingly frenzied, Bloodshot showed little sign of injury. At this rate, if Bloodshot was not exhausted to death, he might very well exhaust Chen Buxiu instead. Chen Buxiu, what kind of hero resorts to underhanded tactics? If you possess the capability, face me directly. Bloodshot was on the verge of madness. These talismans, akin to swarming ants, though incapable of killing him, incessantly nibbled and stung him, inflicting minor damage yet causing immense torment. Urian and Tai Dalong could not help but chuckle at this remark. Chen Buxiu was no fool. Why engage in a fair fight when he could simply outlast him? However, Chen Buxiu's response left them utterly astonished. Very well, that is precisely my intention. Chen Buxiu was not mad. He recognized that Bloodshot was merely employing a childish provocation. Heroism, what value does it hold? What does Chen Buxiu seek? It is immortality. It is the preservation of life. If one cannot safeguard their own life, what use is there in being a hero? His acquiescence to Xue Sha's demands stemmed from his realization that the latter's power had waned significantly. Although he could not overpower Xue Sha, the damage inflicted upon him was diminishing with each strike. Possessing the Immortal Cultivation technique, he could swiftly recover from the injuries caused by Xue Sha. Thus, a bold idea began to take root in his mind. Despite Xue Sha's superior cultivation level, the harm he could inflict had become increasingly limited. Under the relentless assault of Xue Sha, his immortal technique surged forth, providing him with an opportunity to harness Xue Sha's strength for his own cultivation. Perhaps, he might even achieve a breakthrough beneath Xue Sha's onslaught. Moreover, the state of madness that Xue Sha was approaching was something Chen Buxiu was keen to avert. As the saying goes, the weak fear the strong fear the reckless fear the mad, and the mad fear those who are unafraid of death. No matter how brilliant the idea, if not put into practice, it remains but a mere fantasy. Therefore, Chen Buxiu resolved to act boldly while also preventing Xue Sha from descending into madness. Success would be advantageous, while failure would bear minimal repercussions. Chen Buxiu retracted his avatar and, amidst the astonished gazes of Urian and others, advanced step by step towards Xue Sha. This is reckless. We must join forces. Urian thought, perceiving Chen Buxiu's actions as a perilous gamble. Unsure of what had prompted Chen Buxiu's audacity, she knew she could not allow him to confront Xue Sha alone. Having nearly regained her strength, she was ready to join forces with Chen Buxiu. Chapter 72. A Clash of Titans. Hey, take your seats. This is a battle between him and me. Do not interfere. Iron Delong rose alongside Yuru Yuan. Chen Buxiu, without turning around, resolutely intervened. Had he lost his sanity in the fray? Yuru Yuan gazed at him with wide, incredulous eyes. No, old 8 hasn't lost his mind. Perhaps he has his own schemes, Iron Dalong replied, shaking his head. Yuru Yuan paused to reconsider. Given Chen Buxiu's lecherous nature and his fierce will to survive, it was indeed unlikely that he would voluntarily seek death. It seemed that this fellow was harboring some insidious plan. The two refrained from advancing further. Chen Buxiu, relieved by their compliance, felt a sense of ease wash over him. This was a rare opportunity for cultivation, and with their involvement, the benefits he could reap would undoubtedly diminish. He was unwilling to allow them to intrude upon his moment. However, seeing that others, even the heartless Yuru Yuan, were so obedient to him filled Chen Buxiu with a sense of pride. It appeared that his charisma was quite formidable. If only he knew that their faith in him stemmed from his notorious cunning and malice, he might have felt differently. At present, Chen Buxiu was too preoccupied to ponder such matters as he approached Xue Sha step by step. Xue Sha regarded him with a mixture of clarity and peculiarity. Historically, overconfident warriors have always met with defeat. Xue Sha surmised that Chen Buxiu must have felt emboldened by his own suppression and believed himself capable of contending with him. Indeed, blind confidence could be intoxicating. Chen Buxiu had no grasp of his own limitations. If he dared to confront Xue Sha directly, Xue Sha was determined to force Chen Buxiu to concede. Good lad, you certainly possess courage. I shall regard you with newfound respect today. As Chen Buxiu approached under Xue Sha's gaze, his face betrayed a spectrum of fear. He truly dared to confront him head-on. The madness on Xue Sha's face transformed into ecstasy. In heaven, there is a path you refuse to tread. In hell, you willingly throw yourself in. Chen Buxiu, may your bones be as tough as your temper. The wind in the cavern suddenly surged. Xue Sha's disheveled hair whipped wildly in the gale as he laughed heartily, his body morphing into a mass of red light as he charged at Chen Buxiu with ferocity. With the winds rising and clouds swirling, I shall send you on your way using this wind god fist. The howling winds roared through Longlock Cave. Xue Sha was unable to employ any mystical arts. The entire cavern reverberated with his raw, corporeal power. His strength was evident. Do you think that little lecher can withstand this? Yuen's skirt billowed in the tempest, her snow-white thighs momentarily visible amid the chaos. Yet, no one paid heed to her legs at that moment. Iron Dalong, fixated on the massive fist imprint coalescing in the stormy air, trembled with trepidation. Thank goodness we did not intervene. Good grief. Who could endure such a force? Iron Dalong swallowed hard, his heart pounding furiously. Indeed, those who are not of the same kin do not share the same door. Yuan cast a glance at the already dazed Tai Dalong. At this moment, Tai Dalong's thoughts were still consumed by himself. Before the colossal fist imprint, formed by the wind, Chen Buxiu's robe billowed fiercely. The tempest flattened everything upon the ground, and Chen Buxiu felt as if a towering mountain pressed upon his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Despite this, Chen Buxiu remained resolute, standing firm like a rock amidst the hurricane, unyielding to the chaos surrounding him. Very well. Very well, proceed with assurance. The distance between Chen Buxiu and Bloodshaw was but a mere half-inch. Bang! The formidable fist imprint struck squarely upon Chen Buxiu's chest with tremendous force. An endless storm erupted from his torso, swirling violently in all directions. Hold steady. Within the cavern, stones began to tumble. Countless fragments were propelled by the gale, shooting out in every direction. Nanwu hastened his steps, clutching a bandaged head, and swiftly took refuge behind Tai Dalong. Both Tai Dalong and Yuan conjured a protective barrier, securing their trio within its confines. Old Ba, is he all right? Tai Dalong craned his neck towards the heart of the storm, stammering with uncertainty. Yuan remained silent, her gaze fixated on the center of the tempest. Is he dead? Bloodshaw's fist remained suspended in midair, unwithdrawn. The wind still flowed around his fist, yet there was no longer any impediment before it. The tempest surged fiercely, only to dissipate just as swiftly. Within the span of 2 breaths, the wind that had filled the entire long lock cave rolled away, crashing out through the entrance. What is this? At that moment, Mo Hongying, sensing something amiss, abruptly halted, drawing forth her ordinary-grade spear, its tip directed outward, ready for combat. Whoosh! The unknown enemy did not materialize, but the ferocious wind surged like a tide towards Mo Hongying. Witnessing this, her brow quivered, and she hastily raised her spear to defend herself. Suddenly, the gale enveloped Mo Hongying, as though she had collided with an unyielding wall, propelling her into the air, where she crashed brutally against the wall. The spear slipped from her grasp, embedding itself forcefully into the ground, the shaft shaking violently. As the wind subsided, Bloodshaw, with a grin, lifted his head. However, in the next instant, the smile on Bloodshaw's face froze. The smile did not dissipate, it merely shifted, now adorning Chen Buxiu's countenance. What? Bloodshaw gaped in disbelief at the sight of Chen Buxiu standing before him, a look of delight upon his face, seemingly reveling in the punishment. Throughout his life, Bloodshaw had encountered countless incredibilities that had left him astounded. Yet none compared to the sheer disbelief that Chen Buxiu still stood alive before him. Could it be an illusion? The Wind God's fist, unleashed with all of Bloodshaw's might, had seemingly caused no harm to Chen Buxiu, a mere pseudo-golden core cultivator. Regardless, Bloodslaughter could not fathom that his punch would fail to annihilate Chen Immortal. He chuckled, quite pleased, noting that he had indeed forced his opponent back 5 paces. With a bit more force, he believed he could still prevail. Chen Immortal clapped his hands, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Upon hearing this, Bloodslaughter cast his gaze downward, astonished to find that Chen Immortal had genuinely only retreated 5 steps. Impossible, this was utterly inconceivable. Bloodslaughter, as if provoked by some unseen force, stamped his foot in frustration. Chapter 73. Come on, face me directly. What is impossible? Everything is possible. Chen Buxiu waved his hand and shook his head in correction. He felt a surge of joy within, for his conjecture had proven to be correct. Although Bloodshaw was stronger than him, his cultivation had significantly declined, now within the range of Chen Buxiu's acceptable physical strength. This disparity was precisely what Chen Buxiu needed to hone his skills, using Bloodshaw as a grinding stone, a hammer to forge his own strength. Although Chen Buxiu had personally tested Bloodshaw and found that he could no longer inflict fatal wounds upon him, the tangible pain from Bloodshaw's punches still made Chen Buxiu's teeth chatter. Nevertheless, he was determined to utilize Bloodshaw's hand to break through to a higher realm. This bit of suffering was something he had to endure, perhaps ever since he first accepted the Heavenly Thunder's infusion. His path of cultivation was destined to be fraught with hardships. With the enhancement of the Undying Divine Art, he would no longer excessively rely on the Dragon Golden Core within him. Armed with both the Golden Core and the Undying Divine Art, Today's breakthrough was a certainty for Chen Buxiu. Fairy, please strike me. Is this a dream? From a distance, Tai Dalong had long since dropped his jaw. Unable to close his mouth for quite some time, his words barely intelligible. Suddenly, a crisp and resounding slap echoed, indicating that the assailant was exceedingly decisive. Without a hint of hesitation, Tai Dalong spun a full 180 degrees from the impact, clutching his mouth in pain. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Chen Buxiu. I can't believe it. This is real. How is Lao Ba so strong? At this moment, the undying divine art within Chen Buxiu was operating at full speed. It was the perfect opportunity for him to elevate his cultivation. And he could not afford to let Bloodshot stop. With a swift motion, Chen Buxiu lunged forward, grasping Bloodshot's hand, speaking earnestly. Come on, hit me head on. Let the storm come even fiercer. For a moment, Bloodshot was taken aback, bewildered by such a perverse request. But soon, understanding dawned upon him. This was an unabashed provocation. Chen Buxiu's words ignited a flame within Bloodshot. A long-dormant explosive suddenly ignited. You perverted fool, let go of me. Bloodshot disdainfully shook off Chen Buxiu's hand, erupting in rage. What did you say? Dare you repeat that? Bloodshot could hardly believe his ears, astonished by Chen Buxiu's audaciousness. Hearing Bloodshot's words, Chen Buxiu rolled his eyes in response. What? Your strength has waned, and your hearing has weakened as well? He playfully patted his handsome face and declared, I said, you are utterly weak. Following that, he raised his thumb and mockingly turned it downward. Ha ha. To Chen Buxiu's provocation, Bloodshot unexpectedly burst into laughter, his voice hoarse, even the whiskers at the corners of his mouth trembling. What an arrogant little brat. Before his words had faded, a thick cloud of blood suddenly enveloped Bloodshot. The blood cloud churned, coalescing in the blink of an eye into a massive 40-meter-long cleaver. The scene was drenched in a sanguine fervor, the blade glimmering with a chilling sharpness that deterred any direct gaze. Ah, yet another weapon change. Chen Buxiu stood resolutely, unyielding in his stance, even crossing his arms over his chest, squinting at Shueisha with a teasing arch of his brows. As if to challenge him, come at me if you dare. Shueisha, unable to withstand this provocation, gripped the hilt of his enormous blade tightly. Raising the 40-meter-long sword high above his head, ready to strike down upon Chen Buxiu. The blade sliced through the air, causing a cacophony as the atmosphere ruptured around it. The thunderous sound reverberated painfully in the ears of Urian and the others, leaving them in a state of disarray. My great sword is eager and ravenous. Chen Buxiu, you shall surrender to me as a soul claimed beneath my blade. With all his might, Shueisha brought the massive sword crashing down. The ceiling was marred with deep fissures from the ferocity of the strike. Chen Buxiu remained immobile, compliant, awaiting the impending blow to his head. In an instant, the massive sword descended upon him. Oh! Tai Dalong watched in horror as the colossal blade fell, his eyes wide with disbelief, a gasp escaping his lips. What are you standing there for? Take cover. Urian's warning thundered in Tai Dalong's ears. Snapping back to reality, Tai Dalong noticed a massive shadow looming above him. The razor-sharp edge sending chills through his scalp. The overwhelming pressure made it difficult to breathe. Trembling in fear, he attempted to evade, but his legs felt paralyzed. As the blade's light threatened to descend upon him, a primal instinct for survival ignited within him. Adrenaline surged, propelling him to muster every ounce of strength. And he finally managed to shift his body just in time. With a resounding thud, the relentless blade barely missed the tip of his nose, crashing down with ferocity at his feet. My God, the edge of the blade sheared off the tip of Tai Dalong's shoe, causing his toes to curl tightly against the ground. Stunned, he gazed at his feet, feeling as though all his strength had been siphoned away, collapsing heavily onto the ground. His vision blurring in and out. Urian paid no heed to the paralyzed Tai Dalong. Her gaze followed the deep gash in the ground, stretching towards the distant billowing dust. The dust swiftly dispersed, and within it, she faintly discerned a silhouette. It was Shueisha, who, having sheathed his blade, took a moment to catch his breath, staring ahead with a tense expression that betrayed his unease. This time, surely you must meet your end. As the dust settled, the ground lay scarred with deep rifts and countless wounds. Shueisha's expression was grim, a complex mixture of surprise and expectation. Within the confines of the long locked cave, it seemed that none of Shueisha's desires had ever come to fruition. Indeed, Chen Buxiu once again stood before him, and scathed. Chen Buxiu. Shueisha retreated a few steps, his disheveled hair swaying in the air. He muttered the name of Chen Buxiu incessantly, his face displaying an expression that oscillated between a smile and tears, an ineffable sight that was utterly grotesque. Ah, how delightful! Chen Buxiu stretched languidly, emitting a pleasurable groan. His garments were somewhat tattered, and amidst the rips, traces of blood were distinctly visible. It was an undeniable fact that Chen Buxiu had sustained injuries. Yet, the expression on his face bore no resemblance to that of an injured man. Rather, it seemed as though he had encountered a fair maiden in a sacred spring and had frolicked with her in a bath. The happiness and delight reflected on his face were particularly jarring to Shueisha. Chen Buxiu could palpably sense the intensification of Shueisha's assault. The might of the broadsword was indeed formidable. At the moment it fell, Chen Buxiu briefly believed he would be cleaved in two. Fortunately, the invincible power granted by the divine dragon bolstered his immortal technique, proving to be remarkably effective. At the instant the sword met his head, the invulnerable golden body activated by the immortal technique absorbed most of the impact. The residual energy surged through Chen Buxiu's body. Although it momentarily inflicted excruciating pain as if his entire skeletal structure were disintegrating, he soon felt waves of spiritual energy coursing through him. This energy flowed like a warm current, enveloping Chen Buxiu completely, facilitating a continuous cycle of circulation while swiftly healing his wounds and progressively enhancing his physical prowess. Chapter 74. The Strengthening Blade. Chen Buxiu secretly named the blade of Bloodsha the Strengthening Blade. He even thoughtfully crafted several catchy slogans for it. The Strengthening Blade. Faster than a rabbit after a cut, taller than a gorilla. 1 stroke invigorates the mind. 2 strokes, fatigue is banished. 3 strokes, immortality assured. The Strengthening Blade, remarkably effective. Oh yay. Chen Buxiu fervently wished for Bloodsha to deliver more blows. Come on, continue. Don't stop. I'm just getting exhilarated. He opened his arms wide, filled with anticipation and longing, hoping that Bloodsha would not relent and would swiftly launch an assault on him. Tai Dalong observed Chen Buxiu, scratching his head. This scene felt oddly familiar. I refuse to believe this. Chen Buxiu's masochistic demeanor was indeed profoundly irritating. Bloodsha's hands glimmered with a sanguine light, and a pair of crimson gauntlets mysteriously adorned his fists. He then twisted his fists, causing a translucent blade to extend from the gauntlet's tip, gleaming with an intimidating cold light. The radiant glow and the faint aura emanating from the fist blades led Chen Buxiu to deduce that their caliber was far beyond that of ordinary treasures. His assessment was accurate. These were indeed spiritual-grade artifacts, known as the Tears of Blood, which had accompanied Bloodsha through countless life and death battles. The gauntlets bore the stains of numerous great masters' blood. Though Bloodsha's current cultivation could not fully unleash the Tears of Blood's power or enable long-range attacks, their formidable might, when combined with his physical explosiveness, remained formidable. Oh, splendid. Come, ravage me thoroughly. Chen Buxiu fixated on Bloodsha's hands, as if he beheld a multitude of unclad celestial maidens, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Had he always been this depraved? From a distance, Urian suddenly interjected, This is our 8th unique combat style and demeanor. I always feel out of place for not being perverse enough. Tai Dalong sighed. After all, Chen Buxiu was one of their own, a disciple of Ta Ching's sect, and a member of the Refining Institute. Acknowledging Chen Buxiu's perversion in front of the saneness of the Heartless sect would tarnish Ta Ching's sect's reputation. Yet, Chen Buxiu's antics were undeniably intolerable, prompting him to express his thoughts in such a subtle manner. Haha. Urian chuckled coldly, choosing not to respond further. Well, I shall indulge you. Bloodsha, adorned with the blood-glimmering gauntlets, moved with such swiftness that a long trail of phantoms followed him, his speed rendering sound unable to keep pace. His fist rained down like a torrential storm, dense and ferocious, relentlessly striking Chen Buxiu. The sonic booms generated by Bloodsha's rapid approach reverberated in the air. Bloodsha's speed was astonishing, unleashing no less than 100 punches in a single second, each imprint leaving Chen Buxiu bewildered. Not a single strike missed. Every blow landed squarely upon Chen Buxiu's form. A faint golden glow emanated from Chen Buxiu, yet he still found himself forced back by the relentless assault. His body trembled oddly with the erratic punches, each bone crackling ominously. Chen Buxiu retreated, closely pursued by Bloodsha, who pressed on relentlessly, denying him even a moment's respite. Let us see how long you can endure. A flicker of shallow triumph appeared on Bloodsha's face, hastening the speed of his strikes. After enduring countless blows, Chen Buxiu's expression shifted slightly. He abruptly straightened his retreating form, halted his steps, and with a surge of power from his chest, he forcefully deflected Bloodsha's punch. Bloodsha was compelled to retreat several paces, astonishment glimmering in his eyes. Ignoring Bloodsha, Chen Buxiu's entire being quaked as ripples of spiritual energy emanated from him, expanding outward. At last, Chen Buxiu had broken through, ascending to a higher level of cultivation, now unmistakably at the 6th layer of Qi training. He radiated vitality. By the Immortal, am I encountering a ghost today? A practitioner of cultivation must possess a certain moral fortitude. However, Bloodshaw could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming a curse. He glanced at his gauntlet fists, which had noticeably been after thousands of exchanges. Turning his gaze back to Chen Buxiu, he noted that aside from a few visible bloodstains on his chest, not a single hair had been harmed. Remarkably, those wounds were beginning to heal. His blades were becoming dulled, fatigue mounting with each blow, while Chen Buxiu seemed invigorated. How could such a phenomenon exist in this world? Bloodshaw found himself questioning if this was still the reality he knew. Due to the golden core of the great dragon within him, Chen Buxiu's breakthrough went unnoticed. His aura remaining at the golden core stage, though his vitality surged. Come, continue to strike me. There is but one outcome between us, Chen Buxiu declared with a rich, resonant voice, raising a finger imperiously before Bloodshaw. Squinting, Bloodshaw heard Chen Buxiu's words. It is either you who will kill me, or I who will kill you. Chen Buxiu's proclamation reached the ears of all present. South Wu, hiding behind Tai Dallin, cautiously peeked out, his eyes gleaming with admiration. You are too arrogant. Bloodshaw, without further ado, teleported before Chen Buxiu, unleashing a flurry of punches that created a whirlwind of illusions. Chen Buxiu, no longer willing to merely absorb blows, retaliated in kind. The two exchanged fists, unleashing invisible forces that transformed into slicing winds, sending dirt and stones flying. Though Chen Buxiu's response was not slow, it still paled in comparison to Bloodshaw's speed. In mere moments, they had exchanged thousands of punches. Within that time, Chen Buxiu had endured a staggering 1,300 blows. Bloodshaw seemed aware of Chen Buxiu's formidable torso defense, targeting his face with each strike. While Chen Buxiu sustained no serious injury, his face began to swell. If he were to endure a few thousand more punches, his face would be nearly as unrecognizable as that of a pig's head. Such an old fool. Hitting a person is one thing, but striking the face is utterly uncouth. Chen Buxiu remarked with indignation. I will tell you, you, old man. Bloodshaw had become increasingly frantic, throwing punches with fervor while unleashing a torrent of curses. How could a senior member of the immortal realm be so crass and lacking in decorum? Chen Buxiu criticized while parrying the blows. I curse you and your lineage. Bloodshaw spewed forth a stream of obscenities, fragrant yet foul. Due to Chen Buxiu's distraction, he endured several more punches. Chen Buxiu lifted his leg, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy, delivering a powerful kick to Bloodshaw's chest. Bloodshaw neither flinched nor retreated, retaliating with a fierce punch aimed at Chen Buxiu's foot. Both men were propelled backward. I can no longer afford to waste time with him. I am nearing my limit. Bloodshaw thought to himself as he staggered back several paces, regaining his footing. Bloodshaw, burdened with multiple injuries and having engaged in numerous clashes with Chen Buxiu, found his vitality diminished, his combat prowess far from its former glory. In stark contrast, Chen Buxiu seemed to grow stronger with each encounter, exhibiting no signs of fatigue or weakness. This match clearly bore the marks of foul play. Bloodshaw simply could not afford to endure any further. Chapter 75. Hostage. Bloodshaw gasped for breath, squinting as he contemplated his strategy. Soon, his gaze shifted towards Chen Buxiu and the figures behind him, including Yuruyan. Chen Buxiu appeared as if possessed by a divine force, emanating an unsettling aura. Bloodshaw realized he had no opportunity for recovery in this moment. He understood that if he continued to engage with Chen Buxiu, he would inevitably be dragged to his demise. While he found himself at a loss against Chen Buxiu, he could easily contend with Yuruyan and her companions. Capturing any one of the three would surely diminish Chen Buxiu's arrogance. At that point, the initiative would revert to him. A flash of crimson light flickered in Bloodshaw's eyes, and he had resolved his course of action. With a resounding bang, Bloodshaw thrust his foot into the ground, sending waves of vitality surging behind him. He transformed into an arrow released from a bow, piercing through the air. With a flick of his hands, the once dulled edges of his fist blades regained their formidable sharpness. Ahahaha, I have awaited you for so long. Come, let us engage in a delightful game. Chen Buxiu could hardly contain his excitement as he observed Bloodshaw charging towards him. Though he had reached the 6th level of Qi refining, he sensed a potential to ascend even higher, all reliant on Bloodshaw's actions. The howling wind roared in Chen Buxiu's ears as he fixated on the approaching figure. He clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing his determination to remain vigilant. He had to guard against the old fiend's assault on his handsome visage. Much of his allure stemmed from his strikingly attractive face. and he could not allow Bloodshot to mar it. In an instant, their distance closed dramatically. Chen Buxi's gaze sharpened as he tracked the trajectory of Bloodshot's punch, preparing to strike. However, just as he anticipated a collision of fists, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Bloodshot's punch slipped past Chen Buxi's outstretched fist at an extraordinarily peculiar angle. Furthermore, he contorted his body in an uncanny manner, evading the blow with an agile twist. At this moment, it was Chen Buxi's turn to be astonished and incredulous. In the blink of an eye, Bloodshot's figure darted towards Yuruyan and her companions. Oh no! Chen Buxi instantly realized that Bloodshot's target was not himself but rather the hostages. In a flash, he pivoted and dashed towards the old fiend with the speed of the wind. Yet, despite his efforts, both his punch and movement lagged just a fraction behind Bloodshot's. Sometimes, it is the slightest of margins that can determine fates and create myriad possibilities. Alas, Tai Dalong was unable to discern Bloodshot's figure before being sent flying by a resounding slap. Zhutu Nanwu, hiding behind Iron Dalong, was consequently caught in the fray, sent flying by a kick from the blood-slaughter old demon, landing on the ground and remaining motionless for an extended period. Despite having initially subdued Iron Dalong and Nanwu, the blood-slaughter old demon swiftly overpowered Yuruyan. I advise you not to make any sudden moves, Iron Dalong cautioned. Yuruyan had already launched her attack upon sensing Iron Dalong's movement. However, she found herself ensnared by the blood-slaughter old demon, who gripped her throat firmly, leaving her too fearful to act recklessly. Let go of me. Yuruyan's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white. Previously, the blood-slaughter old demon exhibited the prowess of a peak cultivator, akin to that of an immortal, making her initial defeat somewhat understandable. Through observation, she had discerned the drastic decline in the blood-slaughter old demon's power. Even Chen Buxi, in the chi-refining stage, could contend with the blood-slaughter old demon. Yet she, in the foundation establishment stage, fell victim to his single maneuver. The humiliation was indeed profound. How could she ever hold her head high before Chen Buxi again? The rapidly approaching Chen Buxi ultimately found himself a moment too late. Upon witnessing the scene, he chose to halt his advance. With Yuruyan already taken hostage, what significance would it hold for him to dash to her side now? Alas, one must never let their guard down. This ancient fiend, having lived for millennia, is indeed brimming with malice, Chen Buxi mused, casting a sidelong glance at Iron Dalong, who lay sprawled nearby. This old wretch insists on capturing Yuruyan, using my companion as leverage against me. How quaint. The blood-slaughter old demon, noticing Chen Buxi's gaze fixed on Yuruyan, felt a surge of triumph swell within him. It seems my gamble has paid off. The reason the blood-slaughter old demon targeted Yuruyan alone, despite the presence of three of them, was undoubtedly rooted in his own cunning. Firstly, with three adversaries and himself alone, capturing all simultaneously would pose a considerable challenge under the pressing constraints of time. Secondly, as the sole female among Chen Buxi's group, Yuruyan represented a classic allure. The age-old adage holds true. Heroes often falter when confronted with beauty. Every man understands this sentiment. And thus the blood-slaughter old demon naturally set his sights on Yuruyan. Who said we should engage in a fair fight? You old fool. How swiftly you resort to underhanded tactics. Chen Buxi exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at the blood-slaughter old demon. Humph, naive. I shan't waste my breath on you any longer. Surrender your golden Dan and self-destruct your cultivation. I might consider allowing you to leave. Otherwise, I shall take the life of this young lady. The blood-slaughter old demon grunted dismissively, immediately laying out his demands. Chen Buxi remained silent, a cold smile playing on his lips. The blood-slaughter's expectations were indeed fanciful, demanding not only the golden Dan, but also his self-destruction of cultivation. Given the blood-slaughter old demon's temperament, after enduring Chen Buxi's humiliations time and again, should Chen Buxi hand over the golden Dan and comply with such terms, he would assuredly not leave the Lock Dragon Cave alive today. Did he truly believe Chen Buxi to be a mere child, easily deceived? Old fool, do you truly believe I am so foolish? Bestowing you the golden core while I forfeit my own cultivation, what difference is there between that and offering my neck for slaughter? Very well, if that is the case, then you shall witness her demise before your very eyes. With those words, the blood fiend's claws pierced deeper into Yuruyan's neck. Old wretch, I am the daughter of the sect master of the Heartless sect, and my father possesses the cultivation of an immortal. Should you dare to take my life, he will ensure your remains are utterly obliterated. As Yuruyan felt the sharp sting of pain at her throat, urgency gripped her heart. Heh. The Heartless sect, what a trivial matter. Do you think I would be intimidated? As for vengeance, it is that wretch you ought to seek revenge against. He is the one who wishes for your demise, not I. The voice of the blood fiend was rough and grating, invoking a profound sense of disgust. Urian's delicate eyes trembled as they fixated intently on Chen Buxiu. Yet, what transpired next startled both Urian and the blood fiend simultaneously. Chapter 76. The old man and his cart. Just as Urian and the blood fiend elder hoped that Chen Buxiu would take decisive action, his behavior left everyone astounded. Chen Buxiu disregarded Urian's gaze entirely, swiftly inscribing symbols in the air with his hands. In no time, thousands of talismans hovered in the void, radiating ethereal light and crackling with electricity. One must concede, old man, your manipulative skills are indeed formidable. However, if I were to declare that not only will I not rescue anyone, but I also intend to eliminate you all, how would you respond, old man? The blood fiend's lips twitched at these words. Having traversed a life filled with countless encounters, he had seen all manner of individuals, shameless, heartless, and ruthless. The list was endless. Though he was no saint himself, upon witnessing Chen Buxiu, he realized he might still be considered a good person, at least in comparison. He would never betray his comrades. Remarkable, indeed. I refuse to believe you would truly go so far. A mere faade. The blood fiend remained skeptical that Chen Buxiu could disregard Urian's safety and ruthlessly turn against him. Urian's pupils dilated in shock. She never anticipated that Chen Buxiu would adopt such an attitude. In his heart, he had evidently never contemplated saving her. Despite their relatively brief time together, they had shared numerous experiences, and she was disheartened to realize that she held no significance in his eyes. She was merely an afterthought. The blood fiend's nails dug deeper as Urian felt the warmth of blood trickling from her neck. Yet, she was beyond caring. Her focus solely rested on Chen Buxiu. She stubbornly sought to glean some emotion from his resolute, icy gaze. However, the outcome was disappointingly clear. She could discern not a trace of feeling in Chen Buxiu's eyes. Fare you, do not hold me, Chen Buxiu, accountable for being heartless. If blame must be assigned, direct it towards that old fellow. I shall send him on his way. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, countless talismans soared through the air, coalescing into a serpentine dragon. As an ethereal dragon's roar echoed, the talismanic dragon, engulfed in flames and lightnings, surged toward the blood fiend and Urian. From the perspective of the colossal dragon's charge, it was evident that Chen Buxiu had indeed included Urian among his targets. In other words, he was genuinely intent on eliminating her as well. Madman. Lunatic. This fellow is truly deranged. The talismanic dragon's velocity matched that of the blood fiend's own fierce assault. Realizing the imminent danger as the dragon approached, the blood fiend immediately released his grip on Urian's throat and swiftly retreated to safety. Composed of thousands of talismans, the dragon was a manifestation of Chen Buxiu's relentless torment, and the blood fiend dared not confront it head-on. Humph, old fellow, you've fallen for the trap. Chen Buxiu swallowed hard, finally easing the anxiety that had gripped his heart. Just as the colossal dragon was about to collide with Urian, Chen Buxiu's feet shimmered with golden light, and the ground beneath him transformed as the golden light talisman silently manifested. In the next moment, his figure appeared before Urian. The reason Blood Fiend threatened Chen Buxiu was simply that he sensed impending danger, believing that Chen Buxiu might pose a lethal threat to him. His demands were merely a desperate attempt to preserve his own life. A person who is solely focused on survival often harbors an acute fear of death. Thus, Chen Buxiu was certain that the Blood Fiend would relent. He had long been prepared, ready to rush forward and rescue Urian the moment the Blood Fiend retreated. Now, standing protectively in front of her, with arms outstretched, he resembled an unyielding wall, facing the dragon's onslaught with his back. The air was filled with the resounding roar of the dragon, intermingled with the howling of fierce flames and the crackle of thunder. The talismans affixed to Chen Buxiu's body erupted in a cacophony of explosions, particularly those on his back, scattering energy in all directions. Despite the enhancement of the undying divine art, his back visibly charred at an alarming rate, thick plumes of black smoke billowing from him. Gritting his teeth, blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, yet he refrained from uttering a single cry of anguish. This torment was indeed unbearable. Earlier, witnessing the Blood Fiend charred by his talismans had been thrilling and exhilarating. Now, he too bore the brunt of such agony. A stark reminder of the pain that could drive one to despair. What are you still doing standing there? Get away. Chen Buxiu forcefully pushed the tearful Urian aside and surged forward. Old man, I want to suffer this alone. You must join me. Chen Buxiu's face contorted in pain. The immense energy had not yet depleted, and he endured the searing agony as the power of the talismans propelled him onward. Before he could finish speaking, he had already appeared before the blood fiend. His speed was naturally swift, further augmented by the countless talismans behind him. As he materialized in front of the blood fiend, his body spun in midair. A half-destroyed dragon roared as it charged towards the blood fiend. The blood fiend's expression changed drastically. The blood-red blades on his gauntlets gleamed ominously. He crossed his arms and struck, unleashing two crimson cross-shaped blades that soared through the air, colliding directly with the half-destroyed dragon, which was instantly disintegrated. The violent force radiated outward, ensnaring both Chen Buxiu and the blood fiend within its chaotic embrace. You are indeed ruthless, the blood fiend thought, astonished that Chen Buxiu could employ such a method to save Yuruyan. One had to admit, Chen Buxiu's audacity was indeed admirable. It's all you're doing. Chen Buxiu, battered by his own talismans, was consumed with fury. Electric currents coursed through him as he charged at the blood fiend, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. The blood fiend, not to be outdone, raised his blade to sever Chen Buxiu's wrist. Sizzling sounds filled the air, followed by a resounding crack. The blood fiend's blade shattered under the incredulous gaze of blood fiend himself, broken by Chen Buxiu's sheer force. Fragments of the shattered blade danced through the air, grazing the face of the blood fiend, slicing through his skin. Blood gushed forth immediately. Let me show you this. Although Chen Buxiu had been severely struck by the talisman, he had grown stronger as a result. Under the powerful impact of the talisman, his spiritual energy became denser, his blood vitality more robust, and even his physical form appeared more vigorous. He promptly unleashed the secret technique he had comprehended earlier in the treasure technique pavilion, the mysterious tortoise's 6 forms, eager to test its might. Behold my first form. The old man pushes the cart, binding temptation. Upon hearing this, Yuruyan and Tai Dalong, who were at a distance, were momentarily taken aback. What kind of technique is this? What an unusual name. Yuruyan's expression was complex, while Tai Dalong secretly chuckled. I never expected old 8 to have such taste. Bloodfiend's expression also shifted. What kind of predatory words were these? This was originally the first form of the mysterious tortoise's 6 forms, tortoise and serpent intertwined, but Chen Buxiu, to conceal the secret of his comprehension, had altered its name. Though it sounded rather unrefined, it encapsulated its essence. As soon as Chen Buxiu's words fell, the ethereal silhouette of the mysterious tortoise emerged within the void. Rather than a tortoise, it resembled a great turtle. A turtle can only be called mysterious tortoise when it bears a serpent upon its shell. Devoid of a serpent, it is merely a great turtle. The spectral form of the great turtle filled every corner of the cavern. Blood Fiend, unsure of what Chen Buxiu had invoked, found the name rather unbecoming. However, the moment the turtle's silhouette appeared, a sense of trepidation gripped his heart. Just as he intended to launch a counterattack, he discovered that he seemed to be ensnared by invisible hands, utterly unable to move. Chapter 77. A perfect strike. Regardless of how Blood Shaman struggled, he remained utterly immobilized. Suddenly, the enormous tortoise collapsed onto the ground, its plastron pressing down directly upon Blood Shaman's head. Hiss. As the tortoise's belly descended, a long and thick azure light materialized in the void. Before Blood Shaman could discern its nature, the azure light lashed out at him like a whip. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds in the air, the azure light struck him fiercely. Crack. Ah! Blood Shaman could not contain a cry of agony. He was unaware of the essence of this azure light, but its impact upon him was akin to the sensation of skin being torn and flesh being rent. Why was he standing there motionless? From the perspective of Iron Dalong and the others, Blood Shaman appeared dazed. His hands bound behind him as if ensnared by some invisible force, continuously emitting wails of despair. Shadows flitted through the air, and even Iron Dalong, along with the foundation-building Moon Rian, could not discern the nature of these entities. They could only faintly hear a hissing sound, reminiscent of a serpent's breath, echoing in the void. The thought sent shivers down their spines. In mere moments, Blood Shaman had been struck mercilessly hundreds of times. His chest, thighs, and back were marred by gruesome crimson marks, a sight both shocking and horrific. Even at this juncture, the ancient demon had yet to glimpse the source of his torment. Only Chen Buxiu, who wielded the secret art, comprehended that it was a blue serpent whipping its tail. Without granting Blood Shaman a moment's respite, Chen Buxiu immediately unleashed his second technique. Here it comes, the second technique, Avalokiteshvara sitting on a lotus. Blood Shaman? Iron Dalong? Moon Rian. This was merely a reimagined name by Chen Buxiu, originally entitled Heaven-Shaking, Earth-Shattering. As Chen Buxiu's words echoed, Blood Shaman felt an unexpected release in his body. The invisible force binding him finally dissipated. Yet, before he could revel in his newfound freedom, an instinctive awareness surged within him. He abruptly looked up. A shadow descended from the heavens, swiftly expanding to an unfathomable magnitude. Blood Shaman had no time to retreat and was instantly engulfed by the shadow, collapsing onto his back. Thud. A muffled thud reverberated through the Dragonlock cave. Blood Shaman's back sank deeply into the ground, his head and feet both facing upwards. His form contorted like a bent bow, a ludicrously comical sight. Oh! The immense shadow began to lift, and Blood Shaman's limbs dangled helplessly. However, in the next instant, the shrinking shadow once again descended and expanded. An indescribable force crashed down upon Blood Shaman's chest, causing his internal organs to churn violently. Pain twisted his face into a grimace, his blood-red eyes bulging as if they might burst at any moment. His limbs instinctively flew upwards once more. His entire being contorted into the shape of a top bow. The invisible force bore down upon the ancient demon, rendering him perpetually immobile. Bloodshack was thus subjected to relentless torment, almost wishing for death. The third technique. Dual cannons. The overwhelming force from above dissipated, and before Bloodshack could catch his breath, a chilling sensation coursed through him. A heavy and unyielding power struck down upon his head, rendering him disoriented and confused. At that very moment, as gravity bore down on him, he felt an involuntary tightening within. A light, icy breath seemed to penetrate his trousers, swiftly sliding up his thigh. The term sliding was apt, for it felt slick and even viscous, causing him great discomfort. Soon after, Bloodshack let out a pained groan. Some inexplicable force had surged into his being, stirring a relentless ache in his abdomen. This was the third form of the Xuanwu Lesser Sixth style Tortoise Shadow. Serpent Motion. The fourth form. 9 shallow, 1 deep. Bloodshack's visage turned ghastly, as if he had consumed something foul, after living for over 10,000 years. He found himself in this predicament. Is he still the same person? Tai Dalong swallowed hard, glancing at Urian. Are you certain this individual is still that lecher? Urian looked back at Tai Dalong, her expression uncertain. Their eyes met, and silence ensued. Uncertainty loomed. Their understanding of the current Chen Buxiu was utterly alien, yet the lewd and shameless demeanor unmistakably belonged to him. In this moment, waves of invisible gravitational force surged upon Bloodshack, crashing down like tumultuous tides, each layer of power building upon the last, unrelenting in its assault, as if intent on flattening the old demon into a mere pancake. The fifth form, a soul-piercing shot. Chen Buxiu chuckled. This maneuver would leave Bloodshack completely exposed, unable to resist. After enduring countless strikes, Bloodshack's energy had waned significantly. He found himself utterly drained. Even moving a finger required immense effort. Yet, the true agony was still to come. Look, what is that? At Tai Dalong's startled exclamation, Urian beheld a slender, radiant beam of light suddenly shoot forth, aimed directly between Bloodshack's legs. With his last remnants of strength, Bloodshack let out a harrowing scream. By the heavens! Tai Dalong instinctively shielded himself. He had no idea what that light was, only witnessing it penetrate Bloodshack's groin and emerge from the top of his head. He didn't need to experience it firsthand. Merely watching was enough to make him wince in pain. It hurt. It hurt terribly. I have encountered many living Buddhas, but never a living king of hell like Lao Ba. Tai Dalong trembled involuntarily. If he were subjected to such treatment, he would prefer to end his own life rather than endure such torment. These techniques were far too inappropriate, far too violent. Tai Dalong could hardly fathom where Chen Buxiu had learned such things. Is it impossible? The esteemed Immortal Emperor Dong, with his ethereal demeanor and virtuous character. How could he be associated with such matters? At that moment, high above, the Immortal Emperor Dong, soaring gracefully through the skies, suddenly sneezed. The sixth technique. Invincible Wind and Fire Wheel. The feeble body of Blood Fiend sprang up suddenly. Immediately, the spectral image of the great tortoise condensed into a disk the size of a grinding stone, which swiftly pressed against Blood Fiend's chest and began to spin. Chen Undying. Chen Undying unleashed the final 3 forms of the Xuanwu Little 6 techniques in rapid succession. Xuanwu Thousand Waves, for simple Xuanwu Seal, and absolute defense. Ultimately, even a defensive skill inflicted tremendous damage upon Blood Fiend. His aura waned to an extreme degree, and in the end, filled with profound reluctance and intense resentment. He cast one last glance at Chen Undying before his entire essence dissipated, forever closing his eyes. It remained uncertain whether he perished at the hands of Chen Undying or succumbed to humiliation. Bang! Chen Undying retracted his stance. Blood Fiend crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At long last, he was dead. Chen Undying appeared beside Blood Fiend's lifeless body, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. The Xuanwu Little Six techniques were indeed formidable, yet they drained his spiritual energy excessively. Had Blood Fiend endured a moment longer, Chen Undying's energy would have run dry. Alas, Blood Fiend's fate was ultimately unfortunate. Now, he lay as nothing more than a true corpse. Cough, cough, cough. In another part of the Dragon Lock Cave, Imo Hongying leaned against the wall, stumbling as she searched for a way, and at last, she spotted Chen Undying and the others. We must hurry to the Dragon Lock Cave. Otherwise, those little ones are in grave danger. 10 miles away from the Dragon Lock Cave, several flashes of light zipped through the sky. Unaware of the circumstances, Imo Hongying, supporting herself against the wall, gazed in astonishment at the scene within the cave and the figures sprawled on the ground, including Nanwu. What met her eyes were countless wounds and utter chaos. Nanwu lay at her feet, propping himself up with one hand, gazing up at her. Chapter 78. Escape. Imo Hongying had never encountered a South Wu whose face had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. Mistakenly perceiving him as a creature of sorts, she instinctively lifted her foot and kicked him. South Wu took the blow to the head, his head snapping backward, eyes rolling back, and without uttering a word, he fell unconscious again, face down on the ground. Hey, Imo Shiji, he is one of us. Tai Dalong rushed over upon witnessing the scene, feeling both pity and amusement at South Wu's plight as he addressed Imo Hongying. What? Imo Hongying exclaimed in shock, quickly squatting down to assist South Wu. Finally, it has come to an end. Humanity, I hope you fulfill your promise. With the complete demise of Shueisha, the golden core within Chen Buxiu began to disintegrate at a visible pace. His cultivation rapidly dissipated, the immense power ebbing away like a receding tide, ultimately settling at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement. As the might of the celestial dragon waned, the vitality of the dragon's primordial spirit also began to deteriorate swiftly. In her final moments, her words of entrustment echoed in Chen Buxiu's ears. Gazing at the golden light cascading from the heavens like rain, Chen Buxiu bowed deeply. The dragon has perished. Yet, on Chen Buxiu's right leg, a golden dragon scale shimmered faintly. This was the reverse scale from beneath the dragon's neck, deliberately left for him. Enshrined within the reverse scale were all the arcane arts of the dragon clan, awaiting the hatching of the dragon egg. At which point Chen Buxiu could utilize the essence of the young dragon to unlock the seal on the reverse scale and learn the dragon clan's secrets alongside the hatchling. Furthermore, the reverse scale contained a unique storage space of the dragon clan, thus serving as a Qiankuan pouch. Chen Buxiu made his way towards the distant silver pool, where the stone orb, transformed from the dragon egg, lay quietly upon a millstone-sized rock, perhaps still unaware that its mother had succumbed. Chen Buxiu carefully placed the dragon egg within the reverse scale and began his search for the fragments of dragon bones. Found it. Yu Ruyuan waved her hand, several bone-like objects emitting a soft glow in her grasp. With the task completed, Chen Buxiu was about to utter his withdrawal when the dragon lock cave suddenly shook violently. The earlier battle between Chen Buxiu and Shueisha had left the cave in ruins. Now that Shueisha was dead, the malevolent blood energy lingering in the cave was left unchecked, beginning to disperse rampantly. The cave is about to collapse. We must flee. The already battered dragon lock cave could no longer withstand the onslaught of the blood energy, and in an instant, cracks spread like wildfire, debris tumbling as it teetered on the brink of collapse. South Wu, who had fallen unconscious, was extraordinarily heavy. Imo Hongying promptly enlarged her magical spear, seizing South Wu by the collar and tossing him upwards. Quickly, follow me. Imo Hongying instinctively leapt onto the spear, which transformed into a streak of light and disappeared with a whoosh. Her voice lingered in the cave. Your disciples of the Taiqing sect truly run faster than the last. Yu Ruyuan, devoid of her magical artifact, still maintained her remarkable speed, bursting forth while not forgetting to grumble. In this fast world, one's own life is of utmost importance. Shiji Hongying has done nothing wrong. Chen Buxiu had no particular thoughts, for the two shared a remarkably consistent outlook. Hold on tight. I'm about to charge. As the cave began to collapse with increasing speed, Chen Buxiu grasped Iron Dalong, speaking without turning his head. What? The noise within the cave was overwhelming, and Iron Dalong failed to catch Chen Buxiu's words. However, in the next moment, Iron Dalong's expression changed, and he hastily quickened his pace. Yet, soon enough, he could not keep up with Chen Buxiu's speed. His footing faltered, and it seemed he was about to fall. Chen Buxiu appeared entirely unfazed, his speed only increasing. Iron Dalong was left to be dragged along by Chen Buxiu. With his face pressed to the ground at this pace, Iron Dalong felt as though his lower half and his entire life would only be spent in a wheelchair. In a moment of desperation, he miraculously produced an iron pot and shoved it beneath himself. Clang! He tumbled into the pot. Chen Buxiu pulled Iron Dalong along, sparks flying beneath them, and within a few breaths, they escaped the cave's mouth. Hot, hot, hot! Upon emerging, Iron Dalong immediately freed himself from Chen Buxiu's grasp, leaping out of the pot and bouncing around vigorously. Only then did Chen Buxiu turn back, noticing that the pot had already turned a fiery red. As the locked dragon cave began to collapse, the aura of the dragon corpse and the bloodthirst that permeated the cave began to spread throughout the mountain. In an instant, countless spiritual beasts in the mountains were eroded by these rapidly spreading energies, resulting in mutations, while Iron Dalong bounced around. Chen Buxiu and Urian simultaneously looked up at the sky. They sensed powerful auras approaching them. Soon, several rainbows appeared in the azure sky, swiftly descending towards them. As the rainbows landed, their formidable presence caused the ground to tremble slightly. Among the newcomers, Chen Buxiu recognized one, Di Hong, the leader of the Golden Thunder Peak. Before Chen Buxiu could take note of the second figure, Iron Dalong had already called out, "Peak Master Imo, you have arrived too." Understanding dawned on Chen Buxiu. It was none other than Imo, the master of the refining peak. Imo was not to be underestimated, possessing mid-stage nascent soul strength. And he was also a master-level artifact craftsman, wielding 3 master-level treasures, the Long K sword, the unmatched seal, and the barbarian bull armor. It was said that his peak combat power rivaled that of true immortals. We received news from Imo Hongying and rushed here. Imo scanned the crowd with a cold gaze, while Di Hong responded. Imo's eyes rested on Chen Buxiu. "You must be Chen Buxiu?" Chen Buxiu felt uncomfortable under Imo's piercing gaze. Fortunately, there were many present, or he would have felt as though Imo intended to strike. "I am," Chen Buxiu replied. To his surprise, Imo diverted his gaze, no longer addressing Chen Buxiu. Di Hong promptly inquired, "When Long and I arrived, we sensed abnormal fluctuations in the aura. Do you know what is happening?" Urian and Iron Dalong turned their heads in unison to look at Chen Buxiu. In her gaze, there seemed to be an unspoken challenge, urging him to elucidate. Imo Hongying, perplexed, turned to Chen Buxiu for clarity. Naturally, the eyes of Di Hong and Imo were also drawn to him. The corners of Chen Buxiu's eyes twitched as he hastily pondered the situation, and after a brief moment, he spoke. "Upon entering the cave, we witnessed a colossal dragon engaged in a fierce battle with an evil cultivator. Their powers were immense, and we dared not linger, hastily fleeing instead. It is likely that Senior Sister Hongying heard the commotion outside the cave, prompting her to relay the information to the sect." Tai Dalong, with his hands clasped behind his back, gave a thumbs up, as if to convey, "You possess quite the storytelling skills." Imo Hongying's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering. There were individuals battling within the cave? How did I miss that? Upon hearing this, Di Hong and Imo exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, ascended into the air, swiftly sealing off the entire long lock cave and the surrounding mountains. Chapter 79. Good Deeds to the End. "Have you obtained the dragon bone fragments?" Di Hong suddenly inquired as he descended from the sky. Prior to his arrival, it seemed he had witnessed Chen Buxiu and the others accepting their mission. "We have acquired them," Chen Buxiu nodded in affirmation. "In that case, you should hasten to leave this place," Di Hong commanded with a wave of his hand, instructing several individuals to depart. He and the Imo then plunged into the ruins of the locked dragon cave without a backward glance. "Let us depart. This place is not suitable for lingering." Imo Hongying cast a curious glance at Chen Buxiu, then summoned her magical artifact, beckoning everyone. Without hesitation, the group leapt upon Imo Hongying's treasure. As for Yuan, with her artifact destroyed, she had no choice but to join Chen Buxiu and the others aboard the same vessel. Once everyone was securely seated, a long spear soared into the heavens with a resounding whistle. At the Golden Thunder Peak, within the palace of Yuan's artifact, she sat in meditation. Recovering from her injuries, Yuan remained motionless, and Chen Buxiu found little interest in merely watching her. Thus, he began to wander within the palace. Truly, as the esteemed daughter of the Heartless sect, not only did she use her artifact as a residence, but she also possessed an abundance of treasures. As Chen Buxiu roamed through the hall, his gaze fell upon countless spirit stones, a dazzling array of earthly artifacts, and even a few spirit-grade treasures. In addition to these, There were various small vials containing miraculous elixirs. The rich medicinal aroma in one corner had even coalesced into a cloud of medicinal mist. A single inhalation left Chen Buxiu feeling invigorated and empowered. Compared to Yu Yuan, the holy maiden Yu Ruxiang seemed rather unimpressive. Of course, what Chen Buxiu did not know was that the charming little demoness of the Heartless sect had acquired these treasures through unscrupulous means from the various elders and leaders of her sect. A feat that Yu Ruxiang could not bring herself to emulate. Aren't you afraid there might be poison among them? Yu Yuan's voice suddenly pierced through the air from behind Chen Buxiu. He turned to find her standing at a distance, her expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. At the sight of her demeanor, Chen Buxiu felt a chill run down his spine and promptly distanced himself from the medicinal cloud. Her words, spoken with unexpected gravity, indeed left him feeling somewhat dizzy. Have you recovered? Chen Buxiu approached Yu Yuan to inquire. Not so swiftly. The blood fiend is, after all, a being of the immortal realm, possessing formidable strength. Although I am no longer in critical condition, traces of his malevolent essence still linger within me. Making it difficult to expel them quickly, Yu Yuan sighed and shook her head. I see. Chen Buxiu lowered his head in contemplation, then suddenly lifted it, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. How about we have a chicken feast tonight to restore your strength? Chen Buxiu recalled that in the locked dragon cave, Ninwu had previously mentioned that he had hidden the last chicken in the cellar of the courtyard. Now that only this final chicken remained, Ninwu had continually spoken of it, seemingly wishing to keep it tethered to himself. His obsession with the chicken was detrimental to his progress, both in moving on and in his cultivation. Thus, Chen Buxiu resolved to see his good intentions through to the end. Once the last chicken was dealt with, Ninwu would have nothing left to cling to, allowing him to start anew. Ninwu, I thank you. I thank your entire family. I cannot help but exclaim. At this thought, Chen Buxiu swallowed hard. However, Yu Ruyan, with a dispassionate air, merely curled her lips. Another chicken dish? I am utterly weary of it. Ah. This time I shall adopt a different technique. Oh no, a novel approach. I assure you the flavor will be unparalleled. Yu Ruyan's thoughts were entirely consumed by the prospect of taste, oblivious to Chen Buxiu's slip of the tongue. Very well, tonight we shall feast on chicken. The mere thought of a new flavor instantly rekindled her enthusiasm. Time flowed like water, relentless and unyielding, until nightfall descended. Yet upon Jinlei Peak, the lights blazed brightly. Since the previous incident involving the theft of chickens, the courtyards responsible for tending to the fowl had been illuminated, their lamps burning throughout the night. Even though Wu Erlang and Shimin Sanlang had been apprehended, the disciples remained steadfast in their adherence to the age-old custom of lighting lamps. However, this was of no consequence to Chen Buxiu and Yu Ruyan. Clad in nocturnal attire, the two glided through the shadows like phantoms, making their way directly to Nanwu's courtyard. Among those who ventured into the locking dragon cave, Nanwu bore the heaviest injuries and reaped the fewest rewards. Inside, Nanwu lay upon his bed, snoring thunderously. What a deep slumber! Chen Buxiu leaned against the doorframe, listening intently to the sounds from within. It was only natural. After enduring such torment, Nanwu, weary in body and spirit, certainly required rest. This inadvertently played into Chen Buxiu's hands, which was precisely why they had come to Nanwu's abode first. Nanwu was ensconced in a profound sleep, impervious to any noise that might disturb him. Their chicken heist faced no resistance whatsoever. The cellar, where might it be? Chen Buxiu and Yu Ruyan wandered about the courtyard where Nanwu raised his chickens. Yet they could not uncover the cellar mentioned by the counterfeit Nanwu. Could it be that the impostor merely spoke in jest? Yet I distinctly noted the tension on Nanwu's face at that moment. It defies reason. Chen Buxiu scratched his head in bewilderment. During the incident at the locking dragon cave, he had clearly observed Nanwu's palpable panic when the false Nanwu revealed the location of the hidden chickens. This indicated that the impostor indeed knew where the chickens were concealed. Within the courtyard, there existed but this single enclosure. Yet no matter how vigorously Chen Buxiu searched, he could not uncover any trace of a cellar. Alas, the stench here is unbearable. Yu Ruyan suddenly covered her nose. Where? Chen Buxiu inquired, intrigued. There. Yu Ruyan promptly pointed out the source. Following her gesture, Chen Buxiu's gaze fell upon an exceedingly concealed corner. As he approached, he was instantly assaulted by a pungent odor. Illuminated by the light, he finally discerned the truth. This corner was piled high with the excrement of the grass and with chickens. Nanwu had yet to clear it away. No wonder the stench was so overwhelming. Just as Chen Buxiu was about to retreat, a glint of light suddenly captured his attention. Upon closer inspection, he discovered amidst the foul heap of excrement an object resembling a chain, glimmering faintly under the illumination. Could this rogue have hidden a chicken here? Without hesitation, Chen Buxiu seized a wooden stick and approached to investigate. "What are you doing?" Yurian exclaimed. Covering her nose in distaste, unable to deter Chen Buxiu, whose curiosity was irrepressible. She was baffled by his sudden fascination with the repugnant pile. Did he intend to consume it? The mere thought made her stomach churn. Indeed, it was as she feared. Chen Buxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gently prodded the excrement with his stick, revealing a concealed wooden board. Well hidden indeed. He chuckled, his shoulders shrugging with glee. Tossing aside the filthy stick, he infused his spiritual energy into the chain connected to the board. With a swift motion, the board was lifted. Chen Buxiu's figure obscured Yuruyan's view. To her horror, he plunged his hand into the repulsive mess and swiftly emerged, seemingly grasping something. She exclaimed in disgust, "Oh dear. You." But her words were abruptly interrupted by the anguished squawk of a chicken. To her astonishment, she realized that Chen Buxiu was holding a live chicken. Chapter 80. The Weasel. Upon seeing the live chicken in Chen Buxiu's hand, Yuruyan's initial delight swiftly evaporated. Recalling the origins of this chicken, her face contorted with disdain. "How disgusting to hide a chicken down there. It utterly ruins my appetite. Oh, once I prepare it, you mustn't eat any," Chen Buxiu exclaimed with a smug smile, holding the chicken aloft. "I, Yuruyan, would rather starve than take even a single bite of that dead chicken in your hands." Absolutely. Her face was a mask of repulsion, her resolve unmistakable. "Very well, how resolute," Chen Buxiu commended, giving her a thumbs up. "Curse that thieving chicken. Do not steal my chicken." Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from within the room, Nan Wu's voice. Both Chen Buxiu and Yuruyan were startled and contemplated fleeing, only to hear Nan Wu's thunderous snores. "Ah, he is merely talking in his sleep." They both sighed in relief. Inside, Nan Wu continued to snore, occasionally flailing his arms and mumbling incoherent phrases. "Return my chicken. Return my chicken." With the assurance that Nan Wu would not awaken, Chen Buxiu took the opportunity to extract the necessary ingredients for cooking from his bag. He selected a clean spot and promptly began preparing the chicken. Feathers were plucked. The bird was chopped and cleaned with deft efficiency. He sliced the chicken into thin, orderly pieces, then lightly grilled them until they sizzled, golden outside yet tender within. Next, he retrieved some dough and pre-cut vegetables, wrapping the succulent chicken and veggies together before dipping them into a sauce he had brought along. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. After a brief flurry of activity, Master Chen took a bite of his culinary creation. The oily richness of the grilled chicken melded with the freshness of the vegetables, creating a delightful harmony, the tender meat melting in his mouth, enhanced by his secret sauce. An indescribable deliciousness blossomed on his palate. On the golden thunder peak under the night sky, a gentle breeze caressed him, akin to the tender touch of lovers, sweet and warm. Both his taste buds and spirit were thoroughly satisfied. In that moment, Chen Buxiu felt as though he had ascended to paradise. Nothing could compare to the profound satisfaction and happiness he felt in that place. "Are you truly not going to eat?" Chen Buxiu asked, licking his fingers as he gazed at the dazed Yuruyan standing beside him. "I have declared that I, Yuruyan, would, even if I were to starve. I would never take a bite of your chicken, right?" Fine, enough of this," Chen Buxiu hastily interrupted, waving his hands. Under Yuruyan's indignant gaze, Chen Buxiu repeated his earlier actions, rolling a piece of chicken and hastily popping it into his mouth. "Delicious," he exclaimed with his head tilted back, a look of bliss on his face. As he savored his meal, he couldn't resist flaunting it to Yuruyan. She huffed, turning her head away. But the enticing aroma of the chicken wafted past her nose and slowly drifted into Nan Wu's room. Ah, delicious. So delicious. In his dreams, Nan Wu indulged in a feast of meat, his mouth glistening with oil as he exclaimed, "Waiter, bring more meat. I want 10 pounds. With a smirk, he wiped the drool from his lips, chuckling foolishly. So fragrant, truly delightful." Yuruyan sat beside Chen Buxiu, devouring chicken rolls, stuffing them eagerly into her mouth. "Oh, who was it that claimed they would rather starve than eat?" Chen Buxiu teased, chewing on his own chicken roll. "Humph, mind your own business. I shall eat as I please." Yuruyan shot him a glare, continuing to eat voraciously as if she hadn't had a meal in days. The following day, dawn broke, and the disciples of Jean Lei Peak rose early to tidy the courtyard. Suddenly, a horrific scream pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. What happened? Where did that sound come from? It seems to be coming from Nan Wu's courtyard. Let's go see. Ah, who stole my chicken? Who is it? Nan Wu, upon waking, discovered a pile of bones and a heap of cold firewood in his yard. He rushed to the cellar, only to find the door wide open and the space entirely empty. With disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, he clutched the remnants of chicken bones, wailing frantically. I can't believe it. Wasn't the chicken thief already caught? Why is there still chicken missing? The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Did you steal my chicken? Ninwu lunged at one person, grasping their collar. Have you lost your mind? Who stole your chicken? The individual retorted, pushing Nanwu away. Did you steal my chicken? Nanwu immediately latched onto another person. You must be insane. The second person also shoved him aside. The crowd dispersed, recognizing that Nanwu had lost his sanity over a mere chicken, and they dared not linger to witness the spectacle. Standing amidst the scattered bones in his yard, Nanwu cried and jumped in frustration. Which scoundrel stole my chicken and feasted in my yard, without leaving me a morsel? At that moment, another cry echoed from Jinlei Peak. Curse it all! My chicken! How can you eat so much? You must be a weasel! A chorus of lamentation erupted across Jinlei Peak. Meanwhile, the culprits, Yuruyuan and Chen Buxiu, remained blissfully asleep in Yuruyuan's chamber. Having plundered several households' chickens on Jinlei Peak the previous night, they had roamed until late. Now, with the sun high in the sky, neither showed any inclination to awaken. Chicken, so tasty, truly delightful. Chen Buxiu lay sprawled across Yuruyuan's slender waist, saliva dribbling as he nuzzled against her, continuously murmuring about the chicken from the night before. As the moonlight bathed the room, Yuruyuan felt an unexpected itch on her waist. Groggily, she opened her eyes, only to scream at the top of her lungs, "Ah, you vile scoundrel! What is it?" came the startled response. "Ah." The sudden scream jolted Chen Buxiu from his slumber. He shot up, only to inadvertently collide with Yuruyuan's approaching slap. The impact sent him sprawling, performing a complete somersault in midair before crashing to the ground. Yuruyuan quickly sat up, wiping away the drool from her waist, and glared fiercely at him. Chen Buxiu, what are you doing here? What have you done to me? Where is this place? Dazed from the slap, Chen Buxiu struggled to rise, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. Oh dear, how did I end up here? He slapped his forehead. Memories flooding back. Chen Buxiu, I am addressing you. Yuruyuan's voice was laced with irritation as she observed his dazed expression. I merely took a nap. After slaughtering so many chickens last night, I was utterly exhausted. I told you to leave early, but you insisted on staying, returning in the dead of night. I was completely worn out. I had no energy left to deal with you. He retorted, his tone tinged with grievance. Yuruyuan paused, momentarily taken aback. Before recalling something, ahem, can you truly blame me? You were enjoying yourself quite thoroughly as well. All right then, let us not cast blame. Let's refrain from staying up so late tonight. Are you suggesting that we continue our escapade tonight? The mere thought of the delectable chicken from the previous night ignited an insatiable hunger within her. As she contemplated the prospect of continuing, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 81. Consuming dragon meat in just 5 days, the various peaks of the Taiching sect have been plagued by a series of thefts involving the prized grassanwood chickens. Despite the disciples forming an alliance and implementing comprehensive security measures, the chickens continue to vanish. In an interrogation room, Wu Erlang and Shimin Sanlang are bound to their chairs. A figure nearby brandishes a whip, striking it forcefully against the ground. Each crack of the whip seems to resonate painfully against Wu Erlang and Shimin Sanlang, eliciting cries of anguish from them. Will you speak or not? The interrogator demands, jabbing his fingers at them menacingly. Ouch! Ouch! The two men wince from the painful prodding, their voices rising in distress. Crack! Seeing that they remain silent, the interrogator slams the whip down with fervor. Will you speak? Why don't you ask? Wu Erlang trembles as he responds. Cough, cough. The interrogator finds himself momentarily taken aback, having focused solely on intimidating the two men and neglecting the core issue. He clears his throat. Recently, our peaks have experienced a spate of chicken thefts. Are your accomplices responsible for this? Wu Erlang and Shimin Sanlang exchange glances. So Iron Dalong has betrayed us. Secretly enjoying the spoils alone. How infuriating. However, they quickly shake their heads. They are well aware of Iron Dalong's capabilities when it comes to thievery. If he possessed the skill to pilfer from every peak, they would not find themselves in this predicament. Realizing this, the two men continue to shake their heads. What does your head shaking signify? Do you not understand? The interrogator growls. We do not know, Wu Erlang replies, following the interrogator's lead. Very well. If you choose to remain silent, you shall suffer the consequences. The interrogator clearly does not believe their claims and harbors suspicions that Iron Dalong might indeed be their accomplice. After all, on the day they were apprehended, Iron Dalong was present. He recalled sensing something strange in the way Wu Erlang and Shimin Sanlang regarded Iron Dalong at that moment. He drops the whip and strides slowly toward them. Wu Erlang and Shimin Sanlang, witnessing the sinister smile on his face, twitched their lips in apprehension. What are you planning? Don't come any closer. You don't ah. In the opulent hall of Jean Lei Feng, Yu Riyun reclines on her bed, her delicate, snow-white feet dangling playfully over the edge. Ah. I am truly tired of chicken, she laments, her words drawing Chen Buxiu's gaze, which wanders aimlessly. Hey, you lecher. I'm talking to you. Chen Buxiu, startled, snaps back to attention. Oh right. Rubbing his head thoughtfully, he muses, you know, I too have grown weary of it. The amount of chicken I've consumed these past few days surpasses what I would eat in an entire year back in the village. Aside from chicken, it seems there is little else worth savoring here at Jean Lei Feng. Suddenly, Chen Buxiu had a thought, striking his head, and declared, how about we feast on dragon meat? What? You intend to deal with that egg? Yurian exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. No. Chen Buxiu quickly clarified, noticing her misunderstanding. The dragon meat I refer to is not an actual dragon, but rather the black dragon, the black dog raised by our esteemed leader, Emperor Hong. You want to eat Emperor Hong's dog? Aren't you afraid he might kill you? Yurian gasped in astonishment. Shoo. Chen Buxiu urgently gestured for silence, fearful that their conversation might be overheard. However, he soon realized that they were within Yurian's treasure palace. Who could possibly hear them? Look, as long as we keep it discreet, akin to stealing a chicken, who would know? Only heaven, earth, you, and I are aware of it. Chen Buxiu said with a sly grin. That black dragon is Emperor Hong's pet, and he surely feeds it plenty of delectable treats. A single bite of its flesh could rival several bottles of elixirs. Chen Buxiu covertly calculated in his mind, feeling a surge of excitement. So, shall we make our move tonight? Yu Rian seemed intrigued, inquiring further. Yes, I'll first scout the area. That black dog, doesn't he appear to be very large? Just about knee-high, seemingly lacking in offensive capability. It poses no threat to me. Chen Buxiu's usual demeanor of wanting to relish the spoils alone prevailed. Naturally, he was eager to take the lead and explore first. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Chen Buxiu did not don his usual stealth attire for mischief. In order to deter thieves, the current Jean Lei Feng remained brightly lit even at night. Hence, there was no longer a need for him to wear dark clothing. He skirted around the brightest courtyards, hastening toward the cave where he had previously encountered the black dragon. Upon arrival, Chen Buxiu raised his gaze to the cave entrance, where the words wild and unruly or dog hole were flamboyantly inscribed above. The cave was not deep, and standing outside, Chen Buxiu could discern the interior quite clearly. At that moment, the black dog lay nestled in a corner of the cave, shrouded in shadows, seemingly asleep. TSK. Chen Buxiu surveyed his surroundings, then stepped into the cave while smacking his lips. Whether due to the black dog's light slumber or its heightened vigilance, it awoke as soon as Chen Buxiu took a couple of steps inside. Whimper. The little black dragon retreated to the corner, watching Chen Buxiu approach with wary eyes. Good boy, here, have a bone. Chen Buxiu produced a piece of bone from his bag, waving it enticingly before the little black dragon. To win someone over, one must first offer them their most cherished possessions. This principle applies to both humans and animals alike. Yet, while humans may be guarded, animals often are not. The little black dragon, upon catching sight of the bone in Chen Buxiu's hand, gleamed with excitement in its deep, round eyes. Its tail wagged fervently as it licked its tongue and scampered towards Chen Buxiu. Indeed, it proved effective. How delightful. As the little black dragon took the bait, a smile lingered on Chen Buxiu's face. The creature swiftly reached the bone offered by Chen, sniffing curiously at it. Detecting no issues, it immediately indulged in its treat. Oh, what a clever little beast. Chen Buxiu chuckled softly as he observed the dragon. This dog is not foolish, yet he himself is even more astute. Chapter 82. The dog speaks. Chen Buxiu had not manipulated the bones in any way. To him, this little black dragon was far from being his opponent. There was no need for him to exert himself unnecessarily. Well then, little creature, since you have devoured my bones, allow me to feast upon your flesh in return. He thought with a sinister chuckle as he slowly extended his wicked hands toward the little black dragon's neck. As long as he acted swiftly enough to seize the dragon's throat, even if it attempted to resist, it would be powerless to harm him. Moreover, with Chen Buxiu's strength, The dragon would not be able to struggle for long. Just as Chen Buxiu believed victory was within his grasp and his hands were about to clasp the dragon's neck, the little black dragon, engrossed in its meal, suddenly raised its head, propelled itself with its hind legs, and executed an impressive mid-air flip. During this acrobatic maneuver, it did not forget to kick Chen Buxiu twice with its back legs. With the momentum from those two kicks, the little black dragon successfully distanced itself from Chen Buxiu. Woof! The little black dragon barked warily, baring its teeth at Chen Buxiu. To his astonishment, Chen Buxiu had not anticipated that the dragon was on guard and had taken advantage of his momentary distraction to land those kicks. Although the little black dragon appeared small in stature, it possessed an immense inner strength. Those two kicks sent Chen Buxiu tumbling, rolling away like a ball. Chen Buxiu soon caught a whiff of a foul odor emanating from the little dragon's unwashed paws, making his eyes water. He found it utterly humiliating to be bested by a dog, especially one that seemed so foolish. Where could he possibly hide his shame? After landing gracefully from its flip, the little black dragon licked its paws, casting a smug glance at the prone Chen Buxiu, its dog-like face displaying a hint of provocation. "You silly dog, what are you staring at?" Chen Buxiu exclaimed as he rose, ready to chastise the little black dragon. To his utter disbelief, the dragon stood upright like a human and spoke. "What are you going to do about it?" "Goodness, this dog has become sentient and can speak." Chen Buxiu was taken aback. The last time he encountered the black dragon, it had not uttered a word. Heavens! This creature has transformed into a being that can converse in human language. The little black dragon tilted its head, mimicking Chen Buxiu's tone, and spoke contrary to his words. "Regardless of whether you are a dog or a demon, today I shall teach you a lesson," Chen Buxiu declared. He had always been the one to infuriate others. Never had anyone dared to provoke him. He never expected that this night he would be scolded by a mere dog. Fortunately, he had not brought Yuruyan along. Otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. With that, Chen Buxiu charged at the little black dragon. However, the dragon stood its ground, raising its paws defensively. In an instant, within the vast expanse of the dog den, a fierce and spirited battle ensued between man and beast. It was deep into the night, and thankfully, no one was around. Otherwise, any passing disciples would surely have their jaws drop in astonishment. In a swift motion, Chen Buxiu seized an opportunity to grasp the tail of the little black dragon, forcefully slamming it to the ground. The creature let out a pitiful wail. Undeterred, the little black dragon managed to break free and, seizing its chance, darted beneath Chen Buxiu's legs, executing a sweeping kick that sent him tumbling. In an instant, the little black dragon ascended to Chen Buxiu's head, vigorously pressing his face into the dirt, causing the soil to erupt around him. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless exchange, trading blows for no less than 100 rounds, with neither party gaining the upper hand. After half an hour, both man and dragon found themselves too fatigued to continue. "You foolish beast, you truly know how to fight," Chen Buxiu gasped, leaning against the wall as he settled on the ground, pointing an accusing finger at the black dragon. "And you absurd creature, are remarkably resilient." The little black dragon panted, sprawled on the ground, its tongue lolling out as it panted heavily. Even in their banter, neither was willing to concede defeat. "Are we still fighting?" the black dragon teased, its tongue still lolling, poised for another round. "What nonsense! I'm done. Chen Buxiu retorted, realizing that he had misjudged the black dragon's strength. They were evenly matched, and neither could best the other. Continuing the fight would yield no benefit for either. Indeed, it became evident that there was a reason why Emperor Hong had raised such a foolish creature. After all, how could a mere mortal serve a celestial being? Alas, what ill fortune! Chen Buxiu lamented, regretting his earlier oversight. To attempt to outsmart only to be outsmarted myself, what a stroke of bad luck. With a reluctant glance at the black dragon he stood, brushing off his clothes and abandoning a scattering of chicken bones as he resolved to return. "Wait, what do you mean by that?" the black dragon called out, eyeing the pile of bones. "It means nothing. They're of no use to me." "Since you enjoy them, consider them a gift," Chen Buxiu replied, not looking back, secretly pleased that he still held the upper hand over the black dragon. "Thanks, but allow me to offer a word of advice. Do not harbor prejudices. Not all dogs in this world relish bones or your company," the black dragon remarked, wagging its tail as it addressed Chen Buxiu's retreating figure. "Cursed beast. It has struck back." Chen Buxiu remained silent, clenching his fists in frustration. "By the way, to express my gratitude for those bones, allow me to tell you of a remarkable place. I wonder if you might be interested." As Chen Buxiu began to depart, the black dragon called him back once more. Not interested, Chen Buxiu replied curtly, still not turning. Oh, but what if that place is filled with countless spiritual herbs and celestial fruits? Would you not be intrigued? The black dragon pressed on. Quickly, do elaborate. Chen Buxiu exclaimed, suddenly darting back to the black dragon, moving so swiftly that it startled the creature. That place is called the Spirit Fruit Orchard, filled with innumerable celestial fruits. A mere bite can extend a mortal's life by 10 years, and for cultivators, it can greatly enhance their progress, yielding results beyond belief. And the taste, simply exquisite. After listening to the black dragon's narrative, Chen Buxiu inquired with skepticism, "Oh, have you tasted it?" "Of course I have," the black dragon replied, puffing up with pride. "Just look at who my master is. If you have indeed savored it, why then do you speak to me? Are you truly motivated by a desire to repay me?" Chen Buxiu was not convinced by the black dragon's rationale. "Let me reveal the truth to you," the black dragon confessed. "Although my master provides me with fruits from the spiritual orchard, the intervals are far too lengthy. Most of the time, I am relegated to consuming mere cabbage, and it takes several months before I can indulge in 2 or 3 fruits. What kind of life is it for a dog to feast on cabbage daily? It is hardly a dog's existence. There are guardians in the orchard, and as a mere dog, you would find it difficult to act. Hence, you wish to partner with me to pilfer some fruit?" Chen Buxiu astutely discerned the black dragon's underlying intentions. It was not difficult to deduce that there would be guardians, given the extraordinary properties of the fruits. It would be peculiar indeed if they were left unmonitored. The black dragon's expression momentarily betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Prior to Chen Buxiu's arrival, the black dragon's ambition was unfeasible, and he had no choice but to endure. Now, with Chen Buxiu at his side, the black dragon felt emboldened to take a risk. He perceived that Chen Buxiu possessed considerable courage, otherwise he would not dare to covet his master's treasures. Moreover, Chen Buxiu's strength was formidable, and together, their chances of success were significantly heightened. Chapter 83. The Spirit Fruit Garden Cough. How can one claim their own possessions are stolen? The fruits grown are meant for everyone to enjoy. We are merely taking what belongs to us. The guardians of the orchard are already weary, and we are only being discreet to avoid causing them any trouble. Chen Buxiu watched with great interest as the little black dog before him spoke with an unexpected cleverness. As the saying goes, one should not judge by appearances. It was surprising to see such a seemingly foolish dog exhibit such cunning. Moreover, when it began to articulate its absurd reasoning, its shameless demeanor mirrored his own. Wait a moment. To say this dog resembles me feels akin to an insult. Well? The little black dragon, noticing Chen Buxiu's silence, eagerly tilted its head and inquired, "What do you think?" Chen Buxiu responded without hesitation, one word, "Go." Woof. The little black dragon barked joyfully, wagging its tail as it returned to gnawing on a bone. "Hey, why are you still munching on that bone? We should be leaving," Chen Buxiu exclaimed, seeing that the little black dragon had no intention of departing. The hour was ripe for mischief under the cloak of darkness. A perfect time for clandestine endeavors, or rather, for procuring celestial fruits. Chen Buxiu found himself puzzled by the dragon's delay. Do not rush. The little black dragon reassured. In a moment, the guardians will change shifts. We shall seize the opportunity to slip in during their transition. Tilting its head, the little black dragon glanced at the sky outside the cave before burying its snout back into the pile of bones. "Well, it seems you have already attempted this numerous times," Chen Buxiu teased, stroking his chin. Merely observing the sky outside could not reveal the shift change without considerable experience. It appeared that the little black dragon had long craved the fruits of the spirit garden. With an experienced companion present, Chen Buxiu felt no urgency. He settled down on the ground, taking advantage of the time at hand. Having returned from the locking dragon cave several days ago, he had been so engrossed in his escapades with Yu Ruyan that he nearly neglected his cultivation. Now presented with an opportunity, he could devote some time to his practice. Thanks to the blood fiend, Chen Buxiu had reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi refinement, not far from the peak of qi refinement itself. The first level of qi refinement involves cultivating an awareness of qi, allowing the spiritual energy to circulate throughout the body in cycles. Each circulation through a meridian or a portion of the body constitutes a minor cycle, while a major cycle encompasses the flow of energy throughout the entire body. By repetitively engaging in this process, should the spiritual energy circulate freely through the limbs and organs for 10 major cycles, Chen Buxiu would achieve the 10th level of qi refinement and ascend to the peak of the 1st level, thereafter progressing to foundation establishment. Currently, he was at the pinnacle of the 6th level, merely a step away from the 7th, just one final push needed. As his spiritual energy traversed 6 major cycles, It was poised to complete half of the seventh when, all at once, his awareness of Qi abruptly vanished. It was as if an invisible force had severed the connection between Chen Buxiu and his sense of Qi. The spiritual energy within Chen Buxiu's body instantly retreated to his dantian like a receding tide, leaving him unable to summon even the slightest amount. Alas, he lamented. Still a step away, Chen Buxiu could discern that he was tantalizingly close to reaching the seventh level of Qi refinement, yet that final step eluded him. This was indeed vexing. Fortunately, Chen Buxiu was not the obstinate type, unwilling to abandon his pursuit. If he could not advance, he would simply take a moment to rest. When he regained his strength, he could attempt the leap once more. Moreover, he had only recently embarked on the path of cultivation, having already achieved the pinnacle of the sixth level of Qi refinement. His progress had far surpassed that of his peers, so why rush? One cannot become a great being in a single bite, nor can one achieve the realm of immortals in a single step. What level are you at? The bone-chewing black dragon inquired curiously, having unexpectedly halted its movements to stare at Chen Buxiu. The sixth level of Qi refinement. What's it to you? Chen Buxiu replied matter-of-factly. Oh, it's nothing, just a bit of talent, the little black dragon finally managed to articulate after a prolonged silence. Indeed, I am a genius, Chen Buxiu exclaimed, pride swelling within him. Heh, give you a little praise, and you think you can open a dye house, the little black dragon sighed, shaking its head in resignation. Where are you headed? Chen Buxiu called out as he noticed the little black dragon striding towards the cave entrance. To the spirit fruit orchard, where else would I go? To steal chickens? The little black dragon retorted with an eye roll, not bothering to look back. Ahem. How could one call it stealing if it's merely a matter of taking care of one's own chickens? Chen Buxiu knew that the black dragon was already aware that he was the alleged chicken thief causing such uproar among the disciples of the sect. He quickly stood up to follow, clearing his throat twice. This time, the little black dragon surprisingly did not retort. The reason was simple. The words sounded strikingly familiar, as it had just spoken them not long ago. It was no wonder that these two had found companionship. The man and the dragon strolled leisurely under the night sky, seemingly unfazed by their supposed thievery. Here we are, the black dragon announced after an indeterminate time of walking, just as Chen Buxiu was about to voice his complaints. Goodness, is this the spirit fruit orchard? Chen Buxiu halted, his gaze fixated on the breathtaking sight before him. He had always imagined the spirit fruit orchard to be similar to the orchards in his village. But he was utterly astonished to find that this orchard was vast beyond measure, sprawling across at least 100 acres. At the entrance of the orchard stood a grand archway, adorned with the words Spirit Fruit Orchard inscribed in flowing, vigorous characters that exuded strength and majesty. Perhaps due to the recent commotion over the chicken thefts, numerous lights flickered within the orchard, illuminating the area. While not brilliantly lit, the colors of the fruit trees were distinctly visible. Beneath the illumination, Chen Buxiu could still behold the clouds drifting across the night sky. These were not mere ordinary clouds, but rather the rich medicinal vapors emanating from the spiritual herbs and celestial fruits. The essence of these vapors was incomparably denser than that which lingered within the Moon Ruyin treasure hall. Chen Buxiu was filled with exuberant joy at this realization. He recalled the time when he had inhaled just a minuscule amount of spiritual essence within the treasure hall, which had brought him immense comfort. Now, surrounded by such an abundance of spiritual energy, he could hardly contain his excitement. Additionally, the plethora of spiritual herbs and celestial fruits before him painted a vivid picture of his potential ascent to the seventh, eighth, or even the pinnacle of Qi refinement. He chuckled to himself, feeling that he had finally arrived at the right place. With eager anticipation, he rubbed his hands together, and despite the darkness, his eyes glimmered with an extraordinary brightness. He could scarcely resist the urge to rush in and explore, or rather, plunder. The little black dragon was equally captivated, its eyes shining with a brilliant light, its mouth agape. The grass beneath him no longer needed to long for the arrival of rain, for the dragon's saliva was nearly drowning it. Chapter 84. Collusion. How curious it is that today, the orchard is bustling with an unusual number of individuals. The little black dragon twitched his nostrils, detecting several unfamiliar scents in the air. Could it be that they are aware of our intent to pilfer their fruits and have deliberately increased their manpower? At this critical moment, Chen Buxiu found himself momentarily perplexed. The little black dragon rolled his eyes and retorted, "Are you truly that foolish? Our plan to steal the fruits was entirely spontaneous. Who could possibly have foreseen it?" Rather than engaging in a rebuttal, Chen Buxiu stroked his chin thoughtfully, amused. Could it be that due to the recent spate of chicken thefts, they have taken precautions and bolstered their defenses in the orchard? I find that highly plausible. The little black dragon replied, scanning his surroundings. Oh well, no matter. Even if they double their guards, with us around, their fruits will inevitably be lost. The little black dragon was brimming with confidence regarding their undertaking. Indeed, recalling their previous triumphs where formidable defenses had been in place yet had proven futile against his cunning, Chen Buxiu's confidence soared. All right then, let us divide our forces. You shall be tasked with diverting their attention while I procure the fruits and elixirs. The little black dragon promptly devised a plan. What? Why should I be the one to draw fire while you take the spoils? Chen Buxiu immediately objected. This little black dog, despite its seemingly honest demeanor, was undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Chen Buxiu was unwilling to fall into this dog's trap. Very well, but do you know which fruits are the most delectable and valuable? Are you aware of where the most elixirs are located? The orchard is rife with traps and poisonous herbs to deter intruders. Do you possess the knowledge to discern them? The little black dragon appeared to delight in rolling his eyes, delivering a soul-searching inquiry to Chen Buxiu. Chen Buxiu was momentarily at a loss for words. The concerns raised by the black dog were indeed significant. He was entirely ignorant of the orchard's intricacies, and to venture in recklessly posed considerable risks. If he were to emerge empty-handed, having made a fool of himself, the night would indeed be a tremendous loss. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Buxiu begrudgingly conceded, Fine. I shall divert their attention while you steal the fruits. Gather as much as you can. Brother, I possess but a mouth. How much do you expect me to carry? The little black dragon remarked, somewhat exasperated. What do you think this is? Chen Buxiu responded, producing a cosmic bag. Wow, you're quite well prepared. The little black dragon's tail bristled in astonishment, and he gasped softly. With this cosmic bag, the little black dragon could not only satiate his hunger in the orchard, but also stockpile a considerable amount of provisions. He no longer had to worry about a shortage of fruits, with the promise of food security for the future. The duo, one man and one dog, resolved to proceed with their plan. The little black dragon, clutching the cosmic bag presented by Chen Buxiu, swiftly darted into the shadows of the orchard. Indeed, there are small advantages to be found. Chen Buxiu gazed at the fleeting figure of the little black dragon, reflecting on the predicament. Were he in that position, he would need to ponder how to conceal himself from the glaring lights. Taking a deep breath, Chen Buxiu immediately feigned a sense of urgency, dashing into the spirit fruit orchard. Who goes there? The sheer size of Chen Buxiu dwarfed the little black dragon, and as he recklessly charged through the orchard, he swiftly attracted the attention of two guards. A gust of wind, laden with swirling sand, rushed towards him. Upon blinking, he found two silhouettes suddenly materializing before him. Observing the pair, he discerned their cultivation levels, one at the 6th stage of qi refining and the other at the 7th. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Though Chen Buxiu had never encountered them before, he decided to extend a courteous salutation to establish rapport. Why are you here at this late hour? Instead of resting? The two seemed unimpressed by his approach, as one clad in a blue robe questioned him. Oh, esteemed senior, please do not misunderstand. I come bearing an important message. Chen Buxiu promptly commenced his act. What message? Inquired the other, draped in green. Recently, a number of chickens have gone missing from our peak, and despite the prolonged search by our fellow disciples, the wretched thief remains at large. We fear this villain may set his sights on our spirit fruit orchard, which is why I was dispatched to inform you to bolster the patrols and remain vigilant. We must not allow this rogue any opportunity to strike. Chen Buxiu clutched the green-robed senior's sleeve, his expression of concern appearing entirely genuine. Upon hearing this, the two seniors exchanged knowing smiles. The green-robed senior even patted Chen Buxiu on the shoulder, as if to reassure him. Junior, you are worrying unnecessarily. We have already reinforced the guards in the orchard, and the array is meticulously arranged. No matter how cunning the thief may be, he shall not abscond with even a single blade of grass from us. Meanwhile, at another corner of the orchard, two disciples at the 5th stage of qi refining stood beneath the flickering flames, engaged in conversation. Haven't they captured the chicken thief yet? Not yet. The fellow who was interrogating the previous two said they were quite obstinate, refusing to divulge the identity of their accomplice. However, they have begun to suspect Tai Dalong from the Qi Refining Academy and are currently monitoring him. Why has the sect assigned us here? We are not allowed to go anywhere. Merely gazing at the abundant fruit and inhaling the delightful aroma, it's utterly tormenting. It's simply because they fear that damned chicken thief may have designs on the fruits and herbs. Do you think the rogue will actually come? Who knows? Yet, I truly hope he does. Why is that? Consider it. This orchard is fraught with mechanisms and arrays. If he dares to approach, he would be walking into a trap. Once he is captured, we can finally abandon our posts. Indeed, but do you think these arrays will truly be effective against him? Humph. I shall ensure he comes and goes without return. How delightful. Oh, this one is sweet as well, both large and sweet. Alas, this one is even sweeter. Just a few dozen meters away from the two disciples, a little black dragon was savoring the peaches on a tree with great delight. With a single bite, the plump, juicy peach burst forth with sweetness, causing the black dragon to involuntarily emit a sound akin to a bark. It was as if it were accompanying the Monkey King in the peach garden, carelessly discarding each fruit after just one bite. It leaped from one tree to another. Its mouth filled not only with peaches but an assortment of fruit flesh, causing its cheeks to puff out in sheer enjoyment. Chapter 85. Mischief Burp. The Little Black Dragon. Having feasted for an indeterminate length of time and traversed countless trees, finally nestled comfortably beneath a blade of grass that stood close to the size of a human calf. It contentedly pawed at its belly, thoroughly satisfied. What utter bliss! After uttering this exclamation, the little black dragon let out a hearty burp. While picking at its teeth with the sharp tips of its claws, it mused, "After a brief rest, I shall procure some fruits for that lad, lest he accuses me of letting him down." The black dragon rolled over, lying flat on the ground, its tail swaying back and forth as it comfortably released a flatulent sigh. "Well then, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave." The elder brother in green surveyed the orchard and gestured for Chen Buxiu to depart. However, Chen Buxiu was not so easily dissuaded. He grasped the elder brother's arm. "Brother, you must be quite weary from guarding all night. Would you require my assistance? I could keep watch for the first half of the night, allowing you to rest, which would surely alleviate your fatigue." The elder brother in green regarded Chen Buxiu with suspicion and replied, "This task has been entrusted to us by the sect, and we are duty-bound to fulfill it with utmost diligence. There is no notion of allowing another to take our place. We appreciate your kind intentions, but you must leave now." You truly Chen Buxiu wished to say more, but upon seeing the shift in his brother's expressions, he promptly waved his hand. "Very well. I shall take my leave. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed brothers." As Chen Buxiu departed, the tension in the two brothers' eyes gradually eased. "Who goes there? What are you doing?" At that moment, a booming voice resonated from deep within the orchard. The two brothers quickly turned to investigate, and Chen Buxiu halted in his tracks, silently lamenting, "Alas, that wretched creature is utterly unreliable." It turned out that after resting, the little black dragon had commenced pilfering fruits and spiritual herbs on Chen Buxiu's behalf. Initially, the endeavor proceeded smoothly, with the flat bag of the universe visibly swelling with each successful theft. The little black dragon intended to steal a few more fruits before returning home, yet it had consumed far too much. Losing its footing on a branch, it plummeted to the ground. While a fall was inconsequential, what truly mattered was that it inadvertently triggered a formation hidden beneath the tree. In an instant, countless arrows of spiritual energy surged forth, bombarding the little black dragon, which shrieked in distress and dashed about in a frenzy. Such commotion inevitably alerted the disciples guarding the orchard, culminating in the raucous shouts that Chen Buxiu and his companions soon overheard. "Halt! Stop right there!" Realizing the gravity of the situation, the little black dragon clutched its bulging bag and fled without a backward glance. The two guarding disciples pursued relentlessly. "Don't chase. Don't chase. Is it truly worth it over a few fruits?" The disciples, though swift, found themselves quickly closing in on the little black dragon's rear. Yet, the little dragon, being diminutive and agile, deftly evaded their every attempt to capture it. With its short legs flailing, it darted across the ground, weaving like a shadow, growing ever more distant. "Hurry, go take a look. Don't let the thief escape," the man in the green attire said gravely to the man in blue. The blue-clad man nodded, and in the next moment, he transformed into a streak of azure light, racing towards the depths of the orchard. "Brother, I shall lend you a hand." Chen Buxiu, without hesitation, also turned into a flash of light, closely following behind. "Stop!" The green-clad man intended to halt Chen Buxiu, but as soon as he raised his hand, Chen Buxiu had already darted past him, leaving him dumbfounded in place. So fast, foolish mutt. If you lose my belongings, I shall surely steal you for dinner." Chen Buxiu's speed accelerated, soon surpassing the blue-clad man, heading straight towards the source of the sound. What just zipped past? The blue-clad man wondered if he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes and hurried in the direction Chen Buxiu had taken. "We must stop it, otherwise, we cannot report back to the sect." The two disciples chasing the little black dragon each summoned a beam of light, a technique indicative of the chi refining stage. This beam represented the majority of their power. The two beams shot forth simultaneously, illuminating the path ahead. The beams pursued the little black dragon's rear, and the next moment, struck its backside. "Now I curse you." The little black dragon yelped, leaping up in agony and anger. It used the force of the impact to speed ahead. There. Chen Buxiu heard the little black dragon's wail and immediately dashed towards that direction. "Brother, I'm coming." He spotted the little black dragon fleeing towards him. And without exchanging a word, they brushed past each other. Clenching his fist, Chen Buxiu charged towards the two relentless pursuers. "Quick, stop it!" One of them, seeing Chen Buxiu approach, assumed he was there to help and shouted out. However, none expected that Chen Buxiu would bypass the fleeing shadow, charging directly at them. In no time, Chen Buxiu collided with the two. The one at the front was met with a punch from Chen Buxiu. The blow was neither too light nor too heavy, yet it still caused him to scream in pain. "What are you doing?" Chen Buxiu offered no chance for him to speak, seizing the man by his collar and delivering several more punches. As he struck, he cursed. "Damn thieving scoundrel, I let you steal. I let you steal. Not only did you steal the chickens, but you also dared to target the orchard's owner. Just wait until I leave you with a mouthful of teeth scattered on the ground. Are you still stealing? Are you still stealing? What are you doing? Stop." He asked one of us. The other man, arriving in haste, attempted to intervene. However, Chen Buxiu's movements were too swift, grasping the collar of the one being beaten. He hurled him away. The individual who had come to intervene found himself momentarily frozen, words caught in his throat and unable to escape. "That's senior brother. He is the thief. Quickly seize him." The man in blue, upon noticing a fleeting shadow on the ground, was about to investigate when he heard Chen Buxiu calling out to him. Due to the obscured visibility of the night, the blue-clad man could not discern clearly. He merely perceived a figure hurtling towards him. His expression hardened, and he acted decisively. With a swift motion of his right arm, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. In the next moment, he grasped the swiftly moving figure in the night sky firmly with one hand. With a cold snort, he believed he had captured the culprit. However, upon closer inspection, his countenance darkened with dismay. This was no thief. It was clearly one of the disciples who had been guarding the orchard alongside him. He turned to glance at the ground, only to find the shadow he had briefly glimpsed had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Chen Buxiu and another disciple hurriedly approached. "He is one of ours. Who has inflicted such severe injuries upon him?" Upon hearing this, Chen Buxiu realized that he had mistakenly apprehended the wrong person, his expression shifting to one of alarm and trepidation, filled with remorse as he prepared to apologize. The blue-clad man scoffed, gently placing the injured disciple on the ground, and swiftly turned back, racing towards the orchard's entrance. Chapter 86. Escape. "I sincerely apologize. It was all a misunderstanding. Please take care of this senior brother while I lend assistance to that brother. I shall personally apologize to him afterwards." Chen Buxiu watched the swiftly disappearing figure of the man in blue, his heart racing with urgency. He hastily uttered those words and quickly pursued. Alas, what a calamity! Both Chen Buxiu and the man in blue appeared in an instant and vanished just as swiftly. Only the two disciples remained, one standing and the other lying on the ground. The standing one gazed at the prostrate figure, shaking his head incessantly, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, he did not run too swiftly. "Brother Liu, do not let him escape." At this moment, the man in green stood at the sole exit of the spirit fruit garden, poised for action. Within his line of sight, a shadow was rapidly approaching. Accompanying that shadow was a voice he recognized all too well, the voice of the man in blue, transmitted from afar. Along with the sound came a surge of azure sword energy, fierce and swift, pursuing the swiftly moving shadow. The man in green summoned all his spiritual energy, unleashing a spirit energy palm print the size of a grinding disc. In an instant, the sword energy and palm print formed a pincer attack against the shadow. Just as the two attacks were about to strike the shadow, Chen Buxiu's voice suddenly emerged. "Senior brothers, I am coming." With that declaration, he landed just above the shadow, his speed startling both the men in blue and green. Their attacks, originally aimed at the shadow, were now destined to strike Chen Buxiu instead. "Get out of the way," the man in green bellowed. It was at that moment that Chen Buxiu realized he had unwittingly placed himself in the midst of their assault. The two attacks were perilously close, and in his fright, he failed to react, standing there in a daze as the sword energy and palm print descended upon him. The only thing he could do was tightly shut his eyes. Yet after what felt like an eternity, he felt no pain. Cautiously, Chen Buxiu opened his eyes. To his astonishment, the sword energy and palm print had inexplicably dissipated, transforming into specks of light that scattered before him. with Chen Buxi's unexpected intervention. The shadow that should have been captured swiftly vanished, darting past the man in green. "Get lost, you incompetent fool." Chen Buxi remained frozen in place, bewildered. The man in blue surged past him, colliding with him and sending him aside. "I am so sorry. I will certainly help you catch him," Chen Buxi cried out, filled with immense guilt and tears streaming down his face. Why did that fleeting shadow seem so familiar? Why did it resemble the black dragon under the auspices of Emperor Hongxian? Just moments ago, as the black dragon flashed past the man in green, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of its outline, stirring a sense of suspicion within him. "Stay here, I shall pursue." The man in blue transformed into a streak of azure light, swiftly darting past the man in green. "I will assist that senior brother," Chen Buxi declared, his face etched with profound guilt, as he too morphed into a glimmering flash and hurried in the direction of the man in blue. The two soon vanished into the depths of the night. "Do not follow me." The man in blue spat out a feather, expressing his utter disdain towards Chen Buxi, who was hot on his heels. There had been a prime opportunity to capture the thief, but it was Chen Buxi's interference that had allowed the rogue to escape. During their pursuit, whether by the thief's cunning or Chen Buxi's deliberate meddling, they had inadvertently run into another person's poultry yard, causing a cacophony of clucking as several chickens took to the air. Consequently, the man in blue harbored considerable resentment towards Chen Buxi. He wished to shake off Chen's persistent following, but found, to his dismay, that he could not rid himself of him. Perplexed and astonished, he noted that Chen Buxi, despite being at the 6th level of qi refinement, should have been slower than he, who was at the 7th level. Yet, now was not the time for contemplation. His foremost objective was to catch up to the fleeing shadow and reclaim what had been lost in the orchard. "Senior brother, watch out ahead." Chen Buxi suddenly cried out in alarm. The man in blue glanced forward but saw nothing. He shot a cold glare at Chen Buxi. However, after that icy glance, he heard a dull thud, followed by the sensation of being struck by something, causing him to tumble backward. Ouch! He fell to the ground, rolling like a ball several times before coming to a halt, clutching his head in pain. What on earth was that? As he looked up, he noticed a dirt pillar had emerged from seemingly nowhere, bearing the imprint of his face and head. Confused and in pain, he thought to himself, "I certainly did not see that pillar there before. When did it appear? Ouch! Senior brother, are you all right? I warned you. Why did you charge ahead?" Chen Buxi, having discreetly discarded the now useless earth-moving talisman, rushed to the side of the man in blue and helped him to his feet. "I didn't see that pillar." The man in blue still struggled to believe his own eyes. "Continue the chase. Do not let that." Just as he began to speak, his legs gave way beneath him, and he stumbled, crashing down hard onto the ground. His head struck a stone, and he immediately fell into unconsciousness. "Oh, my senior brother, for just a few fruits, why must you risk your life?" Chen Buxi lamented, observing the man in blue sprawled on the ground, his fingers gently rubbing together as a discarded talisman turned to ash in his grasp. He cast a glance into the night, then hoisted the unconscious man in blue onto his back and sprinted towards the orchard. What transpired? The man in green, stationed at the orchard's entrance, inquired as Chen Buxi returned with the man in blue. My senior brother, in his eagerness to pursue the thief, did not foresee being outwitted and crashing into a pillar, rendering him unconscious. Chen Buxi had already formulated his explanation in his mind. Then why are you unharmed? The man in green pressed further. My senior brother possesses a higher realm and swifter speed. Before I could warn him, he had already fallen. Upon seeing him unconscious, I deemed his safety paramount and chose to return him instead of continuing the chase. Chen Buxi wiped away his guilty tears, responding fluidly. Ah, you have endured much, junior brother. The man in green pondered for a long moment, then shook his head and patted Chen Buxi's shoulder. I apologize, senior brother. It is my ineptitude that has hindered us. Chen Buxi replied, his voice laced with emotion. Enough, enough. Do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. If all is well, you may return. The man in green comforted Chen Buxi, then gestured for him to leave. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Chen Buxi wiped his tears and departed without a backward glance. The man in green watched Chen Buxi's retreating figure, momentarily taken aback. This lad is rather decisive. Who? This is exhausting. The little black dragon returned to its lair, tossing the Qianquan pouch aside and collapsing onto the ground. Panting heavily, this night's escapade nearly cost it its life. Yet, fortunately, its cleverness allowed it to evade danger. Chapter 87. Distribution of spoils. How dare you? If it weren't for my cover, you would have been captured. How can you be so unreliable? The little black dragon immediately stood up upon hearing this. fixating its gaze on Chen Buxiu as he slowly entered the cave. What do you mean by unreliable? I was merely trying to secure more for you. Otherwise, I would have returned home long ago. You truly lack appreciation, the little black dragon retorted, sticking out its tongue. Enough, enough. Where is the bag? Chen Buxiu, lacking the patience to bicker further, extended his hand towards the little black dragon, demanding the Qinquan bag. Over there. The little black dragon gestured with its head towards the direction of the Qinquan bag. Chen Buxiu promptly moved in that direction. Suddenly, the little black dragon dashed towards the Qinquan bag like lightning. Chen Buxiu, his eyes fixed on the little black dragon, quickly followed suit. In the next instant, both man and dragon seized one end of the Qinquan bag simultaneously. You foolish dog, what do you think you're doing? Chen Buxiu gripped his end of the Qinquan bag tightly, glaring fiercely at the little black dragon. Don't even think about keeping it all for yourself. The celestial fruits and spiritual herbs within that bag are to be shared equally. The little black dragon bit down firmly on the Qinquan bag, defiantly confronting Chen Buxiu. Goodness, you truly are a cunning little rascal. If I hadn't covered for you tonight, you wouldn't have even laid a finger on these treasures. You think you deserve half? Have you lost your senses? It should be 20-80. I take 80, and you take 20. Chen Buxiu exclaimed, incredulity evident in his voice. This foolish dog truly had the audacity to calculate his gains, as if the abacus beads were about to pop out and hit him in the face. Having done nothing but pilfer the fruits, it expected an equal share. What a delusion. Go to hell. You deserve only 2. Your entire family is a bunch of fools. Oh, so you think covering for me is a great accomplishment? Without my experience, would you have been able to gather so much? Even though I was discovered. Did you see me lose anything? I ran swiftly, and after all this effort, I'm only entitled to 20%? You truly underestimate me. I'm not human. You are the real dog. The little black dragon, enraged by the words, leaped up, teeth clenched on the Qinquan bag, eyes blazing with defiance. Then how much do you want? Chen Buxiu gritted his teeth, fixing a fierce gaze on the little black dragon. Equal share. It must be divided equally. Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive today, he would have to share with me. The little black dragon bared its teeth, unyielding. What nonsense. Can your doggy belly even hold all this? Chen Buxiu tugged at the Qinquan bag, attempting to pull it towards himself. Mind your own business. Just bring it to me. The little black dragon stubbornly resisted, pulling the Qinquan bag towards itself. Very well, if that is the case, let us duel. Chen Buxiu declared, filled with indignation. Come on. If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't be a dog. The little black dragon shot back, without hesitation. Thus, the once united and harmonious alliance was shattered in an instant. Former allies had transformed into adversaries, baring their teeth at one another, ready to engage in the fierce battle reminiscent of their first encounter. In a moment of chaos, the sounds of lamentation filled the cave. A cacophony of human and canine voices intertwining. After a while, both man and dog finally succumbed to exhaustion. The tail of the little black dragon lay in the palm of Chen Buxiu's weary hand, its 4 paws in the air, revealing its fluffy, snow-white belly. As it pantingly stuck out its tongue, Chen Buxiu, with his hair resembling a bird's nest, slumped against the wall, gasping for breath. Are we done? The little black dragon weakly inquired, panting. Fine, fine, let it be 50%. You are truly too much of a dog. After a night of tussling, Chen Buxiu felt utterly drained and had no desire to continue this absurdity with the foolish dog. This is more like it. The little black dragon laboriously turned over and retrieved half of the celestial fruits and herbs from the fallen bag, tossing it back to Chen Buxiu. Eat up, or you'll perish. Chen Buxiu grasped the bag, unsteadily rising to his feet, and cursed under his breath as he hastily exited the cave. He wished to linger here no longer. Within the opulent palace of Yuruyan, the bored lady was finally delighted by Chen Buxiu's return, yet her first query was, did you go stealing chickens again? No, I brought back something truly remarkable. Chen Buxiu shook his head. Did you really kill that dog of Emperor Hong? Yuruyan exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. Don't even mention that foolish dog. It infuriates me. Chen Buxiu retorted angrily. Before Yuruyan could inquire further, she was captivated by the sight of the bag Chen Buxiu had opened. As he held it aloft, its mouth agape, a multitude of celestial fruits and herbs, radiating a rich aura of spiritual energy, cascaded onto the ground, forming a small mountain before them. A thick mist enveloped the mound, swirling with spiritual essence. Which place did you plunder? Yuruyan marveled at the towering pile, nearly as high as her thigh. Plunder? This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Hurry, taste these fruits. Chen Bus urged her, offering no further explanation. Curious, Yurian picked a vibrant red fruit from the summit of the pile, her brow furrowing as she asked, "What is this sticky substance on the fruit?" The fruit was coated in a viscous liquid, and Chen Bus was at a loss as to its origin. Though the foolish dog had bitten it, it couldn't possibly be saliva. It was far too copious for that. Thus, he casually replied, "Perhaps it is the essence of spiritual energy that has condensed into this liquid. If you mind it, just wipe it off." He could hardly admit that it was a fruit that had been bitten by a dog, could he? As the moonlit beauty meticulously wiped the fruit clean before placing it in her mouth, an expression of delight blossomed across her face. With the first bite, her brows relaxed, and joy radiated from her features. The fruit was remarkably crisp, its flesh melting upon contact, accompanied by a hint of refreshing sweetness. Unable to restrain herself, she took another bite, completely entranced. There was no need for Chen Buxiu to inquire further. The quality of this fruit and its virtues were abundantly clear. With such a treasure, Chen Buxiu was destined for a significant enhancement. Chen Buxiu had arrived at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Chapter 88. The mutated right leg. After having consumed the fruit without issue, Chen Bus took several large bites. The moment the succulent flesh touched his palate, he felt an inexplicable force coursing through his limbs. He hastily channeled the spiritual energy from his dantian to accompany this force, facilitating a series of great circulations within his body. Following the consumption of the fruit, his perception of energy became remarkably lucid and potent. Upon completing 6 great circulations, the 7th began to manifest. Chen Bus felt a tinge of anxiety, fearing that his energy perception might abruptly vanish during the operation of the 7th cycle. Soon, the spiritual energy had traversed halfway through the circulation. Gradually, it continued its course. Finally, with unwavering resolve, the 7th great circulation was completed. Chen Bus's cultivation ascended to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. This fruit truly possessed extraordinary efficacy. He gazed at the fruit in his hand and took another bite. The night passed in silence. The following day, at Jin Lei Feng, before the residence of Emperor Hong, a throng of disciples gathered. The crowd, though bustling, remained orderly. They seemed to be deliberating on some matter. Moments later, a man clad in dark robes stepped forth from the crowd, approaching the door, poised to knock. Just as he raised his hand, the door of Emperor Hong swung open. "What brings you here?" Emperor Hong, upon noticing the multitude of disciples amassed at his doorstep, furrowed his brow. "Respected Immortal, we have pressing matters to report to you." The leading dark-robed man bowed respectfully before Emperor Hong and promptly spoke. "Proceed." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Emperor Hong urged the man to divulge the details. With Emperor Hong's consent, the man recounted the events with utmost clarity. A quarter of an hour later, "Is what you say truly accurate?" Emperor Hong inquired, his brows still knitted in contemplation as he scrutinized the man before him. "Every word spoken is the truth. Both Liu and Li Shixiang can attest to my account. Indeed, we can provide confirmation." The moment the dark-robed man finished, 2 voices echoed in agreement. They were the green-robed and blue-robed men who had stood guard at the spiritual fruit orchard the previous night. The orchard had been pilfered, and during the pursuit of the thief, the green-robed man had inadvertently noticed that the thief bore an uncanny resemblance to the black dragon raised by Emperor Hong. When the dragon fled, it led them toward a yard filled with fowl and foliage, indicating its intimate familiarity with the route, suggesting it had visited multiple times. Thus, they collectively suspected that the culprit responsible for the theft at the spiritual fruit orchard and the recent poultry theft was none other than the black dragon. Emperor Hong remained somewhat reluctant to accept this notion. Yet, given the disciples' suspicions, he deemed it essential to conduct an investigation for the sake of clarity. Dismissing the assembled disciples, Emperor Hong transformed into a streak of light, heading in the direction of the black dragon. In the cave. The aroma, truly delightful. Inside, the black dragon lay sprawled on the ground, with a half-eaten celestial fruit beside its mouth. The dragon had feasted abundantly the previous night. After satiating their thirst, one naturally drifts into a deep slumber. Thus, even though the sun is now high in the sky, the black dragon remains blissfully ensconced in dreams. Little does it know that danger has stealthily approached. In the enchanting palace of Yuriyuan, Chen Buxiu retrieved the dragon egg, scrutinizing it thoughtfully. Resting his chin on his hand, it is indeed a miracle that this dragon egg, having been drained of its life essence by that old wretch for over 10,000 years, has not perished. Beneath the egg lay a golden dragon scale, the very reverse scale left to Chen Buxiu by the colossal dragon. He intended to use this reverse scale to incubate the dragon egg. However, The radiance emanating from the egg was exceedingly faint, on the verge of extinction. Chen Buxiu shook his head, acknowledging that relying solely on the reverse scale to hatch the egg would be an arduous task. The egg, having been depleted of its blood essence for millennia, was in a state of extreme frailty, with the dragon spirit within succumbed to profound slumber. It was imperative to provide ample nourishment to facilitate its hatching. Fortunately, Chen Buxiu had an abundance of spiritual herbs at his disposal. The previous night, he and Yu Yuan had consumed copious amounts of celestial fruits and spiritual herbs. And now Chen Buxiu had reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of qi refinement, a mere step away from the 8th. The residual energy from the celestial fruits within him was still substantial. However, he refrained from incessantly devouring them. After all, his stomach had its limits, and he feared overindulgence could lead to a catastrophic rupture. With Yu Yuan's assistance, Chen Buxiu extracted some spiritual herbs and refined them into a liquid form that the dragon egg could absorb. They meticulously layered this liquid over the surface of the egg. Under their watchful gaze, the liquid seeped into the egg at a visible pace. They understood that this was the dragon's spirit absorbing the nutrients. To ensure the dragon egg hatches successfully, it was essential to provide it with sufficient nourishment, allowing it to flourish. Only when the dragon spirit within the egg was replete with vitality could the purity of their dragon lineage be enhanced, ultimately unlocking the seal within the reverse scale. Chen Buxiu held a keen interest in the secret arts of the dragon clan. However, the process of nurturing the dragon egg was destined to be a monumental undertaking, far from achievable in a single day or night. Like Chen Buxiu, the dragon spirit too had its limits. It could not endlessly consume nourishment and required time to digest. Consequently, the last layer of spiritual liquid he applied to the egg was not absorbed in the slightest. At this rate, one might wonder when the dragon egg would finally hatch. Chen Buxiu reclined, exclaiming in exasperation, "One cannot rush the boiling of beans. Impatience yields no results." Yu Yuan appeared unfazed, leisurely savoring the fruit in her hand, relishing its sweet and fragrant essence. "Well then, if there's no hurry, I shall take a moment to examine my leg." Chen Buxiu abruptly sat up, rolled up his pant leg, revealing most of his right leg. At first glance, aside from being slightly thinner, fairer, and less hairy, it bore no distinction from that of an ordinary person. As Chen Buxiu summoned his spiritual energy and channeled it into his right leg, it expanded visibly, growing larger by a fist's breadth in an instant. His previously frail limb became adorned with muscle, its contours sharply defined, as if it were on the verge of bursting. Moreover, the muscles of his right leg were suffused with flowing streams of golden light, cascading like water in a wild dance. Amidst the luminous currents, shimmering scales glimmered in gold, revealing themselves as unmistakably dragon scales. Chen Buxiu had borrowed a spirit-grade artifact from the palace of Yu Yuan. He infused the artifact with spiritual energy and then swung it forcefully against his right leg. However, a resounding clang echoed as the spirit-grade artifact vibrated in his grasp, causing his hand to tingle and nearly threatening the artifact with cracks. This strike from Chen Buxiu was such that not even a cultivator of the qi refinement stage, nor a practitioner of the higher foundation establishment stage, would dare to receive it unguarded. Upon withdrawing his spiritual energy, his right leg instantly returned to its normal state. Chapter 89. Human Nature. Chen Buxiu gazed at his right leg, a smile illuminating his face. The transformation of this leg was a discovery he had made only that morning. Of course, he had also tested whether his third leg had undergone any mutation. Had it done so, Chen Buxiu would have been truly remarkable. Alas, it had not. Initially, he suspected that something had gone awry with his cultivation or that he had ingested the wrong elixir, leading to this peculiar condition. However, after thorough analysis with Yu Yuan, it was determined that the anomaly stemmed from the reverse scale affixed to his right leg, which had infused it with dragon essence. Coupled with the enhancement provided by the Immortal technique, whenever he channeled spiritual energy through this leg, it would undergo a transformation, resulting in an astonishingly high defensive capability. In addition to its formidable defense, the offensive power of this leg was equally astonishing. He had already tested it against Yu Yuan. Despite her considerable strength, she could withstand only 3 strikes from him without resorting to any spells, her martial prowess rendered ineffective by sheer force, leaving her utterly humiliated. Chen Buxiu was overjoyed with his leg, treating it with utmost reverence, even going so far as to name it the super-dominant, invincible, undying divine dragon leg. "Look at your smugness. What a ridiculous name. Just call it a dog leg," Yu Yuan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Buxiu, who was enamored with his right leg. the very leg that had rendered her powerless after merely 3 strikes. She harbored a deep resentment, wishing she could detach it and toss it to the dogs. Suddenly, Chen Buxiu rolled up his pant leg and exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, are you out of your mind? Making such a fuss?" Urian scolded, startled by his sudden outburst. "No, I was contemplating that as the dragon spirit within the dragon egg gradually recovers, once it hatches, its presence will undoubtedly be detected by the sect. What then shall become of this dragon egg?" Chen Buxiu stated earnestly. "Detected? How could that be?" Urian replied dismissively, confident in the security of her treasure haul. "How could it not? Wasn't the blood fiend within the dragon lock cave also concealed? Yet in the end, its aura was leaked, and my uncle Dihong and the others sensed it. When this dragon egg hatches, it could create quite a stir, after all. My uncle Dihong is at the immortal realm, far surpassing our sensitivity." Surprisingly, Urian fell silent, contemplating for a moment before nodding. However, she quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor, shrugging her shoulders and responding casually, "Oh well, so what if it gets discovered? If it does, it does. This dragon egg is not an ominous object. It won't bring any misfortune to your sect. Why are you so worried?" Chen Buxiu shook his head vigorously, resembling a clapper of a drum. "Ah, do you not comprehend? What concerns me is not the potential repercussions of the dragon egg on the sect, but rather the consequences that may befall the dragon egg itself once it is discovered." Urian paused in bewilderment, blinking in confusion as she replied, Wait. What are you trying to convey? I find myself somewhat lost in your words." Chen Buxiu rarely rolled his eyes, pondering the apparent lack of intelligence exhibited by the second young lady of the Heartless sect. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, Chen Buxiu proceeded to elucidate. "Consider this. When the dragon egg hatches, it is likely to create a considerable commotion, which will undoubtedly attract my uncle Dihong and the others, right?" Urian listened intently, nodding in agreement. "The dragon clan is undoubtedly one of the most formidable demon races in this world. Are you not aware of the immense allure a young dragon holds for a sect? What do you suppose they are contemplating in their minds?" Urian finally comprehended some of Chen Buxiu's intentions and, with a slight curl of her lips, remarked, "You refer to him as Uncle Dihong with such disdain. Do you truly perceive your Uncle Dihong in such a negative light?" "Sigh. I never claimed that it must be he who harbors ill intentions. Even if Dihong himself harbors no malice, with so many individuals within the sect, can one truly guarantee that none of them possess ulterior motives? That would be an overly optimistic view of human nature. This is a dragon, and even if it is but a juvenile, it holds immeasurable value. Should this dragon prove obedient and trainable, the sect would undoubtedly cultivate it into a treasured guardian of the sect. Although it would not be subjected to cruelty, it would nonetheless lose its freedom for all eternity, bound to serve within the Tai Ching sect. Conversely, if it possesses a fierce disposition and a rebellious spirit, the sect would surely seek ways to dispose of it. If they are unable to benefit from the dragon, they shall ensure that no one else can either, eliminating this potential threat. In such a case, they might even resort to dismembering the young dragon, using its remains for crafting or alchemy, extracting every ounce of value from it. If that were to happen, I would utterly betray the trust its mother placed in me." Yuan furrowed her brow, expressing disbelief as she said, "Surely, the Tai Ching sect cannot be as malicious as you suggest. You cannot project your own negativity onto everyone." "Hey, I'm not negative at all," Chen Buxiu retorted immediately. Yuan gave him a knowing glance, choosing not to respond. She vividly recalled the torment Chen Buxiu inflicted upon that bloodthirsty creature. If that does not qualify as malevolence, then the world must be filled with good souls. All right, fine. Perhaps I misjudged them, but as the saying goes, one should harbor no ill will but remain vigilant against others. It is always prudent to prepare in advance, is it not? If everything I fear does not come to pass, that would be splendid, but should the worst occur, we must have a strategy in place. We cannot rely on improvisation when our cultivation levels are such that a single finger from any immortal could easily subdue us. Chen Buxiu chose not to continue his rebuttal, instead following Yuan's lead in their conversation. Yuan found Chen Buxiu's remark to be quite reasonable and nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. "So, do you have any solutions?" "Well, I thought you had been pondering for quite some time, expecting you to propose a clever idea. Instead, you directly asked me?" Chen Buxiu responded with surprise. "What solutions could I possibly have? I've merely been awaiting your input. If you remain silent, I can only inquire." Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Humph. I expected you might devise some ingenious plan. Such unreliability. The only thing you seem to possess is that spoiled young lady temperament of yours." Chen Buxiu muttered under his breath. What did you say? Yu Ruiyuan quickly leaned in, her delicate fist raised, ready to strike. Nothing. I meant to say, I will think of a way. Chen Buxiu promptly pushed her away, wearing a broad smile. He then fell into deep thought, contemplating. If all else fails, I shall inquire of it. It? Who is it? Yu Ruiyuan asked, puzzled. It? Chen Buxiu lifted his gaze and replied. Is a senior of our Taiching sect, known as Guzizai. Chapter 90. Taking on a job. Upon hearing this, Yu Ruiyuan's eyes filled with even greater confusion. Who is Guzizai? Isn't that the old turtle? You took someone there last time. Chen Buxiu, who had been puzzled as to why Yu Ruiyuan suddenly did not recognize the old turtle, swiftly connected the dots. The last order to besiege Guzizai had come from Yu Ruiyuan's elder sister, Yu Ruxiang, not her. Naturally, Yu Ruiyuan was unaware of this detail. Perhaps even Yu Ruxiang herself was oblivious to Guzizai's identity. Fortunately, Chen Buxiu quickly regained his composure and refrained from revealing too much. One of Yu Ruiyuan's objectives in visiting Taiching's sect was to confront those who had bullied her sister. If she discovered that Chen Buxiu knew Yu Ruxiang, his peace would be utterly shattered. If she learned he was the one who tarnished her sister's reputation, he would be doomed. What is the matter? Why are you silent? What did we bring last time? Yu Ruiyuan blinked, pressing for an answer. Nothing. I must have misremembered. Chen Buxiu hastily deflected. Yu Ruiyuan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Chen Buxiu intently. She suddenly sensed something amiss. He appeared to be deliberately evading the matter. Look again, and I shall devour you. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Chen Buxiu resorted to his usual antics, pouting and leaning toward Yu Ruiyuan's face. Ah, lecher, she exclaimed, hastily retreating. Had she been a moment slower, Chen Buxiu would have kissed her. Glaring at the grinning Chen Buxiu, she indignantly retorted, Bah, you vulgar scoundrel. Let us proceed to meet that old senior. Ignoring her words, Chen Buxiu stowed away the dragon egg and headed toward the hall's exit, while Yu Ruiyuan followed, fuming. Not long after exiting the hall, they spotted a black dog frolicking in the distance. Isn't that the silly dog of Black Dragon? Why isn't it staying in its cave today? Has it overindulged in celestial fruits and come out to digest? Chen Buxiu wondered aloud, observing Black Dragon. However, Chen Buxiu soon noticed that a figure was trailing behind the dog, clutching a long object that resembled a stick. It was too far away for him to discern clearly. Yet, he recognized the person immediately. Isn't that Uncle Dihong? He thought, baffled. Why is he chasing after Black Dragon? Just as Chen Buxiu contemplated this oddity, a furious shout echoed. Beast! How dare you steal from the herb and spirit fruit garden, disturbing the tranquility of the entire Peak's disciples? Who gave you the audacity? I shall break your dog legs. Stop right there. Despite the distance, Chen Buxiu heard Dihong's words clearly. His heart sank. Could it be that we have been exposed so soon? His gaze fell upon the half-celestial fruit clutched tightly in Dihong's hand, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Truly, what a foolish dog. Woof, woof, woof. It was not me, truly not me. Who is the scoundrel that has framed me? The Black Dragon, panting heavily, frantically evaded the pursuit of Emperor Hong, its wails echoing across the vast landscape. Upon witnessing the Black Dragon and Emperor Hong racing towards him, Chen Buxiu immediately seized the hand of Yu Ruiyuan and fled, his speed rivaling that of the Black Dragon. Damn it, Chen Buxiu, is it you? Is it truly you? The Black Dragon caught a glimpse of a figure darting away in the distance. Having encountered Chen Buxiu before, it could discern his scent from afar, and the panic and tension emanating from that silhouette made it unmistakably clear that it was indeed Chen Buxiu. Although Chen Buxiu could hear the Black Dragon's calls, he dared not pause. This wretched dog, barking incessantly, does it wish to betray me? Chen Buxiu, clutching Yu Ruiyuan, vanished like a bolt of lightning over the horizon. Ah, just as the Black Dragon called out for Chen Buxiu, Emperor Hong swiftly grasped the dragon's tail and lifted it high. Instantly, the Black Dragon felt a sharp pain in its rear and let out a deep howl. You wretched beast, how swiftly you flee. You think you can run away and steal from me? The Black Dragon flailed its limbs in midair, desperately attempting to escape Emperor Hong's grip. However, the more it struggled, the more it ached, until its backside was nearly as swollen and red as that of a monkey. Where have you hidden the other items? Emperor Hong, holding the Black Dragon aloft like a lifeless creature, inquired with indignation. With the Black Dragon weakly barked, its tongue lolling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Those items were taken last night, weren't they? Unbeknownst to how far they had run, Yu Ruiyuan freed herself from Chen Buxiu's grasp, smiling as she asked. Indeed. Chen Buxiu gasped for breath, nodding in affirmation. You have quite the audacity, stealing from Emperor Hong. Yet you were rather ungrateful, leaving that dog behind without a second thought. Yurian laughed, covering her mouth. We would never dare to pilfer from Uncle Hong. I have no idea how he learned of this affair. However, I am not ungrateful. That foolish dog deserved its fate for being so gluttonous. But fear not. Uncle Hong will not do anything to it. Chen Buxiu finally caught his breath and straightened up. By the way, did you not say you would take me to see that ancient turtle? Why have you brought me here instead? Chen Buxiu looked up to discover they had arrived at the task hall. You see, we have rules here. Outer disciples cannot enter the inner sanctum at will, and violators face severe punishment. That ancient turtle resides on the back mountain of the Zixian Peak, not in my domain, Jin Lei phoned. Therefore, I must first undertake a task before I can venture out, Chen Buxiu explained as he adjusted his attire and walked towards the task hall. Oh, I see. You certainly have an abundance of vexing rules here, Yurian remarked with a pout, crossing her arms. Indeed, it is quite burdensome. The task hall is filled with numerous disciples. Yurian, not belonging to the Tai Ching sect, can voice her grievances as loudly as she wishes, yet it matters not. However, Chen Buxiu must remain discreet, muttering softly to himself. Let me see if there are any tasks that are both inexpensive and worthwhile. Chen Buxiu wanders around the various task boards, his eyes darting with diligence as he meticulously selects the easier tasks. Ah, what fortune! Just a moment of drowsiness and a pillow appears. Hearing Chen Buxiu's exclamation of delight, Yurian, who had been idly accompanying him in the task hall, immediately turned her gaze in his direction. Have you found a task that is both easy and effortless? Yurian inquired as she approached him. Take a look. Chen Buxiu responded, gesturing towards the task with excitement. Chapter 91. Playful banter as Yurian followed the direction indicated by Chen Buxiu's finger. She noticed the inscription above. Task 9. Harvest 10 saplings of the immortal bamboo from the spiritual pool in the back mountains of the selection peak. Number of participants, 1. Reward, 250 merit points. Current number of reports, 0. Indeed, what a remarkably easy task this is. After discerning the task details and the reward, Yurian turned to Chen Buxiu, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Isn't it just serendipity that this task aligns perfectly with my needs, and here it is, waiting for me? With a chuckle, Chen Buxiu tore down task 9 from the board and approached the task supervisor directly. I will take on this task. The supervisor glanced up at Chen Buxiu, then scrutinized the task notice in his hand, responding indifferently. Your courtyard and name? Do you not recognize me? Chen Buxiu inquired, perplexed. How could the person responsible for task registration suddenly fail to recognize him? Hadn't his loud proclamations previously drawn the attention of other disciples, leading to his being besieged? Now, this individual feigned ignorance. Furthermore, he was Chen Buxiu. The previous person had to take leave, and I am merely filling in for a few days. Besides, with so many individuals taking on tasks, must I remember each one of them? The supervisor lifted his gaze to glance at Chen Buxiu once more. A hint of impatience in his tone. Jin Lei Feng, Chen Buxiu. As the supervisor looked up, Chen Buxiu realized this man bore no resemblance to the one he had encountered last time. Recognizing his mistake, he promptly stated his courtyard and name without hesitation. Very well. You should be aware of the task requirements. By the hour of the snake tomorrow, deliver the saplings you have harvested to me, and you may now leave. After completing the registration, the supervisor ceased to utter another word. Chen Buxiu cast a glance at the supervisor before exiting with Yurian. That fellow seems to harbor a disdain for this job, devoid of any enthusiasm. After walking a considerable distance, he remarked to Yurian, well, not everyone is fortunate enough to work in a position they adore. Moreover, his attitude might just be directed at you, considering your reputation here appears rather dubious. Yurian replied, leisurely strolling with her arms crossed, clicking her tongue. The world mocks my madness, while I laugh at those who fail to see through it. Chen Buxiu nonchalantly hummed a fragment of a poem he had heard somewhere. Are they laughing at your lunacy or scolding your shamelessness? You ought to know in your heart. You may deceive me, but do not allow yourself to be fooled, Yurian said, pursing her lips and winking at Chen Buxiu with a knowing smile. What do you mean by that? Chen Buxiu retorted, mimicking Yurian's expression and rolling his eyes at her. You impudent rogue, have you grown wings? Daring to roll your eyes at me? Have you forgotten the pain of my previous beatings? Would you like to experience it again? Yurian observed how Chen Buxiu had become increasingly audacious since returning from the Dragon Lock Cave. He seemed to fear her less with each passing day, not only daring to confront her but also to roll his eyes. It seems imperative to teach Chen Buxiu a lesson, ensuring he remembers it well. Once the thought crossed her mind, The resolute Urian rolled up her sleeves and clenched her fists, determined to strike Chen Buxiu. Just as her fist was about to land on his shoulder, Chen Buxiu, as if endowed with a pair of eyes at the back of his head, deftly evaded the blow without even turning around. "Ah, you missed," he taunted, reveling in the playful challenge. With ample time at their disposal and this task lacking in difficulty, he decided to indulge Urian in a sparring session, also testing his own current abilities. "Chen Buxiu, you asked for it." When Chen Buxiu acted provocatively, no one was more inclined to retaliate than the already fiery Urian. Missing her first strike, she quickly repositioned herself, her footwork agile and unpredictable, and in an instant, she appeared behind Chen Buxiu. Yet, he still did not turn, merely lowering his body slightly. Urian's fist grazed past his shoulder. Feeling the rush of her punch, Chen Buxiu tilted his head and swiftly trapped Urian's arm with his neck, then bent forward, pulling her along. To an observer, it seemed a simple movement. But only Urian could comprehend the immense strength behind his maneuver. With the gentlest of pulls, she felt as though she were ensnared in a machine, utterly unable to escape and effortlessly drawn away. Her footing faltered, and she suddenly lost all strength, causing her to topple forward. With a thud, Urian collided against Chen Buxiu's back. Rather than pain, he experienced a peculiar enjoyment. Heh, he chuckled. For nothing in the world could compare to the softness and warmth of Urian's form against him. Even through their clothing, he could discern the indescribable delicacy and tenderness of her presence. Urian, however, let out a muffled groan as the impact reverberated through her chest, leaving her breathless. With a mischievous grin, Chen Buxiu shifted his head, using his rear to gently push Urian off his back. She stumbled back a few steps. Her cheeks flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment, it was unclear, as she shouted at him, "Chen Buxiu, you scoundrel! I will make you regret this today." With that declaration, Urian propelled herself forward, her feet kicking up dirt as she soared toward him. "Oh, come now, it was just a jest. No need to take it so seriously," Chen Buxiu retorted, yet his feet were quick to move. He was not foolish enough to stand still for her to strike. Given Urian's fiery temper, her blows would surely lack restraint. Understanding the essence of her provocations, Chen Buxiu consistently evaded her strikes at the last moment, creating the illusion that she was about to land a hit, only to slip away just beneath her nose. Although Chen Buxiu was reveling in his merriment, he remained oblivious to the profound hurt his actions inflicted upon Urian. His behavior was akin to treating her as a mere plaything. The more Urian contemplated the situation, the more infuriated she became, prompting her to stamp her foot in frustration. In that moment, she summoned her inner spiritual energy, exponentially amplifying her speed and strength. Hey, that's against the rules. How can you still harness spiritual energy?" Chen Buxiu, sensing the shift in Urian's demeanor, experienced a subtle change in his expression. "Who told you that you couldn't use spiritual energy?" Upon noticing the alteration in Chen Buxiu's countenance, Urian's spirits lifted. Nevertheless, she remained resolute in her determination to channel her spiritual energy. As her lips moved, a bolt of purple lightning, roughly the thickness of a thumb, descended from above, striking down upon Chen Buxiu's head. Chapter 92. Uninvited Guest. A bolt of purple lightning struck from the heavens. Chen Buxiu looked up and, from the aura emanating from the bolt, he could discern that such a strike was capable of severely injuring a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement. This woman truly shows no restraint. Chen Buxiu murmured to himself, and in the next moment, he vanished. The purple lightning descended with swiftness that defied anticipation. Seeing Chen Buxiu struck by the lightning she had summoned, Urian finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. Scoundrel, let us see if you remember this lesson." Urian was entirely convinced that the lightning would not kill Chen Buxiu. Her intention was merely to teach him a lesson. Thus she did not truly unleash her full power. Moreover, Chen Buxiu was tough-skinned and would likely suffer no serious harm. But where is he? However, as Urian focused her gaze, she found that aside from a large charred pit, there was no trace of Chen Buxiu. Just as she was about to approach and investigate, Chen Buxiu suddenly appeared before her, making a ghastly face. What the hell? Without hesitation, Urian threw a punch. Despite her formidable foundation establishment, she instinctively felt fear at the sight of such a grotesque display. After delivering her blow, she cried out and retreated repeatedly. "My handsome face." Chen Buxiu also let out a pained cry, staggering back a few steps. "You've gone too far, Chen Buxiu. You scared me." After the initial shock, Urian finally regained her composure. Urian seemed genuinely upset, her eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears. She immediately crouched down, cradling her head as if to weep. "Hey, Don't take it too hard. Chen Buxiu had never expected that this tempestuous Urian would react in such a way. It was clearly he who had been struck first. Could it be that I truly overstepped? Chen Buxiu found himself pondering silently. In his life, Chen Buxiu could not abide by the notion of missing out on benefits, avoiding danger, suppressing his feelings, or witnessing a woman shed tears. Noticing her distress, he hurried forward, intending to comfort Urian. Come now, don't cry. He placed a hand on her shoulder, but the moment he opened his mouth to console her, Urian abruptly lifted her head, her face brimming with a triumphant smile. Her hand slithered up Chen Buxiu's arm like a viper, swift and agile. This time, Chen Buxiu had not yet reacted when his vision blurred, and the world spun around him, causing him to be flung backward. But it was not over. With her spiritual energy enhancing her agility, Urian swiftly leaped forward, executing a move akin to a swallow returning to its nest, swiftly closing in on Chen Buxiu's chest. Intent on delivering a punch to his face, a flash of inspiration ignited in Chen Buxiu's mind, as if awakening a long-forgotten memory. Almost instinctively, he reached out with both hands to grasp forward. Urian's brows furrowed in surprise as she swiftly executed a roll, grabbing hold of Chen Buxiu's arms and flinging him away with force. Chen Buxiu felt a blur before his eyes, his body uncontrollably propelled through the air. Soaring several meters away, the moon, radiant and enchanting, clearly had no intention of granting Chen Buxiu even a moment's respite. Swiftly, she lunged forward, lifting a leg that descended with the force of a battle axe, the sound of air being split resonating ominously in Chen Buxiu's ears. A testament to the power behind her strike. Without flinching or evading, Chen Buxiu allowed her leg to collide with the shoulder. In a flash, he seized her calf with lightning reflexes, prompting a change in her expression as if a memory had resurfaced. She swiftly pivoted, her other foot soaring into the air, aimed directly at Chen Buxiu's chest. Despite his calculations, he had not anticipated the remarkable agility of her leg. His grip faltered, and the foot he had grasped retracted immediately. The force of her kick landed heavily on his chest. Although his cultivation had significantly improved and the defensive capabilities of his undying art had reached new heights, it did not prevent him from being propelled backward by her strike. A resounding thud echoed as he crashed to the ground 10 meters away. Ouch! Do you truly possess no sense of restraint? Chen Buxiu lamented theatrically while lying flat on the ground. With arms crossed, Uriya approached slowly, her face lighting up with delight at the sight of Chen Buxiu's misfortune. I have shown considerable restraint. Otherwise, you would have been bleeding profusely by now. Ouch! I must genuinely believe in your mercy. Miss you, he replied, performing an exaggerated gesture of thanks. Humph. Uriya regarded Chen Buxiu, who appeared thoroughly subdued. Her spirits inexplicably lifted. Get up. Cease your charade on the ground. Ah, discovered. Chen Buxiu, supported by Uriya, rose slowly. With your tough skin and resilient flesh, I refuse to believe that one kick could incapacitate you so severely, she remarked, casting a sideways glance at him. Ah, indeed, you possess a discerning eye, fair maiden. Chen Buxiu exclaimed, giving her a generous thumbs up in admiration. Humph, that is, Uriya replied, proudly lifting her chin. At that moment, atop the Zishian peak, the sun radiated its golden brilliance. A gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of spiritual essence, rustling the strands of hair framing Uriya's face. Under the golden sunlight, her smile appeared exquisite and enchanting. Yet, Chen Buxiu mused, if only her temper were a touch more amiable, it would be even better. Gazing at her face illuminated by the golden glow, he found himself momentarily entranced. Sensing his lingering gaze, Uriya swiftly turned to meet his eyes. In that instant, their gazes locked, and the autumn waters of her eyes shimmered. The wind whispered through the trees, creating a soft rustle. The atmosphere thickened with an ambiguous tension. Uriya quickly averted her gaze, falling into silence. In this moment, in this place, surrounded by mountains and waters, with a gentleman and a fairy, everything appeared as if it were a beautifully painted scene. Yet, the beauty of the world seems to be fleeting, almost inevitably succumbing to the fate of transience. At least for now. Suddenly, a chilling aura descended from the skies, and upon its landing, dust billowed and stones scattered, amidst the rustling grass and startled birds. Waves of terrifying energy rapidly spread outwards. After a momentary tremor of the ground, countless towering trees in the forest succumbed to the force. The once serene and picturesque environment was now left in utter disarray. Chen Buxiu and Urian instinctively retreated, their expressions immediately turning wary. The energy waves crashed against them, sending a fleeting wave of anxiety through both. An ominous presence approached. Urian thought to herself, The aura emanating from this individual was formidable, seemingly surpassing her own prowess. Chen Buxiu cast a glance at Urian, comparing the intensity of their energies, and his conviction grew stronger. After the overwhelming force swept everything away, it swiftly receded. A figure cloaked in a black robe appeared before them, a masked individual standing 100 meters away. As they regarded this enigmatic figure, Chen Buxiu and Urian exchanged glances, both unfamiliar with the newcomer. While they scrutinized the masked individual, the figure was equally observing them, particularly fixated on Urian. His gaze was intricate, laden with deep longing, mingled with a hint of joy, and tinged with a trace of sorrow. Urian too sensed the intensity of his stare. Her brows furrowed slightly. In that moment of eye contact, she found his gaze oddly familiar, as if they had met before, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall where. Chapter 93. Formidable foe, who are you, and what brings you to my touching sect? Just as Urian was lost in thought, the voice of Chen Buxiu echoed through the air. Chen Buxiu scrutinized the masked figure before him, examining every detail with meticulous attention. The solitary impression this enigmatic individual imparted was one of chilling coldness, an exquisite frost that felt akin to an ancient, unmelted snow-capped mountain, exuding an aura so frigid it seemed capable of freezing everything in proximity. However, Chen Buxiu, being the indomitable spirit he was, felt no fear. He pointed at the masked figure and remarked, "With such a shrouded presence, have you engaged in some nefarious deeds?" The figure in the black robe paid little heed to Chen Buxiu's presence, but upon hearing his words, their gaze finally settled upon him. Unlike the previous look directed at Urian, the expression in the masked person's eyes was imbued with a singular emotion, profound hatred, a potent animosity that seemed to transcend mere enmity. Chen Buxiu sensed the depth of the masked figure's disdain, though he could not fathom its origins. Why did the stranger harbor such intense animosity towards him? The answer lay solely within the heart of the masked individual. In truth, what might be interpreted as hatred was, in essence, a deep-seated envy, an envy so profound it had morphed into a fierce jealousy. Unbeknownst to Chen Buxiu, the black-robed figure had been present for quite some time. Long before Urian collapsed onto Chen Buxiu's back, he had arrived, skillfully concealing himself from both Chen Buxiu and Urian. His purpose for being here was singular, to see one person, Urian. Yet, he had never anticipated the presence of another man by her side, nor the closeness they shared. The masked figure had intended to reveal himself to Chen Buxiu and Urian much earlier. However, he had restrained himself, waiting for an opportune moment. Yet, with each passing moment, the scene before him became increasingly intolerable. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and materialized before Urian, interrupting what he had deemed a promising encounter. He had hoped she would recognize him, yet she did not. Was it that she failed to perceive the emotions in his gaze, or had he simply never occupied a place in her memory? Yet, none of this mattered anymore. What occupied his thoughts now was not the person he yearned to see, but rather Chen Buxiu, an individual he had never encountered before. Someone towards whom he should not harbor such intense hatred. Nonetheless, it was inevitable. How could he tolerate the closeness Chen Buxiu shared with Urian? Their intimacy was beyond his endurance. Thus, he too possessed a tempestuous temper akin to Urian's. Yet he was marked by a jealousy and murderous intent that she did not share. "I am who I am. You need not, nor are you worthy, to know." The voice of the masked man was exceedingly deep, an unsettling resonance that instilled discomfort upon first hearing. In his eyes, Chen Buxiu was merely a minuscule figure within the realm of chi refinement, akin to an ant that he could easily crush beneath his foot. Hence, he deemed Chen unworthy of knowing his identity, let alone worthy of walking alongside Urian. "Hey, have you even brushed your teeth this morning?" What audacity! Standing beside Chen, Urian couldn't help but smile at his words. The sight of her smile darkened the masked man's gaze towards Chen, intensifying his malevolence. "You seek your own demise." Though Chen could not discern the expression on the masked man's face, he could distinctly sense the inexplicable wrath emanating from him. Unbeknownst to Chen, a formidable black blade had materialized in the masked man's hand. With a sudden surge of power, he leapt forward, his momentum akin to a raging tempest. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying force of the blade loomed ominously above Chen's head. As the masked man swung his weapon, the air itself split with a sound reminiscent of paper being severed, the ferocity suggesting that he intended to cleave Chen asunder, treating him as mere timber. At that moment, an unexpected surge of energy erupted behind Chen, causing the air to resonate ominously. Unable to turn around, he could not ascertain the source of the disturbance. But he felt a sharp pain radiating through his spine. He understood that should he be struck, there would be no chance of rising again. Yet, this was not the most perilous aspect. Without warning, sharp sounds of slicing air erupted from both sides, and in less than 2 breaths, Chen found himself besieged from all directions. The masked man's swift assault had ensnared him in a lethal trap. Pitiful insect, perish, within the depths of the masked man's pupils. A new emotion flickered to life, an overwhelming sense of triumph and delight. He sneered coldly, his gaze sharp and disdainful, faced with this sudden onslaught from 4 directions. It was clear that Chen, a mere chi refiner, stood no chance. Even a more formidable Foundation realm cultivator would find themselves severely wounded in the face of such a coordinated ambush. Only those of the Golden Core realm could genuinely withstand such an assault. In the blink of an eye, Chen was engulfed by the masked man's instantaneous assault. The masked man's speed was such that even Yu Ruyan was caught off guard. Chen, too, was left helpless, merely able to watch as he succumbed to the barrage of attacks, not even uttering a cry of anguish before being mercilessly obliterated beneath the masked man's blade. In the aftermath, the ground where Chen once stood erupted in a cloud of dust, debris swirling chaotically. Who on earth are you? Are you seeking death? Yu Ruyan's eyes brimmed with fury as she glared at the masked man, her emotions heightened. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from her being, creating a tempest of energy. However, the masked man observed her transformation with a fading sense of triumph and joy, a profound sense of desolation replacing the earlier glee in his eyes. What Yu Ruyan remained oblivious to was that the masked man's hand, gripping the knife, had begun to tremble. A flicker of regret washed over him. Perhaps he should have adhered to the original plan, waiting for the opportune moment to ambush Chen Buxiu when he was most vulnerable, thus delivering a fatal blow and sparing himself from the weight of Yu Ruyan's gaze. Yet, in an instant, he dismissed that regret. An ambush is typically reserved for those deemed weaker, and Chen Buxiu, with his esteemed status and profound cultivation, was not a target worthy of such tactics. To confront him openly and make him a victim beneath his blade would be a privilege for Chen Buxiu. At present, the only solace for the masked man lay in the fact that Yu Ruyan had not recognized him. But was this truly a cause for relief? The masked man's eyes betrayed everything. His knife was swift, embodying the adage of cutting through chaos with ease. Yet the turmoil within his heart remained untamed. Sheathing his blade, the masked man advanced directly toward Yu Ruyan. Her expression tightened. She had witnessed his strength, which undoubtedly surpassed her own. Alone, she faced the masked man, and her confidence waned. However, Yu Ruyan's gaze hardened with increasing resolve. She was determined to kill him, for he had slain Chen Buxiu. Chapter 94. Terrifying power. The masked figure was about to utter a word when, in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock as a familiar voice resonated. Millennium Blasi. Suddenly, the ground beneath the masked man surged upward and subsequently erupted in a thunderous explosion. Amidst the deafening blast, Chen Buxiu grimaced, his fingers poised like a sword, fiercely aimed at the masked man's groin. The masked man's reflexes were swift. Just as Chen Buxiu's fingers were about to make contact, he vanished like a wraith, effortlessly reappearing 5 meters away. Chen Buxiu, staring at his hair now resembling a bird's nest from the explosion, retracted his fingers and let out a heavy sigh. His heart filled with reluctance as he gazed at the masked man across from him. This masked individual was incredibly strong. Although Chen Buxiu was merely at the 7th level of chi refinement, his physical prowess had already surpassed that of an average Foundation establishment cultivator. His reflexes and speed were beyond what ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners could match. Yet, under the masked man's assault, he found himself bereft of any opportunity to react. This was a testament to the opponent's formidable strength. Were it not for the protection of the undying divine art, Chen Buxiu mused, he would undoubtedly not be standing here unscathed after such a rapid and ruthless attack. Chen Buxiu could at least ascertain that the masked man's cultivation was not inferior to Yu Ruyan's and might even be at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, or perhaps at the Golden Core stage. Chen Buxiu dared not underestimate him any longer, watching the masked man warily. The masked figure's gaze was fixed intently on Chen Buxiu, and his expression shifted to one of unparalleled astonishment. Chen Buxiu was still alive, and he stood before him unscathed. The attack that had been executed with such ferocity had merely disheveled his hair and soiled his garments. This was inconceivable. It was akin to striking a piece of wood with a sharp axe, only for the wood to remain intact while the axe bore a dent. This was a bewildering phenomenon in the realm of mortals. The masked man was utterly shocked. Could it be that he had concealed his true cultivation? This was the only explanation that seemed plausible in the masked man's mind. Observing the other's expression, Chen Buxiu was suddenly engulfed in a trance. He was reminded of the Bloodshot in the Dragonlock Cave, whose gaze had mirrored that of the masked man, filled with astonishment and profound doubt. Chen Buxiu couldn't help but shake his head. Why is it that the more powerful an individual becomes, the more blind confidence they harbor? Does their cultivation bestow upon them genuine strength, or merely lead to arrogance and delusion? Thus, he resolved to make you die once more. The masked man narrowed his eyes, glaring fiercely at Chen Buxiu. In the next instant, a tempest arose from the ground where the masked man stood, and his figure vanished before Chen Buxiu's very eyes. The howling winds rushed towards Chen Buxiu's face, and in a fleeting moment, his vision was filled with countless images of the masked man. Chen Buxiu was oblivious to the fact that he was confronting a peculiar form of movement, a technique that the masked figure held in the highest regard. This art of movement was known as impermanence. Its essence could be distilled into a mere 8 words. Within 10 steps, life and death are mine to command. Within this 10-step radius, he embodied the harbinger of doom, the master of life and death. The specter of death loomed as the masked figure glided through the air. His form resembling that of a ghost, swaying from side to side, his feet seemingly vanished, transformed into the specter of the underworld. Weapons lack constancy in their might, and water lacks permanence in its shape. Indeed, impermanence often epitomizes the very nature of existence. The masked figure's rapid approach contorted and shimmered, elusive and ever-changing. At that moment, Chen Buxiu involuntarily felt a chill envelop his body as the air around him turned frigid and oppressive. The atmosphere felt eerie, as though the gates of the netherworld had been flung open, merging with the realm of the living. Naturally, Chen Buxiu would not succumb to despair. Grasping several talismans in his hand, he hurled them fiercely towards the flickering figure of the masked man. Yet, upon impact, these talismans elicited no sensation. It was as if they had struck the very air itself, sinking into an abyss without a ripple. Die, he muttered under his breath. Suddenly, Chen Buxiu felt a tightening in his chest, an overwhelming wave of existential dread surged within him. As his scalp prickled, he beheld a pair of eyes, crimson and mesmerizing. Just one glance seemed capable of ensnaring a soul, reducing it to a mere automaton devoid of will. Accompanying those blood-red orbs was a blade, an indescribable weapon, striking with an indescribable swiftness. This blade was aptly named Instant Blade Technique. The essence of this technique was encapsulated in the notion of speed. In the realm of martial arts, only the swift could prevail. The same holds true for sorcery. When velocity reaches a certain threshold, a single strike can occur before one even realizes it, resulting in fatality. The essence of this blade technique lies in its instantaneous execution. What does a moment truly entail? It is said that 20 thoughts constitute a moment, and 20 moments equate to a snap of the fingers. Thus, within the span of a mere snap, one could unleash 20 strikes. This is the terrifying nature of the instant blade technique. The masked figure's strike had become so swift that it seemed to elude perception, reaching a speed beyond the grasp of the human eye. To an observer, it appeared as though the blade had vanished entirely. Yet, only Chen Buxiu understood that the blade had not disappeared. The chilling aura of the blade enveloped him in an instant. Though unseen, he could distinctly sense the shadow of death swiftly encroaching upon him. The masked figure's blade was swift, and Chen Buxiu's response was equally prompt. In moments of imminent peril, one's latent potential is often awakened. With a flick of his wrist, a talisman ignited in his grasp. In the next heartbeat, he seemed to vanish into thin air. Only a single pit on the ground can attest to his past existence here. Just as the blade was poised to slice across Chen Buxiu's throat, the speed talisman unleashed its power. Coupled with Chen Buxiu's earth escape technique, in a mere thought, he vanished into the ground, retreating 10 meters away. In that very instant, he disappeared beneath the surface. A blinding flash of white light cleaved the air, releasing a chilling wave of murderous intent. Can you truly escape? Chen Buxiu was swift, yet the masked figure was swifter still. Urian could clearly discern a shadow, like smoke, swiftly darting towards the direction Chen Buxiu had fled. At that moment, Urian's body began to radiate a magnificent glow, her aura igniting like flames. With a mere thought, she vanished from her original position. Remarkably, her speed rivaled that of the masked figure. She materialized before the masked individual, conjuring a brilliant sword of light in her hand, and struck fiercely towards her opponent. The masked figure, with an expression that betrayed a hidden reluctance and ferocity unseen by Urian, halted momentarily before launching a counterattack with a blade that moved with an elusive swiftness.